Well, it's your boy DMac in for another day for Brett, as Brett is a dad again. Congratulations to Brett and his family. So, yeah, you got a little fill-in action for Just a Pinch. Myself, Matt Smith, in with Moser and Vic. And good morning. How you doing? You doing all right? I hope you're doing good. Wish I had better news to share with you this morning about the Nuggets. Ay. Yo.
Ow.
What's going on? I mean, it's weird. Jamal. Okay. That's not good. As he twisted his ankle. I am hoping it's not a big deal. Him going out in the second half. Because he did try to come back and just didn't quite feel up to it. And now I'm a little bit nervous about it because CB tried to come back, and he did actually come back and played a little bit, and then was like, I got to shut this down. And now he's out for, I don't know, another month or so, and has been out. You got AG out with the hammy. He's out until the new year, at least. CB's gone until around that time. And now Jamal? Holy guacamole. This ain't good. Nuggets lose 131-121. I'm not going to rip on him because obviously he's put in a lot of work and he had one hell of a game last night, Spencer Jones. So, I mean, that is awesome, and he's a great guy, and, 4 of 6 from 3, 11-15 from the floor, 28 points, career night for him. But, who had Spencer Jones as your star player on their bingo card before the beginning of the season? Yeah. Yoke with the big triple-double, 29, 20, and 13, doing whatever he could, but this team wasn't very physical. The Denver Nuggets, your Denver Nuggets, played kind of wimpy last night. It's like, whoa, man, what is going on here? Meanwhile, Nembhard, who's from Gonzaga, he's a rookie. He put up 28. Cooper Flagg, who I think just went through puberty last week. I mean, granted, it was accelerated. Is wicked tall. He had 24. AD, Anthony Davis, who was kind of I don't know if he's even going to play. Oh, he's playing with 32. And your Denver Nuggets got manhandled at home in the fourth quarter. Oh, my gosh. Again, I'm not going to panic, but, we look at things kind of in chunks. And that just finished 20 games. And they finished 14-6, which is okay. Last year, pretty famously, it was 21 games. But they were 11-10 after 21 games last year. And that was, if you remember, just this is not looking good. And people are taking days off to do other things. And Jamal wasn't in great shape, and it was just wow, 11-10 after 21 games, 14-6. So yeah, it's a nice improvement, but what you would never expect are the home road splits. Did you know this? So the Nuggets have lost 4 games in a row at home at Ball Arena.
Oh, what the?
It is the first time since Nikola Jokic has been a starter that they've lost 4 games in a row at home. They're 5.5 games behind Oklahoma City. Just look at they're 4th in the West, but they're tied with the Rockets in a game back of the Lakers. Rockets are 13-5, Nuggets are 15-5. And they're just a pinch ahead of the Spurs, who are 13-6. The Mavericks going into last night had only won 6 games. And were 4-6 in their last 10. So it's not like they were rolling, but David Adelman said afterwards, listen, man, it's the NBA. You give teams light, they're going to take it. These teams are competitive. So you give them hope. And this is another one, guys. The Nuggets were up by 17 points, and they were rolling in the first quarter. So we start December in a pretty lousy way after a historic November for Denver sports with a stinker by the Nuggets last night. And I don't know. When I saw Jamal go out, I was like, oh, boy. It was funny the way he went out, though. Like, he just kind of walked off. It didn't really feel like any kind of emergency. So, you see guys walk off the court all the time and come back on for a variety of reasons. So I was just like, he'll be back. It's probably not that bad. Jamal is a tough dude. Really tough guy. And no Jamal. And then no scoring. And then no physicality. And then, you just got it handed to you. I mean, 131-121. This guy, it was relatively close. Yeah, you had a lead in the fourth quarter. You gave it away. But this wasn't coming down to like a last shot or some sort of dramatic moment in the last minute or so. No, the Mavs just kind of pulled away, and that's that. Mavs now 7-15 on the season. Only their third road win. They were missing a ton of guys, too. They were missing 6 players. I mean, they have 2 rookies in their starting lineup. One of them just got his driver's license last week.
Congratulations.
Well, he needed it because prom's coming up. Actually, it's not prom. It's winter. The winter thing.
Court warming.
No.
That's what it was at my high school.
Well, I'm sorry. What is it?
Court warming, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it was
Court
called.
warming?
Yeah, because, basketball courts and all that junk.
Court warming?
Yeah.
Sounds like something out of the 1500s. Did you get a dragon with that?
Man, I wish. That would have been sick. No, it was just kind of like a mixer, just like any other high school.
I'm trying to think what they call that. Not a cotillion. Anyways, the winter formal, the court warming. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. I don't know if I don't think there's any reason to freak out, but listen, man, you don't want to let this thing get too far down the tracks or off the rails here, and the lack of physicality by the team is definitely concerning. We'll hear from David Adelman about that in a little bit. So there you go with your Nuggets. Not great, Bob, and really surprising. As the game was starting, I was like, this Mavs team, they're no good. They've been struggling, and look at the first quarter. We're rolling. We're good. Everything's awesome. And then it just was like, and it's like, wow, we're trailing at halftime, huh? Well, that's disappointing. And you give up 42 points in the second quarter. It's like, wow, where's the defense here? And then you look at the fouls and the free throws, and you're like, what? They just did not. I mean, Adelman, like I said, talked about it. They just weren't physical enough. You got to be tougher than that. The crazy thing, though, is you put the Nuggets on the road, we're fine. 8-2 on the road. Adelman was like, hey, the good news is we're going on the road. Oh, okay.
Like the Rangers.
That's the good news, huh? So, hey, that's the good news. The Nuggets are going on the road at Indiana tomorrow night, and then Atlanta on Friday, Sunday at Charlotte, and then they've got this crazy amount of time off. I would assume they'll come home because they'd have to fly over Denver, but they play on Sunday, then they play at Sacramento on Thursday. So It's actually kind of a 3-game road trip and then probably a day or two at home. Probably 2 days, actually. Maybe more. Yeah, probably, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I would assume they'll come right home after the Charlotte game, which is an early Sunday game. Weird start, 4 o'clock our time. And finally, you get home on December 15th against Houston. Then a couple days off against Orlando, and then Houston again. So that'll be a fun challenge for no doubt. Then Utah. So you're home for a nice chunk after you get done with this weird road trip. And it's not like these teams are like unbelievable that you're playing. I mean, you should be able to make some hay here, and to lose like you did last night at home it's kind of painful. So you lose to a Dallas team who had not been playing that great, who was missing guys. You lose to a Sacramento team who I think had lost like 8 games in a row. So it's not like, Oklahoma City's in for 3 straight games, guys. It's like teams that, I mean, you really should be able to handle. Now, do we use the injuries as an excuse? Are we doing that? But that seems like it's more about effort, in all honesty, defensively. And a team that seems to be able to score no problem, putting up 17 points is weird. And yeah, you got to give the Mavs credit too. I mean, they shot 52% from 3, which is great, obviously. So you end up just with a super bizarre game at Ball Arena last night, and it does not go your way. Hopefully things turn around tonight with Vancouver in town. I don't know. It seems the separation between the Nuggets and the Avs didn't seem to be all that great. Like, both teams seem to be pretty dominant. And now it's just like, I don't know. There seems to be a more clear separation. Vancouver is lousy. They've got 23 points through 26 games. The Avs are rolling with 42 points. Everybody knows only one regulation loss to the Bruins back in October. So they are, as it goes, a wagon. So that is tonight. So we'll have our first keyword for Avalanche tickets coming up here in a little bit. It looks like Val Nichushkin is closer and closer to returning. And I guess we're just going to flip-flop goalies, as I heard described, like you're on a 12-year-old youth team. I'm representing Arapahoe hockey right here. This is not Arapahoe High School. It's Arapahoe. It's family fun sports. It's family. This is it. This is where my kid played his hockey through. Love being a hockey dad. Being a hockey dad was the best. Especially like a hockey dad who doesn't know anything about coaching hockey. Because you just drop, and especially when the kids like could tie their own skates. Hey, hockey dads, you hearing me? It's freaking awesome. Drop the kid off. You go with the other hockey dads who are incompetent, who can't coach. And you get that coffee or, depending on where you would go. Sometimes there were beers served on a Sunday afternoon. That happened once or twice or 100 times. And that's what would happen. And you'd always look at like the family. You always had 2 goalies on your team. And you always looked at those parents and you always felt a little bad for them. It's funny, like in the NHL, when you break a stick, like no big deal. We'll just hand you one, like here you go. Here's your other stick. In youth hockey, as a hockey parent, every time you broke a stick, all the other parents would look at you like, oh man, I'm sorry.
Ah, man. Tough break.
That's like $150 right there.
Gotta go back to the sporting goods store, huh?
Dude, oh yeah. And listen, these sticks ain't cheap. Nobody's buying the $20 wood hockey stick anymore.
Just walking through the aisles furious.
No, it's just like maybe the rich kid on the team would have 2 sticks. I mean, you'd have one really nice stick, and that sucker is going $150, $175. Who knows now? I mean, that was me like 10 years ago being a hockey dad. It's probably $225, $250 now. And you'd carry that, and then you'd carry your backup stick, which is some piece of crap wood stick. But that good stick would break, and all the parents, oh, man, sorry. Sorry, Jim. Sorry, pal. But nothing was like the goalie parents. Because their kid just wouldn't play every other game and just sit there. And they'd be there. And as you got
padded up.
The worst was, those pads were so freaking expensive. And the worst was when you played in these tournaments, and if your team was any good, sometimes the coach would not flip-flop the goalies. Because unlike Wedgwood and Blackwood, where it's a little bit hard right now to tell who's one and who's two, with that 11-year-old team, you kind of knew. You're like, oh, well, that kid's like a superstar, freak athlete, and that kid's fat. And you're just like, oh, we're playing Timmy today, huh? Okay, hope we score a lot of goals. All right, so there you go. And we'll have your keyword coming up here in a second. Are the Patriots the best team in the NFL? Boy, they made a case for it last night, that's for sure. It is the appetizer with your boy DMac here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Brett is out for a little bit. He'll be back relatively soon. It's we'll get to some of the texts. Some very encouraging texts for me. And nothing like getting up early in the morning and just getting a nice pat on the back. Let me give you an example before I give you the first keyword. This is from Kevin on the Chomp Mazda text line. Hey, DMac, most days I have to tune out of PhD at some point because you annoy the hell out of me. However, the last 2 mornings, you have made me hate you less. Maybe solo is your jam.
Oh.
Have a nice day, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. All right. Morning, all. Ready to win tickets. But can you tell me the drummer Moser mentioned last week? I don't know. Neil Peart. All right. It's a happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Are you a dog or a cat? The keyword Atlantic. That is this hour's keyword, Atlantic. 303-504-0925. Your first and last name to be entered. 303-504-0925. Hey, remember, check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avs Kids Club. Aren't they cute? And give your child front row seats to all things Avs. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club to win tickets to see the Avs and the Panthers next Thursday. That's text Atlantic. First and last name, 303-504-0925. You got to understand, Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. My guy, Scott Matthew. They're in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 9:55, but every show on the station we'll have some, including the show that I'm on later from noon to 3, PhD, that Kevin, in general, hates me on. All right, we go to the Manningcast last night, and Danny DeVito was the guest. It was like a half-hour commercial for Jersey Mike's. And I'm not against half-hour commercials. But then up stepped Young Ho Koo. And we got this moment.
Let me up.
Oh my God!
Okay.
He tripped. He tripped, Danny.
Oh, he still didn't get
the kicker. The kicker tripped trying to kick the field goal. He tripped over the turf. I have not seen that.
I've never seen
ever.
that. I've never seen that.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's watch this.
I felt good about the holder throwing a touchdown until I didn't. Oh,
What? He just kicked the ground?
What the hell was that?
Eli, it's like one of your fat 9-irons you hit. You just all
no.
grass.
Oh, that was
seen
like.
that. I've never
Oh
seen
my
that.
That's what
God.
Dart said, Danny. Dart said the same thing as you.
Exactly what Dart.
I mean, that was pretty funny. I've never seen it before.
I couldn't believe it.
Nobody's ever seen it before. Nobody literally has ever seen it before. It's like, how does a guy who does something like that very fine skill set, I'm going to guess Young Ho Koo, can't, change his own oil. I'm going to guess he can't put up a shelf. I'm just sort of guessing Young Ho Koo's skills in life are so dialed in to one specific thing, and that's kicking a football.
Kicking and breathing.
It's crazy. It's an insane moment. And then Jackson Dart just got blasted, which was like the most awesome hit of all time. Oh my God. And listen, I get it. The Giants suck. I do get it. But hey, just keep it real. Look what your Broncos had to do to beat the Giants this year. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't easy.
At home.
And the Patriots just destroyed them. I mean, I think they just basically let off the gas in the second half. But I don't know. Maybe we're kind of going back and forth about who's the best team. There really is no best team. hey, could it be the Patriots? Are the Patriots just flat out? Do they have the right quarterback at the right time? Drake May, 24-31 for 282. 2 tutties. No picks. They got who the Broncos could have had if everybody's out there like playing about we don't have a big running back. You could have had him. I mean, big. Travion Henderson. I mean, 5'10", 202. I guess he's not that big. But I mean, bigger than RJ Harvey. Got Judkins out there too. We're really going to miss J.K. Dobbins, by the way. But, the Broncos just win all these close games. It feels like, well, where's our ass kicking like that? And I got to tell you, if it doesn't happen this weekend, it probably is not going to happen for the rest of the year.
Did that Cowboys game not count? Or was it a little bit too close?
That counts. It's all right. I mean, but the Broncos have had listen, I'm not complaining. They've won 9 games in a row, all right? So I'm not sitting here whining and moaning. But, if you're a Patriots fan, I suppose, sitting on your couch, maybe not getting drunk at Gillette or whatever that stadium's called these days. That game was over at the half. I mean, it was way over at the half. And then the Patriots in the second half sort of played like it. But, I mean, so what? Who cares? And it was Danny DeVito, who, I don't know, was Danny DeVito on mushrooms last night or something? It was, I do wonder how often guests on the Manningcast come in faded. Either that or the communication must be so bad in terms of what you can hear and what's going on, and they're trying to just show highlights from when everybody was 12 and look at this embarrassing thing and look at this funny meme, and I don't know, I'm addicted to it, though. I'm watching the Manningcast over the regular broadcast every single time, though. I am. I'm guilty of that. But the Patriots look great. They do look great. Drake May looks great. Vrabel's got him rolling. Henderson looks great. Is averaging 6.1 per carry. They didn't have to run the ball that much. And then Peyton Manning was saying, hey, man, this feels like 10 year, like a reunion, Broncos, Patriots. And, okay, I'll give you this. If the goal at this point, and once you hit 10 wins, by the way, once you hit 10 wins and the Patriots with 11 wins, wow. And the Broncos will have 11 wins after the Raiders game. And the Patriots, don't forget, have not had a bye week. They now go into their bye week. They have one of the latest bye weeks of anybody in the NFL. So what a roll the Patriots have been on. Wow. There's a crazy piece of irony, though, that the Broncos still hold the tiebreaker against the Patriots because of wins against common opponents. And it's one team. The Raiders beat the Patriots in week 1. Crazy, right? That's the difference.
Thank you for your service, Geno Smith. Appreciate it.
You did something well there, my Raiders fans. So, I'm not that worried about the Chiefs. I'm not worried at all about the Chiefs. I'm worried about the game on Christmas. That's a short week. It's on Christmas in Kansas City. It's just that just doesn't feel good.
Just get that one over with.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pull that, and I don't know, the Chiefs may have nothing to play for. Who knows? They may have packed it in. You don't know. I mean, they're close. They're close to packing it in. You get those 10 wins, man. You get those 10 wins. The next thought in your brain should be, what does it take for my team to win the Super Bowl? Period. And, the Broncos didn't get their 10th win last year until they beat the JV Chiefs, and they thudded them. But let's face it, man, going into Buffalo, I don't know. It really just felt like, hey, this is awesome to be here. I'm looking at the odds to win the AFC. They got the Broncos at plus 450 on ESPN, Patriots at plus 400, Bills at plus 425. Bills are a hard team to kind of wrap your head around right now. I mean, when they lose, they look awful, but they thump teams too, and they made the Steelers look silly. So who's the best team in football? Well, ESPN's, at least with the odds, they've got the Broncos as the third best team, and the Bills ahead of them, and they do have the Patriots as the best team. And the Patriots do not have a hard schedule, but it's like how the Patriots are winning these days. And then you see how good the Bears are doing, and it's like, wow, what a draft class right off the bat, huh? Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, all in their second year, all with their teams at the top of their respective leagues. Pretty impressive. So, yeah, that's what we got to chew on today. Sean Payton yesterday on his Zoom call talking about the Broncos. And I guess we just got to be okay that the Broncos are just going to win a bunch of close games. I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me at all. And Sean was going on and on about how, if you look at the journey of Super Bowl teams, it tends to be like that. Well, what was the journey for the Patriots last night? I'm not trying to be negative here because, trust me, I'm thrilled with where the Broncos are at. I'm not trying to be a naysayer here, but, you were kind of hoping the Giants would give it, a little bit of a run against the Patriots, and you got a kicker who can't get his foot to the ball. I'm going to try to get my foot to the ball. Not this time.
Whoop.
Close. Here is Sean Payton. So the Broncos, FYI, they play the game. They stay the night. They get on a plane. They come back the next day, and Sean does his conference call. So Sean was a little a little groggy. How did they only committed 5 penalties? So here's Sean talking about the penalties.
Well,
last week out of
I've
the
been
bye.
reading where, fair enough, and I've been somebody's written where that can change, can get cleaned up, and last night was a step in the right direction. So continue to work on, post those numbers, talk about the ones that are the pre-snap or post-snap behavior fouls are the ones that, there's going to be some technique penalties that occur during the play. We get that. We still want to work on correcting that, but certainly we're trying to erase that tattoo.
Yeah, I mean, you got better at it for sure because Riley Moss didn't get any penalties called on him, so that was good. All right, one more here from Sean. Giving up big plays in the passing game. What's up with that, Sean?
Well, I think it starts with the opponent's ability to run. They're a run-first team, and so you're wanting to stop that. And look, they get paid too, and had good designs, and a lot of those throws were in the deep hook areas, if you will, off of play action, and so that's part of the tough part of defending that offense. But in the end, we did enough.
In the end, we did enough. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. All right, so we got the Patriots who did pretty well last night. You got the Broncos. The Patriots' schedule, it's not that tough. So 11 wins, like I said, they got a bye week. And then they go, well, that's going to be a banger as they host Buffalo on the 14th, then at Baltimore, at the Jets, and home against Miami. Wow. Golly, man. Well, how many losses we got there? One more? Maybe? Maybe. The game against Buffalo, and it's a home game for them, and they've already beat the Bills. They beat the Bills back on October 5th, 23-20. Boy, oh boy, are the Patriots going to roll off 4 more wins? I bet you they lose that game to Buffalo. I bet you they drop, all right, I hope they do. Give us a little light. Now, you do have the tiebreaker against the Bills. That is true. Or against the Patriots. But, are we expecting the Broncos to roll the table? To win five more in a row? To win 14 in a row? Oh, my God. That does seem like a little bit too much to ask, right? Too much to hope for. But if you don't do that, you're sitting there at the 2 seed, and who are you playing? All right, so right now, let's look at that for a second. Who exactly would you be playing? Because you are sitting at the 2 seed literally right now. So you'd be playing the 7. So you'd be playing the Bills. Wow. Dude. That doesn't seem like much of a reward, does it? Can you imagine you go, I mean, we'll just give the Broncos one loss. So you go 14-3 and your reward is playing Josh Allen and the Bills. But I think the Colts are going to sink a little bit. Colts aren't even leading their division now. It's Jacksonville. So the Colts, I don't know. Maybe the Colts fade a little bit. The Texans are kind of right there. Steelers, forget about it. And the Chiefs are the Chiefs even going to make it?
It's entirely possible they're not going to have their 2 starting tackles for the back end of this regular season.
Yeah, man. They're in a world of hurt. That is why, by the way, I was excited to see the Chiefs beat the Colts. A lot of people were wringing their hands about, oh, my God, you can't ever root for the Chiefs. No. You could see what was coming down the pipe. And them beating the Colts was good, and them losing against the Cowboys is good, and just them sucking is good. Maybe, all right, maybe that Christmas game, they could just be done. They may feel like toast. And you're right. If they're missing their the tackles like that and what we got left. Now they're
Texans coming up this Sunday, by the way. Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, Texans and then the Chargers, which will be a big game. They get a break with Tennessee. So I mean, listen, could they be 1-2 in their next 3 games? Sitting there at 7-8 playing the Broncos? That's entirely possible. All right, let's get to Jim Mora, who was pretty interesting yesterday as he was introduced by CSU. This was kind of cool. And it poses the question, who do you expect to have a better season next year, CU or CSU? Ooh. Again, the keyword for your Avs Ticket Tuesday is Atlantic. That's Atlantic 303-504-0925, first and last name. And you could have a chance to go see the Avs and the Panthers. We'll have keywords on the 20s all day today, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey. All right, the boys coming up here in just a little bit. And again, just filling in for Brett while he is welcoming a new child, a new life into this world. So he will be back when he gets back. But I'm just hanging out with you. Glad to be here. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you got the keyword. We'll have more keywords for Avs tickets on the 20s, as we do every single Tuesday. So more of that to come. Speaking of Mora, Jim Mora yesterday introduced. I don't know a ton about Jim Mora. I mean, I know a lot of the basics. Of course, he's been around forever. But he's one of these dudes. He's 64, and he looks like he could just spit nails. Like, he definitely is one of these guys that, when you go to the gym and you're just trying to figure it out, you kind of look over and, all right, there's the meatheads and, there's the ladies wearing the skimpy gear filming themselves and, and then there's the back row people on the, the machines that they're kind of like you. Well, oh, let me go back there. And then every now and then you look in the gym and there's always that like older dude who's like not really showing off, not really doing anything, but he just is like, how is that guy like that? And he just seems like a normal dude, but he's like, 80 and ripped. That's kind of who Jim Mora is. So at age 64, the dude looks like he could spit nails. And I'm listening to him speak here, and I'm like, oh, I kind of get this. Because with him on the resume comes a lot of successful coaching at all sorts of levels. All sorts of levels. And to be able to get Connecticut to 2 9-win seasons in a row, so you kind of naturally are like, well, why are you here? But again, this is something those of us, and there's a lot of us out here, although I've been in Colorado for 27 years, but I guess I'm always an outsider. But for those of us who have lived in the Northeast and then found a home out here, it's not even close. And I love mom and dad. I love my parents. But I was offered a job in Boston and Denver at the same time, and I chose Denver. So I could have been on the radio in Boston, got an offer. It was cool. At WAAF, working with Greg Hill, who is a sports talk host on WEEI now. So I don't know. I probably would have been doing the same thing, except in Boston, I guess. But when I had to make a decision between that, and again, I love my parents, and Denver and Colorado, come on. It wasn't even close. So to me, people are like, oh, why'd he leave there? I get why he left there. Now you say football-wise, is there a sleeping giant CSU? Here's a little Jim Mora from yesterday.
A combination of everything. It was their vision. It was the alignment that I felt throughout this program, throughout this university. It was the support that I came to realize through our discussions that we would have here as we built this program in the way that we felt was best. It was an opportunity for our family to come to an amazing community, a part of the country that I'm familiar with, and really, I like challenges, and I like the thought of, jumping in head first and trying to build something that can be lasting and special. And then ultimately it was the people. When you spend the time with John and with President Parsons and with Scott and Christina and Chris, you get a feel for if these are the types of people that you can partner with to do something special, that you can go to work with every day and feel a sense of fulfillment. And I felt that. And we felt that, and that is so important to us, and then it's the opportunity to win. There's a real commitment here to win, and not just to win games, but to win big games. And we're going to go hunt those big wins down every single day, and we're going to do it together, all of us. And it's going to be a really fulfilling and exciting journey. And can't wait we've already started, but to keep going, to take the next step.
Yeah, I'm going to do another set. Yeah, I'm going to do 5 more minutes on the treadmill. You got it, coach. damn. Who has a better year next year? CU or CSU? Now, listen, he acknowledged yesterday, it's not like we have any money, and Prime wasn't lying either. To get the big name kids, you gotta wave a wad of cash, and then you see Lane Kiffin yesterday. Oh my God, that presser with Lane Kiffin made me want to throw up. I got here and look at the stadium and look at the fans, and then it's like, shut up, dude. Look at your bank statement. That's all we're looking at. Like Lane Kiffin pretending that there's anything else except for money for him is stupid. But whatever, that's LSU. But at CSU, I love this hire. I freaking love it. He's the workout guy. He's the, he's... You know what I love about it, too, is I guess I am juxtaposing this with Prime. Because too often the stuff that Prime is saying just feels like, I don't know, man, phony. It's just like, I know what I'm doing. I'm the best. I got it. It'll never happen again. Then Mora made a pledge. That was pretty funny. My guy, Brady Hull, great radio broadcaster up north. Here we go with this.
I spoke with a mutual friend of ours last week, Hugh Millen, on my program. He talked about your outdoorsiness and rock climbing, mountain climbing, all that stuff. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because you look like you're in fantastic shape.
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Hard-hitting questions there. Thank you, Brady.
Yeah, these are great questions. Hugh,
Yeah.
Well, let's just get this straight, okay? Hugh's never climbed up anything with me, okay? So make sure you let him know that I said that. I love to go uphill. I love to go uphill.
What a metaphor
and
right
I think
there,
that's a metaphor for my personality in general, is I love to embrace hard things. And I stood here today and I looked out there and I saw the top of those mountains. I said, I'm going to get up there, And I don't know how many 14,000s are there in the state? 54. Okay, so a couple goals for you, all right? I didn't say I was going to tell you all our goals. Okay, we're going to win a Pac-12 championship, all right? We're going to compete to win a national championship, and I'm going to scale 54 1,400-meter mountains here.
Well, if you can get through the knife ridge on Capitol, I'll be impressed. But wait till he digs in. I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe doing the knife edge on Capitol. No, who cares? That scares the crap out of me.
I think if I did 114er, I'd hang a banner.
No, there's a lot of easy 14ers out there. A lot of 14ers here in the state are just an aggressive walk. It's not that big of a deal. Mount Elbert, our highest 14er in the state, is a goat path. You just got to get up there. It's a little bit more challenging going across the street to Mount Massive, just a little bit, but not. They're round. There's more like in the Aspen area. It's just different type of rock. It's scary. It's more dangerous. But a 14er, you can do a 14er. Anybody can do a 14er.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it's I swear to God. So but up there in Fort Collins, the 14er you're looking at, same 14er Boulder's looking at, same hill. It's Longs Peak. And Longs Peak, and if I were to tell Jim Mora something, I'd say, hey, brother, why don't you take a few of your players and climb up Longs Peak? Like, Longs Peak is, depending on when you do it, actually it can be really super dangerous. But most of the time in decent weather, if you were like taking your kids or your team up Longs Peak, say in the late summer, it's not going to be wet. It's not going to be that bad. And there's just enough to catch your attention. That's a hill to climb up. So Coach Mora, just giving you a little advice. I'd wear a helmet because when you're going up to the summit there at Longs Peak, by the way, the summit of Longs Peak is like a football field. Swear to God. It's one of the weirder summits of all the 14ers. It's big, flat, and open on the summit, which is really odd. That'll be an interesting hill to climb up. Longs Peak and football at CSU. And who gets there first? CSU or CU? So who's it going to be? Prime? Rams? I don't know. I got pretty fired up listening to Jim Mora yesterday. In terms of getting fired up, I can't wait to hear what the boys have to say about that Nuggets loss last night. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith coming up next.
Good morning. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Happy Tuesday. God, calendar.
Don't even use the. You know what? No, Matt.
I just said Happy Tuesday.
Welcome,
I mean, how did I screw up?
Hold on a second, Vic.
Well, I'm just trying to get into the Zoom, so I'm going to hold on.
Get into your Zoom. Welcome to real life.
Okay. Is this going to be
talking? If we were talking just like out in the hallway,
yeah,
I would say to you, "Hey, Smith,
what's up, Moser?
This S is about to get real." Okay?
Is that right?
So you have to understand that on this program, we express our feelings and opinions greatly.
You know, I've done 4 shows now with you guys, and I've picked that up.
Okay.
I've picked it up.
This is not – don't even use the word friggin' happy today.
Oh, so it's not a happy Tuesday.
No, it's not a happy friggin' Tuesday. I'm happy there's hockey tonight. I'm happy that Vancouver's in town. I'm happy that they're kind of funky right now, and, you know, the Avs can – focus and hopefully keep rolling this evening. I'm happy about that. I'm going to head to the rink after this. But there's absolutely nothing happy about what's going on at Ball Arena with the other team.
Well, that's true.
I'm incredibly torqued about it. I'm apoplectic. I'm beside myself.
Take it easy. You don't have to be
apoplectic. It's 7 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Listen.
You got a lot of weekend.
You're going to get.
Hey, listen to me. Please listen.
All right, you're going to get irrational thoughts from somebody on the Nuggets, and then you're going to get rational thoughts from somebody on the Nuggets. I will provide the rationality this morning because last night I sort of went off on the postgame show. Some people may have suspected that was irrational, but the more I thought about it, if you're going to go through these valleys, which is what this is right now, a valley. This camera's better anyway, Steve. Don't worry about it. Forget that camera. My laptop camera's better than that camera. We're going to have 2 cameras now? I got like 8 engineers around me over here.
That's what happens when you come into the studio. They're like, oh, everybody's spine straightens up a little bit.
I just want you to know, if you're going to go through it, like the Nuggets seem to be going through it right now, better for it to happen in November, December than in March and April. Would we all agree on that?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay, we all agree on that.
Absolutely.
So what they're going through right now, I refuse to use injuries as an excuse of losing 4 straight at home. I don't care if David Adelman has to play with 4 assistant coaches. You don't lose 4 straight in Denver.
Agreed.
That's just my personal belief. So anybody who says to me, okay, well, the schedule and the injuries, I don't care. I don't care.
It wasn't an excuse to lose last night.
No, it's not an excuse. You've lost 4 straight at home to teams that you should beat on paper, inferior opposition. You're not losing to OKC at home. You're not losing to Detroit playing great basketball at home or the Lakers. You're losing to Sacramento, Dallas. You're losing to Chicago and San Antonio without Wemby and Castle. So, I get it. It happens. But for it to happen 4 times in a row is jarring to me. That's my problem. So before you guys hit the text line, and I'm taking sort of the opposite approach that I took with the Broncos, don't say, oh, you doomer. I'm not dooming anything. There's plenty of season left. You can fix this. Let it happen early. All I'm saying is perhaps the Nuggets' depth, if you're going to use injuries as an excuse, people, perhaps their depth isn't all what we thought it was.
131 to 121, Mavs over the Nuggets last night, and the Nuggets blew a 17-point first-half lead. And that was the most frustrating part about the game, to me at least, was how the bottom just fell out in the second quarter. It was almost a complete reversal from the first. They outscored the Mavs 41 to 27 in the first quarter, and they got outscored themselves 42 to 27 in the second quarter. And it's not that it's you just blew the lead, it's who you blew the lead to. The Mavs have been unbelievably dysfunctional. They're starting an undrafted point guard in Ryan Nembhard last night, who goes off for 28 and 10 on 0 turnovers. Where's the Nuggets' Ryan Nembhard? They go pick up one of those guys?
His name is Colin Gillespie, and he had 8 threes last night for the Phoenix Suns in their victory at L.A. That's his name.
Yeah, what's that?
What's your problem? What's your problem?
I'll tell you what my problem is.
Wait, no, you just chimed in. You just tried to make a little joke. What's your problem?
I'll tell you what my problem is. Three guys guarding one guy and 2 wide open guys. guys wide open on the perimeter, and nobody even remotely wants to flash to them and stick a hand in their face, even make an attempt. They stand around and watch the ball go up from 30 feet and go in, and they're like, oh, bummer. These kids better stop worrying about getting buckets and worry about defending because they're all over the floor. I'm listening to Joker last night, and he's not going to get on his guys bad.
Yeah.
But he basically said, what's the problem with your defense right now?
Yeah.
And he said, pretty much, nope, nobody knows where they're supposed to be. I'm like, well, that's unacceptable. I don't care how old you are. Figure it out. In fact, if anything, if I'm David Adelman saying nobody can shoot the ball except Joker until you defend. Yeah. Period. End of story.
Well,
that's it.
Defense, when you play a lot of zone as the Nuggets have, defense becomes a team concept. It's no longer just a singular.
Yeah, well, these kids are lost at times.
Yeah.
Dude.
When they're rotating, they don't know where to rotate.
No, they don't.
Well, it's because they don't come up playing zone a ton now. They don't really do that a lot now.
It's all man-to-man.
I'm just telling you. Like, it's not in AAU ball, they're not lining up in a 2-3 zone. They don't have those skills.
Listen, take solace in this, Nuggets fans. Take solace. Let it happen now.
Mm-hmm.
And, last night, Houston lost, LA lost, happens. But I'm a little perplexed. I've seen you lose to inferior teams before. It happens. But 4 in a row at home, you cannot. One of the goals of the Nuggets this season, one of the primary goals, was to improve the home record. They lost 15 home games last year, which is double the previous 2 years. Double. So one of the goals was to fix the home court. Well, it ain't fixed.
No.
It ain't fixed. I don't know what. Maybe psychologically you have to go through what you do at home. Are they too comfortable? What is it? The court? Is it me?
Vic, this may pay off in the future.
It might be, honestly. It might be you, Vic.
This may pay off in the future. And I hope that it does. And I think that it probably will. But going through it right now is not fun. And watching these guys, look, man, it's just the bottom line. You've lost 4 in a row at home, and Vic, you've given up over 130 in every single one of them. It's even the worst teams in the league don't do that.
Yeah.
Even the dog butt crap teams don't do what the Nuggets are doing right now. Injuries. Aaron Gordon, huge factor being out. Christian Brown in his boot, huge factor being out.
They're also out on the road where they've won 7 in a row.
I like your hair today. Can I just let me? Jamal Murray rolls his ankle again last night.
That was tough.
Another bummer. Okay. All that really does in my mind on your home floor is bring you down to Dallas's level. Because, again, Ryan
Nembhard.
God,
whatever.
Call him what you want to call him.
Yeah. Oh, that's what that was.
I know what he's trying to say.
Ryan Numbnuts.
It took me a few minutes.
Running
now
around
I got
out there. Hold on a second. This guy, good for him. He should not be getting off. He should not be getting off for 28 on you.
Well,
28 and 10, 0 turnovers.
Dallas is asking the same thing.
He shouldn't be, dude.
Dallas is saying, should Spencer Jones be getting off for 28? Those are two-way players, by the way. They're both two-way players in this league.
Understood. They came in they were 6 and 15 coming in, Vic. This is just completely mind-bogglingly bad. I don't. It's frustrating, and I'm sure for Dave Adelman, it's got to be frustrating as well. But they've got to get down and dirty in practice, and they've got to really, really fix this. Really fix it.
I'm glad you brought up David Adelman. Here was what he had to say after the game last night, because he thought it boiled down to one thing in particular.
We got up and down with them. We were scoring at a rapid rate. I thought our defense in the first quarter was really good. The activity to start the second, though, we're not physical enough right now. Nope. And I think the stat that'll kind of stands out to me is only 11 personal fouls.
Yep.
That says you're not putting your hands on people, and they're running free.
Yep.
And they did. And Nembhard had a career night. He's a young guy. A flag got going, and I thought it was the 2-point shots that killed us early, and the 3-point shots later. And this team obviously has really struggled to shoot the ball this year, and they had a night where they make 16 threes. But you couple that with our inability to get into people and get into the ball. I felt like Nembhard just played in space for the 34 minutes he played. So, yeah, we have to shore that up. We have to be better. Anthony Davis does what Anthony Davis does. He's a great player. Clay's going to make shots, all those things. But you can't allow Nembhard and Flag just to move around the court and do what they want like we did. And that comes down to physicality.
That was the other point. Cooper Flag got into the lane at will last night. And that's because you're missing your primary point of attack defender. So while I don't want to use injuries as an excuse, I think it's impossible to ignore the reality. And no, they shouldn't have lost because of their injuries. But what I can tell you is that it puts more pressure on P-Watt to be that guy every night. Cam Johnson has to bring his game up to another level, and everybody below him. Tim Hardaway Jr. is asked to be more of a contributor offensively than he otherwise would be. Bruce Brown's got to take on more of the ball handling responsibilities than he otherwise would. And now you're in a situation where he's not a true point guard, and you really don't have one after Jamal gets hurt if you're not going to play Jalen Pickett. So now everybody's playing out of position and out of their natural role.
Yeah.
And consistency on a night-to-night basis is tough to come by, but it's still no excuse for not coming with the right attitude, which is what Adelman has been talking about the last couple of weeks.
People are looking too deeply here. I'm already reading texts about, oh my gosh, this the Nuggets hiring within the organization. No. Don't go there. Don't go there. What they did this offseason was fantastic. Will we all agree on that?
Of course.
What they did this offseason?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the construction of this roster.
This roster's fine.
Totally.
Now, they're hurt, but the roster's fine.
Correct.
I am so tired of people, and I'm looking at all you people out there, trying to take the blame when things go. It's always on the players in my book. The players play. Coaches can lay out their plans. GMs can lay out players. Players play. These are the same players who have won 7 in a row on the road. The same players who come home and have lost 4 in a row. The same players who have built in successive games. 18-point lead, 17-point lead. At home. And blown both of them. It's on the players. Defend. Move your feet. Be professional. That's who it's on. Stop blaming the coach. Stop blaming the management. Stop blaming all you. The players play in the NBA. It's a players' league. Play.
Can we have a moment here for the best player in the world, though? I know the tenor, and I understand that really in a loss, even if you'd ask him, it wouldn't matter. But 29, 20, and 13 for Nikola Jokic again last night. His 75th career triple-double in 3 quarters.
Yeah, it's.
I just feel like we get too normalized to it. It's sensational. Did you hear LeBron waxing poetically about him the other day with Steve Nash?
I did. But you know what? In the face of losing the way they have, I really don't care. And I know that's not fair to say. I don't care if he has a triple-double anymore. You're losing games at home.
First world problems.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, does a triple-double from Joker get you going after an L?
No,
not me.
What's so sad is that I just expect it because he's so flippin' awesome. What's even more sad is that they're just wasting this stuff. They're wasting it.
Right.
Look, when we get to March and April, I think everything's going to be fine. I'm pretty damn confident of that, and they're going to play hard and whatever. But I don't want to
live in the moment now.
I don't want to. Okay, let's live in the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't want to live in the moment as a 6 seed. Okay.
Well, they're not a 6 seed.
I
Right now.
understand
Not yet.
that, but frittering away all these home games where you're having. Listen, if it's Detroit coming in here and winning
That's what I said.
131
If
to
it's Detroit,
126,
OKC,
that's one thing.
Houston.
But these are dog butt crap teams. This is junk coming in here, and junk is coming in here and ransacking your house.
So are they playing down to their level of competition,
Yes,
you think, Vin?
and they're playing up, too.
Beyond,
they're
yeah.
playing up and down. You know
Yep.
what they are? They're the Broncos. Without the win streak.
Yeah, it's probably true, at least from their approach to it.
This is the same team that goes to Houston, that's gone to Minnesota twice. Short-handed in Minnesota, mind you. Do you remember the second time they beat Minnesota at Minnesota?
Yeah.
They were missing key players in that game, and they won.
No question.
So you can't tell me, oh, well, they can win at Minnesota short-handed. They go to Houston. Aaron Gordon leaves that game 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in. Remember, that's where he messed up his hammy. Christian Brown's already out.
Yep.
Julian Strawther's already out. So the same guys that are out missed the Houston game. And they hold the Houston Rockets, I believe that night, to 108 points. Their defensive performance was phenomenal.
109, yeah.
109. It doesn't work that way. You can't blame injuries when you can do that against Houston, and then you give up 139 at home the other night against who was that? San Antonio?
The Spurs.
You can't do that.
Well, they got a 4-game road trip now. They're at Indiana, at Atlanta, at Charlotte, and at Sacramento. you got to take home, 3 of those at least? You're thinking? Because right now you got a situation where you're going to be without Murray, I imagine, for a little bit. I'm guessing. We haven't heard officially. He's got to be evaluated, but AG and CB are already out. I mean, 3 starters down. You got to find a way to tread water. We'll get back to the Nuggets here coming up a little bit later this morning.
Right now, hang on a second. Right now, you're the 4 seed. Okay, behind Houston, even though you beat them, but it's their winning percentage. Yeah. They played fewer games than you have. Spurs are a half game back. Minnesota, they've won 2 in a row, and they're 2 games back before you drop to the 6. Phoenix is right there, too. It's just inexplicable, Vic, and it's frustrating on a Tuesday morning.
Not only, you talk about injury to insult, Matt, and last comment, I know we got to go to break. You watch the Nuggets lose their 4th straight at home. Then I turn on the Lakers Suns.
Ugh.
And a guy that this organization gave up on, the previous regime, they gave up on Colin Gillespie. And I knew that kid had potential. You know how I knew? Because Joker really cozied up to him. And they're really good friends. And you could tell when greatness knows greatness.
Yep.
And I knew this kid eventually would pop. He had 8 threes last night as they go to L.A. and beat the Lakers, upset the Lakers. And you need what? A backup point guard on this team right now.
Desperately.
How would Colin Gillespie look on this team right now?
Better than Jalen Pickett sitting on the bench.
That right there, if you wonder why they made the changes they made, case number 1.
Well, tons to get into throughout the course of the morning. Jim Mora Jr. introduced at CSU, but yesterday, Vic and Moj and I got into a little bit of a spat early in the show just about the Broncos overall. And by the end of the show, well, Vic was right, and we'll explain why next.
What was that?
Welcome to it, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Don't get mad at me, Moser. It's just what it says on my paper. Today, we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Text the keyword Depot, D-E-P-O-T, to 303-504-0925.
That's going to get butchered.
With your first and last name to be entered. Again, that keyword Depot. Less than 2 weeks left to submit auditions for Next Gen Night. Your kid can step into an Avs game day role on January 10th. Upload an audition video at coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. To win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday, text Depot with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Now, let me explain something real quick. First of all, Scott Matthew, those guys that's an unbelievable place. So if you need a watch, that's where you go. Number two, the only cursing that's ever really been done on this program has come from Vic. And it's been mostly inadvertent. I remember one that you actually didn't realize you were still on the air and you just blurted something out really bad.
Mm-hmm.
I just have so many curse words in my mouth are ready to roll off my tongue right this second. I'm just in that kind of mood this morning. I'm
a little jumpy too.
Yeah, that's a good word. I'm a little jumpy.
Good.
Okay?
Good. I like this tone.
And Ryan Numbnuts, that's like the very that is the very minor aspect
already
of what's going on in my brain right now.
When you said the buzzword or the keyword or whatever word you're using, whatever Depot, I immediately said, how many people are going to misspell a basic word like
Good.
Depot? Already.
Good. I love the cynicism this morning.
I got mad that you said the word Depot.
Yeah, already. Here's what we got.
Should I leave?
No, it's not necessarily you. It's probably Kevin. But I was annoyed that the word was Depot.
Yes, me too.
That's where I am right now.
I think, and I hope that you guys are just playing the joke, right? So Kyle spells it D-E-E-P-O. Curtis spells it D-E-E-P-O-T. Melinda spells it D-I-P-O. So right now we've got 0 for 3 on Depot.
Good.
Kurt, Melinda, Bobby, Kyle, get with it.
Micah's got D-E-B-O-T.
Good.
Debo.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, you know what the Broncos have right now? That's the second seed because the Patriots won last night. They hammered the Giants at home 33-15. And let me tell you something else. Drake May looks like the real freaking deal. 24 of 31, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Hey, do we want to get into this? Again, Vrabel must be a miracle worker. When I look at their roster, though, I did more of a dive last night on the Patriots because you and I were talking right in the early going, then I flipped over to the Nuggets and so on. You know, they signed some dudes. And that's working out pretty you know what they are? They're almost like the friggin' Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Yeah.
They're almost, Vic, they're almost Red Raiderish where they get some guys in and all of a sudden, hey.
What big name guys did they get?
Just, a bunch of depth guys that are just click, 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 click. Well, they didn't go on out and get T. Higgins.
Texas Tech more just like ponied up and backed up the Brinks truck.
But I'm saying when you get some new guys in this click. Got
it.
That's what's going on with them. But let me say this. I'm watching this kid. I can't help, and this is the way I operate, same draft class. Mm-hmm. I can't help but look at May and look at Nix and do a comparison. And maybe I think these 6 guys will be forever linked, and they probably should be. McCarthy looks like the crap one out of it. I said at the time of the draft.
Penix is hurt again.
Yeah, Penix is hurt again.
He might be done, honestly, with what he's gone through.
I said you're going to have 2 great ones, 2 probably middle of the pack ones, and 2 that kind of flame out.
2 that wash out.
We're starting to see it already in year 2, exactly how it's developing in that regard. Now, the great ones may be, Knicks may be a 3rd great one, but the great ones right now, being healthy, feel like it's Daniels and May.
Drake May looks like he's just in control.
Firmly.
He looks like he looks smooth. He doesn't look like a second-year quarterback.
No,
he looks like a
part.
5th or 6th-year quarterback. He just looks smooth and in control. And I know a lot of that is the function. When you have a competent run game, guys, take a look at his run game.
Oh, I know.
And then tell me how much easier it is to run an offense when you have a run game.
Which is why I brought up part of what I did yesterday in that, look, that's the 28th ranked rushing defense heading into it for Washington. And the Broncos rushed for 87 yards on 23 carries. They won in overtime, and that's still amazing. I probably didn't highlight that enough as I should have yesterday, but make no mistake, you need a run game to make things easier on your quarterback.
Where did Harvey go overall?
Second round?
Yeah, I know, but what number?
I don't
71,
recall.
I want to say.
Okay. Because Travion was an early...
He was available.
Travion Henderson?
Yeah,
you sure?
You took Barron.
He was...
No, I'm talking about...
RJ you're talking about the first round.
Yeah.
Because he was an early second-round pick.
RJ was 60 overall.
Okay, so he was 22 picks behind Henderson. I like Travion Henderson. I mean, they've got guys there that... Stevenson's been around. They've got guys there, though, that are really playing the game. They're not... This is not smoke and mirrors. It's not... lucking out. It's not getting by, walking a live wire, as you like to say, or whatever analogy you use.
Sure.
Razor's edge,
all right.
Live wire, high wire, butt wire.
Let me give you a couple of numbers here.
What?
The Patriots are the first team in NFL history with 10 straight games scoring 23 or more points and allowing 23 or fewer points in a single season.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Now, they've played a ridiculously easy schedule. You could say the same thing about the Broncos, right?
We have to highlight that.
Yes. The schedule, take a look at the quarterbacks that they've beaten versus some of the other opposition in the NFL. They've not beaten anybody of significance. I mean, look at their schedule. Who they've played and when they've played. They beat, ironically enough, they lost to the Raiders week 1, okay, which could cost them the tiebreaker against the Broncos.
We're going to get into that too.
They beat the Dolphins week 2. 2 was not the same. They lost to Aaron Rodgers week 3. Those are their only 2 losses. They beat the Panthers when what's the quarterback's
Bryce
name?
Young.
Bryce Young, when he was still trying to figure things out, right?
And Dalton played in that game.
They did beat Josh Allen week 3 in Buffalo.
Yep.
Quality win. They beat Spencer Rattler, the Saints. They beat the Titans. They beat the Browns. I don't even know who was quarterbacking the Browns the week they beat them. One of their 18
Flacco.
quarterbacks.
Who was quarterbacking the Bengals when the Broncos beat him? Was it Flacco?
No, it was
No,
when
it
the
was
Broncos.
no,
it was
when the
Browning.
It was Jake Browning. Here's who the Broncos have beaten. Rookie Cam Ward, his first start. In a team where he said we're junk, and they are 1-11.
Well, New England beat Cam Ward as well.
You beat Jake Browning. You beat Jalen. And you beat the Jets. Yeah.
The difference is New England's wins have been more impressive than the Broncos' wins. They just have.
That's
the
exactly
truth.
right. That's what I'm saying. They're the first team
They've been
to win 10 games while scoring over 23 and holding opponents to less than 23.
They've been stronger wins. They've been authoritative wins. They've been those kinds of wins.
But put them in a close game and see what happens.
Well, good point.
See, that's a gift, though, guys. Let's not overlook that. Everybody wants to say, well, the Broncos are just getting by. Well, it's good and bad. It can be a curse and a gift. And here's the gift. If they're in a tight game, the Patriots, how are they going to react? We know how the Broncos react.
They've been coming through big time.
Yeah. Pulse eases. They're fine. I want to see how the Patriots react in a close game. They haven't answered that question yet.
They're definitely not as battle-tested as the Broncos. That's for sure. But I will say, like I mentioned, 10 straight games with 23 or more scored while holding opponents to 23 or fewer. The previous 2 teams to have that streak reach 8+ games went on to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, that's kind of scary. In terms of points given up per game, the Broncos are better in yards by about, I want to say about 400, somewhere right around in there. Overall. But points per game, the Broncos give up 18.2. The Patriots only giving up 18.5. I mean, however real you think the Broncos are, it appears the Patriots might be just a sliver more real. Especially because the offensive side of the ball and what that quarterback is doing.
That was what I was going to say. They've got a little bit more punch than the Broncos
I think
do.
the Broncos have a better defense, but I'm going to be honest about it. That quarterback it doesn't feel like other guys. It feels like the real deal. I've watched him a lot. This kid is a player, man. He's a real player.
He really is. He really is. It was an impressive performance again last night, albeit the Giants. By the way, Jackson Dart got to learn to slide or go out of bounds. Otherwise, this kid's going to get killed.
Hey,
good God almighty, dude.
That Christian Ellis cat,
Dog.
What is going on?
Isn't he Jonah's brother? Broncos?
That is Jonah's brother.
Yeah.
He broke a guy's head.
Yeah.
Did you see parts of his head fall off?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Yeah. Dog.
This guy is, I'll give you 2 guesses, 5 guesses. 27 guesses where Christian Ellis played college football.
Utah.
UCLA.
Idaho.
Wow.
He was a vandal.
Jonah played at Utah, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that Jackson Dart's got to learn to get down.
I mean, he does. Otherwise, he's going to get killed.
He's got to learn to hide in a bunker because he got blowed up.
Vic was talking about the fact that the Broncos are more battle-tested than the Patriots, and he's absolutely right. I want to take a listen to Sean Payton from the other night talking about those final drives of regulation and executing down the stretch.
Yeah, there wasn't this plan on overtime game plan. It was more about, all right, what are we getting defensively? They played some base to our sub. And so, we were going to be smart, but we were also, when you're into overtime, you're into your normal sequencing, and yet there is some urgency. They won the toss. That's fine. But being able to go down the field and score flips the pressure. And so for the record, it's important to understand that's why you don't go for the 2-point play that you guys were all going to ask me about if it didn't work out in the third quarter. The fourth quarter, you consider it, but a game that's scoring points. Now, fourth quarter, we probably would have went for 2. But, look, Bo was fantastic in that final drive. Evan made a great play. A lot of guys stepped up. And then defensively, look, they're tough out. The quarterback was able to make some plays. Our 3rd and long, again, became an issue, and then they converted some 4th downs. But we got the play when we needed it.
So they struggled, and we talked about that yesterday. And I mentioned before the break that we got into a little, I don't know if I would say a spat, but it was a back and forth yesterday. Vic, you were getting on us for not being appreciative of the 10-win season because, look, it doesn't come around very often around here. And you were absolutely right. You were.
Well, I'm not used to anybody on this show actually taking a step back and reassessing their stance.
It's a mature thing to do.
I hope
I've to set an example.
Matt, I've never seen anybody on the show ever do that.
Well, I'm a groundbreaker.
I mean, seriously, I invite you to stay on this show for a longer period of time. I mean, that's amazing.
Well, here's why I say it. Because the point you made overall, while I still don't 100% agree with they don't have things to clean up, which they obviously do, and they obviously have warts, but you are right in that so does everyone else. And the fact that when it comes down to it, unless the Patriots go off for a great first half like they did, offensively, I'm just not intimidated enough by anybody else around the league right now. And in the same tone that I was telling you guys not to be afraid of the Chiefs, that's the same tone that we have to start thinking about the Broncos in, because it is a level playing field in the AFC. There is nobody so much markedly better than the Broncos. Mose, you just said it. The Patriots might be a little bit more polished right now. They may pack more of an offensive punch, but the Broncos have, if we're just looking at a Super Bowl quality side of the ball, the Patriots might have an offense right now that can compete. Defensively, the Broncos sure as hell do as well. And right now, I don't know that there's anybody in the league that's got both sides of the equation dialed in completely.
No, I don't think they do. And again, we're through 12 games, 13 weeks. The Patriots played now one more game. I guess they have,
Yes,
right?
the bye week is next week.
Which is such a, it feels so
Very
weird
late.
to have a bye week
Yeah.
in December.
I think it does them a disservice because they're hot.
You're probably right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But the teams that are real teams, they're going to start to put it together here and ramp up. That's what happens. So we'll see where the cream rises and which cream rises. The Rams, I look at that loss to the Panthers, and I'm like, it feels like just a little, okay, well, you fooled around and fell in love one week, you played with your food, whatever it is you want to do. I think the teams that really are the teams, they're going to start to put it together.
I
hope to God that the Denver Broncos are one of those teams. I would love to see a win like this. I mean, the Broncos have had wins like the Patriots had last night.
Sure. Yeah, look what they did to the Cowboys.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
However, I would say, to be fair, that the team in the AFC with the fewest blemishes happens to be the team that played last night.
Yes.
That's the team with the
appears
fewest.
that way.
I mean, clean skin. Clean skin. That's what the Patriots have. Very few blemishes. Every other team has a blemish. However, the one advantage that people don't recognize, I'm going to tell you right now, you may look at the Broncos winning by the skin of their teeth as a weakness. I think it's a skill. And I think that can help them immensely moving forward.
For sure.
Because you're never out of a game. You're
Completely
never
agree.
out of a game.
And you're never going to be out of a game.
You're
with that
never
defense.
out of a game.
Ever with that defense. You're never going to be like, oh God, now what are we going to do? You're always going to be in there because they're going to hold the opponent down. The offense can go 1 for 4 at the plate, and it's still on some days and probably most days with this defense, it's good enough to win. You dig what I'm saying to you? You can punt 3 times in the fourth quarter.
Matt, do you dig?
I dig, baby.
But then start digging.
I'm digging.
No, you're not digging.
Well, let me dig.
You
You're
can
not
punt.
digging at all.
You can go 3 and out, 6 and out, 3 and out in the fourth quarter and look like absolute dog meat. I mean, absolute Chihuahua steaks, right? And yet still find a way to win because that defense is going to keep you in it.
How funny would it be, and there's a lot of season to be played, if these teams finished with the same record, and the reason the Denver Broncos get the top seed is because of victory over the Raiders?
That's incredible.
If they finish with the same record.
Exactly.
And Denver beats
What if they lose to the
Vegas.
Raiders? What if they lose to the Raiders this week?
It changes things. The Patriots' remaining schedule is easier than the Broncos' remaining schedule. I take a look at it. I mean, you guys determine that. I think it is. I think.
Let me ask you, between the two teams, who has a unit that is more legit? Offense or defense? Both these teams, which side of the ball would you say is the best?
Well, the Broncos' defense is the best, but I think the Patriots are more balanced.
I agree. Absolutely, I agree.
They have fewer flaws.
No question. Yeah. No question. And I think right now they're gelling. I mean, they put up 30 on the Giants last night. I think it was the first time the Giants allowed 30.
That game was over at halftime.
Oh, absolutely. But before that, that was the first time I think the Giants have allowed 30 in the first half since 2009. I mean, that's a Giants team who came in here and gave the Broncos all they could ask for on the road.
But when you're watching last night, I know you were. We were texting.
Yeah.
But when you watch the kid,
by the way, you guys got to take it easy on the texts.
Take
it easy.
You're looking at me. Direct that at me.
Don't even look at my face.
Right. No, I got
that's
that.
him, and
Matt,
that's the
Nelly. Matt and
the newly erected statue of Chris and Mophead.
Yeah. Matt, when you get this person has left the conversation, that's going to be the sign.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. You can always mute the notifications on the
I know.
group chat.
I always forget to do that.
You should do that.
I know.
I do that.
But
I got you guys muted on the group chat. I'll get to you when I get to you.
Notify anyway.
Watching that kid carve up the Giants from the gut. I mean, just boom, ba-da-bump, ba-da-bump, ba-bump, ba-da-bump. You're like, damn, that's pretty. Not only is it impressive, but it looks pretty. Watching him, it's before you blink, it's 10-0, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, and you're like, oh, it's kind of nice.
All right, we got to move right along. We're right up against it. I want to get back into Sean Payton and what they talked
What's
about
that
because
word
the
again?
Broncos are believing. What's that?
What's that word again?
Oh, the word is depot. The word is depot because it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. 303-504-0925. Appreciate the reminder, Moj. On the other side, yes, sir.
Also, I saw
It's called
something.
the Beer Depot right off of 38th in Raleigh. That was a huge hit in the 80s.
A beer depot?
Yeah,
Did you have a fake ID?
Everybody did.
5-cent Coors Lights.
It was unreal back in the day. Anyway, go on.
I saw something regarding college football. Like all musicians want to be athletes, right?
Uh-huh.
And athletes want to be musicians, correct?
That's what I've heard.
It's going to happen in college football. It's pretty weird.
All right, well, Jim Mora Jr. was introduced at CSU. We'll hear what he had to say next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for joining us. By the way, chime in, please do, on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Let me just explain something really quick. And I wanted to address this one thing while Moser's in the John. Oh, he's coming back now.
Darn it.
You guys were taking my my Bears comments a little too seriously, by the way. I realized yesterday, I was like, oh, that's why it's really getting under their skin, is because they don't know I'm being that facetious.
Oh, about Chicago?
Yeah.
Well, I know you're from Chicago.
I am, but it's not like I'm one of those guys. I'm being facetious. I have zero expectations for that franchise at all times.
Well, here's my problem. I don't like people.
I understand that, but I wanted to explain it because it was like, oh, like if they actually thought that's how I rock, that would be obnoxious. So I understand that. It's not like that.
So
I just
are you
think
apologizing?
It's funny. Yeah, I'm apologizing.
You've done two things.
I'm recognizing you were correct. It's a morning for personal growth here.
I feel like I'm a confession.
Mose, you picking up on anything over there?
What's going on? He is apologizing for being overly rambunctious and enthusiastic about his Chicago ties.
Because
I love you.
I realized that it wasn't coming off as facetious as I was.
Well, you know
trying
why? Because I have a lot of Chicago friends.
You know, people are triggered here by Chicago fan. I get it.
And I have good friends from Chicago.
Makes
strong
sense.
friends, lifetime friends.
Makes sense. But the Bears are a dumpster fire.
But
the organization's a joke.
When Chicago people come to Denver and try and throw Chicago in my face in Denver.
You don't have to explain it.
This is Denver. You don't live in Chicago. You live in Denver.
You know what I think is going to happen? That carriage is going to turn back into a pumpkin. With the Broncos, I don't expect that. I have real expectations for them. It's a championship standard. That's why you talked about the wild ride yesterday. I was like, yeah, you know what Chicago's doing is a wild ride. What the Broncos are doing, I expected this. I had 13-4 before the year.
You did?
Absolutely.
Oh my God. We didn't.
What were your numbers before the year?
I just said if you get to 10 wins and make the playoffs, it's a successful season.
I can't. Steve.
Moser actually had a good.
Give me a ballpark.
But Moser, Moser, same way every time.
Yeah.
What, you trying to get him to
verify his number?
I don't recall. This is why we have an expert producer. Okay.
What was
because
Moser's number?
I'm throwing out dubs. What was my number of Broncos wins this year? You recall?
He doesn't remember. You know. Yeah, Nelly, don't worry about it. You know how he is.
I think it was 13-4 is what I had him at. To be honest with you.
Well, anyway, my point is.
Yeah.
My point is those are the expectations, at least for me.
All right.
Okay. And so
I think I had it, and I might have been a little bit tongue in cheek.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm going through. Well, 12-5, 13-4, right around there, man. Seriously. I'm the one who said they're going to be 8-2 at the bye.
Good.
So
they've arrived. They've arrived at your expectations.
My point was, if the Broncos lose in the first playoff game, disappointment unequivocally. If the Bears lose, well, you're just lucky you got there. That's kind of what I was trying to say. So that's why I'm like, hey, man, just luck keeps rolling there. So anyway, speaking of luck keeping rolling, hopefully up in Fort Collins, they can find a little bit more good fortune. Yesterday, they introduced their new head coach, Jim Mora Jr., up in Canvas Stadium, and they hosted their own press rally like CU did when Prime got hired. They brought all the donors and the fans into the press conference and, had a great time up there at CSU. And I thought it'd be good to hear from Jim Mora himself on why he chose CSU, because there were a lot of P4 jobs open.
A combination of everything. It was their vision. It was the alignment that I felt throughout this program, throughout this university. It was the support that I came to realize through our discussions that we would have here as we built this program in the way that we felt was best. It was an opportunity for our family to come to an amazing community, a part of the country that I'm familiar with, and really, I like challenges, and I like the thought of, jumping in head first and trying to build something that can be lasting and special, and then ultimately it was the people. When you spend the time with John and with President Parsons and with Scott and Christina and Chris, you get a feel for if these are the types of people that you can partner with to do something special, that you can go to work with every day and feel a sense of fulfillment. And I felt that, and we felt that. And that is so important to us, and then it's the opportunity to win. There's a real commitment here to win, and not just to win games, but to win big games. And we're going to go hunt those big wins down every single day, and we're going to do it together, all of us. And it's going to be a really fulfilling and exciting journey. And can't wait to, well, we've already started, but to keep going, to take the next step.
I like this guy. I like this guy, and it's always easy to say I like this guy after you hear the inaugural press conference because all those words are said.
I remember Mel
right?
Tucker. I'm like, I like
Yeah,
this guy.
we all say that. We all say that. But he makes one great point that we all, I think, we make assumptions, and I think we all need to understand how life works. I was visiting with a young, promising sports journalist over the weekend who's, hey, how do you get into the business? I got a job offer. What do I do? And my initial feedback was pretty simple. Go to the place where you're most comfortable with the people around you. Forget about the market. Forget about the station. Forget about all the bells and whistles. Who do you want to work with?
What the hell am I doing here then?
I'm being dead serious. Who do you want to work with? Who do you see when you walk into the office and you see that person's face, or you see that this is a person I want to create energy with? Because that is the kind of stuff you can't replicate. You can't get that. And he's so right. He took the CSU job because he trusts the people he's working with.
Which I think is great. And I hope that that trust is borne out. I'll say this about Mora at this point. I like him too. I've always kind of liked Jim Mora Jr. I liked his old man a lot, obviously.
His old man is legendary.
100%. That being said, Rams fans, and I'm talking specifically to CSU Rams fans, you better be thanking your lucky freaking stars that this guy fell bass-ackwards into your lap. He's at this point in his life at 64 years of age. He's been at UCLA. He's been in the National Football League. He's been all over the place, okay? He's been around at this guy. You know what he wants at this point in his life? He wants his passion. He wants to coach football and to mold young men. And he wants to be happy. He wants to live in Fort Collins and be happy. He wants to surround himself with people he can trust and who trust him and be happy. He's not about all you people, he's going to go to the SEC for. He's going to die in this job. And you're so damn lucky. Go ahead there, Matt.
Mora also talked about wanting the job back in 2019. So for CSU fans, he already checked the box telling you it was his last stop because he said it yesterday.
Damn right.
That's what he wants. And he loves being here.
2019. So I went back and I looked through my yeah, I know. Might be a little surprising. In 2019, I sent a text to somebody here when the job was open expressing my interest. So that's when it got on my radar initially. I have a relationship with Jay Norvell. Jay coached for my dad. I grew up in this business, so I'm always very, very sensitive to the changes that take place. But as a football coach, we all understand that change is inevitable, and it's something that we have to accept if we're going to be in this business. When the program decided to move on from Jay, I was immediately interested. It renewed that interest that I had in 2019. And fortunately, that interest led to me being able to sit here in front of all of you today as the new head football coach at Colorado State. And like I said, I'm ecstatic about it. I mean, I can hardly contain myself. I can't wait to get going.
Dude, you talk about perfect scenario for the Rams. This is it. Number one, the guy can coach. He really can. He still carries plenty of enough weight. He doesn't need all the ones, right, and twos. He can do like Sonny did. He can take threes and make them twos. He can get a random two and make him a one. I mean, Sonny had a lot of guys go to the National Football League.
And he's going to need to do it, by the way.
He's going to need to because they're in the, what are they?
Well, they're going to be in the WAC-12.
That's a pejorative, but it's also funny. So I'm going to give you credit, Lewis.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's not the Pac. Imagine me trying to explain to my wife what the new Pac-12 is. She's like, well, I thought they already I said, but they blew up. Well, what do you mean they blew up? So then you have to try to explain how it all happened. Could you explain to Terry how the Pac-12 exploded and what it's going to look like now?
I'm not sure she knows what the Pac-12 or Pac-10 is.
I'm not sure she
could
cares.
do it.
I'm just saying it's difficult. So, yeah, in that conference, you're going to have to do more with less, like always. But if there's any guy in this conference that can do it, I think this is the guy. And he wants to be happy in Fort Collins. It's perfect. Now,
Well, let's see if it works. You know,
it may. Listen, it may not. But what do you want, Ram? I mean, you want to be an at-large at 12-0 and get? I mean,
hey, Colorado State fans have to be ecstatic today. Although
you better be.
I think it would have been funny if he had started his press conference by saying, "I'm here and I'm bringing my Louis."
Oh Christ, that would have been awesome,
dude. That would have been hilarious. I'm bringing my Louis from UConn.
I will say this. I saw him standing up there with his jersey. It says Mora on it, 25. Yeah. The Colorado State Rams have got to change the font on the nameplates on their jerseys.
The font to what?
The font.
Is it Helvetica?
It looks...
Times New Roman?
It's too small.
Comic Sans?
It looks silly. Rams fans, yes or no? 303-504-0925. The font on the back of your jerseys looks stupid. You need like real football font, not like these little tiny
square numbers and letters. Hey,
it's just I need the goodness of the good.
It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on the other side. The Nuggets took a tough loss last night, but one guy shined above them all. We'll explain next.
Mom's a turtle.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law, as you know, wins. They win in record-setting ways. They win because they are a serious firm for serious cases. If you consider your case a serious one, call today, 303-770-5551. They're accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. 3 offices across the Front Range, 303-770-5551, or hit them up online. Check out the website, dankapleslaw.com.
Bad day for Lombardi.
Matt, he's on one today, as you can tell.
I can tell. He's keyed up over here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Who's the lead singer of this band? Because I will case fight him to the death. I may lose, but I'll fight him.
It's Adam Durtz. Yeah. Bring it up a little bit. Bring it up. Just bring it up a little bit. We all want something beautiful, Moj. You don't want something beautiful?
I already got something, my lovely wife.
Mr. Jones by the Counting Crows. And the Nuggets have a Mr. Jones of their own. And despite the 131-121 loss last night to Dallas that they blew, and trust me, the boys are keyed up about it here in studio, and we'll chop it up. But Spencer Jones, just to start on a high note before we sink down into what this morning I imagine is going to be, Spencer Jones, 28 points last night, 11 of 15 from the field, 4 of 6 from three. And, Vic, it was important because in the first half, both Peyton Watson and Cameron Johnson combined for 2 points.
Yeah. Spencer Jones and Nikola Jokic carried them early. Spencer at halftime was 7 for 7, 17 points. He didn't miss until the third quarter. If you're Dallas, you're looking at this and saying, my God, we just had a two-way player put 28 on us. But then if you look at the other side, if you're the Nuggets, you're saying, oh, my God, we just had a two-way rookie put 28 and 10 on us with 0 turnovers, because that's what Ryan Nembhard did last night. Last night was the night of two-way players. Spencer Jones goes off. Ryan Nembhard goes off. This is the brother of Andrew Nembhard.
This is what David Adelman had to say last night on Spencer Jones.
I think it's just experience on the floor. It's minutes. I brought this up a lot about him. He shot the ball so well last year in the G League, and I know some things don't translate if you play less minutes because it's a lot different to not play 30-plus minutes. You find your rhythm through multiple shots, but now he's playing minutes, and he's finding a rhythm to something he's already been doing really well, just not here and not with us. I think it's just the experience of playing. I loved his energy tonight. He's one of the few guys I would say really competed defensively on the ball, got into people physically, and that's what we need more of from the other guys.
Stop.
Spence had a career night, unfortunately.
Can you
it was
stop?
a night that,
Because he just said something. He said something.
I'm glad you picked it up.
Did you pick it up, Moser, or were you just
I was
researching
in La La
music?
Land. Well, listen, I picked up
Doing
a lot
what
of
you
things.
usually do.
No, here's Matt. Here's the old Vic Lombardi trick, which I think is very effective. You would be a good counselor. I picked up a lot of things, but he wants to see if I picked up what he wants me to pick up.
Well, you're
And if
not
I
paying
say-
attention. You're probably looking up Def Leppard candlelight vigil tickets.
He's probably hanging out with his
let me
group
go to
on
Matt.
X.
Matt,
Yeah.
Matt, what did he say? What did Coach Adelman say there?
Well, he's talking about the effort that Spencer Jones played with.
Exactly.
And the fact that he worked hard and got rewarded
And he
for
said
it.
he's one of the few guys.
Yeah.
These are the coach's words now, not mine.
Yeah.
One of the few guys who played intense defense. I'm going to look at the Nuggets roster right now.
Please.
Who else?
Because I have a big question for you.
Who else do you think he's referring to when you say the words, they picked up their guy and played physical, intense defense?
Peyton Watson. Because last night it wasn't that great. He's had better defensive games, for sure. Cameron Johnson.
Okay.
Jamal Murray.
I've got a really frustrating
I don't think that
thing
many
about
people
P-Watt.
play defense. I think you're wrong. I think if you give up that many points at home, I think you got one or two guys playing defense.
Oh, I was saying that who is he calling out?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, I'm saying who is he calling out? Who is he talking about?
I see what you're
He's
saying.
talking about
I
Peyton
would
Watson.
talk about Cam. I talk about P-Watt. Can I tell you a play that epitomized my frustration last night, Vic? Peyton Watson makes a block at one end.
Mm-hmm.
Big block. Gets the ball. He's straight and has a man with him.
Oh, the layup.
He also has Jamal Murray with him.
I know.
Just dump it off. Man.
Hold on a second. I'm like, as he's running up the floor, when he gets to midcourt, I can tell he's hell-bent for leather going to the bucket. I'm like, you've got Jamal Murray with you. Give it off. And he gets rejected at the other end because he's trying to good block.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to win or do you want to get yours? There's the difference. Right. You had Jamal Murray with you, dude.
All right, that has absolutely nothing to do with the point I was trying to make, but thanks for the interjection, Moj. Anyway,
David, it has everything to do, Vic, because these guys want buckets. That's what it is.
All right, go ahead, Vic. I want to hear.
I don't even remember what I was saying now because
you were talking about how hard Spencer Jones was playing and the lack of defense for the rest of the group.
Yeah, and when your best defensive player, when the guy that you're modeling your defensive game after is a guy that doesn't even have a full-time guaranteed contract. What does that say?
It says a lot.
What does that say? This is the head coach going at his post-game press conference and saying, hey, everybody, take note, Spencer Jones and what he did.
Yeah.
All right. Take note of what he did. He scored 28 points, and he's the only guy that's playing defense at 100%. What does that tell you? It tells me these dudes just aren't. I don't. They're not bringing it.
They're not competing.
They're not bringing it.
They are not engaged enough.
And that's
on that
why
side of the
I
ball.
refuse to let anybody out there tell me that this is a problem with the way the team is constructed, or it's a problem with the way the team is coached, or it's a problem with injuries, or a problem with home and away and schedule. All the excuses you want in the world. All these problems. Guess what? Every team has those problems.
Agreed.
Every team has injuries. Every team has to travel. Every team has back-to-backs. You can't tell me that the Denver Nuggets, who have won 10 games in a row on the second game of a back-to-back on the road, it's an unbelievable record.
It's crazy.
And yet they lose 4 in a row at home against lesser teams. No. That's a compete problem.
Agreed.
That's a compete problem.
And that's, excuse me, and that's why I brought this up. Because if half the guys on the team were playing as hard as Spencer Jones did, we'd never have this conversation. They don't blow the 17-point first half lead. They don't choke coming down the stretch. And I'll just tell you this, like, he's got 34 more games he can play in this season because he's a two-way guy. You can play up to 50 games, right? Yeah. He's played 16. Nuggets going to need him in more than 34?
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to use this is a Bill Hanslick edict. I mean, we talk about it all the time when we're watching games together. He says the worst thing that can happen to some teams, especially at home, is when they get an early lead and they're making all their shots. Like the Nuggets last night, they got a 17-point lead early. Because what happens subconsciously is, I'll just shoot my way to victory. This is easy.
Mm-hmm.
The game's easy. And then what happens? And then they relax on defense, and they can't shoot their way back into it.
And that's the problem.
Did you see what happened in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
All they were doing is shooting threes.
You relax on defense, and your offense pays the price because of it. There's no doubt.
And I'm telling you, I turned last night to Demps, and I said it in the middle of the second quarter. I said, uh-oh. That feeling again, because that 17-point lead went like this. Poof.
Oh, evaporated.
That quickly. And I said, it's going to be one of those nights. It was.
I want to ask you, Vic, this is the question I had for you. And they're going to have to do something about Spencer Jones. And, quite frankly, something should be done about it.
Because you got to sign him to a full contract.
He's playing good ball. But what does the payoff of these growing pains look like down the road?
Well, you're going to get...
So when AG's back, when CB's back, I don't know about Jamal, but when you have your full complement of dudes, because I was looking last night, I'm like, well, there's 3 guys from the starting lineup that are out right now anyway. So what does it look like with these young players going forward?
The payoff is simple. In March and April, when you have clutch games, you're not afraid to throw Spencer Jones in there because he's already proven he can play clutch games. And he's already proven that he can do some things in the heat of the moment. I would like to see them take this a little further, to be honest with you, as long as we're talking about this. I want to see Deron Holmes play, guys. And if he can't play, he can't play, but I want to see him play. I don't know if you guys have the same feeling.
Well, what's his story right now?
Well, he got sent back down.
I know, but I'm saying, why is he? Why do they not?
I don't have an answer for you. They don't think he's
just
ready.
Want him to get seasoned?
They don't think he's ready.
Okay,
for whatever reason. But I just think at this point, with the injuries you have, and you might need some more size at times, I'd like to see him play. I mean, and if I had to rewind the clock, I'd bring Colin Gillespie back. He's gone now. He's not property of the Suns. He had 8 threes last night against the Lakers.
Here's another problem for you. Spencer Jones is playing over 2 guys he drafted in Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson. I mean, clearing them.
Sure.
Getting more minutes than Zeke Naji. That's a guy you're paying money to.
Yeah.
That's a guy with a real NBA contract.
A pretty sizable NBA contract.
And my point here is that I don't want to use injuries as an excuse either, and it certainly wasn't the reason they lost last night, okay? That you are absolutely right about. They should have won that game multiple different times. It's 120-117 with under 5 left. They take a timeout. They come out and they just let the rope slip.
Matt, the injury thing bothers me because last I checked, they went to Phoenix on the second game of a back-to-back with injuries, correct?
You can do it. You're just not going to probably get it done night after night after night after
Last
night.
I checked, they played San Antonio. Did San Antonio come here with 2 injured players?
No question.
Wemby
No
and
question.
Castle, 2 starters, correct?
Yes.
I mean, come on, man.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
At
But
some
you're not
point-
playing the best teams in the league. That's when I'll give you the injury thing. You go play. Who are the best teams in the NBA right now?
Detroit.
OKC's
Detroit's
the best.
one of them.
OKC's the best team in the
You
league.
go play OKC and lose without CB, AG, and Jamal Murray gets hurt. You're not going to hear diddly squat
You're exactly
out of us.
right. If the Nuggets had lost that game last night to OKC or maybe to the Lakers or Houston or Detroit, I wouldn't be as angry as I am.
Right.
And it's not anger, it's more disappointment. Because I really do believe you get this out of the way early. You get it out of the way early, okay? If you're going to play like this, do it in December. Do it now before the first of the year.
Dude, the Sacramento Kings were 5-16.
Now do the Dallas Mavericks record.
7-15. They were 6-15.
Now do the
going in
Bulls.
last
Do the
night.
Bulls record.
The Bulls are 9-11.
Those are 3 losing teams that came in here and beat you on your home court.
Including 2 dog butt losing teams.
Yeah.
It's another night where it just felt like you get 29, 20, and 13 from Jokic, okay? Unbelievable numbers. For anybody else, a career game. By the way, numbers that have not been posted in a loss since 1957. Maurice Stokes, 29, 20, and 13.
Wait, what?
Numbers that have not been posted in a loss since 1957. Nobody's had that type of a game and lost since 1957.
Oh, you were like 8 years old back then, so you should remember.
That's what I'm saying.
The other thing you have to remember this is moving forward. Now they've got a 4-game road trip.
Yep.
And normally I would look at the Nuggets on a road trip and say, this is good. I am actually, guys, and I hate to say this, get the hell out of here. Go on the road because you're better there.
And it might be a good thing.
That's what I'm saying. Go play on the road.
Little
where
bonding.
They've won 7 in a row on the road. They've won 7 in a row on the road. Go. Figure it out.
Talk to me about Adelman as a essentially rookie coach.
Mm-hmm.
These are big moments in a season like this with all the expectations.
These are growth moments. How you handle the team
They're
now.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? Listen, what I like about David Adelman, he's not a freaker-outer.
Yeah.
Okay? He's not going crazy. He's laying it out there. He's a very smart guy.
Uh-huh.
I watched him last night during a couple of the timeouts, talking to the officials and whatnot. I think he comports himself very well.
Sure.
He's in control of everything. I don't worry about that, but you've got to handle this. You've got to handle the situation correctly because these are still young, moldable minds for the most part.
See, and I'm glad his demeanor is the way it is because I would be fired in week 1 as an NBA head coach.
You would be.
I would
totally
not.
dust.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would love to have heard his post-game speech. I would have loved. We always hear it when they win. When they win, but when they lose, we don't for obvious reasons. But I would have loved to hear what he told the team last night. Moj, if that's you or me, we'd be done. We'd be done because you can't do that after every loss, right? I know I'd be done.
I know what's on the tip of my tongue right now.
It has been all morning. I want to get back into the Nuggets and ask you where they go from here. And that's coming up a little bit later because you're maybe looking at a stretch of time without Murray, Gordon, and Brown. And that complicates things, and I'm not exactly sure the Nuggets have an immediate solution. However, I do want to bring up a little bit of college basketball. Last night, the Buffs beat Cal Baptist, and when I told Vic and Moj...
I got a text from...
So did I.
I got a text from Mr. Texter here, and the text read... I got to get this perfectly.
You know what? Do me a favor, save it. Let's do the payoff on the other side. Let's save it because I had the exact... Maybe
I texted the group chat, so you both should have got the same
got it
thing.
too. We
But
had the
wait, we have
exact
time
same
in this
thing.
segment. I'm going to say it right now.
Yeah,
You ready?
say it. Say it. Just say it.
Here we go. Pretty impressive comeback by Tad's group. Got down 18-5 against a good Cal Baptist team.
Yeah.
To which I replied, the hell is Cal Baptist?
And what did I use the?
I mean, a good Cal Baptist team? I've never heard that term before.
I don't think I used the F word, but the F word was in my mind when I responded to that. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Who are you? Dude.
Were you sitting on your couch having a couple of brewskis
No,
last
I
night?
had no brewskis last. I had nothing last night.
Were you still sitting on your couch?
But I'm like, dude, I'm from California. I did college basketball up and down that damn state.
Where would you say Cal Baptist is located?
Good. It's in Riverside. I know where it's at, but it's like a good Cal Baptist. Dude, save it.
Yeah, but you did make a point. They came off a nice tournament where they beat Washington. They beat UW?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nicely.
You know what that is? Matt, that's a good Cal Baptist team.
It's a good Cal Baptist team, gentlemen. A non-conference.
It's like you're let's say you're in Kansas.
Yeah.
You come back and Listen, I can't even say this now because they actually were in the tournament last year. I was going to say, they came back against a good Grand Canyon team. And actually, Grand Canyon was in the tournament.
You want to talk about a team that
crazy.
dumps money into
I
the
know,
program.
I know.
What is Cal Baptist's nickname? Just curious. Cal Baptist what?
The Baptistes? I don't.
The
they're
Flying Friars?
Oh, you mean the Lancers?
Okay.
Yeah, they're the Lancers. Well, the reason I bring it up is the Buffs are 8-0 for the first time since the 1949-50 season, and for a team with zero expectations, good for Tad Boyle and crew. Because last year they were sad. It was a sad group up
good
there
old
last
win
year.
against good old Cal Baptist.
By the way, Saturday 3:00 CBS Sports Network, the Rocky Mountain Showdown on the hardwood. By the way, CSU. Ali Farouk-Manesh in his first year up there in Fort Collins, taking over for Nico Medved. By the way, tune into the Avs tonight as they host the Canucks. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 6:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Tons to get into throughout the course of the morning. I want to dive back into the Broncos and talk a little Sean Payton and Bo Nix because we got a young man that's growing up right before our eyes. Yeah.
Moser.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Matt Smith.
Don't worry, I'll just fit it in there at the
How
end
do
of
you
the
deal
segment
with
anyway.
this? How do you deal with this every day?
I've dealt with worse, surprisingly.
I'll fit it in at the end of a segment anyway. Don't even worry about it, dude.
What are we talking about
Like
here?
a worm. Go ahead.
Should I call HR?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Today we're giving away tickets to the Avs host the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. By the way, Batman, were we gassing them up like that, Kevin?
Florida's having a tough time because, well, I mean, they're above 500, hockey 500 essentially, but a lot of injuries, man. They are dealing with it.
Doing a read here. You know that?
Do it.
Yeah. We're giving away tickets to go see the back-to-back Stanley Cup champs come here to Ball Arena and play the Avs. Text with the keyword national. Should we spell that one? NATIONAL, national, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avs Kids Club and give your child front row seats to all things Avs. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/Kids Club to win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday. Again, text national with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at matthewsfinewatches.com.
Yeah, Matthews does a great job.
Winner coming up at 9:55.
Real quick about the Panthers in that game. We've got a game tonight. Maybe we'll preview a little Avs and Canucks. Adam Foot behind the bench.
Little Nuggs.
And I know we're going to do some Broncos momentarily, but you've seen the rash of weird injuries around the NHL this year?
A little bizarre.
Yeah, Jack Hughes hurting his hand at dinner.
What did he do, by the way?
Nobody knows.
Well,
Nobody knows.
We'll talk about
E2 Luosterainen. I say some people say Luosterainen. I say Luosterainen. Forward for the Florida Panthers. He's week to week, Vic. Do you know why he's week to week?
Why?
He suffered burns in a barbecue accident.
Coach, what do you do?
I don't. How would I know? I wasn't there.
A couple too many.
That's
all I know.
Have you ever had a barbecue like blow
I
up?
have one that happened on live television.
Barbecue got you?
I almost took down the entire TV station.
What about your eyebrows? You had,
Memorial Day weekend, I was working in Phoenix, Arizona, and we did a sportscast live outside.
Oh, my God.
And I had a charcoal barbecue going.
Okay.
And I had, what's the little stuff you spray in there?
lighter fluid, yeah.
So I was like, and I was trying to make a point. I was like, yeah, and we're going to be lit up today or something. And I sprayed it in there. And the thing, I'm telling you, the whole building nearly went down.
Oh,
I believe it.
Anyway, so that's my story on Luosterainen. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Other weird injuries coming up at 9 with Moj. I am curious to know how Jack Hughes hurt his hand, though. I do want to get back into the Broncos. We talked about it. Sean Payton talking about the belief that the Broncos have in themselves after the game the other night.
Yeah, we began feeling it a long time ago, but when you get on a streak, yeah. I mean, generally when you have a good team, you win how many games in a row at some point. And when you win 9 in a row and then convert that to baseball or basketball, you guys do the math. What would it be? It's like 45 games. So it's a lot. And so you do begin to believe in it's going to happen. But there can't be that false belief. I mean, there has to be that preparation and the corrections so that the next week is better.
Let's convert it to metric.
I was going to say,
do you want me to
need an advocate?
Should I just let that go? I can just let it go.
Let it go.
Okay. I can't let it go.
Please let it go.
It's not equivalent to winning 45 in a row, Sean. It's not. It's just not.
No.
You play 17 games, bro. Okay, then you play 3 preseason junk, 17 games that mean something, and hopefully it leads to more games that mean even more. You're not playing 162 games. I mean, I would love to see it. Play 162 football games per year. Play 82 football games per year, then postseason. Let's see how that goes. I mean, it's not the same. So I get what he's saying, and I completely buy into that because I think in professional sports, belief is a big thing. And you can see it with teams over the course of years where maybe, they like their team, but they start to believe. Once that belief starts to seep into the room, it's a really powerful thing, Vic.
LOL.
And the Broncos have it now.
LOL from this texter. LOL. Moser rips the Nuggets when they're hurt, but then proceeds to say the Panthers are struggling because of injuries. You can't make this blank up. What a blank.
All right, moving on.
Hold on a second. Who said that?
I love the word he uses at the end. Can't say it, but it's so fitting.
Oh, this
and
is
so
is
perfect.
that Austin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so good.
This guy's this clown.
Yeah, but that word he used, you have to admit, even though you took
That's
a shot,
pretty.
at
It's
it,
a
that's
pretty
a good word.
That's a pretty good word.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, do you realize that Bo Nix, after leading that overtime winning drive the other night, it was his 6th game-winning drive of the season, now tied with John Elway in 85 for the most game-winning drives in a single season in franchise history.
Saw that. That's pretty amazing.
That's how you start to generate that belief
that's
Moser's talking
something,
about.
let me tell you, that's something, do not sleep on this. I know that the Patriots look overall like the least blemished team in the league, right? They have the fewest blemishes. But they don't have what Denver has right now. I know Drake May is a very good quarterback. He's an MVP candidate, probably the MVP favorite. I get it. But he doesn't have what Bo has. And what he has is you can't touch it. It's there. It's almost magical. It's like, don't worry about it. He's going to win the game. Elway had that. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're fine. They'll find a way to win the game. He's going to win the game. Drake May hasn't proven that yet, has he? Has he proven any of that? He's proven he's won 10 in a row, but not in comeback ridiculous fashion.
Well, I guess he's been so consistent for the previous
do your
3
work early.
quarters
Do your work early.
That's
that
what
he
we were
hasn't-
saying
but
yesterday.
He hasn't put himself in a position where he's had to.
But Moj, the ability to slow your heartbeat in high pressure
Huge.
moments when
Huge.
I mean, that's what Bo can do. And not
He
many
can't
quarterbacks
now.
can do that.
In fact, until the middle part of this year, well, I'd say until the end of September, early October, we questioned whether or not Bo Nix could do that because he hadn't done that. And then Vic got his wish. Vic got his wish. I think it was in Philadelphia where Vic got his wish. I'm pretty sure it was the Philly game. Comes back, wins that game.
Yes.
Then, again,
it opened the floodgates.
That's where that belief creeps in. That's where that, hey,
we can do this.
We can do this.
Yeah, we're not out of this. And it was the opposite belief, Matt, for several years. It was like, how are they going to blow this game?
Right. That's exactly right.
Let me give you an example. Well, about belief. I'm going to use Big 50. Don't have a meltdown. My former partner, former Broncos linebacker Jim Ryan, free agent out of William and Mary. Broncos bring him into camp. This is in the time when they had 287 guys in camp, right? But he got into camp and he starts playing and da-da-da-da-da. And then one day he looks around, Matt, and he goes, well, there's a first rounder. I'm as good as him or better. I'm playing better than that guy. But all of a sudden he's like, hey, man, I can play this game at this level, right? And then he ends up having a decade-plus career in the National Football League. Bo Nix, maybe all it took was, man, when you go to the defending Super Bowl champions in their joint, and that stadium is crazy, and you pull off a win like that, I think it goes an awfully long way inside your own brain and then inside your teammates' brains that they believe that you can do it, you believe you can do it, then you go do it more.
Here's Bo Nix talking about belief himself.
Well, we got incredible belief. No matter what, we just kind of feel like we're going to figure out a way to win the game, make the next play. And we've been playing some really good football teams. I mean, tonight was another one. They were, felt like they were fully loaded besides Jaden, but I mean, Marcus played really, really well. He played, about as good probably as he, wanted to play. But I know he always come up short. But to grow up watching a football player like that, see all his success that he's had in his career, and also be able to watch the ups and the downs and how he's handled it. A guy like that, he deserves to go out there and, perform at that level. And you almost wish, both teams could win a game like that because they played, their hearts out. They played really hard. They have special players on that other side.
Our sound bites are too long.
Absolutely.
Our sound bites.
Absolutely.
A memo to all our people who cut sound bites at this. Let's ease up on the length of the sound bites.
I'm with you. I mean, I didn't know what it sounded like. Now I do. Anyway, here's the point.
It said 8 minutes and 57 seconds on the cut, didn't it?
Should have read it.
Yeah.
Should have read it ahead of time. The point is that, first of all, I think a belief is just a thought that you keep thinking. You want to change your belief, change your thought. Eventually it gets there. You win one game, you come back to do it, Eagles game. Oh, that was a nice comeback. You do it again the next week. Oh. And then the next week.
Well, the Giants game was just absurd.
Week. And the next week. And you do it in different ways. And then guess what? It starts to permeate throughout the sideline in the locker room.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, to bring it back around to what you said to open this segment, you just start thinking you're going to get it done.
Yeah.
Just give us another opportunity.
I've seen this happen too many times, Matt. I was in Phoenix when a young second-round pick named Jake Plummer took the reins of that job midway through the season, and they're on the road in Philly, and there's like 2.5 minutes left, and he mounted a comeback, and they won a game, and the job was his for good because he showed belief, and the team showed belief in him. It works both ways, right? It works both ways.
If a team knows that if a team knows their quarterback ain't the guy,
exactly,
100%,
they behave like he ain't the guy.
100%.
They may go, "Hey, he's our guy," but they deep down,
we saw it with Russell Wilson.
Insert player
know.
X.
They
Absolutely.
know.
Yeah.
So if defensive players, special teams players, if they know that this guy's going to give them a chance, you're going to play harder. You just are.
Absolutely.
And that's where you stand right now as a Bronco fan. You've got a quarterback who not only has belief, but promotes belief within the team.
So are some of the things that he does inconsistent? Absolutely. Does he need to tighten some things up and spread it out? No question.
Does he look as refined as Drake May? No.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. That's without question. I mean, Drake May has completed, did last night, 6 of 8 passes beyond 10 air yards for 117 yards. He's completed a league-leading 88 such passes this season.
Talk to me when Drake May can bring his team back the way Bo has. That's a skill.
That is a skill.
That should be a stat.
And in the playoffs, games are won much more similarly to the way the Broncos are winning them as opposed to the way the Patriots typically are winning them. At least I think they will be this year. I think we're headed for what could be a pretty special NFL playoffs with all the parity. Maybe I'm wrong there, and maybe it plays out because I felt that way last year, and it backfired, and the games were pretty boring. But this year, there's so much new. Like, if I would have told you that we'd be sitting here, I mean, what is it, week 13, week 14 now?
Yeah, but let's, okay. All right, hot shot. You're only in your week 2. Okay, settle down. You're going to be here for quite a lot. I can't even say it. You're going to be here for quite a lot more shows.
Yeah.
So let's get to week 16, 17, and then let's figure out let's look around the league and see because there'll be a couple of teams I know for you for a fact, probably 3 where you go, they have their act together. Watch out. There'll be like 3 of those teams, and the Broncos may be one of it, maybe 4. And you'll go, all right, that team has its act together. And no, you're right about the parity, don't get me wrong, but certain teams will have their act together better than other teams, and we'll gravitate toward them and go, well, it's a pretty damn tough out right there. I mean, whoever it may be, right? I mean, maybe Buffalo will get their act together. They go on one of these streaks and runs and whatever the case may be. I completely agree with you. I think the parity is going to be awesome, but the cream rises. Cream does rise.
I agree with you. And I think what Vic said yesterday was very apropos, that the league has changed. We're in a transitional period in the NFL. The Chiefs are not what they were. The Bills, the Lions, the Ravens have been knocking at the door so long, their knuckles are bloody now. And all those teams are starting to leak a little bit of oil, in my opinion. Nice win for Buffalo the other day. They still don't scare me like they have in years past. Josh Allen still doesn't have enough help. So when I look around the league right now, I do think it's wide open.
But Vic, you're right. You recall what you said. What'd you say about the Edmonton Oilers? Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, you said something about them like they're done.
They're
now.
toast. Yeah. They took their shot at the pinata.
They've had 4 straight years of going deep, including 2 finals that they lost in a row, and now they're like, you were talking about McDavid and whether or not he might eventually want out, whatever. And he took the cheap money, but would he demand a trade now or midseason? Probably not. I can't see that happening. But there's something to be said for knocking at that door for so long, for so hard, and the door never opens, and then you're like, just go back to your car and drive away.
Throw San Francisco in that mix. They're 9-4, but is anybody as scared of the 49ers as you have been in the past?
Not really, but they're 9-4.
But they're 9-4.
Well, they're also beat to hell. I mean,
exactly.
They're also really, really beat up.
And so my point is, the Broncos had 1 year of this. They won 10 games last year. This is the first time
they weren't even really knocking on the door, were they, Matt?
No. It was house money last year. They're having the run the Bears did this year, in my opinion. Like they were just a year ahead of time. Who knew it would come together the way it did for Chicago to be leading the NFC? But for Denver, this is what I expected. I go back to what I said to Vic. So right now, I think that Denver's in a great spot. I really do, because they're finding ways to win. They're learning on the go. They've got a guy that everybody believes in when rubber meets the road. And at the end of the day right now, they got the best defense in the NFL. And all you got to do in the playoffs, guys, is hang around in the fourth quarter and make it a game.
Mm-hmm.
And if the defense can do that and give Bo enough chances, because the other night he missed the first couple he had. He threw a pick on one of the chances he had to close the door on Washington. He has to be better in those moments. But as long as there's still time on that clock, he's been coming through. And there's enough of a sample size now with 8 one-score wins this year where you can believe in it. And I think that is a very underrated aspect of what's going on right now.
I think that's a great way to put it, Matt. The sample size has now gotten large enough that it's okay to invest emotionally in that belief that, okay, he's got it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why does Vic, part of me is still going, yeah, but I've got a case of the yabbits.
Well, in my opinion, it's because we know this running game is not battle-tested for the playoffs.
I've still got a case of the yabbits. So I think probably with the way this team is constructed offensively, or at least the way they behave offensively, not defensively, I'm gonna probably yabbit in some fashion all the way through the Super Bowl.
I saw a lot of Bronco fans.
I'm going to be yabbit.
When Adam Thielen became available yesterday, a lot of Bronco fans going to the, hey, bring him in. If you're going to bring anybody in, I think it's got to be a big back, not a receiver.
Another back,
yeah,
for sure.
I understand that you can't have enough great players, but if you're looking for guys that are on the wire, or guys that get cut, or guys who say, hey, can you guys please get rid of me so I can go win a because that's what Adam Thielen's doing. It's got to be somebody like a running back.
And the last thing I want to say to wrap this up until we come back to it is the difference between Drake May and Bo Nix right now is there's way more on Bo's shoulders. There's way more. The Patriots have a running game.
100%. They have a two-headed monster in that backfield.
I think that when you look at their schedule, it's definitely been easier than Denver's.
It's an easier division.
No question. No question.
Yes.
Buffalo, who's the perennial power, just like Kansas City, they're in a similar position the Broncos are, and they're taking advantage of it like the Broncos are, and you only play the teams on your schedule, but that is the difference. There's way more on Bo Nix. So I think, at least in my opinion, and the reason you have the yabbits is because the Broncos haven't figured out a way to take enough of that pressure off yet where you can really sit back in your seat come week 1 in the playoffs and go, all right, we got what we need here.
Sure.
Over the next couple of weeks, the Evan Ingrams, the RJ Harveys, that type of stuff, the screen game, the extension of the running game.
Sure.
They got to develop that to take a little bit more off of Bo.
Fine. Great. I'll say this, and I'll use Vic's own words against him. You play who's in front of you.
Yep.
And the way that far be it from me to defend the damn Patriots. By the way, Vic, did you realize that the Patriots are 5-2 at home, but 6-0 on the road?
That's nice.
Yeah. Far be it from me to defend the Patriots. And thank God they're not the old Patriots because you got the Vrabels and the Mays going on.
Still
now.
Don't want to play in Foxborough in January.
I don't
exactly
either.
Right.
You play who's in front of you, period, end of story. And my eyeballs tell me something. I know what I watched last night from the get-go. And I watched a second-year kid who looks like the real damn deal big time.
Who also has a competent run game to make him look better.
That's
the truth.
I'm with him there. I'm with him. By the way, the key word
so did Bo Nix for most of the damn season.
Not at the beginning.
J.K. Dobbins ran his ass off before he got hurt. You know that.
Not like what they've got in New England.
Agreed.
Just look at the numbers.
I'm with him.
I mean, this.
Okay, well, it's 8:40. We got to get out of here. By the way, the keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday for this hour, national, 303-504-0925. We're going to pick a winner at 9:55. On the other side, Avs and Nuggs tonight at Ball Arena. Looking forward to diving into the best team in hockey, and we'll do it next.
Snow is going into the mountains right now, and it's ski time, right? Did you go to the mountains for the weekend, for Thanksgiving? Did you go hang out? Have you been thinking about a mountain property, a second home, maybe even a rental? How about a dream home? You got to trust somebody to help you with that. I've got somebody with market expertise and experience that will blow you away, and her name is Anastasia Bell. Yeah, it's a cool name. She's a great agent. Broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge, and she's been around, and she knows exactly what happens in Summit County and really all mountain properties. You need somebody that is really well-versed in that, dealing with a sale or purchase like that. So give her a call if you're thinking about it. Here's her phone number. She'll answer right now or give her a text, whatever you want to do. 970-968-7646. Write that down. 970-968-7646. She'll answer right now. Mountain properties are special. Has to be the right one. It has to be the right deal. It has to be the right everything, including the right agent. That is Anastasia Bell. Remember that name. Personalized guidance, exceptional service.
Moser, Lombardi, Kane, thanks so much for being here. Matt Smith in. By the way, we see your texts on the Shop Mazda text line. We see you getting after it on Twitch and on YouTube. We appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody says, hey, why are you guys being jerks to Matt Smith? It's annoying.
I don't think you're being jerks. I don't.
If you, whoever this texter is, 720, if you think this is us being jerks, do you have friends? I'm always very critical of people who think that we're overly, what's the word? Fraternal? That we rip each other too much?
Yes.
Do you have a friend group?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you guys?
That's exactly right.
This is how guys act.
Like here, I'll give you an example. Another texter from the 3645. Matt's beard reminds me of Mick Foley. That's a great goatee.
Kill him. So,
Who the hell's Mick Foley?
Mose, you missed it. Some guy just texted us saying, why are you guys being jerks to Matt Smith?
And I said, they're not being jerks. They could definitely be jerks. He's a wrestler.
Hold on a second. What, like a WWE guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I wouldn't know him.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Wait, hold on. But it's just a second.
I was trying to talk about your abs, man.
I appreciate that. The funny part is that we're not even remotely being jerks.
I know.
The level of jerkdom
could get a lot
this show
worse.
can pull off.
But like, look
is
at
above and beyond maybe all of your imaginations.
like look at our film and producer Chris's face right now. Look at his face.
You want to get jerkdom? Let's do this.
All right, you need to take care of this. It's a little house cleaning, folks.
Mitchell.
Wait, what's your
What's
name?
up? Chris.
Oh,
Last name Mitchell.
I thought his name was Mitch. Mitchell, you've got a major malfunction, and the entire listening audience knows it. You know what that malfunction is?
What's the problem?
What'd you wear the other day? You double dipped, and it was a real problem.
You went Missouri
Yeah,
twice.
Missouri Tiger
Looked like a
Crush.
tiger
Bazoo
threw
hat,
up all
Bazoo
over.
sweatshirt, Bazoo pants. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Tripled up.
I love your personality coming through right now, too. Number 2, you're wearing Wisconsin Badger stuff today, bro.
It's comfy, man.
Hey, make up your mind, dude.
You got to pick a lane and stick to that
Figure
lane,
it out.
brother.
Oh, I got at least like 2 or 3 more.
Just
Unfortunately,
random university.
He's
I got
going to
bad
come in
news.
with
It's
some
gonna be
USC
Iowa
crap.
tomorrow.
Yeah, Penn
I'm
State.
a big Duke fan, everybody.
Just a big fan of the Midwest region. It'll be Iowa tomorrow.
I do have a Duke shirt somewhere.
I knew you
We're
had
not
some
surprised.
You know what? That doesn't surprise me in the least. Okay, that's enough of the Mitchell talk.
Avs welcome the Canucks into Ball Arena tonight.
Oh, we're gonna get to. We got some keys coming up, don't we?
We do have some keys coming up.
All right.
We do have some keys
we can
coming
do
up.
it right now if
By
you
the
want
way,
to.
last home game in 9 days. After this one, Moser and company head off for an East Coast roadie. The Islanders Thursday, the Rangers at 10:30 local puck drop in the morning, by the way. Sunday in Philly, 11 a.m. puck drop. And then Tuesday in Nashville. So a little bit of a road trip here coming up. And I think they're going to get, they probably should, if timing works out, maybe get Val back, I would imagine, at some point here.
Coach Bednar said yesterday, and by the way, the coach will be on tomorrow.
Yep.
He said that he could go tonight against the Vancouver Canucks. He practiced yesterday in a regular uniform, practiced with PP2. There was a time around these parts where, look, every player is a key component to this team. I think this shows you how well constructed they are right now. Val Nichushkin is a great forechecker. He's a great back checker. He can score goals. He can kill penalties. He can do all these different kinds of things. He's a real Swiss Army knife kind of guy. And when he was out of the lineup, you felt it. When you look at the record, Vic, I don't have it in front of me, but when you looked at it, the Avs were a losing team without him, and they were a winning team with him big time. He's been out, and they just kept on going. I mean, and he's been out 3 weeks to the day is when he got injured. It was against the Ducks. Here in this building, that's when he got injured. 3 weeks to the day, and they haven't missed a beat. They just keep on going. It's pretty impressive.
I won't know what to do or how to react the next time the Colorado Avalanche don't gain at least a point in a. I mean, like what happens then?
It's a ridiculous start to the season.
What do you do in that situation?
Ah, shucks. We'll get them now. We'll get them tomorrow.
Do you turn to cement? What happens? I don't know what happens.
What are you talking about, like Medusa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that Medusa stuff. I never really got into the Greek mythology thing, man. It was never.
Blackwood has the hair for it.
I took Greek
He
mythology.
does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's a tough class.
Greek mythology?
Yeah.
You got to remember all those gods and all that crap and all the.
He got really into the Oedipus part of it all.
Yeah,
though.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I do have an Oedipus complex.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. No, but it's just look, man. They're playing good. They're focused, and can it continue? It's like with the Broncos. I was reading a thing about the Broncos. Can the Broncos win in the playoffs this way? Could they win? And the author said, why not? Right? I mean, they're doing it. Can the Avs continue to win like that? Why not? I mean, they're doing it. They've got great goaltending. The back end is very in sync with the forward group. Guys are defending well. That's where it all starts. They're defending like mothers. I mean, I don't know why it can't continue. Now you're going to get watch Vic's face. You're going to get goalied from time to time.
Let's see. The Nuggets have lost 4 straight at home because they've gotten goalied.
No,
that's what's happening.
No, they haven't gotten goalie. They haven't stopped the damn thing themselves. That's what it is.
So see, this is where you and I have problems. This is where you and I are going. So this has been an ongoing thing.
I can tell.
When the Avs lose a game they're not supposed to lose, his retort is, well, they got goalied. If the Nuggets lose a game, it's always something fundamentally, there's something going wrong with. You just don't look at it with your bias shows every time you talk hockey, and it's sad, really.
Dipweed. If the Avs were losing 7-6, and I'm saying they can't defend and they can't stop the puck, and they lost 4 in a row at home by a score of 7-6, that's essentially what the Nuggets have done in their last 4 home games.
That's a good point.
Okay?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They don't defend.
Yeah.
6 should be enough to win. When the Nuggets score 121 points at home, that should be enough to win.
I agree.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And I think when you look at this team, it's a lot more than just the top line this year, which is why I think they are fundamentally different from the last couple of seasons.
And it's their
post-Cup.
goalies, dude.
Oh, of course.
Think about the move that was made a year ago. It was about a year ago.
It was yesterday. Yesterday was Wedge.
Was it really?
Was Wedge Day.
Think about this.
Was it yesterday or day before yesterday was Wedge
Day? In one fell
Day?
swoop, this team took its number 1 and number 2 goalies and said bye-bye before the new year. How often does that happen on a team that was considered a pretty good team at the time? Not an also-ran, not a bottom-of-the-barrel team. You completely revamp your goalie room, and it works.
You know why? Because they know, if you know, make the deal. If you know that you can't win with those guys, make the deal and get the guys in that you can win with. You want to get to the keys? Let's do it, man. Here's your little thing.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I don't know where the Canucks are at this point, mentally and physically. I don't know where they are. They've lost 5 out of their last 6 games, 7 out of their last, or 10 out of the last 12 games, something like that. They come in overall 2-5-3 in their last 10.
A lot of numbers.
I know. Let me give it to you straight. The word on the street is that their powers that be, their front office sent out a memo to the league saying, hey, if you want to do a deal, let us know.
Ooh.
Okay, we got guys. If you're Adam Foote, you're going like, hey, man, well, I'm doing the best I can. So obviously it's the players aren't. I don't know. They've got some really good players. But they're taking penalty after penalty after penalty. They're averaging like 12 PIMs per game in the last 10 games. They're giving up 4 goals per game in the last 10 games. They're really coming in here on a down note. The Avs were averaging 4.5 goals. They're giving up a 1.6 in the last 10 games. Play hard. Do like you did the other night. Do like you did against the Sharks as well. Like you did against Come on out in that first period and lay waste. And then for the next 40 minutes, you just have to play smart. That's it. Come on out with a good start. First 10 minutes of this game, inflict your will. Make them go away. Easy key.
How cool of a story is it that Kiefer Sherwood is leading them in goals after what he's gone through? That's a cool story, isn't it?
He was here.
I know.
He was an
Why do you
Avalanche.
think I brought it up?
What was his deal again?
He's just kind of one of those fringe guys.
But what did he go through?
Well, I mean, he just
was kind of up and down, like as like an end of the roster guy.
It wasn't like a soap operatic, crazy.
He was
no.
He's a late bloomer. He didn't get really good at the NHL level till he's like 28, 27.
Pretty cool story though. I mean, because he's got 12 on the year and he's been ripping them. So look, but that just goes to show you, Vancouver. I mean, they're not believable as a group. And I mean, Pedersen and Hughes, that's all they got. They don't have a core.
They got Brock Besser. He's a player.
Yeah, but the Avs got McKinnon and they got Makar and Vic's goalies here.
Yeah.
As you're bringing up here, you play Avs hockey and you come out with covering the puck line easily.
The Avs are heavy favorites tonight.
Yeah, I thought it was like 325. All right, on the other side, there have been a couple players quietly emerge for the Denver Broncos here throughout their 9-game winning streak. We'll discuss maybe some of the ingredients to their secret sauce next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. It's time for Broncos in the Groove. Moj, Vic, which Broncos are in the groove right now?
I thought Evan Ingram was in a fine groove on Sunday night at Washington. It was good to see him get loose because that's what he's brought in here to do. You saw him match up against Wagner in the overtime. Poor Bobby Wagner, who I think is a terrific player. He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's not the youngest guy in the world, but it was pretty clear that when you get a matchup like that, you get that kind of diminutive linebacker on an Evan Ingram, you're going to be able to exploit it, and that's exactly what happened. A huge play for the Denver Broncos. But overall, it was great to see him involved, be targeted. And he's had some drops this year. He's had some tough times. But I think that's the kind of game, scratching the surface of what we envisioned that he would look like when the Broncos got him. So I would say Evan Ingram, to me, on the offensive side is in the groove. And then on the defensive side, well, let me hold off. Go ahead, Vic.
Am I supposed to give an in-groove to a Bronco player?
That's what this says, yeah. Yeah.
Well, the kicker's been in the groove for quite some time.
Lutzy?
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't really called upon to do much, nothing heroic in this game, but I totally have trust and faith in the kicker. So, yeah, he's in the groove for me.
Okay. Good. Always love to have a kicker in the groove.
I got more grooves.
You got a groove?
Yeah, I got more grooves.
Sorry, I was busy. I'm trying to get the new head coach of the CSU football team on our show.
Oh!
I'm actually working.
Well, excuse me.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go
this
through that door?
Groove stuff.
Why don't you go through that door? Go get it done. Don't let us take you away from that. I'd love to talk to Coach.
Yeah, because the next time that you get a guest on will be the first.
Talanoa Hufanga. Hufanga. How do we say it? How should Collinsworth say it?
Hufanga.
Hufanga.
Hufunja.
Hufanga. Dude, and I loved how Collinsworth was. The hair has a lot to do with it, but he's like Polamalu out there, right? He kept saying that.
Well, he plays really physical and downhill.
He certainly does, and the hair helps. It's something about that hair that gets me all jacked up. It makes him look like he's faster and meaner and tougher.
I confuse him for Singleton sometimes, though, with the hair, because Singleton's got hair coming out of his helmet as well.
Singleton's got like stringy. Greasy hair. Yeah, he's got Joe Dirt hair.
Okay.
Hufanga's got like the flying out, bushy out, wispy in the wind type of flying around hair, which looks awesome, by the way. But Hufanga had a great game, and right now he's hitting everything that moves. He had the Commanders had a couple of nice runs, but Hufanga's right there. He's reading the snap count well, and he just misses an ankle to drop a guy for a loss.
Yeah, twice in the backfield.
and then he ends up getting like a 10, 15-yard gain. But I thought Hufanga was really in the groove the other night.
Make note, you can have long hair if you're a defensive player, but if you're like Juju Lewis and a quarterback, you saw what happened to him.
Yeah, can't get tackled by it. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Have you ever seen anybody get their hair pulled out?
Well, I don't know if I could tell that story on air.
We were in Pittsburgh one time, walking back from dinner. It was after we were waiting for our game the next day. This is after a Steelers game.
Uh-huh.
And there's a fight in the street, women fighting.
Ooh.
And one girl, excuse me.
Sorry,
one lady, girl, whatever, ripped the hair of another, right?
Okay.
And then some guy came out of nowhere and body slammed her, and she rolled like a bowling ball, did like 3 tumbles and got up and got mad and all this kind of thing.
Well, yeah. Sounds appropriate.
But this clump of hair was like that big, like the size of I know what you want to call it, like a dodgeball, okay? And it was on the street in front of us, and then the wind picked up. And so as we were walking down the street, this is God is my witness. By the way, I have a couple crazy stories about Pittsburgh. I'm in Pittsburgh, bro. With God as my witness, the hair tumbleweeded down the street with us. In the street, we were on the sidewalk, and the hair tumbled for like 2 blocks down the street with us all the way. That's my hair pulling story. Hope that did you good.
You could see why I'm in my phone now.
I guess you had to be there. But it was quite the sight. Also one time in Pittsburgh, not kidding, walking down the street, a cat leaps to its death from a 7-story apartment building or fell out of the window or whatever it did. A crowd gathers around the dead cat on the sidewalk.
I've seen a mouse do that.
You're kidding.
No.
What?
Just call it
Lubbock, Texas.
You're kidding.
Coming out of a hotel.
Just like he's like, I peace out. I've had enough. No cheese. I'm done.
Well, I was just walking, and all of a sudden a mouse came from the sky, and I realized that it had come off the top of the roof. It's unsettling when that happens.
Only in Pittsburgh, bro, can you get a tumbleweed hair and a cat just checking out.
I just went to Pittsburgh for the first time ever a couple weeks ago.
I love Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a cool city.
Just sent a text saying auguri to Danilo Gallinari, who called it a career today.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah. You know, he played last season in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Gallo's a great guy.
And Gallo, in my opinion, will always be beloved here in Denver. He was on a team that won 57 games. He was on a team. Get this. When you think of it this way, it's just it's mind-numbing. So this Nuggets team, this version of the Nuggets, is better than the 2013 version, right?
No question.
Right?
Yeah.
Because this has championship aspirations.
Sure.
Think about what happened in 2013.
The Warriors?
No. The Denver Nuggets that season, at home, at Ball Arena, went 38-3. They lost 3 games at home the entire year. 38-3. Already in the last 2 weeks. Mo, shut up. Already in the last 2 weeks, they've lost. I can't.
Can you actually hear me? I'm trying to tell Chris something.
Chris, let me guess. So while I was talking, and he was asking for you to find some music, right? Music, right?
No, why would you say that?
No, correct. I'm just curious. What musical piece was he looking for as I was trying to talk?
You're just gonna have to find out during the break, unfortunately.
I'll keep it as a surprise.
I'm sworn to
next time you
silence.
start talking, you watch what I do. Watch what I do. No, seriously, watch.
All right, so you said
hopefully it's go through that door.
You said congratulations to Gallo, which, by the way, one of the nicest guys with the media that you'd ever deal with.
Great dude.
Really, really a good guy. Really was.
What did you guys have at your mom's house? What did she make for you when you were at your mom's house?
Oh, it's one of those mornings here.
What did she make for you? What did she make for him at your mom's house?
Don't whisper on the radio. It's super creepy.
What'd she make?
I don't know. Spaghetti.
Where are we going?
They did a whole thing where Gallo went to his real Italian parents' house for lunch, and they filmed this whole thing. And
you did. But you didn't hear what you didn't hear. You were too busy trying to become Casey Kasem and ask for music. You didn't hear what I said. In 2013, on that team, the 1 year that he got hurt, remember he hurt his knee?
Yep.
That Nuggets team lost 3 games at home.
Yeah.
3.
Vic,
They've already lost 4.
They were spectacular that year.
See, and that's where I disagree with folks when they say, well, you know, injuries, this and that. There used to be a day here where the home court, you just didn't win here. People came to altitude and you just ran them off the court.
That was George Karl's whole thing.
And you didn't win. You didn't win here. You come to Denver and you rest your star players because you didn't win here.
Right.
What's going on right now with Denver's home court? People are not afraid of it anymore.
Well, they're definitely not the better conditioned team night in and night out.
Well, they're just not afraid of playing here anymore. Last year, the Nuggets lost 15 at home. It was a point of contention. It was a goal to fix the home court. They haven't fixed it.
Yeah. No, look. What do you want me to say?
This is not.
And you
this
know
is
what
not
else?
a talent. This is not a talent issue. Even the worst teams in the league, if they want to,
everything felt. And I'll never blame the fans for this because everybody says, "Well, the fans they weren't making." Well, the fans react to what they see on the court.
See, I think it's funny that you're reacting this way, honestly, because there's 82 games. And first of all, nothing you have said is wrong. I completely agree with everything that you've said. I want to get that out of the way first. So make sure you pin that. But at the same time, you got 82 of these things.
I know.
And they are without a couple of starters. Not an excuse for losing last night. Not an excuse for bringing that effort defensively.
Yeah.
Not an excuse for the lack of cohesion and the sloppy play that we've seen at times from everybody, at least more often than not named Nikola Jokic. He's had a few moments here, but he's been brilliant. But we talk about a few concerns we have with the Broncos in a much shorter season, and that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well, what if you had a full team of Draymonds? Everybody was a Draymond Green. Now, you probably wouldn't score a ton of points. Mm-hmm. You're not going for $127. Probably not even going for $105. Maybe you're going for Maybe you're going for the old school NBA where you win 92-88, that kind of thing. But Draymond is about sheer will. He's about effort. He's a heady guy. He knows where to be on the floor. That's part of it. But just throw out some defensive effort. I mean, you're giving up 25, 30 points more per game than you should, which is absolutely insane. You should never have a quarter where a 6-win Dallas Mavericks team comes in the second quarter and puts 42 on you. That should never, ever, ever, ever happen. And I don't care if all 5 starters are out. It just takes effort and just a little bit of court sense to defend.
I want to get on this topic because I think it's very important. This is just my humble opinion, all right? 9506 writes in, the arena was dead last night. It was horrible from the tip. Blaming the crowd. Let me tell you something. And this is where I just get so... Those tickets cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money to go to a game.
For sure.
All right, you're bringing a family. It ain't cheap. If you start blaming the crowd for your play or your team's play, let me tell you something, brother. It ain't going to last too long.
No. But can you explain to me what the difference is between your feelings on the Broncos and the Nuggets? Because essentially, your complaints are the same as ours, right? Like we were talking about yesterday, even though I have since come around to see your perspective and actually agree with what you're saying. What is the distinction in your brain? Because the way I look at it, it's like, there's 82 games.
Yes.
These guys have been playing a lot of ball the last 5-6 years. It's been a lot on Nicola's shoulders.
I don't like excuses, and they're not making excuses. This to me is a blip. It remains a blip. I think they'll come out of this.
So we're agreed there.
Yes.
We're agreed there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I'm not dooming the season.
Okay.
Here. I think
wanna
a
make sure.
fully healthy Nuggets team can beat anybody.
Same page.
Anywhere. I'm not worried about it. So don't misinterpret what I'm saying here.
Okay.
And if you're listen, because I know people listen. If you're a member of the Nuggets, I'm not saying this season. I don't like to hear excuses about why you lost 4 in a row. Don't tell me you lost 4 in a row at home because you're injured, because other teams are injured. Don't tell me you lost 4 in a row because travel. Other teams travel. Just don't give me just we played like crap. So we let go of the rope defensively. That's it.
Let's say they trick away that game in the middle of a couple of wins, or it's a one-off and stuff like it's a problem to you because this is now the 4th game in a row at home. And shouldn't that mean something?
Against inferior opposition. If you lose 4 in a row to Minnesota, Houston, OKC, and Detroit, I get it. You're injured.
And where's the standard?
I get it.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I get it. But you're losing to teams you should be beating. And you know how I know that? Because you're going on the road, Mark Moser, and holding teams to 112 points.
You're also, the way you also know that is because the Nuggets are telling you. Nikola Jokic sat there last night and said, we should have won these games. He's absolutely right. If I need to have a default setting on where the Nuggets are in that regard, I go to the big fella who lays it out there and is completely honest about it. We should have won these games. And they should have won these games. I can give you one. I can maybe even give you 2. But Sacramento stinks. They're a 5-win team. Chicago's under 500. The Mavericks are a mess. And you're losing to these teams. That's an issue. That's an issue.
But I draw the line on things like, the crowd wasn't into it.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, stop it.
Yes,
stop it.
Definitely.
You know what? The play on the court fuels the crowd. Everybody who says, the crowd really helped us, you know what? You help yourself, and then the crowd chimes in. I'm not trying to take away from what a crowd means, but my goodness, man. Come on. Let's grow up.
Look, if you had the bottom teams in the league come into the Avs, if you had the Calgary Flames come in and put 6 or 7 on you, followed up by the Predators coming in and putting 6 or 7 on you, that's the equivalent. And you lose 4 in a row at home to teams that are bottom rung teams in the NHL, and you're giving up 6, 7 per game, it's a problem, and we would say it's a problem. And yes, I would have no problem saying it's a problem.
Jim Mora Jr. was introduced yesterday as Colorado State's new head coach. We'll take a listen to what he had to say. And the other thing that I found very interesting from the Broncos postgame reaction, guys, they're starting to say those 2 magic words, and I'll tell you what they are next.
Fingers bled was the summer of '69.
I wonder who requested this one.
I don't know. It wasn't me.
Did you do it in the middle of my monologue?
No, the reason I got to go to Mitchell here. Hey, the newly erected statue of Chris Mitchell.
What's going on?
So
Hey,
I
when
asked
he
him.
talks, it freaks me out. It's
I
like
know,
a really deep
No,
voice.
it's more like a statue coming to life. It's kind of weird, but I say that with all due love, Chris.
Talk again.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah,
So-
I see what you mean.
Chris is going to be filling in for Nelly for a couple days coming up here. But so I saw this story. You ever heard of a rapper named Tucci?
I know what you're
Isn't
about
it
to talk
Tucci?
about.
Is it Tucci? Tucci?
Stanley Tucci?
Tucci.
I believe it's Stanley Tucci. Yeah, he was in Devil Wears
Right,
Prada.
right. Yeah, great actor.
Yeah.
Well, this guy is a platinum guy. He's so I said, come back with the song Love Cycle. And he's like, well, I can't. Because it's kind of foul.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, he's got gold songs and platinum songs and all this.
Okay.
Vic, he has committed to be a wide receiver at Syracuse.
Huh?
At the age of 25.
Is he good?
He's a platinum recording artist. I don't know if he's good, but he is putting his music career on hold to go play college football.
That's hilarious. to me.
Around here, you can do 2 at one time.
Wait, he's going to Syracuse?
Going to Syracuse.
Well, the state of Syracuse's football program could use maybe a rapper.
He visited NC State and he visited Duke. He got an offer from Sacramento State, my alma mater.
I'm just saying.
And he turned down Sac State to go play at Syracuse.
We've seen college football players be rappers. You know, just takes a little bit of perfect timing.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying, rappers want to be, all music artists, I think, want to be sports guys and vice versa, right?
Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Today we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the back-to-back Cup champs, Florida Panthers. Here's your keyword, Amarant. A-M-E-R-A-N-T. Amarant. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Less than 2 weeks, by the way, left to submit auditions for Next Gen Night. If your kiddo is Avs crazy, they can step into a game day role on January the 10th. Upload your audition video at coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. To win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday, text again, Amarant. A-M-E-R-A-N-T with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Oh,
Winner coming up in the next segment.
I get it. It just came together to me. Amarant is the name of the arena that the Panthers play.
I was wondering.
Is that
what
what
the
that
hell
was? I
meant.
had no idea.
But it's also been Office Depot. It's also been like National
They've had
Bank.
different sponsors.
So that's where these words are coming from, apparently.
Well, alrighty then. Jim Mora Jr. in Fort Collins. It's his tenure now. He was introduced yesterday at a press rally. By the way, not a press conference. CSU took a page out of CU's book when Prime got introduced.
Mm-hmm.
You bring the donors, you bring the fans, and everybody claps while you have to ask your questions.
Because they're paying. Those guys are paying for the
Well, sure.
hiring. So
It's just a little different,
Sure.
especially the first time it happens. Jim Mora yesterday on the goals he wants to set at CSU.
I love to go uphill. You know, I love to go uphill, and I think that's a metaphor for my personality in general, is I love to embrace hard things. And I stood here today and I looked out there and I saw the top of those mountains. I said, I'm going to get up there, you know? And I don't know how many 14,000s are there in the state? 54. Okay, so a couple goals for you, all right? I didn't say I was going to tell you all our goals. Okay, we're going to win a Pac-12 championship, all right? We're going to compete to win a national championship, and I'm going to scale 54 1,400-meter mountains here.
You know, I like this mentality. All right, he was obviously making there's a little metaphor on how he coaches, right? I do love the human being who likes to go uphill. As you well know, Moser, I like to go uphill. When I ride my bike, what's the point of riding a bike unless you're not? If you're just riding flatlands, what are we doing?
I personally only like to ride my bike downhill. Just saying.
It's got to go uphill.
We choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Right.
You're okay. Okay,
I love the mentality of pain. You have to feel it.
No pain, no gain.
No, I mean, you have to suffer. This guy knows what it's all about. You have to suffer. You have to go uphill. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to have a whole bag of Louis you're bringing with you. You're going to suffer for a while.
It's just Louis. Singular.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love that
Is it
mentality
like deer?
from the get-go.
Like deer? Louis? Deer?
Now, I don't know if it's going to work. The other observation I wanted to make, why is it that when a coach comes to you, like we get Jim Mora Jr. in town, and it's like, oh, look, he's grand, he's great. But every time a coach leaves, these coaches, man, look at Lane Kiffin. Here we are, we're bashing Lane Kiffin. We got these diatribes about Brian Kelly coming and going. But when a coach comes here, we look the other way like it's no big deal. Because he did abandon UConn, right?
Did you hear Nick Saban on the Pat McAfee show last week when he was asked about this? Because he hadn't heard this news. And McAfee was like, hey, you saw Mora Jr. was headed to CSU. He goes, no, I didn't see that, but I don't know why he'd do such a thing.
Well, he's bashing CSU by saying
you ever lived in
I understand.
Have you ever lived in Connecticut?
No, and I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, it sucks.
You couldn't pay me to
Connecticut
do that.
It's not that bad. I got family in Torrington. It's not a bad place to live.
Then your
You want
family's
to live
part
on
of
the East
problem.
Coast?
No, I would not. Clearly, people that are from there don't understand why he'd want to come here.
Right.
Again, the guy wants to climb mountains.
All right. Yeah, you know
the
what?
guy's a mountain climber. What mountain are you going to find in Storrs, Connecticut?
Let me back up here a little bit. Nick Saban is probably the greatest college football coach of all time. If not, he's top 3. Whatever. Let me defend my state, and let me defend my town up there. Fort Collins is pretty friggin' rad, okay? Now, you can poo-poo the program and where it's been and all this kind of thing. But don't you ever, Nick Saban, don't you ever question a man's motivation for wanting to be happy. Screw you. Up yours.
Jesus, calm down.
Fort Collins is...
It's just Fort Collins.
Dude's getting... Hold on a second. Dude's getting paid pretty decent bread, not probably what he could have gotten other places, to come be happy because he wants to be in Colorado and he wants to be in that environment, he wants to be in that town, and he wants to help that program. You don't get to choose Jim Mora Jr.'s happiness in his happy place, just like he doesn't choose your happy place, Nick.
So,
you weren't happy at Michigan State, or you weren't happy at LSU.
How about at Miami when you coached the Dolphins?
Yeah, were you happy with the Dolphins there, Nick? You sucked.
All right, easy.
Yeah,
easy.
Settle,
Take it easy.
settle
down.
Fido.
I do agree with you on this.
Well,
I mean,
don't put down. Don't put him down, and don't put down Fort Collins.
You can't put a price on where you think you're going to win and where you're going to be happy for life, which is why the Lane Kiffin thing doesn't make any sense to me. Lane Kiffin was the big man on campus, and he worked in the SEC. He had an Ole Miss team already at places they've never been before. I mean, how many consecutive 10-win seasons has Ole Miss produced? They haven't done stuff like this. Why would you abandon that to move yet again? Do you know what the expectations are going to be like at LSU now? Do you know, is that going to make you happy?
That's what he wants, I guess.
I don't understand that move. It's, to me, is that big? Is that much of an upgrade?
So
you're going from one SEC school to the other. Big freaking deal.
I'm with you. Where is the difference between that and Mora? Where's your correlation coming from?
Mora move is cross-country, more of a living move. He wants to
quality
live.
of life.
Exactly.
Quality of life.
He wants to live here and end it here. Well,
Here's what he talked about.
Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to end his career
far,
here. Yeah. Okay. This was Mora talking about growing up in Colorado. To speak to Moser's point, he loves Fort Collins, right? All about Fort Collins.
Well, I love the mountains. I'm an outdoorsman at heart. The people, my experiences growing up for 6 years in Colorado shaped a lot of the way I am now, the things that I like to do, my interests outside of football. I had great memories, as a child growing up in Boulder, visiting Fort Collins. My nephew just graduated from CU a year and a half ago. My son graduated from Colorado 6 months ago. So there's a real connection to this community. And I really wanted to be a part of it. I think it's a healthy, happy, outgoing, diverse community. And Kathy and I can't wait to just get to know it better.
There's your answer. You don't need to hear anything else. I mean, he has connections here,
100%.
families here. You know, don't you want to be where you want to be?
Yep.
Don't you want to be where you want to be?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the most important thing?
And if you Vic, not everybody has the opportunity or the means or the whatever to quote be where they want to be. I mean, we'd like to be in a hut, next door neighbors in a hut in Hawaii, right?
But that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Can we
Not
do
everybody
that?
has the means,
Is that
but
allowed?
if you have the means and you have the opportunity, good for him, good for this guy. And let me say this too, and maybe I'm too harsh on Nick Saban, whom I respect tremendously.
I'm sure that he's. I'm sure that he's
doesn't
crying
care.
that he doesn't have your
No,
proper
yeah,
respect.
He doesn't care. But you know what? Him being flippant about Fort Collins and the CSU job, I don't like that at all. That's snotty and snooty, and I don't dig it, Nick. But how about the Colognes on this guy to go there and take over that program? It's suffering.
Yep.
You're not in a Power 4.
Nope.
You're going into what you call the WAC 12, the new Pac 12.
Yeah.
Okay? And he chose to do it. He could have gone a lot of other places. He was winning at UConn, who, by the way, is a homeless team. The UConn Huskies are homeless. Didn't they have Big East football at one point? Were they in the whatever they were? When they went Division I, eventually they got into some dog butt conference. What was it?
I will say, if you ask UConn fans, one of the knocks on him is not being able to find them a home for whatever it's worth. So just to set the record straight,
That's
just
not
so
his
know,
job. His job is to win games.
He filled the stadium, though.
You're damn
Did you see
right
the
he
stadium
did.
100%.
You're damn right he
He
did.
filled the stadium.
Bowl games galore. So, look, man, good on this guy to have the Colognes, Vic, to take over that program and to choose to be happy. You know what? I admire this guy.
I think he's the exact.
I absolutely admire him.
I think he's the polar opposite of Lane Kiffin. Jim Mora made a move. Yeah, financially, does he make more money? Yeah. Is he in a better situation? You can argue that. He wanted to be in a different city, in a different outfit. Lane Kiffin made his move because Lane Kiffin is weird and a bit power hungry.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a narcissist and an egomaniac.
Here's my argument for staying at Ole Miss.
He could have died a hero at Ole Miss.
Well, you're making a lot. Someone says, well, look at all the money he's making. Well, he wasn't making money at Ole Miss.
The numbers were the same. It wasn't really about
and not
the
only
money.
that, but the cost of, I'm sure the cost of living in Oxford, Mississippi isn't exactly Cherry Creek.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to worry about
That's
that.
what I'm saying. I mean, I don't, whatever. I get why people are riled up in Ole Miss. I don't think you're
he
going to.
bailed on him.
I think when Jim Mora Jr. returns to UConn today, which he went back to say goodbye to his team, he's not going to have a bunch of angry fans waiting at the airstrip.
No.
Cursing his name.
Trying to drive him off the road, apparently. By the way, here's Mora saying the best is yet to come.
Good days are ahead. We're going to work every single day as hard as we can to be the very best we can be on that day, and then we're going to wake up the next day and we're going to do it again. We're not going to put any limitations on what we can be. Our goals will be set at a very high level, and we'll work every day to attain those goals because it's about the work, you know, and one of my mottos is actions over words. And we're going to talk a lot, but our actions have to match our words. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels. So for me, every day it's about leaning into the hard and choosing the challenge. And I'm excited about this opportunity and this challenge right here. And once again, just so grateful to the leadership here at Colorado State that is giving me this opportunity. So thank you all so very, very much. And thank you all for being here. I mean, this is...
Okay, we get it. It's cool. I will say this about Saban. He was right about this. The whole timing in college football nowadays without parameters on when you can sign coaches or have to sign coaches or whatever, and the recruiting windows and schedules and all this, it needs to be more refined. I can see why Kiffin would want to coach those guys. He abandoned them, but he'd want to coach them through whatever. There needs to be more of a window where you just got to be with your team for a while. Can you imagine Jared Bednar in late, let's say, the end of the regular season, and he goes, "Listen, I'm going to take the job with the Minnesota Wild, okay? But I want to coach the Avs through the Stanley Cup playoffs first." Of course not. Not a chance in hell. It makes no sense the way that college football does it. And Saban said it's not a Kiffin problem. Essentially, I mean, he did.
It's a calendar problem.
It's a calendar. It's an NCAA problem, and he did bail on the guys at Ole Miss. I texted you both, Matt.
Yeah.
And said, why is the LSU job such a better job than the job in Oxford? I guess history. Okay, I get that. Money, okay. I mean, all things being equal, the money was the same.
Because at the end of the day, LSU, you're playing for the Natty, and at Ole Miss, you're playing just to get to the CFP. That's the expectation.
You think so?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. That's the difference.
See, there are certain schools where you're playing for the Natty. Name the schools where you're let's test, I haven't talked college football with you.
Georgia.
Name the schools where you're playing for the Natty.
Georgia, Alabama.
Notre Dame.
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean.
Ohio State.
Did he just hesitate on Notre Dame?
No, Notre Dame, you're playing for the Natty.
You're playing for the Natty.
I mean,
they were in the Natty game last year.
Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame, Georgia, Alabama, LSU. Used to be Clemson.
Those are at least your perennial powerhouses.
Well, and you could say USC could be in there, and then you have Spiky or some other teams. That
SC's fallen a bit.
Texas, maybe.
Texas,
the Longhorns.
Sorry,
Longhorns, yeah. I mean, that's what their expectation is, so
it
why
should
not
be.
yours? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
For the kind of money they have.
Yeah, and that's why he takes that job. So I think as a fan base, you have to know what your expectations are. What are the expectations at CSU?
Bowl game.
No. Is it? I guess it would be.
Not immediately, but I'm saying
it should be.
Long term, what are your expectations?
Well,
compete in the WAC-12.
Yeah, not winning a national title.
And I think if you start saying stuff like that, you're just sort of lying to yourself.
You're being silly.
Yeah, you're lying to yourself.
You lose credibility.
Yeah, you're not going to win a national title at CSU.
Yeah, but to try and make the playoff by being the group of 5 representative, or at least one of them.
Matt, you're not going to win a national title at CU.
Of course not. No, I'm aware.
And that's sad because
it's just the nature of the sport.
To compete for a national title.
It's changed a lot. Yeah,
a lot.
So what are the expectations at CU
right now?
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, because hopefully one day compete for the Big 12 and win a bowl game.
Well, because I listen to that, and I listen to all the we're going to do this, and we're going to work, and nose to the grindstone, we're going to get the best and the brightest, and I love the leadership. And I heard that a few years ago from this guy. Oh, do you not have me potted up there, Mitch? Mitchy boy?
When I win, I don't mind a clap. When I lose, I don't mind a boo. I played this game. I know this game like the back of my hand, and I love this game, and I love all the ups and downs, the ins and outs about it. And I'm built for every last bit of it. But if anybody's built to reconcile and to get this back on course, it's me. And I will do it if it's the last thing I do on earth. Mm-hmm. Trust me when I tell you. This was the last supper.
Okay.
God bless.
Okay.
Things can change.
I just don't like one guy poo-pooing another guy's choice to be happy.
Baby steps is all I'm saying. The expectations for CU's fan base should be just make bowl games.
Of course.
That should be the expectation.
Yeah, but that's not what primes are.
There are 10 schools in this country, 10. That's it. Whose expectations every single year are to win the Natty. After that, it's everybody else. Now, you'll have schools come and go, like Indiana, come and go. If you think Indiana's going to hold,
they're
going to come and go.
Oh, you want to throw Penn State in there?
No.
No, because when have they competed for the national title?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
They're not good enough.
No.
They're not good enough.
Although if they pull Kalani Sitake from BYU, what a coup that would be.
There are 10 schools that play for the Natty. Those fan bases' expectations are different than everybody else. That's all I'm saying is know who you are. Know what you are before the season starts, and it'll help you watch the games. It'll help you soothe your soul.
The next CU-CSU game, Rocky Mountain Showdown, is in 2029. Are Jim Mora and Coach Prime on the sidelines for both
One
schools?
will be.
Vic?
Jim Mora Jr. can die in that job.
I said
Good for him.
The next CU-CSU game in 2029. Are the current head coaches still on both sidelines?
Yes, Prime will be here. Prime's not going anywhere.
You think so?
I know so.
Okay.
Prime's not going anywhere.
Just curious what you thought.
Now, he may have to hire some people that are not afraid to say no to him or give him advice that he may not agree with.
Oh, it needs to happen.
So you're much closer to the program than I am.
Yesterday, I heard they made a few moves that wasn't all that encouraging.
He doesn't have it. He has too many yes men and not enough no men.
Undoubtedly. I mean, that you can't even argue with that. And I would have no problem saying that to him because people are afraid of him. People are intimidated of him.
Yes.
They just want to be around his celebrity.
Yes.
That definitely needs to change.
And not enough people say, what were you doing here?
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yep. That's just one part of this.
I bring up like Mike Shanahan, when he was the coach here, he had Alex Gibbs, who was the crusty offensive line coach, who wasn't afraid to say anything to anyone.
Right.
You need that.
By the way, I brought it up before the end of last segment, but the Broncos are starting to say it, okay? The 2 words, the magic words. And if you didn't hear earlier, your keyword to text in at 504-0925 for our Avs Ticket Tuesday. To win tickets to Avs and Panthers next Thursday is Amarant, A-M-E-R-A-N-T. Back with more on Altitude 92.5 next. Welcome back, Moser, Kane, and Lombardi with Matt Smith. Final segment here on a Tuesday. Hope everybody out there is doing well, having a good start to your morning. By the way, you know who I would hate to be today? A guy who works at a tire shop. tomorrow, apparently, our first snowstorm of the season. I'm expecting 7 inches.
Okay.
What?
Tomorrow it's going to snow for the first time this year. I'm expecting 7 inches.
It's already snowed a little bit, bro.
Well, it's a sprinkle. It's a dust.
No, that first snowfall is always the most dangerous.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently, according to our buddy Chris Bianchi, he says it's going to snow for the good part of tomorrow. Says
Okay,
watch out for
so-
school closures and the morning commute. Just put it out there.
You asked about Lewis's friend pool, his sphere.
Oh, are we calling him Lewis again?
When did he ask about my friends?
Yeah, he said, do you have any friends? Do you have any peers? Do you have anybody you hang out with? Remember, he was...
When I don't, actually.
I don't remember that either.
You said that earlier on in the program. You asked him about people.
No, that was a texter.
Oh,
I think
thought
it was.
him. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought he was talking about
I do
you.
have, I got some friends.
Well, Bianchi's one of those nerds. So just, if you're asking who the nerd group is, Bianchi and Louie.
It's actually...
I mean, I like Chris. I wouldn't say we're,
tight?
Best of friends. I wouldn't say we're tight. We're friendly, though.
He's actually
you get all the
providing
information from him.
He's providing a community service. Be careful when you drive tomorrow.
That's all I'm saying.
It's not that big a deal.
I got to go get my tires changed.
I got to
today.
get on an airplane tomorrow
Hey, this
morning.
whole tire change, because my daughter said, do I need to get snow tires? Do you really? I mean, is that, let's just...
Not anymore. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I mean,
you need
what
a
are we
really
doing?
good pair of all seasons. That's what
That's
I do.
it, right?
Yep.
You don't need to go with all crazy with
Unless you're up in the mountains.
the kind with the staples in it or whatever the hell they put in those things.
The studs. No, I don't. I mean, unless you're driving on slick roads and you're going back up and down I-70 every weekend. I think studs are completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
What?
Because people go crazy.
What, Moj?
What's wrong?
You brought up a story earlier of how some chick had her hair ripped out and the hair followed you down the street.
Why are you speechless?
It was pretty traumatic, by the way.
Yeah,
to
well,
watch women get in a full-out brawl fight and have a huge clump of hair ripped out of a woman's head and have it follow you down the street like you're walking a friggin' dog?
Dude, you are killing me.
So what are you speechless about?
He's rolling his eyes at the fact that I'm making sure everybody understands it's supposed to
not
be
that
a
big a
nasty
deal.
commute tomorrow.
Okay, I understand that.
Who cares? People who are commuting to work.
No. Who gets snow tires in Denver? Who does?
So you're saying it's not necessary?
I know some dudes who have fancy rigs, fancy cars and whatnot, and they have snow wheels for the wintertime. And they take their fancy wheels off and put their ugly wheels on.
Moj, you're going to laugh at me because, I'm dumb like this. I'm the same guy, Matt, who went to my first PGA golf tournament wearing metal spikes, covering it as a member of the media, walking around going, clip,
Tom
clap, clip,
Lehman
clap.
goes, what Tom Lehman say?
Tom Lehman said, hey, nice spikes.
Isn't that embarrassing when you step onto the concrete too? You
Yes,
try
clip,
and step
clap.
as quiet as possible.
I once purchased a car, Moj. I'll never forget. I purchased a car, and I got it in the spring, and I was like, oh, these tires look sweet. And they were snow tires on this car, and they had the little metal things in them.
Little studs.
Yeah, and so I'm driving around, and it's making that clip clops in the middle of the summer.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that you had to switch them out.
That's when you
I
roll
didn't
down
know.
your window and start laughing at the guy
Right,
in the car
right,
next to you.
right,
Look
I
at
had
this.
no idea.
Look at this knob driving studded snows in June.
All right, I want to hear what the Broncos have to say, the 2 words, but I will say this, Matt. Vic is also the same guy who's put his car in a ditch.
Needed
in the
snow
snow.
tires.
Okay.
Maybe
he does need studded snows.
I'll say this. Vic is in the wintertime.
Yeah.
He's a good driver, but he's also a world-class ditch finder.
Well, let's hope you're done with that. I'm going to hold that vibration for you. Let's hear about Bo Nix and those 2 words that are oh so magical.
I think there's no added pressure. When we started this season, we, every season starts with a goal, and our goal is to make a Super Bowl run and not just make it. We just want to win the whole thing. And so, funny thing about stats is tomorrow you're going to wake up, there's going to be a new stat, and there's going to be something else that, somebody else figured out that, this happened or this statistic. But
That's good. That's good. He said the 2 words. I wonder if you caught him.
A Super Bowl. Hey, Vic, that's a great point, Matt. When did the Denver Nuggets really start to be serious? I'll answer for you, Vic.
When do they start to be
serious?
No, when did they?
They started to be serious, Matt, when they actually allowed themselves to say the word championship. When they actually admitted that that's what their goal is.
That's what their aspirations were.
And, I think it was Josh Kroenke who maybe did it first. And, you're given permission to actually think that way.
Yeah.
And you earn it, Moj.
Yeah, well, the Avs have no problem saying we want to win the Stanley Cup.
Well, they
yeah,
did
but
it.
they've already done it.
They
Too.
did
It's a
it.
lot easier.
Agree. I know you're right. You're right. But I love that you allow those words to creep into your lexicon. I love it.
So then why were you so critical of Sean Payton when he said that he may have a Super Bowl type team?
Well, that's
on his
early.
hands in the
That's
summer?
early. To me, I think it's different because now there's some hay in the barn.
But he set the table. Your point that Moser's making is unless you have the mentality, how are you going to provide the results?
I think, doesn't everybody have the Super Bowl mentality?
Not everybody. There are a lot of
on the
not
board. They're
everybody.
putting up like, hey, let's try and make a wild card.
Do you remember the quotes coming out of Tennessee?
Do we have it's?
No,
I don't. It's probably
not everybody.
It's probably not on your board anymore. But Brett would be
Anyone
able to find
serious
it.
though, right? Anyone competing for the playoffs? It's not like you're like, well, let's see if we can make a run at the divisional round this year.
But is it the owner or the GM? Forget who it was that asked about you guys. He goes about Super Bowl. He goes, well, let's just they knew they know they're not going anywhere, man. They know.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I think it does matter. And I think it does matter, especially when you're comfortable with it. And Sean said that, and everybody here said, oh, okay. Well, I mean, Sean thinks he's got a Super Bowl winning team. They won 10 games last year. This is going to be year 2 for your young QB, first-round QB. Maybe you want to pump the brakes. But you start to put hay in the barn like this, I think it's important that you get comfortable with the idea. I didn't really have a problem when he said it because it's Sean Payton. I mean, that's been his expectation since
he's
he
been
came
known
here.
to say stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not timid.
I have a more important question.
Okay.
With snow on the way.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing you've ever used to scrape the snow off your windshield? Because we know we've all been there, right? We all forget the snow scraper.
I've used a credit card.
Oh, everybody's gone there. But anything outside of it, I used a jar once.
How?
And anything with an edge that you can scrape, I would use. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, Vic, but yeah, I've used plenty.
You know, good thing the Broncos are talking about that. That's all. I just wanted to say that. Like, you know. But the most strange
the
thing.
most ridiculous thing you've used to scrape, because if you live in Denver, you've scraped your windshield.
To be honest with you, I've always had a snow brush in my car because I live in Colorado.
Okay, so you've never been without it?
Maybe like a snow shovel, like maybe for those days that
Threw
are
a shovel
like
up
really
there?
heavy. But it can't have the metal scraper. It has to be plastic.
Most credit cards as far as you've gone?
Vic,
That's
I'm
not being bold.
I'm trying to think. I've used all kinds of funky stuff at
A
one
jar?
point.
Why did that come into your head?
Hey, listen. See, you're not married, dude. So you're so smug.
Yeah, quit being so singular.
Just
smug.
so smug.
God, I'm so single that I have a snow brush in my car.
Listen,
Is
pretty
your
much.
snow brush in your wife's
Well,
car?
go home and sleep
First
with
of
your
all-
snow brush.
First of all, you're calling it a snow brush. Who calls it a snow brush? It's a scraper.
Yeah, but what's on the other end of it?
Yeah, nobody
Brush.
uses that crap. You just scrape.
I do from time to time.
One time I used like a coupon book to try to scrape snow off my
See,
car.
now that's
I'm
that's
not a
what we're
bum
talking
like
about.
you guys, though.
It
That's
wasn't
the
that bad
difference.
though. I only
One
got
time
about,
I found
20%
a
off.
rabbit in the parking
One
lot.
time
and
I
used
used
his
my
ass.
calculator to scrape my
Oh yeah,
driver's
see,
side mirror.
people are chiming in. CD cases; those are very popular.
Oh, yeah.
when people use
Oh,
CDs,
hell yeah.
CD cases were the best
100%.
scrapers.
When you land from Vancouver and it's 3:30 in the morning and it's been snowing and icing for a couple days in Denver in your car, and you're like, "Oh crap! The good scraper's in my wife's car."
Okay, I get that.
Okay,
Good scraper?
Well, you know what I mean. Whatever. All of a sudden,
I
dude,
get
you're in
that.
the trunk. You're looking for a bottle of Fix a Flat, whatever's going to work to get on that window and.
But do you not you let it defrost a little first, right?
I'm not. I don't.
I don't
do
have
that.
time to
I
wait
don't have
around.
time.
Just sitting there scraping it?
Yeah,
I've
and
got,
I'm not
I've
one of
got
those
two
guys-
arms and an
I
elbow
don't have
grease.
time to, everybody start your car, let it run for. Just get in the car and go. I don't have time to warm up and all that crap.
By the way, we have a winner for our Avs Ticket
How
Tuesday.
How about Mitchell?
Colin Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo. Thank you.
Bartolomeo.
From the Paisan in the room. Colin Bartolomeo.
Way to go, Colin.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Time for fact checker.
Hold on.
Pretty good.
Mitchell goes, I used a coupon book. Or I used a coupon book.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, boys, we're talking about preseason projections for the Denver Broncos. who had him going 0-16, who had him going like 1970s Miami mode, everything in between. Mose, you said you couldn't recall what your preseason prediction was?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you had to pull Nelly out of the bullpen while I'm up here on the mound pitching a game here.
Yep.
You had to go get some help for that.
Yeah.
I will forgive you for that.
Thanks, buddy.
Good news is we do have
this.
eyes on your prediction, which is great. You had them going 11-6 with a 3-3 conference record as of May when that first schedule dropped. You said 11-6, 3-3 conference record, which
in the division, 3-3 in the division. Okay, cool.
I don't know how happy you guys would feel about that on today, December 2nd, 2025, but that's your fact check for you.
So you both expected another 10-win season.
I expected a playoff appearance,
Yeah.
whatever it took.
Yeah. So I think my point was I expected a jump from last year. Like I told you, I was 13-4. And I'm not even one of those like orange and blue glasses guys. I really believed in what they did defensively last year. However, I did expect their ground game to take a jump this year, and it did for a little while with J.K. Dobbins. They got to figure out how to keep that consistent.
It's really a
Hey,
it's
by
a
the
real
way,
bummer he got hurt, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if J.K. comes back earlier than people think.
You think so?
I'm hearing some things.
Really?
Yeah, I'm hearing some things.
Oh, don't get me excited.
Got some things.
Do they
I'm
have to
hearing.
stay in it for a little while for that to happen?
Hearing some things.
Well, we'll hear some more things tomorrow with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Appreciate everybody out there for tuning in today. What are you laughing about?
I used a coupon book. Chris, you made me laugh.
I've used my cell phone before. Just scrape.
Dude, I've used
my cell phone.
I'm sure I've used body parts. I don't know, a lot of stuff, man.
Think about that coupon book, though.
I will. Yeah.
Only got
We don't
20%
need that.
off.
We don't need that anecdote. Thanks, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Off to skate.
Off the play fake, Dart rolls the pocket to his right. Rolls it to the near side. He's going to run, and he's going to go along the sidelines. Oh, what a hit. He's nailed out of bounds, and now some shoving goes on. Johnson, the tight end, comes in and shoves around Ellis. Flags come flying. I believe Ellis hit Dart while he was still inbounds.
By a yard, probably.
But what a hit that was.
For the Giants, this is silly. Your quarterback stays in bounds. He gets hit. Now you're going to probably pick up a 15-yard penalty.
Is there anything you would have done different on that one?
No. Look, like, I understand the question, but this is football. Like, I'm going to get hit if I'm in the pocket or outside the pocket. I feel like I've played this way my whole entire life. This shouldn't be any shocker to anybody if you've followed along with my career. And we're not playing soccer out here. You're gonna get hit, things happen. It's part of the game.
Jackson Dart, low blows against the beautiful game after a 33-15 loss on Monday Night Football. The Giants winless away from MetLife this year. The Patriots improve to 11-2. They retake first place as the time stands this morning on Tuesday with the Broncos having a game in hand. They retake first place in the AFC and in the NFL's overall standings. And before we get into the Nuggets' head-scratching loss against a team that isn't good offensively, and you just let them shoot lights out from beyond the arc. We'll get into that with Chris Dempsey at 10:20 today. We will give away keywords to get you guys inside Ball Arena for the Avs and the Florida Panthers on December 11th, so stay tuned at 10:20 and 11:20 throughout the morning sprint. But I start with last night's game, Coach Sanford. New England, I know they were playing a 2-win Giants team.
We saw that same new 2-win Giants team not too long ago.
That team scares me. And I'm not saying it just because Drake May is the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. He is efficient. He is exciting. He's who they've been looking for ever since Brady left. But that little two-headed monster between Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson, that's what scares me the most because they run mean. And that wins playoff football games.
Right now, and I would have never put preseason money on this, it's not even particularly close who the most well-rounded football team in the National Football League is right now. Offense, efficient quarterback. Drake May yesterday, 24 of 31, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. His 3 sacks totaled 6 yards. So that's the only inefficient thing that he did was take sacks. You have an 11 carry for 67-yard performance from Travion Henderson, who is a dude.
He's your home run hitter.
And then you got Ramondre Stevenson that 12 for 40, cool.
He's your headbanger.
He is. He's what you had in J.K. Dobbins. And then, of course, Drake May is going to give you a couple first downs a game with his legs, which is terrifying. But then you go to the defensive side of the ball, and right now they're taking on the persona of their head football coach, Mike Vrabel. They fly around, man. They fly around. It's kind of a no-name group.
Who's the best team? Milton Williams is the best player on that defense, and he hasn't played for the last few weeks.
I'll tell you, he's playing his freaking tail off right now. His brother of Jonah Ellis, Christian Ellis.
What a hit. And you guys heard that as we opened up the show. I enjoy watching Jackson Dart play football. If that dude doesn't learn how to protect himself, and I love the answer he gave after the game. I'm here to be a football player. I'm here to be physical.
You know who's not going to like that? Is because there's a code in all levels of football. When your quarterback gets absolutely obliterated and tattooed on a sideline, but in reality, he deserved it, you start getting fines. His Giants teammates, his linemen are going to get tired of getting fines for having his back I don't need to have your back in that situation. Run your butt out of bounds.
Get on the ground.
Anyway, but then you get to the Patriots are a juggernaut on special teams.
They always have been, or at least when they were winning Super Bowls, they were.
And Vrabel was a part of that. You know where else Vrabel learned and cut his teeth as a coach?
Tennessee.
It was actually in the college level. He talks about it all the time that he ran into Urban Meyer before the game against the Jaguars when he was at the Titans. And Urban's like, "Who are you?" It's I was on your staff for 2 years. But Urban Meyer,
I also have 3 Super Bowl rings. Let's.
What I tell you about the Urban
cool.
Meyer tree, and I always talk about him because my dad worked for him. My dad was coaching with him. I know Urban. He offered me a job at Ohio State that I turned down just because it was wild there at the time. Vrabel was on that staff. I actually got to talk to Vrabel, talk to him for quite a bit. Intimidating son of a gun, by the way. But Vrabel understands from the Urban Meyer tree. Urban Meyer coached the entire special teams unit as the head football coach at Ohio State, at Florida, at Utah, at Bowling Green. And that is a unit that changes games, man. Their return units, their coverage units. They're the best football team in the NFL right now, today.
They are. I agree with you. They're the most complete because the defense isn't suffocating. It's top 10. And you can win a Super Bowl championship with a top 10 defense as long as everything else is above board. And special teams is more than enough for New England. The offense, you might have the MVP.
I think it's the best unit, and I think it's the best. Just watching last night, eyeball test.
I'll take your word for it.
Have you seen the Denver Broncos do the things they did consistently?
Not consistently, but you see when Denver special teams is hitting, they're unbeatable, right? Because they've won 9 straight. But when the special teams is feeling themselves, then you go, oh, like now not only is the defense holding teams to either 0 or 3 points on most of your drives, you're now winning the field position battle if the offense struggles for the first half of the game. That's when I look at Denver and I go, all right, that's a Super Bowl contender. When the special team sucks and they can't cover and Crawshaw's shanking kicks and Mims isn't able to, either be in the game because he's injured, but like when Mims has the ball in his hands, you can flip the field on any given punt, any given kickoff.
So how about this? Is it the same weekend? The last time the Patriots lost is the same time the last time that the Broncos lost?
I think the Patriots' last loss was week 3.
And isn't that the same for Denver?
I think so.
Yeah.
Sure is. Chargers.
How weird is that? These two teams, they have mirrored each other. Questions about their quarterback, second-year quarterback. He's not really the guy. He's not Jaden Daniels. Start out 1-2. The difference being that brand new head coach in Vrabel, and obviously third-year head coach Sean Payton.
Well, brand new to that group of Patriots, not brand new to the organization, not brand new to head coaching. He's already got his time with the Titans, and was successful in his first couple of years.
What I'm going to tell you here is these two teams have been very parallel. I do believe wholeheartedly that the eyeball test of Broncos versus Giants, as opposed to Giants versus Patriots, those being a similar litmus test. Of course, you watched the game last night and you say about halftime when Younghoe Koo ends up
Young Wei, little toe pick.
Unreal.
Funniest thing I've seen in the league this year.
How does that guy keep getting jobs?
No clue.
Yeah, it's over.
Funniest thing I've seen.
It's got to be over.
You can't toe pick. I know the ball's moving there.
Do you think he's so in his head that he's like, you know what? If I do this, at least I don't have to miss it. Seriously. I've been around players that do crazier things. Anyway, last night you say the dadgum New England Patriots are a wagon. They're more of a wagon right now as a 3-unit football team than the Denver Broncos.
Oh, see, you know what? I think
wagon.
They're a wagon, but so is Denver.
Okay, no.
And I look at the defense, and the defense is so much better than everyone else not named the Texans.
But I said a wagon is a 3-unit football team. The Broncos right now are not a consistent 3-unit football team.
All right, hold on. Let me change sports then. Are the Avalanche not a wagon?
The Avalanche are a complete wagon.
They suck on the power play. Therefore, with your definition, the Avs are not a wagon.
Okay.
Despite not having lost
so
the game
their special
in regulation
teams aren't
in 2
great.
months.
But guess what? They lead the NHL in goals for, and they lead the NHL in fewest goals allowed. Am I right in saying that?
By your definition.
That's a freaking wagon,
By
dude.
your definition.
No, but the Broncos have
missing
one.
a piece.
No, but the Broncos have one really, really dominant unit. Really dominant unit. The other two, it's like, now here's where I'm going to go the other way with this conversation. The Patriots are more well-rounded. You know what they aren't that the Denver Broncos are? Calloused.
Yeah, battle-tested. Close games.
Drake May he's won some close games, so I'm not going to take that away from him. You look at the season.
They have a 3-point victory over the Bills on
which
the
was
road.
A tremendous win.
They have a 5-point victory over the Buccaneers on the road.
But it hasn't been the playoff caliber moments where Drake May's been in the fire. Bo Nix has been in the fire. And whether it's been because of the Broncos' inability to play really good offensive football, typically in the first 3 quarters,
You're
and
kind
then
of
they put themselves into it.
Yeah, you're dipping yourself into the pot.
You know what? I'm good with it. Because right now, if the Broncos can continue to win, and if the Patriots have to come with Drake May, have to come to Empower Field and play the Broncos.
Home field's everything.
You're going to beat them. And especially if it comes down to the fourth quarter. Bo Nix is going to outperform Drake May in the fourth quarter, and I believe that. So, yes, on one end, wagon. A lot of times wagons get exposed against teams that are not necessarily maybe as complete, but have been there. And they've been in the moment, and they know the moment, and they found ways to win in all of those moments.
The other thing that Denver has going for them, even though they got the doors blown off of them last year at Orchard Park, this group has playoff experience.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots don't.
It's a weird roster, man. Like, they're playing so well, but you look around the roster and who exactly are all these guys? Like, they're all young-ish.
It's the reason why Drake May will win MVP this year. Because you look at the roster and you go, who?
What was the preseason odds on Drake May?
I don't know, but it's got to be someone probably put a pretty penny down and is doing great. Like, name a wide receiver not Stephon Diggs on the Patriots, and you watched the football game last night. Name one. Can you?
Mac Hollins.
Okay, there you go. Mac Hollins.
Hollins.
Good for you.
See, I got it wrong.
You were close enough.
I just know he dresses up weird all the time.
I can name the 2 backs. I can name Hunter Henry, and that's about it.
Hunter Henry's good, man. I tried to recruit him too. He was Little Rock, Arkansas. Dad was a mega church pastor in Baptist of Arkansas. Great place right there.
Still so much to get into today.
Drake May's preseason odds. If you would have done it, you would have put just $10 down. 60-1 odds.
That's
$100
bad.
down. Pretty good.
That's not bad at all. So much to get into today on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Coming up at 10:20, we are going to give away your first keyword to get inside the building at Ball Arena on December the 11th as they host the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Your first keyword on the other side of the break, as well as your weekly NBA baseline report from Christopher Dempsey. Another head-scratching, defenseless loss for the Nuggets. What is going on? We will dive into it next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and yes, it is time for the Denver Broncos to travel to Las Vegas, Nevada, and play the hurting, we'll call them, Las Vegas Raiders, and the place for you to get your celebration on for this Broncos season and for a game against the Raiders is Circa Resort and Casino. Check out circalasvegas.com for great deals on rooms, but most importantly, there's an opportunity for you to huddle up with other Broncos fans, and that is going to be at the overhang bar upstairs at Circa. So huddle up at Circa for Las Vegas football, and this is going to be an event December 5th, Friday night. This Friday night, 7 to 8 p.m., there's going to be all kinds of giveaways. They're giving away free tickets. Think about jerseys and Broncos giveaways. So it's at the overhang bar at Circa Resort and Casino. Check out the link at circalasvegas.com/huddle-up. It's the place to be. circalasvegas.com.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and today we're giving away 2 tickets to see the Avs host the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. And if you are familiar with this tune in the background, all you have to do is text the keyword Joel. Joel. Joel, as in Billy Joel.
2 summers ago, I got to go to the Billy Joel concert at Coors Field, and it was
you
glorious.
Can't miss him. He's not touring anymore, but you can't miss him
Really?
if you had the opportunity. 303-504-0925 is where you text that keyword Joel with your first and last name. Check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avs Kids Club and give your child front row seats to do all things Avs. You can sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kidsclub, and to win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday, text that keyword Joel with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll give away our winner in about an hour and 20 minutes, but it's 10:20 on a Tuesday. That means it's time for an NBA Baseline.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents a look at the hottest headlines in the association. Around the horn they go. This is Dempsey's Baseline.
We head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, and joining us on Zoom, you can see his beautiful face if you're watching us on YouTube or on Twitch. It is Altitude TV Zone, our dear friend Christopher A. Dempsey for his weekly Baseline Report. Demps, what's up?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? It's good to see you guys.
Great to see you. I wish you were under better winning circumstances. Dude, what is happening at home?
Look, I think this is a personnel loss issue more than anything else. And I think we're conditioned, when teams lose players, we kind of talk about it in terms of, all right, the production loss, right? So points, rebounds, assists. I think with the Nuggets, the actual issue here is you lost defense. And when you lose those types of players, and then you lost Jamal Murray, so you lost offense yesterday, and you scored 17 points in the fourth quarter because of it. And but when you lose defense off a team that really had a great start to this season defensively, your ability to hold up over the course of games is greatly diminished. And what I thought the Dallas Mavericks did, starting with the second quarter last night, they found some actions that the Nuggets couldn't handle. They found some advantages that they could exploit repeatedly. And then the Nuggets did help them, but I with kind of bad communication defensively, which led to breakdowns, which led to just a loss that they shouldn't have taken.
Demps, when you look at this team, is there anybody that you can see that can pick up that defensive slack from an effort standpoint that can just say enough's enough? Because we all do know that Christian Braun, Aaron Gordon have been the defensive backbone of the starting five for the Nuggets for certainly the last 16 months, if you will. Who can be the players that can pick up that slack and be the defenders that this team needs to be able to just get back to where it was?
Yeah, so those players are now in the starting lineup, right? It's Spencer Jones, it's Peyton Watson, and so this is kind of the issue. The issue is, and you make a good point. Your starting five had those two defensive players, Brown and Gordon, are in your starting five. So then, what you could do with your reserves was bring in another good defensive player, Peyton Watson. Bring in another one, Spencer Jones. Bring in another one, Bruce Brown. And now, do you see that there's very few opportunities to have gaps in your defensive consistency? That is not. It's not present anymore. And, when we talk about a team with a lot of depth, it's got a lot of depth until it doesn't. And this team, last year when we weren't looking down the bench and saying that there was a lot of depth, okay, well, now we're kind of in that exact same situation now because there are players that are not being available. And then I would say this, guys, if I said to you, a team put 2 Hall of Famers on the court and one team put 1 Hall of Famer on the court, which team won? The team with 2 Hall of Famers, right? That would have been the Dallas Mavericks last night with Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson. And then you had the number 1 pick in the draft with Cooper Flagg on the court. If I said to you in the Sacramento game versus the Nuggets, one of those teams put 2 Hall of Famers on the court, one put 1 Hall of Famer on the court, which team won? So my point is this. It's bad record teams are still really good in this league. And I don't, and I know that there's the Nuggets have had a home court advantage and they started off 6-0 at home this year. So I mean, it's it's not as if they have been just failing at home the entirety of the season. And so that's why I'm saying the players do matter. Now, I'm not saying that there's not breakdowns defensively, because there were a few of those last night for sure. But what I am saying is it's hard. This league, don't just look at a team's record and assume that they're bad. Because they probably have players that can still beat you. As a matter of fact, I would say really only one team or two in this league doesn't, and I would say that they're going to play one of those teams coming up on Wednesday in the Indiana Pacers. But this is a very difficult league to win, and guys, when your talent gap comes back down to the mean, then you can't make mistakes, and so that's the situation that the Nuggets are in right now.
They come up on a 4-game road trip Wednesday through next Thursday: Indiana, Atlanta, Charlotte, and Sacramento. I was going to ask you about those losses coming to teams that are outside the playoff mark in Dallas, Sacramento, Chicago, and then you lose to San Antonio, who's a legit playoff team, but they don't have their number one guy in Victor Wembanyama. It doesn't sound like you're that concerned over losses to teams that aren't at the top of their at the top of the NBA food chain. Is this something where Denver plays down to opponents? Because it's something I don't really. If I look at the Avs or look at the Broncos, they play down to opponent and still find a way to win. I don't really care as long as you win.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think that look, the San Antonio Spurs have a better record than the Minnesota Timberwolves, but nobody thinks the Timberwolves are bad, right? But we thought that loss against the Spurs was bad. And it was bad because the Nuggets were up so big in the actual third quarter. And so you want to be able to hold a lead like that. But from a standpoint of which team has a better record, well, the Spurs have a better record. And so that's it's a loss that a great many of us fretted about at the time. But I just think there's a lot of context to what's happening here with that basketball team. Now, look, I think what's going to have to happen is, and I know I went kind of round and round with Vic on the postgame show yesterday.
You did.
Yeah, and I think we cannot think that the days of them giving up 130 points are not over. They're not, unfortunately. And I think the way we have to evaluate this basketball team isn't at this point as if they had all their players. It's got to be, we just got to survive. Whatever it is, whatever we have to do to win tonight to survive, great. If we play good defense in Phoenix and we hold a team to 112 points and we win that game, great. If a team comes in and they score 129, but we beat them 136 to 129, great. It's just, I think that's where we are until they get their individual pieces back to make them whole, and then we can hold them to the standard that they set for us earlier this season.
Dems, 39 minutes last night from Spencer Jones, 20 minutes from Bruce Brown. I know it's not necessarily tit for tat, but are we getting enough out of Bruce Brown? Is Bruce Brown a player that could be featured like he was in 2022 in the starting five when there might be some absences in the front court?
Yeah, so it's interesting because Bruce was really hard on himself after the game last night. Basically just said he's not playing the way he feels like he should be playing. And it was kind of the first time you had heard that come from him, this season. Yeah, the Bruce Brown experience this year is a different one because they're not using him, A, for as many minutes as they did the championship year, B, necessarily in this exact same role as the championship year. And I would say that actually changed a little bit in the Phoenix game when he was on ball a lot with the second unit as kind of the de facto point guard, primary ball handler. That's a role I know he wants to play. He wants to play that role. He's not been able to play that role with any kind of consistency just because of how the Nuggets play. A lot of people bringing the ball up, a lot of different actions happening, and that means that sometimes you're going to be off the ball for big chunks of time, and sometimes you might be on the ball for big chunks of time. So I just think for Bruce, he's wanting to put better stuff on the court. He had some sort of illness yesterday that was certainly impacting his overall effectiveness on the court. So hopefully he can get better, feel better by Wednesday and play the way he wants to play. But certainly he definitely wants to put better stuff on the court.
I asked you last week who the most surprising team in the NBA was to you, and you kind of alluded to those. It wasn't necessarily surprising, but the most exciting had been what Detroit's doing in the Eastern Conference. I'll make it a little bit more granular. Who's been the most exciting individual player and most surprising individual player for you around the league?
Oh, wow. I like so many players, Raj.
You can make it multiple.
I'll go back to the Detroit well just a little bit. Cade Cunningham is awesome.
I had a feeling you were going to go to Cade.
Yeah, he's been great. I think the only thing when he came out of Oklahoma State, the only thing that I thought was his shooting efficiency just needs to be better. He was kind of a low percentage shooter. He still isn't a high percentage shooter right now, but he's working his way into more into that space, and the closer he gets, the more effective he is. He's just a great, great talent. Let's see. I'm a big Amin Thompson guy from the Rockets. It's just kind of really fun watching him just jump over everybody and do all the things that he can do on the basketball court. Cooper Flagg has been fun in the last couple of games, especially 35 and then 24 against the Nuggets yesterday.
Keep it right there with Flags. That was our first opportunity as Nuggets fans to watch him play here in Denver. Your first thoughts on seeing him in person on court?
Yeah, so I think the Dallas Mavericks just did him a disservice right at the beginning of the season by making him a point guard. He's not a point guard. He never has been. He's not a primary ball handler guy, and that is not how he scores his points. And so they started the season off with him at point, and he just really failed at it. And so they actually put him back in his right spot. And this is also kind of in conjunction with Anthony Davis missing a bunch of time for that team as well, which is the 4. And when they put him there, he looked immediately comfortable. And now for him, it's also about being a little bit more aggressive offensively. He deferred a lot to AD in the couple of games they did play earlier and some other players. And they just said, yo, bro, you're the number 1 pick, man. And you're go out and go get yours. And you can see what he looks like when he does that. He's just really good. He has no real tendency right now. The only thing he doesn't do well is shoot the 3 well. But outside of that, left hand, right hand crossovers, he can get to anywhere mid-range to the rim. He's truly great. He really is. And the more that they get comfortable with him and the more comfortable he gets with, I think, being assertive in a scoring sense, he's going to have a great career. Now, what they do around him is the biggest key. And I think, looking at this basketball team, guys, when that team gets Kyrie Irving back, and I don't know that that's going to be this season, it certainly will be next season. That team, you saw what this team could do last night on this court. And so if you put Kyrie Irving with Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg and Klay Thompson off your bench.
Don't tell me the West is getting deeper and better. Stop doing that.
But also, who's my guy, the general manager? That's the he got blamed and fired for this mess, but yet it might end up being amazing. Is that Nico?
Yeah, yes, Nico Harrison. Yeah,
is Nico gonna be vindicated in all of this?
You know what? He never will.
You can't trade Luka Doncic and come out smelling like roses.
You get Cooper Flagg. You get the Flagg, man.
I know. It's funny, man. I had this debate with somebody, and I said, if the Dallas Mavericks won, let's just say next season, if they won the NBA title next season, that fan base would still never forgive Nico Harrison, because the thing is they loved Luka. That's it. They loved him. It didn't ever matter if the Mavericks won the title. They loved that player so much. And it's it'll always look. It's a scarlet letter for Nico Harrison, and he'll wear that forever.
Debs, other than just recency and watching, was it 3 straight home losses for the Denver Nuggets? Is it 4 now?
4 now.
Yeah.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can you make any sense of the fact that the Denver Nuggets are essentially a 60% win percentage at home, but 80% on the road? Is there any logic behind it?
The only thing I could say is kind of styles make fights. The teams that have beaten them here, with the exception of Dallas, Dallas didn't necessarily fall into this category, but from the Chicago Bulls to Sacramento to San Antonio, you had teams come in with smaller teams, quick, space you out, run up and down the court. And right now, without Christian and AG, those teams, it's hard for the Nuggets to switch and keep players in front of them. And when you can't switch and keep the ball handler in front of you, those ball handlers get into your paint. They start collapsing your defense. They put you in rotation, and then they can play advantages all night long. And that's what San Antonio especially got to. And I would say Chicago too. And I would say this, there is a school of thought there. It's not a school of thought. It's a fact. In the past, the Nuggets used to just run teams off the court in Denver, and that is true. Circumstances have changed, and one of the circumstances back then is that the Nuggets were one of the few teams that were running. I mean, that just is. I mean, if you all the way back to the Doug Moe, that was a style that was very unique to them. So when you got these teams that came into Denver not used to that, you could run their legs right on off the basketball court. But you know what's happened in basketball now? Zero coaches say to media at the beginning of the season, well, I think we want to be slower this year. No. Everybody's running. Everybody's in great condition. Everybody's pushing the pace. And so these teams are all coming in the exact same condition as you. And so your ability to run a team off the court, that advantage, your conditioning advantage is gone. It's gone. You are not more well-conditioned than any other team in the league. So that's gone. 2, your scheduling advantage, especially, and George Karl took advantage of this a lot. Second of back-to-backs coming from California were the most wicked, maybe one of the most wicked back-to-backs in the entire NBA. You're coming back, you're losing. It's a 2-hour flight because it ain't that close from Denver to Los Angeles. 2-hour flight back, plus 1 hour you lose on the time change, and you're going to bed at 3 a.m. And then you get up and you got to run with George Karl's team. Well, what the NBA did was eliminate that back-to-back. That doesn't exist anymore. No team from California or anywhere in the Pacific time zone comes into Denver on the second of a back-to-back. The longest back-to-back I've seen, so like in Utah to Denver, which is nil, right? It's a 50-minute flight, 55-minute flight to Denver, same time zone. It doesn't matter. You're going to bed at midnight, 1:30, and 1 o'clock anyway, and that's fine. Or Phoenix, hour and 12-minute flight is what it took us to get back from Phoenix. Easy. Or Oklahoma City, again, a short flight. So the scheduling is different. You don't have a schedule advantage. You don't have a conditioning advantage. And so now you had just better be the better basketball team on the court on a nightly basis, which at the beginning of the season they were. But because of the guys that are missing and because of the styles of the teams that came in and played them, it's been very difficult for them to continue to win at that level. Am I worried? I am not worried about any. No, it's December 2nd. We're not worried. They're 14-6. It's fine. But this is going to be a roller coaster for the next few weeks, for the foreseeable future. And there's going to be a lot more weird losses, and there's going to be a lot of amazing wins. But that's the roller coaster I think we're on until this team gets whole. And when they get whole, then they will just resume being one of the best teams in the league.
That roller coaster continues at Indiana, 5 p.m. tip, 4:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can watch Christopher Dempsey ahead of that game, in the intermission at halftime, after the game. 4-game road trip for the Nuggets from Wednesday to Thursday. 4 games in 8 days. Demps, as always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. And Coach, great season, Coach, with Valor. Want to say congratulations for what you accomplished and the class with which you accomplished it. So great job. Can't wait to see what you do next season, my guy.
I appreciate you, Demps. We got to get you out to a game next year.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you guys text the keyword in Joel. That's Joel on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. One more time, text it in Joel with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's your first of 2 keywords today on the morning sprint to get you inside Ball Arena for Avs and Panthers coming up next week. One more time, Joel to 303-504-0925. The morning sprint rolls along on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword is come and gone. Your second one is coming up at 11:20, so make sure to be listening as we go into your NFL Week 13 rewind. That's our NFL notes for Tuesday, getting you ready for Week 14 as the Broncos are. Is this Raider Week? Right, this is Raider Week, isn't it?
Yes. It's freaking Raider hate week, man.
They're so bad, I have a hard time ramping up my hatred for them.
Do you remember the last time that the Broncos hosted the Raiders? What the score was?
Was it 10-7?
Yeah, it wasn't exactly like the dominant victory last night.
It sure wasn't.
The Patriots had over the lowly New York Football Giants.
We opened up the show talking about how good the Patriots looked. There's a reason why we're doing that. You're likely going to have to go through New England.
I heard KJ say this.
Not necessarily
everybody's
on the road.
mad at us because we're talking about the fact that there was a Monday Night Football game where a team that has the exact same record as the Denver Broncos.
Direct implications to Denver's team.
That they absolutely obliterated a football team. That the Broncos also played that they did not obliterate.
No, but that was pick your favorite Broncos game this year.
Man, I thought that Jets game in London was a lot of fun to watch.
Shut up. You are such a
I'll tell you
troll.
what, man. I loved that Thursday night special against the Raiders. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
You know what? Just play along with me.
Okay. What if sometimes I do
Smart-ass.
like when games get a little nasty,
I know
grimy,
you
and
do.
gritty?
I know you do. That's the football coach in you.
Yeah. No, my favorite Denver Broncos game this season has been the Eagles game, and it's not even close.
Okay. On the road, defending Super Bowl champions. That's up there for me.
That was the Bo Nix moment that I've arrived as a fourth quarter comeback king.
Yeah, not an easy place to play.
No. And they were hot too.
Right.
Like, did you hear remember their offense coordinator that we've talked about, much maligned, Kevin Patullo?
Yep.
Did you know that he got his house vandalized?
I saw that. Yeah, he got egged.
He got egged. I'm like, I don't know if that's
also.
Is that really vandalizing?
It's such a misleading headline.
That was just called Saturday Night back in Seal
vandalism-
Beach, California, back in the early 90s, 2000s.
Vandalism by egg? No, it's egging. Your house got egged.
You got egged.
It's like calling TPing vandalism.
Which what I would say for that fan base, for Philadelphia, if all they're doing is egging his house, gotta tell you what, they've gotten soft.
At least they didn't fork the lawn. That's miserable.
I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles fans that I know, with an offense coordinator that can't get first downs, it would have been Molotov cocktails.
That would have been sugar in the tailpipe.
It would have been bad.
Or no, it's banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah,
sugar in the gas tank.
Sugar in
That's
the
what
gas
happens.
tank. Banana in the tailpipe.
You can ruin a car that way. So I really hope kids aren't doing that. Forking the lawn is the one that is a huge pain in the butt.
Broncos Chiefs, man. Broncos Chiefs. I mean, people are saying it. Just to be able to do that, such a big deal.
My favorite game was the Wild, just because it was so improbable. The Wild comeback in the fourth against the Giants.
It was crazy.
There was no reason why you should have won that game. No reason why you should have been anywhere close. That's my favorite game.
It was
my favorite
fun.
win certainly is the Kansas City game. I'm just saying because of the chaos around Week 7 and the Giants, I'll go Giants win, Kansas City win, and then I loved beating the crap out of Dallas just because it was a perfect day in Denver. It was like 68 degrees.
Would you agree that
breath of wind?
Would you agree that game now might be, in hindsight, one of your best games, best performances, because Dallas has gotten hot since then. Dallas is a good football team since then.
Yeah, that was complete. Again, 24 points given up is misleading because you gave up a garbage time touchdown. Actually, a couple of them felt like, Olay, here you guys go. It doesn't really matter. We're just putting up points. Yeah, it looks better in hindsight right now. That win looks way better.
Because at the time, you're just like, they're a mess. Jera's going to fire Brian Schottenheimer after 1 year.
And now you're looking at, I said Drake May is going to win the MVP, and someone texted in, like, have you looked at Stafford's number? He's not going to do that. He's not going to win the MVP, or May's not going to win because of Stafford. Like, just look at his numbers. Every number that you can give me that Stafford has over May, I can give you a May number over Stafford.
Yeah.
The only one that he really has head over heels is touchdown passes. That's it. Everything else in terms of like efficiency, it's Drake.
Well,
and
you told me yesterday that touchdowns are all that matters and that RJ Harvey's having a rookie of the year type season.
I sure did.
Even though he's averaging,
I sure did.
Feels like
Hold
3.1
on.
yards
I
per
never
carry.
said rookie of the year. I just said people are still looking at that draft pick going, was it the right pick? And he has more touchdowns than anyone in his draft class. And that has to count for something. I agree. The touchdown passes count for something for Stafford as well. I'm saying this because if the Cowboys backdoor their way into the playoffs, does Dak Prescott get in on that conversation? Because right now it's a two-horse race in terms of betting. It is, I think it's like minus 120 for May and like plus 115 for Stafford, and then a big gap to, I assume Prescott's probably the next quarterback there, but it is a large gap in terms of the odds. If the Cowboys get there, Dak's going to have an argument. Yes, that win looks better. By the week, that win looks better.
When you look at the Patriots, and we're talking about this, we're being accused of glazing the Patriots' performance last night, and frankly, the whole run this year. And there's a lot of Broncos fans that are mad at us.
But good team.
KJ brought up a great point. Isn't this the exact same conversation that we were having in 2015 here in Denver? We got an otherworldly defense. We somehow, some way find a way to win games at the end.
And can you play at home in the playoffs?
You got to play at home in the playoffs. And, oh, by the way, can anybody stop the juggernaut that is the New England Patriots? We all truly have gotten into our DeLorean, and we are reliving 2015.
I'm cool with that. That 2015 season was dope. Can you guarantee that you win that AFC Championship game if you're not at home? I think the answer is no.
You need to be at home.
That 2-point conversion, it's probably successful at the end if it's at Gillette. Is it still Gillette now? They haven't changed
Gillette,
that, have they?
It actually, what's weird is I've heard that's an awful venue because it's nowhere near downtown Boston. It's kind of in its
I mean, you can't really put you can't put a football stadium in Boston.
Yeah. It looked cool on TV last night. Like I was like, I wanted to go. I kind of had FOMO. I'm like, I want to go to a Patriots game sometime.
Because it feels like football of Broncos championship yesterday.
Yep.
Even though it is Gillette Stadium and it's the Patriots, when you think back to the lore of that stadium, you can't help to think when the Patriots were good, so were the Broncos. They weren't winning all of those Super Bowls, but anytime that Denver had the ability to host the Patriots in those years, you were typically successful. That's the reason why the number one seed matters so much, man. You absolutely have to be at home. Patriots don't win here, man.
The odds have shifted.
They're scared of you, too.
The odds have shifted now. The Patriots are the odds-on favorite to be the AFC representative. Circa has them at plus 400, and they have the Broncos at plus 450.
They technically have the easier schedule. However, their next two games are difficult, right? You have the Bills at home, and the Bills need that win if they want to win the division. They have to travel to the Ravens, and the Ravens will be in a battle for the AFC North at that point. I know Lamar Jackson doesn't look anywhere near what we expect him to be. Those are two difficult games. You get a layup against the Jets, and then that Week 18 game, there's a chance the Dolphins are still somehow viable in Week 18 if they continue to win. It's a slightly easier schedule than what Denver has, considering you have playoff teams in Green Bay, Jacksonville, the dynastic Chiefs, who are on the last breath of that dynasty in Week 17, and then likely a seeding game, or if LA drops two of their next four games, can you make the playoffs Chargers game? Like, you do have a harder road to the one seed. I still think you can do it. The reason why we're talking about Patriots right now, guys, New England radio is talking about you. Patriots
what did you
fans
listen to this morning?
I listened to 98.5 The Hub. The Sports Hub.
It's called The Hub?
The Sports Hub, not The Hub. Get your mind out of the gutter, Abdul
my
Carter.
mind is great. Whoa. It's Abdul Carter, apparently, that he listens to a different hub. Not the same hub that's in Boston and talks about sports.
It's not the red, white, and blue hub. It's more of the black and orange hub.
What do you mean?
The colors of their logos?
Oh, I thought you were... I thought you were talking about,
Nope.
Good.
Sure wasn't.
Yeah, good. Bills are good.
Oh, my
Bills
God.
are good.
They're
How
talking
Abdul
about
Carter?
you.
He missed, that guy came back to his phone. That all happened during the game. And the rumors are spreading because of, I guess, who was the guy that started this? And I guess it was real. It was real, but then he says it's not. You imagine how many messages he had when he got back to his phone in his locker room, in the locker room after the game? Abdul Carter misses a drive because his AirPod Max Pros disconnected from his phone, and during a team meeting, he was hubbing. That man was hubbing. Not good. Don't be hubbing in a team meeting. That's my life lesson for you today.
Your next keyword for an Avs Ticket Tuesday is coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. We'll have KJ's NFL Notes, which is a Week 13 NFL recap. Don't go anywhere.
That boy going.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. He's unhinged today. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that, KJ.
2K Tuesday rolls into hour number 2. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and your keyword is coming up at 11:20, so stay tuned. Nelly Furtado, solid throwback to the 2Ks. Didn't she do something with Timbaland once upon a time? Or am I
Didn't everybody?
misremembering? I don't
Did
know.
not everybody do something with Tim?
Or T.I.? I don't know.
Didn't everybody do something with T.I.?
I could.
Lil Jon. Yeah.
The East Side Boys, the Yin Yang Twins? Come on.
Connor
Where are
McGahee.
they, KJ?
Connor friggin' McGahee even collabed with Lil Jon.
Connor
We
McGahee
learned
doesn't
that.
know who Lil Jon is.
They got a picture together. He went, yeah.
He thinks Lil Jon is the name of like a horse next door.
Nah, Lil Jon's like, C-Mac, I see you in them apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur.
A couple things we haven't gotten into over the last 2 days coming off of a Broncos victory on Sunday night. I want to get into Lane Kiffin in just a second here, but did you see Odell Beckham Jr. on Monday Night Football on the Manningcast, Coach? He talked to Peyton and Eli, and Eli's had his name thrown around the Mississippi Rebels job, and he said it would be fun to be involved with that program. I don't know how tongue-in-cheek that would be, but a Manning name back at Mississippi would be cool. Odell Beckham Jr. said at 33 years of age, just a month off of his birthday, he said he's still got something left in the tank. And he's working to get back in shape. And what that tells me is he is now shopping himself to teams. And as DMac and PhD talked about Adam Thielen yesterday being cut.
Who looks eerily similar to Mark Springer, the radio machine.
Sure does. If Adam Thielen is an option for the Broncos to kick the tires on, shouldn't Odell Beckham Jr.?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's gone particularly dynamic here in the last several years of OBJ. I don't know what he gives you skill set wise that you don't currently have. You already have your jump ball guy if you choose to use him in Cortland Sutton. And I would say that even Pat Bryant could be utilizing that space in the red zone. Because OBJ is not going to give you any burst, create separation.
No, he's not. He's not taking the top off of defenses at this point in his career. No. I think what he could do is be a really good space receiver.
Yeah, like a zone, sit down in zones and just
I need
utilize
7 yards.
a lot
Go
of
get
his,
open.
Utilize his physicality to turn up vertically in his shadow. What is he, 37?
Odell Beckham?
Yeah.
No, he just turned 33.
Oh, he's not old at all.
He just turned 33.
That's crazy.
Last time he played in the league was 2024 with Miami. He didn't really play that season. He had 9 games, 9 receptions on 18 targets. He had a full year with Baltimore in 2023, 565 yards and 3 scores in 14 games. He had 35 receptions on 64 targets. He hasn't been the same player since he was, I don't know, a Giant or a Brown. And then he had that one run with the Rams to the Super Bowl back in, what was that, 2021?
Did you hear about the interview that he did on a podcast, Odell Beckham? It's catching all kinds of controversy. He was on with Ryan Clark, and he was talking about how it's really hard to make a $100 million stretch.
I did hear that the other day.
Tough to make it last forever.
You know what that reeks of? Was it Latrell Sprewell? Who was talking about how he can't put food on the table for his family coming off like a huge Converse deal and signing with either Minnesota or New York? That screams Latrell Sprewell. So maybe take your foot out of your mouth on that one. But I still think that if you have a roster spot and he's not going to be a headache and he just wants to be a veteran who helps a team win in the postseason, if you're kicking the tires on Thielen, I think OBJ is a similar guy. Now, he's not 6'2", 200 pounds, but I think in a tight box.
Whoa.
Talking about the hub. I think in a tight box, OBJ can get off the line quicker and get open quicker than Thielen can. Now, will Thielen be more willing to help in the blocking game, in the running game? Probably.
Thielen strikes me more as a guy that Sean would potentially add because of his advanced levels of football intelligence. Sean Payton loves the Lucy route, which is like the choice route. It's not the exact same route that Evan Ingram ran on the 41-yard catch in overtime, excuse me. It's more of it's a choice whether to sit down, whether to make a little bit of a basketball, cross him over, and then cross the face of the inside backer or nickel, or it's to whip out and not lose vision with the quarterback. That's like, tell you what, man, Abdul Carter has hijacked this show, hasn't he? But that's where I could see an Adam Thielen maybe a little bit more realistically than I could see an OBJ. Just with Sean. Because, like, who is that guy for the Broncos? It's the incredibly high football IQ wide receiver that has short area quickness and is elite at breaking down in zones and can use, like, quickness to break people off. I would say it's Marvin Mims Jr., but for whatever reason, he's just not trusted with those roles. I don't understand that personally.
You know the play I saw last night, and I don't think there's a proper answer to that question that you just posed. I don't know if there is a guy who you just look at as like safety blanket, get me 6 yards underneath the zone coverage, and we're going to move on. We called the route,
we called it choice, or sticky was stick choice. They call it Lucy. In every West Coast offense that I've coached in, including what I'm doing at the high school level, I always said that's an audition route. You have to audition for that option route. Over time in training camp, over time in games. And you try to formation various ways to be able to get your guy in that position that has earned the right to be your Lucy runner. I don't know who the Lucy runner is for the Denver Broncos. And that's shocking because if there was a concept that would be on Sean Payton's headstone 30 years, 40 years from now, when he goes to be with his maker, it would be gun double wing right, 2-jet scat, Y-stick, zebra Lucy. And I just I don't know who the guy is that's that. Because I think Marvin Mims is the right guy. And I still don't understand. Do either of you two have any theories whatsoever for why Marvin Mims Jr. isn't used in really any consistent capacity in this offense as a wide receiver?
I don't, but the play that I looked at last night from New York, remember the Devin Singletary play? It was almost a fake trick play. They had Wildcat with Jackson Dart just off the line, right side, off the tight end, a yard back. And Singletary faked the pitch to Jackson Dart behind. And it looked as though they were going to try and pitch, run a wheel route to Singletary up the short side.
It was like a fake toss pass.
Yeah. And then he hit a hole for 22 yards. Now, I know those trick plays don't work like that all the time. I would like to see something like that. If you're going to do a trick play, I'd rather you do that and force the ball into Mims's hand rather than hope to get it there on like a double reverse flea flicker. That got me excited. I went, I could see Marvin Mims doing that.
So Mims essentially just missed 1 week. Is that right? No, he missed a couple in the month of November. Then played against the Chiefs, really had 0 offensive opportunities. Mims right now is 24 catches for 242 yards. 1 touchdown. I guess last year, 39 for 503. 6 touchdowns. It's weird because I'm not mad at Marvin Mims. Are you mad at, is anybody out there mad at Marvin Mims?
No, anytime he touches the ball, I get excited. You should be mad at the play calling because he doesn't get enough snaps. He doesn't.
And I know he had a concussion, right? I think he had the C word. That's what he missed time for. Came back from it. He was back playing on November 16th. Now you the bye week, November 30th. And in this stretch, man, to create the dynamic plays that you need, that's a player that needs to be touching the football more. I still don't really fully understand other than the fact that Sean Payton likes big. He likes tall. To your point about OBJ. Likes big.
Well, I mean, OBJ has some thickness to him. He's not a tall wide receiver.
6'1".
No, I think he's shorter than 6 foot, dude.
That's
OBJ
shocking.
is shorter than you think he is.
Yeah, he's like 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah, like Adam Thielen is if you want to get a prototypical sized wide receiver for Sean Payton, the 6'2", 205-pound Adam Thielen is that guy.
Yeah, you're right.
OBJ is shorter than you think. He plays big because he can play so vertical.
Can I throw a Marvin Mims philosophy question to you guys in regards to why he may be struggling? So they drafted him in 2023, right? But I think George Payton and Sean were still trying to figure out exactly what their tandem together was going to look like. I wonder if Marvin Mims is more of a George Payton guy than he is a Sean Payton guy. And I think Sean's vision for what he wants for his receivers versus what George wanted for his receivers were probably different when they originally drafted him. And Marvin Mims is unfortunately just a byproduct of two guys who disagreed on a draft pick.
It's a fair assessment there. And Sean was brought in. What was the hire date of Sean Payton? How far removed, or how far before the actual draft?
He was hired on my birthday, January 31st, 2023. So
he didn't do he wasn't a part of the entire. I guess you kind of are. As a head coach, it's pretty notorious for being very hands-on with all things draft.
And just as we're talking about signing wide receiver, we saw this morning that Elijah Moore gets signed to the practice squad. That's not a prototypical sized Sean Payton wide receiver. That's 5'10", 180. Now, he's nearly 10 years younger than Odell Beckham Jr. is, and he is a full decade younger than Adam Thielen is. So the assumption is the guy still has a little bit more left in his tank coming off of his time in Buffalo and in Cleveland.
25-year-old Elijah Moore does have 9 career receiving touchdowns. I don't know.
Nothing through the air is working in Buffalo, so I'm not going to put nails in his coffin because of what he did this year with the Bills. The Bills cannot pass the football. They can't do it. They're back to year 1 and year 2 of Josh Allen, and it makes me think that they have no chance of going deep in the playoffs. They can't do anything. They have one of the best and most talented quarterbacks in the league, and they can't pass the football. The fact that Sean McDermott still even has his job right now is nuts.
Elijah Moore's production over the last 4 seasons before this year, pretty good.
In Cleveland.
So New York Jets, he was, as a rookie, 43 catches, 538, 5 touchdowns.
Who was his quarterback that year? 2021 Jets?
God, that's a really good deep.
Is that Zach Wilson?
Probably. Yeah, it is. That's Zach
It's
Wilson
not
rookie
Flacco?
year. Yeah, because Zach Wilson's monster year.
It's got to be Zach Wilson,
Zach
2021.
Wilson's rookie year.
Okay. He put up a decent season with Zach Wilson at quarterback.
Yeah,
Good for him.
And then 37 catches, 446 in his second year. And then the year in Cleveland, man, that was Flacco, right? 23.
He had Flacco, Deshaun Watson, DTR. He had a game of Jeff Driscoll.
That was the year.
That was the year that everyone played quarterback.
Elijah Moore had 59 catches, 640 yards, and 9 TDs.
So he's done enough with some crappy quarterbacks. And then for some reason, he goes to Buffalo. And while the common denominator is they don't know how to coordinate an offense this year, he goes to a team with a great quarterback, a generational thrower of the football, and he doesn't do anything.
And he catches him with a bad year of Josh Allen.
Right.
Which is still doesn't quite add up for me. And then 61 catches just a year ago. For I don't really remember him. Do you remember Elijah Moore much last year when the Broncos played Cleveland?
No, because there was one wide receiver that you had to pay
Judy.
attention to. Jerry Jeudy was setting records left, right, and center. I'm not worried about Elijah Moore in that game. I'm worried about the dude who had 250 yards through the air.
He was a 61 catch guy. Elijah Moore's going to end up playing for this team. If he can get to speed.
So do we need to scrap what we previously think is a Sean Payton wide receiver? You don't make this team unless you are 6'2", 200 pounds. You don't get into the league. Like, there's very few players in this league that get in skinny.
That dude is
he's
slapped
a thick dude.
together,
You can't survive in the league without being a thick dude.
Did I just become an Elijah Moore fan?
I guess. I'm talking you into it right now.
Is this an Elijah Moore stand show?
Sure.
Cool.
It's Elijah Moore stands and New England Patriots stands, apparently.
You know where he played college football?
Elijah Moore.
Come on now, KJ. You got to know.
Is he a Mississippi State guy?
The other one.
Ooh, he's
a rebel.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Tears were falling from his face this weekend as old Lane Kiffin pulled the bait and switch.
Make sure y'all stay tuned. On the other side, we're going to give away our next keyword to get you inside Ball Arena for the Avs as they host the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Your next keyword is on the other side of the break, and we'll go through a Week 13 NFL recap. Don't miss it. It's a 2K Tuesday, also an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and today we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Florida Panthers, and you have your next keyword. The next keyword is Kevin, Kevin. That is Kevin, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Kevin! Less than 2 weeks are left to submit auditions for Next Gen Night. Your kid can step up into an Avs game day role on January the 10th. Upload an audition video at coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. To win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday, just text the keyword Kevin, Kevin. That's Kevin with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We will announce our winner coming up in 25 minutes.
Kevin McAllister.
Kevin!
Did you know that Macaulay Culkin is going to be at the Paramount? Did you see this?
Doing what?
He's doing it's the 35-year anniversary of Home Alone.
So what's he doing?
He's doing like a night with what they're watching the movie, and Kevin McAllister, a.k.a. Macaulay Culkin, is coming to talk about life, maybe a semi-stand-up routine.
I gotta be honest.
I'm really interested.
Doesn't move the needle for me whatsoever.
It moves things for me. Like emotions.
Whoa. Okay, Abdul.
But we know this, okay? We know that the keyword is
Kevin! You do it better than I do. That's that coach yell.
Well, it's also because I've been a parent looking for missing children.
I haven't yelled at the baby yet. She's a little small for that.
I left my son one time.
We're not going to do that.
I left my son at a softball stadium that I went with 3 kids and I came home with 2.
Which one was it?
It was Griffin.
Yeah.
He's known around the Valor campus community as a feral kid. Like instead of a feral cat. He just drifts to parts unknown.
Just don't feed him after midnight.
I'll tell you what, Griffin is the Home Alone kid. He is Kevin.
Yeah, if you're gonna leave one of the kids home alone and someone's gonna try and sneak into your home and you have to go defend at all costs, Griff's your dude.
He's Navy SEAL.
Yep.
Future Navy SEAL. Feral kid. Kevin.
Don't get on his bad side. Yep. All right, it's 11:20. One more time. Text the keyword Kevin to 303-504-0925. That's your Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword. It is 11:20. Means it's time for NFL notes and an NFL rewind. Let's do it. Let's look back at what happened in Week 13 of the NFL season that saw both the Patriots and Broncos win their 9th straight football games. The Packers started off on Thanksgiving with a 31-24 victory over the Lions, whose playoff hopes are on life support right now. Packers improved to 8-3-1. Jared Goff was fine, 256 yards and 2 touchdowns, but Jordan Love looks as though he's starting to make better decisions with the football, and the Packers come to Denver in just a couple of weeks. Really tough game. You have held for the past few months, probably 2 months, that like Green Bay doesn't want to come here and they're going to play poorly when they come here. Do you still feel that way after the Lions victory?
It scared me a little bit because Jordan Love, who I coached, and I always tell her, but I don't want people to just assume that I know everything about Jordan Love. When he's on a heater, he's terrifying. But he can also be on a He can be on the opposite of a heater.
Yeah, he can be streaky.
He's a very streaky player. And he's a streaky player kind of just overall. Like, it's just, when things are good, they're really good. When things are bad, they're not awful. They're just not great. It's kind of Jordan. Whereas Bo Nix is just like, it's always like pretty good, and then it could get awesome in the fourth quarter. Or it's awful, and then it could get awesome in the fourth quarter. It's never like great with Bo.
Coach and I told you all week long, someone is going to do your dirty work for you, and the Dallas Cowboys came up big on Turkey Day, a 31-28 win at home over the Chiefs, thanks to their two elite wide receivers. George Pickens had himself a game.
Nobody's helping over the top over here. 3rd and 8. Here comes the blitz. Yeah, you saw it, Tony. There's Pickens, who pirouettes around the defender and takes off past Edwards. Oh, my gosh. What a leap that was. That was insane.
Pickens, 6 receptions, 88 yards, no touchdowns. The one touchdown through the air, or rather 2 touchdowns through the air, went to former Bronco Javonte Williams. And then CeeDee Lamb, ho-hum. Anytime he's on the field, it's 100 yards and a touchdown. It feels like that two-headed wide receiving monster that Dak has the ability to throw to, man, that's scary.
Did you know that George Pickens, high school teammate of Bo Nix?
No.
I found that out on Twitter this weekend. I saw a picture of them playing together.
You know what? Now I hope that Jerry Jones doesn't re-sign that dude. I know George Pickens can be a headache.
I don't know. I think
that guy's the truth.
And I think Sean Payton and him would actually work out well. He is a good football player. And if there's one player that 6 months ago I'd have said, no way, you don't want him here, would have been George Pickens. He's done a great job. Okay, so check. I'm incorrect in saying that.
No.
They're both Alabama high school, same class, same time period. He went to the powerhouse Hoover High School in Alabama, just outside of Birmingham, whereas Bo Nix played in Central Phoenix City High School. But they were on the All-State team together and the All-American team together. So they came up together.
But there's a chance they could have been rivals in high school, which goes to the exact opposite of what I want.
Yeah, scratch that.
Bengals get Joe Burrow back, 2 touchdowns and a 32-14 win on the road over the Ravens. The Bengals still somehow alive in the AFC North. Who the heck wins that division? The Ravens are 6-6. The Steelers are 6-6. The Bengals are 4-8.
Bengals. Heater.
Dang.
Heater incoming.
Every single season, they find a way to make it interesting. The Bears stay red hot. Ben Johnson rips his shirt off and flexes in the locker room. 24-15 over the Eagles. We talked about how the win over the Cowboys is getting better by the week. Is the win over the Eagles getting worse?
Yeah, the Eagles are, man, this is a bad offensive unit. It's a bad season for Jalen Hurts. And they had to pay the championship tax on the defensive side of the ball by losing some of their key contributors just because you can't pay everybody. And we're learning that here in Denver. We're going to learn the hard lesson here soon in Denver that when you have these types of years or these types of, 2-3 year, we're going to 2 Super Bowls in several years. There's a tax that you pay for that. But thinking about the Bears, man. Chicago Bears. You remember home of Home Alone? Chicago, Illinois. Kevin,
that's
the keyword.
Okay, all right.
Kevin's the keyword, man.
All right.
It's
a long way to get there.
Pretty sure that Kevin McAllister was a huge fan of the Chicago Bears.
I don't think Kevin McAllister had any idea what football was. That kid was such a dweeb.
I thought he was pretty awesome.
He was pretty, don't get me wrong. He made the Sticky Bandits, or rather the Wet Bandits at that time, pay for it. But he was kind of dweeby. You think he was a football-watching kid? Come on.
Winnetka, Illinois. Winnetka.
I don't know. Kreckman knows more about that area of the country than any of us
He's
do.
a Wakanda guy.
26-8 is the final for the 49ers as they win their 3rd straight game, improved to 9-4. Browns 3-9, only 8 points, but Shador looked solid in that game, man.
Solid-ish.
Better than Dylan Gabriel, and that's all you have to do right now.
And all we know is that as of right now, Kevin, another Kevin, but this one being Stefanski, he's doubling down on Shador getting an opportunity.
Oh, he's being forced to do that. He hates
By whom?
having. I don't. Whoever the GM is, the GM likes Shador.
His name's not Kevin.
I don't think his name's
White.
Kevin. I don't know.
Last name is White.
I know that they embraced each other. Like the GM
Barry.
likes and the head coach doesn't.
Andrew Barry.
Jaguars get a 25-3 win over the Titans. Titans are just absolutely terrible, man. I think Denver's going to give Jacksonville a dose of reality when they come here. Trevor Lawrence is going to get sacked 6 times that game. I cannot wait to play the Jags. Texans get a 20-16 win over the Colts. Colts are they're not free falling, but they're not the same juggernaut.
I'll tell you what is completely free falling are the MVP odds of who was actually leading the MVP race 6 weeks ago, and that's Daniel Jones. Yeah, he's a little banged up. He's missed. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to end up making it through the long haul. And Anthony Richardson's what you have as your next opportunity.
Yeesh.
That's not good.
Yeesh.
It's not good for a team trying to make it in the postseason.
Still alive somehow were the 5-7 Dolphins. They get a 21-17 win over the Saints, but former Bronco Devon Vele was this close to making it happen for the Saints.
For the end zone. Did he hang on? Devon Vele. Touchdown
kept his feet in. Bailey extension. 1, 2. He holds on. Touchdown.
Finds a way to get his toes in, and then on the next play.
Well, Mark Schlereth right there.
What does Devon Vele do on the very next play? He recovers the onside kick. The Saints have a chance. They go 4 downs and turn the football over because they're a 2-win Saints team.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm happy for my guy, Devon Vele, because his breakout game in New Orleans, it put him in rare New Orleans company with his performance, man. 8 catches, 93 receiving yards, and a touchdown. And then, of course, the onside recovery. One of the best first 2-year player performances in Saints history.
Jets get a 27-24 win over the Falcons in a toilet bowl game. Kirk Cousins played football. That's all you need to know from that one. And then the Buccaneers, 20-17, 7-5. Didn't look great. Jacoby Brissett continues to throw the football like 1 billion times per game. But my favorite thing that happened, it's a thick 6, baby.
Otten in motion. Look for Otten, not there. Goes the other direction, and it's Tristan Wirfs. The All-Pro.
Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof.
Wait, Tristan Wirfs scored?
Tristan Wirfs receiving touchdown from Baker Mayfield.
So good.
There ain't nothing better than an offensive lineman scoring.
But Tristan Wirfs, man, that dude is an athlete, dude. An elite athlete. Iowa Hawkeye.
6'5", 320 pounds, man.
Great athlete.
There's nothing better. There's nothing like it in sports. Like, name me another feeling like a thick 6. Is it like the emergency backup goalie in hockey coming in? Because there ain't anything like I don't think that's anywhere close.
I have a bone to pick with you, Raj.
What's up?
A thick 6 within football circles is always returned.
I disagree. You know what?
No, this is called the Piesman.
A Piesman.
Yep, there's a Piesman trophy for offensive line touchdowns.
A Piesman.
Yep.
All right, I'll take that.
The Piesman.
I understand the thick 6 has the connotations of being like a pick 6.
What's your favorite kind of pie?
I'm not a big pie guy.
Not a cream pie guy? I'm more of a, I like the Tristan Wirfs here. This is pretty good. Like a Boston? No?
I like an apple pie. I have grown into liking a key lime pie. I can be a chocolate mousse type of guy. What am I going to do with you?
What are you talking about?
What am I going to do
I
with
love
you?
a Boston cream pie. Do you not?
No, it's been 40 minutes. It's been 40 minutes.
Hey, Abdul, stop this, Abdul. I got Abdul across the street or across the table from me, and behind the glass, I got Carter. I got an Abdul and a Carter back here, man.
Panthers get a shocking 31-28 victory. They are 7-6. They beat what we thought was the best team in the NFL, the Rams, and it's because of this.
4-man rush. Stafford into a tight window to Nakua. Picked off by Mike Jackson. And Jackson gets the block to take it home. Touchdown for Jackson.
Yeah, pretty common route combination. Something Rams do all the time.
There is no foul for a blindside block. It's a touchdown.
A pick 6 thrown by Matt Stafford. Once again, it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Text your keyword Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, that's Kevin, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That'll be your last chance to enter to win a pair of tickets to see the Avs take on the Panthers. Kevin to 303-504-0925. 2 picks for Matt Stafford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little uncharacteristic football right there. And we thought that he was going to finish the year with like 58 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions. Guess what? Everybody comes back to earth at some point in time. You know who else is going to come back to earth? The team that we spent the entire first 15 minutes just glazing. The Patriots are they're gonna have their come back to earth moment. I promise you that. They have to.
My question: will this team come back to earth after a 26-0 shutout against the Vikings?
It's 4th and 1. Snap. Brosmer rolls out to the right. He's in trouble. He's going to throw the ball up, and it's picked off. Awful decision by Max Brosmer, and this is going to be a defensive touchdown for the Seattle Seahawks. It's Ernest Jones, the 4th, with the first touchdown of his career, and Seattle has taken a 9-0 lead. Max Max Brosmer falling to the field, decided to underhand it to absolutely nobody except Ernest Jones.
The incomparable Paul Allen of KFAN in Minnesota. It was a terrible decision.
Is he the one who said, ugh?
No, that was his color commentator.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, Paul Allen rocks. I'm so glad you grabbed that call. A horrendous decision to try and throw that football as you're falling down to the ground. Max Brosmer.
Of the University of Minnesota Golden Gophers fame. Probably going to be his last NFL opportunity. It was terrible.
Does it make you happy that a former Golden Gopher threw 4 picks?
No.
So your hatred doesn't extend to alumnus.
I had a little, me and PJ buried the hatchet over the weekend, man. Thanksgiving weekend. Just buried the hatchet.
You should have led with that, buddy.
It's dropping names all over the place.
We did.
Seahawks improved to 9-3. Are they real or fake?
They're real, but they're not gonna contend for. That's not a Super Bowl team, but it's a team that could make noise in the playoffs. I'd say Seattle this year is the equivalent of the Commanders last year.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Like, they made it to the NFC Championship, but everybody deep down, they're like, they're not going to win.
Yeah, outkicked their coverage a little bit. Bills get back on track with a 26-7 win over the Steelers. However, it's like the rushing attack of Josh Allen and James Cook and nothing else there. I don't believe in them yet. I'm a huge Bills fan this weekend when they play the Patriots. Chargers get a 31-14 win over the Raiders. But as it stands right now, Justin Herbert, coming off of surgery to his non-throwing hand, is day-to-day, may not play in their primetime game this coming weekend.
Who they got?
They have the Chargers. Are they Sunday night or Monday night this week against the Eagles?
Are we back in Easton Stick territory, or is he no longer a Chaja?
They are. That's Sunday. That's Sunday night, December 8th, against the Eagles.
Kim's voice is hilarious. I can hear that. That's so good.
Easton Stick.
We miss you. We miss you, Kim.
Gosh.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint. We miss you. Moving on. All right, so Chargers 8-4 desperately need a win to stay within shouting distance of the Broncos in the West, to get that 27-26 win. Then last night, to close up Week 13, the Patriots continue to pace the league with a 33-15 butt kicking of those hapless New York Giants. Drake May, 24 of 31, 282 yards. Jackson Dart, while fun to watch, man, if he doesn't find a way to protect himself, he's going to have a short career.
He's going to have a short career. His own body's going to give way, but also his linemen are going to start resenting him because he always puts himself in dumb positions. And they're going to have to pay a ton of fines protecting him.
I need your thoughts on him wearing the huge diamond-studded net.
Not a fan.
I'm not a fan of that either.
I also, he's so fratty to me.
Oh,
Does he not just strike you as just quintessential,
Mega frat star.
just frat guy, man?
I'm sure he had a great time at Mississippi.
You know what he looks like? He looks like some frat boy at Arizona State whose name is Kevin, which is our keyword here. And text on Avs Ticket Tuesday, Kevin.
Name the last 18-year-old Kevin you've seen.
That's the Kevins that I grew up with, okay? When I was in college, we had Kevins everywhere, like Kevin O'Connell or Kevin Stefanski, that were frat stars at some point in their life.
Kevin's your keyword. That goes away at 11:45. We'll give away our winner coming up at 11:50 before we hand things off to PhD. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint on Altitude.
What's going on, Colorado? This weekend starting this week is College Football Conference Championship weekend, and it's going to be absolutely wild. Think about this. The Conference USA Championship, CUSA, in Jacksonville, Florida, where Kennesaw State is a 2.5-point favorite over Jacksonville State, and they're playing in Jacksonville, actually, Alabama, and it's going to be a visiting favorite, Kennesaw State. You got the Sun Belt Championship. You've got American Championship. Most importantly, though, the game that we're all going to be watching is going to be the Mountain West Championship coming up here on Friday. So it's a 4-point Boise State favorite over UNLV. So for all of your wagering needs, you need to check out the app that is Circa Sports Colorado, or you can go to circasports.com today. So whether you're looking for NBA odds, you got playoff futures for NFL, or any props on your favorite players and more, Circa Sports is going to have you covered. So download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And as always, must be 21 years or older. If you do have a gambling problem, make sure you call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Faith Hill
Caught
on a
up in
2K
the rush.
Tuesday?
Slow and steady rush. What's up, Faith?
KJ Gray. What's up, Faith?
What's up, Faith?
What's up, Faith?
What's up, girl?
What's up?
What's all about?
KJ knows. What's up, Faith? 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today as we wrap up another edition of the Morning Sprint. The Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next.
Did Abdul Carter hijack this entire show today?
Oh, he sure did, and you let him take the reins, brother. I had no control over that one. I want to get back into college football, and I wanted to talk Lane Kiffin until I saw this article from USA Today. And this is from Brent Schrotenbauer of USA Today Sports. The University of Colorado's athletic department is projecting that it will run a $27 million deficit during the current fiscal year ending in June of 2026, in addition to needing $11.9 million in institutional support from the university and $2.2 million in student fees, according to budget figures obtained by USA Today Sports in conjunction with Syracuse University's Newhouse campus. Those numbers are not final as of right now, as I continue to quote the USA Today article. The athletic department is hoping to bring the deficit down by the end of June with revenue from donations, sponsorships, and concerts at Folsom Field, but it has never reported a deficit that big before, which could potentially leave the athletic department in need of more than $41 million from subsidies from the university, including institutional support and student fees. And as I will remind you, Rick George announced that he's stepping down at the end of June before the fiscal year is out. And Colorado won 3 football games this year.
Yeah, it's not good. And I could see this coming because I knew. I lived it. There was not a surplus of cash. And a lot of the financial impact of Coach Prime at CU benefited Boulder, benefited the city of Boulder. Tourism goes through the roof. College football Saturdays were very different.
Packed.
In Boulder than they were. So guess who else benefits from those? Places that serve cold beers.
Pearl Street.
The Street of Pearl. And the Hill. You know, the university enrollment probably gets a nice little uptick, but you don't see that.
They had record numbers of applications,
which is good.
Years.
And it like that happened at Boise State after my alma mater played in that Fiesta Bowl where they beat Oklahoma. And it was like Boise State all of a sudden became a cool place to go to college. Like, oh, that looks fun. I'd like to go there. I'm like, well, that's kind of really just a junior college. It has a football team. Anyway, it really is. It's not good. That's why I'm dumb. And I am. I think that this is a reality check for the University of Colorado, because the saying goes there are people that write checks that they can't cash. Is that maybe to a certain degree what's happened up in Boulder with regards to making Deion Sanders a top 10 highest paid coach in college football at the time, but not necessarily having the donor base or even the mega donor, the sole or top 3 donors that could say, you know what, I'm down with that. And so guess where they have to go now? They have to go to the institution. They have to raise student fees. Is that going to go well politically on a campus that traditionally hasn't always embraced football? Hasn't always embraced big athletics. And I'm not going to call that a bombshell because I kind of saw it coming. But the fact that did come out on USA Today, that article that was written this morning, it's not going to be all that great in Boulder over the next several months.
And this isn't unique to Colorado. In 2024, this, according to the Knight Newhouse College Athletics database at Syracuse, which is what USA Today is using for these numbers, at least 33 athletic departments received at least $30 million in university support, including Colorado at 31.9, Houston at 38.4, Arizona State at 51.7,
That's insane.
and South Florida leading the way at $63.7 million. And those are public records. So big-time universities with big-time football programs.
You say University of South Florida?
South Florida, $63.7 million in terms of university support.
But that also might be how it's baked into their structure. Correct. Like from the jump. I don't believe that CU has ever really wanted to operate that way.
But if you want to compete with other big programs, you kind of have to bake it into the structure.
The one that's interesting there is the University of Houston, because they do have a mega donor. They have, I'm trying to blank on his name. He owns all the restaurants, big oil guy down in Galveston, Texas, major tycoon, financial tycoon down in Houston. And he essentially built that program into at least some semblance of relevance. That's the one team. Everybody else is lacking that major donor.
I don't know who the name is of the Houston dude. Couldn't tell you.
He has a name that is, there's other in that family that are big in other spaces, but neither here nor there. CU doesn't have they don't have the right person or persons to be able to potentially just say, hey, you know what? We got your back.
So if you lack those persons, how do you raise the funds? Like, we saw members of the CU staff going overseas to try and find money. Is like that the only way you can do it now? If you don't have that small group of people, those massive donors to the football program.
Tillman Fertitta.
I couldn't have told you the name.
Tillman Fertitta is the big Houston, big time donor, mega donor. He's the guy. Also, he owns the NBA's Houston Rockets and owns like all of the oil resources down in South Texas or whatever, so part of Houston. You know what's interesting is you heard a lot of the scoop about Kalani Sitake, originally of Hawaii, who's the head football coach at the BYU Cougars, that he potentially might be going to the Penn State as the head coach, which makes no sense geographically. Makes no sense in terms of, like, he's been successful. So when you go a little bit deeper underneath why, BYU, who is the most successful team in the last 2 seasons, not named Ohio State, record-wise. He is a bottom 10% compensated head coach at BYU in Power 4 football. All he really wants, I think, is a fair market value. And even the number that I think he's throwing around is still $2 million shy of what Coach Prime is getting at CU for a team that ultimately did indeed go what your record is, 3-9. BYU's operating in a world where they have to be fiscally responsible. CU didn't operate that way. And now what? Is that $10 billion annually going to be perpetually worth it for the next 2, 3, 4 years? I don't know. You tell me, Raj.
Your final thoughts before we get out of here on Lane Kiffin jumping ship yet again, doing the most Lane Kiffin thing possible of just leaving a town high and dry.
Yeah, I mean,
Lane Kiffin, the right move?
No, LSU's going to. The minute it goes south, they're going to turn on him like they've turned on every single head coach that's ever coached there, including 2 national championship head coaches that really are statute coaches in Les Miles and Ed Orgeron. And then they had a bad year or 2, and all of a sudden they were Republican enemy number 1 in that state. If Lane doesn't win right away, the amount of resources that they're throwing in his direction, I think he's going to get ugly fast.
There's no mitigation clause in his contract where he has to go out and look for head coaching opportunities to help the school pay off their debts if Kiffin were to be fired. The only thing that's a little different in here is that LSU will be paying for Ole Miss's wins in the college football playoff if they happen to win this year, because that was a part of his bonus structure that Mississippi is not paying to Kiffin this year after leaving Mississippi for Louisiana State. It's $13 million. It's not that big of a jump from what he was getting.
What was he at, 9.2?
9.5, I thought it was. So it's not a huge jump. I'm sure Mississippi could have come pretty close to that number. The big kicker is if he wins a national championship, there is one time where he can rip the deal up and become the highest paid coach in college football, but he has to win it. And I think I'm with you, man. If he doesn't win it within 3 years, there's a chance that I think he gets fired.
A real honest conversation for both of you. We just talked about Lane Kiffin. We're talking about college football. In Power 4 football, and I lived it, you go 3-9, 4-8. What happens to you? You get fired.
You can't, yeah.
You can. If you're 3-9 and you make $10 million or more a year, what's different about CU and Coach Prime than everybody else in college football?
The money tells you it's not. But the difference is is Colorado relevant without Deion Sanders at this point? Because Louisiana State, without Lane Kiffin, without Brian Kelly, they're always going to be relevant, man. Is CU relevant without Deion?
You got to look at 2 of the 3 seasons have been 3 and 4 win seasons. It is what it is, man. That's the thing about football. College football, the money is massive, but the game is pure. You are what your record says you are.
Congratulations to Nick Hernandez. Nick Hernandez, you are going to see the Avs take on the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers next Thursday. Tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can listen to the Golden Pipes of Connor McGahey as the Avs prepare to host the Vancouver Canucks. We'll have reactions to that game directly after on YouTube and Twitter with myself and Mark Springer. And tomorrow morning on the Morning Sprint, we'll talk about the Avs as they hopefully continue their run of points. We will find a way to do that coming up at 10 tomorrow morning. But for Coach and KJ, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, that's quite a story that the boys turned us on to about CU. We'll get to that in just a little bit. The Broncos, it's like they're going to add a wide receiver to the mix, Tyler. They wanted something. Getting something.
Okay.
Talked about Adam Thielen, so we weren't completely way off base, but all right, they're looking to improve.
Who'd we at?
By little sort of moments. Elijah Moore. Remember Elijah Moore?
Gosh, Elijah Moore. Has he been in the building or something?
No. He's
Why would I remember him? Help me out.
Well, he caught 11 passes against the Broncos when they played the Bills a couple years ago.
Oh, okay.
But Broncos released Kyrese Rowan from their practice squad and put on Elijah Moore. He was the number 34 overall draft pick just a couple of years ago. So,
all right, well, that's interesting. Got a young, talented player.
Had seasons with the Browns, waived by the Bills. So I think he had the catches against the Broncos last year with the Browns, not the Bills. My bad on that. But we'll get to all of that in just a little bit. Our guy, Scott Hastings, is driving to the airport. Scott, my friend, how are you? Drive going fine, I hope?
Darren, it's sunny. It's 50. It's a beautiful day.
Yes, sir.
Traffic is absolutely super light right now.
I didn't realize, and Adelman was cut right to the quick, deservedly so. They played wimpy. They didn't play physical. They just that was disappointing last night, Scott. Not gonna lie. I don't know how else to sugarcoat it, frankly.
I don't know if you need to sugarcoat it. It was the blueprint for they've lost 4 straight games at home, and every single one of them were almost identical in nature.
Yep.
I mean, I give them a break on one of them because they got in at 4:00 in the morning. They, just fatigued, and that kind of started the slide. But yeah, they got up, and we've seen this before last year where they get up big, and it was so easy that all of a sudden, the second unit came in to start that second quarter, and it just went south quick. And David also said this: once you give another team a little hope and they see a couple shots go in, you know you're in a battle in the NBA. So, yeah, hey, they got what they deserve.
Okay.
They did not play. Yeah, they did not play a physical brand of basketball, but they don't really have. Probably your 2 most physical guys are going to be out for another 2 weeks.
What's up with Jamal?
Turned his ankle the middle of the second quarter.
Okay. But are you referring to him as he's going to continue to be out or no?
Well, no, Christian Brown just got out of his boot, and that was a 4 to 6 week thing. Aaron Gordon, the hamstring, 4 to 6 week thing. So it's probably both of them at least another 2 or 3 weeks with those guys. Jamal, he's had some ankle issues in the past. He's pretty tough as far as fighting through pain. In fact, he went out, walked to the locker room, probably got a retape, came back, and really couldn't move, and so was out the rest of the game. And it also showed to me another little – and then, oh, by the way, your backup point guard wasn't even going to play yesterday because he was sick all day.
Right.
And so you're using Bruce Brown, and you're saying, hey, Bruce, by the way, our Jamal's out, so we're going to have you. I know you're sick, but we need you to play 30-some minutes tonight. And he was dragging, and he was gutting it up too, I thought.
Yeah, he said he sounded terrible when Katie was talking to him afterwards. So good for Bruce, but they sent a bunch of the guys back to the G League. So the bench was actually a little bit emptier yesterday. So I was like, oh, well, what are we doing here? It sucked.
You don't really, and he mentioned Jalen Pickett. I could have gone with him maybe in the 4th, but I didn't know that was fair to him. That's your only backup point guard. And if you're thin anywhere, it would probably be at kind of that point guard position that, here, let me give you a diagram. A speedy, physically tough, get to the basket, backup point guard. Remind you of anybody?
Who are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we had Russell Westbrook.
Okay. Oh, so are we having
well? No. I'm just saying that body and game type would be helpful right now with the injuries and stuff going on. The inside the locker room wearing everybody out, not needed.
Yeah, gotcha.
But just that style of play, downhill, get to the rim, physical, aggressive nature. That'll be. You'd mentioned the Broncos just signed a new guy and see what that actually means. But, that's something I guarantee you that they're probably looking at right now.
Yeah, huge night from Joker, 29, 20, and 13. I heard the morning show guys talk about there's never been a player since the 50s that had a line like that and actually lost a game, which is, again, how people even find these stats is beyond me. But here's a more relevant one. Never since Nikola Jokic has been a starter for the Denver Nuggets have they lost 4 games in a row at home. How about that? How about that one?
Yep, I know. Hey, listen, like I said, it was eerily to me the blueprint that they've had on the other 3 losses at home. It felt like. But I will say one additive to it. I saw almost a look of panic and a look of, and Tyler may have seen this in football, but that moment, here it comes, and I just don't think you can play any pro sport with a that you're worried about, a bad outcome. Does that make sense? And it almost felt like all of a sudden here comes, and they got guys, listen, and I said it on the broadcast, once you got it into a holy goalie game, and David Adelman, the definition of that was David talked about just a street ball game that everybody's played in growing up. Once you get in that and the guy sees a couple shots go in, then all of a sudden you're in trouble. So, and I could see that in the second quarter. They let it get into a little holy goalie, and if you ain't got holy goalie players and you're trying to play holy goalie basketball, it's kind of like those great chess players that you see go on the streets of New York and they try to play, that speed chess against some of those guys that just live in the park all year, and they're these masters are getting beaten and they're like, what the heck's going on? Because the game becomes so much faster than they're used to. That's a little bit what happened last night, I felt.
Spencer Jones and Nikola obviously played well, but other than that, it just looked, I don't know if lackadaisical is the word, uninspired, if they just weren't taking the Mavs serious. What do you make big picture when you see games like that? I mean, does it mean anything big picture, or is it just a bump in the road?
No, it's a bump in the road, but you still take it serious because you want to find the root cause from it. Dempsey said this last night in the postgame. Vic wasn't having any of it. That's great. But when the coach comes out and says, we were out physical tonight, well, guess what? I can look at the Portland game you lost on the road. You kind of out physical in that one. The Sacramento game out physical in that one. The San Antonio game out physical in that one. There's a pattern there. So it's just a game. You finish your first 20, 14-6. I think that was the number there that we talked about before the season.
Yeah.
If they could be 15-5, 14-6, we'd be pretty happy.
Yeah.
So that standpoint, they're good. They've what's crazy right now, they've won 7 in a row on the road.
That's insane. It's crazy.
How do you win 7 on the road and you've lost 4 in a row at what should be a home court advantage? So
nobody can explain it, actually.
Well, I think you're running into right now, there's a reason guys are starters and guys are backups. And, I think you get a nice little bump when backups come in and they play some good minutes and everything's good. But after a while, you realize these other guys are starters for a reason. And who knows, in Indiana tomorrow, you may be without 3 starters. And I would take 60% of your best defensive players out, and how good is Vance Joseph going to be?
I don't know. I mean, you can only do so much, especially closing, but still 17 points in the fourth quarter, even without Jamal. It's like, all right, guys, come on now, and
but that's where the panic came in, because if you go back and look, the offense completely stopped. And here's another thing that I thought with the second unit, they ran no offense, and now you got the fourth quarter, there was no offense. It was everybody we'll play a different style now. Let's play. Everybody spot up and let's see if we can get lucky and make 5 threes and we'll win the game.
Right.
Or 4 threes, and you know what I'm saying? And that's counterintuitive to how they played. So that's to me part of that. We're down 4. We got to get a basket here. Let's shoot a 3. And then all it takes is you miss 1 or 2, even if they're good shots, and you miss 1 or 2, and all of a sudden, 4-point deficit turns into a 7 or 8-point deficit. Now you're really behind the 8 ball.
Hey, last one. Quite a night for guys on 2-way contracts with the Nemhard, who, really? Seriously? But what? Awesome. It was incredible for them. And then Spencer Jones, who, hey, man, the dude can shoot in the NBA. All right, cool. I know that's not why he's here, but he's been pretty electric from 3. You going to convert Spencer Jones into a full-time player or what? What are you going to do with him?
You've got 30 more games to worry about it.
All right. So cool our jets, relax a little bit. We'll see.
No, I think he's earned it. If you were to do it right now, he's earned it. But I think they'll try to manipulate the roster a little bit on the back end somehow to make it a little bit easier. It'd be perfect for this team. And obviously he's retired now and can't do it. But it'd be nice to have like a veteran like a Reggie Jackson that, and Ish Smith that, all of a sudden in case of emergency, okay, we can bring this guy in, he can play, he's been there, done that, he's not going to overreact, not going to panic. So I think they'll probably, they want to get healthy and see what they really are. Dempsey had a great stat before Christian Brown and Aaron got hurt. They were a top 5 defensive team. Teams are scoring like 111, and since those 2 guys have been out, teams are averaging 123, 126. Now we all love analytics, some more than others, but I think there's probably a correlation in there somewhere to losing 2 of your more defensive-minded physical players.
Hey, by the way, it did get a little spicy with Vic and Demps on the postgame show, huh? Just a little
just for a second.
Yeah, a little all right, okay. All right, I'll take that. You got any thoughts about Gallo hanging him up today for a career, 16 years and international play and that very fascinating time between Carmelo and Jokic, those sort of bridge years? Gallo was kind of a key part of that. Any thoughts about Gallo?
Yeah, he actually didn't he get the first couple of years of Joker too? Didn't he?
Is that right? Well, you tell. Yeah, I mean, it could have been some. Yeah.
I think he got a first couple of years of Joker. I love Gallo to death. In fact, I got his number. I'll text him here in a little bit and say congrats. I thought he was fabulous, and I thought his time here was fabulous. I got a no dumb question I have to ask you that.
Sure.
Marlo asked me before the game yesterday.
All right.
You ready?
Go.
Is Klay Thompson a Hall of Famer?
Yes. Yeah, how many championships does he have, Scott? 5?
So it's just about championships?
Well, he was the second most important player on a team that won 5 championships. Is Scottie Pippen a Hall of Famer?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, he is now, yeah.
Yeah. If Scottie Pippen's a Hall of Famer, so is Klay Thompson. How's that for an argument? Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I don't know. My initial reaction was yes, just like yours. You know, I think Durant would argue he was the second most important guy for a couple of those championships, but
you know what I mean.
A couple other ones he was. But Marlon pointed out he's only got 12,000 points or something like that.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. You're a key player on a dynasty. He's a key player on an NBA dynasty. Hall of Fame. Seriously, come on. What are we doing here? Really? I mean, seems silly to me. I mean, the points are going to keep piling up for this guy. He's going to keep playing basketball, don't you think?
Oh, I bet this is last year.
Really? Well, all right. I don't know. Maybe it'll be a good question. Scott, we have to run because we have keywords and you have a plane to catch.
All righty. Well, I'll just be on the road listening.
Okay, pal.
See you, buddy.
We'll talk to you later. Yeah, we'll come back. We have your next keyword for you to win Avs tickets. And, yeah, Broncos have made an addition. Monday Night Football. Are the Patriots the best team in the NFL? How far away are the Broncos from the Patriots, if that is the case? It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer since my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back every time I need a new vehicle because I think the relationships matter. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. I send all my family and friends to Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Val's back tonight, huh? That's cool. I saw he was practicing and rolling with the boys a little bit.
Good.
Get healthy eventually, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is kind of crazy when you think about how hot the Avs are. Vancouver's been pretty dog butt recently. And now you get Val Nichushkin back? Wow. Okay. Wow. Christopher Walken. Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Tickets to go see the Avs not take on Vancouver tonight, but Florida. Keyword is Islanders to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avs Kids Club and give your kid front row seats to all things Avs. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kidsclub to win tickets to see the Avs and Panthers next Thursday. That word is Islanders with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Love Scott Matthew. Love Matthews Fine Watches. They're the best. In the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 2:55 later today. I heard Koo, the kicker.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, he explained it. I don't know if you're going to buy it or not. But he said that he saw the ball wobble off the snap, and he buried his foot in the turf on purpose. That he didn't just, forget how to kick.
No, I actually do kind of buy it. But so what? So the ball was wobbling. What are you going to do? I mean, you got to kick the dang ball anyways. I don't know what special teams coaches actually tell these kickers in that position, but I highly doubt they tell them to not kick the ball. Like, listen, if you don't kick the ball, you've got a risk of a million things going wrong. You're going to go fire. You're going to send your guys out on a route. Then you're going to ask your holder to throw a ball that might get intercepted. And, I mean, so many things can go wrong. So, all right, I did see the ball wobble. I think that's fair. And his foot hit the ground like 3 yards behind the ball. I mean, I actually do, as fun as it is to make fun of him, I do kind of buy it.
Yeah, because it was so preposterous, right? Like, this can't be real. I was watching the Manningcast. It was pretty funny.
Oh, did you see Jackson Dart?
Yeah. Well, that was unbelievable. We'll get to that in a second, but on the Manningcast, they had Danny DeVito on, and
well, we got incredible belief.
Oh, that's not it.
No matter what.
That is labeled the wrong thing. Dan, you got Danny DeVito with the Mannings. Go ahead and roll that if you got it, my friend. Okay, we'll get our act together here, Tyler. Yeah, Jackson Dart was asked after the game, are you going to change how you? He says, it's football, it's not soccer.
Oh, I just meant his reaction to the kick.
Oh, this reaction to the kick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the Manningcast on it.
Let me up.
Oh my God! He tripped. He tripped, Danny.
Oh, he still didn't get
the kicker. The kicker tripped trying to kick the field goal. He tripped over the turf. I have not seen that.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's watch this.
Oh.
I felt good about the holder throwing a touchdown until I didn't.
Oh. What? He just kicked the ground?
What the hell was that?
Eli, it's like one of your fat 9-irons you hit. You just grass.
Oh, that was like...
that. I've never seen that.
That's what Doug said, Danny.
I'm buying that coup. You're not a professional kicker. I mean, it'd be more fun to think about him just messing it up.
Well, that would have been the worst shank of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, in the history of the NFL.
But he was like, nah.
I just think he made a selfish decision is what I think. Like, okay, so the ball is wobbling. Kick the damn ball anyways.
Well, that doesn't go as a missed kick on his record? Like, that's not an offer?
Well, I don't know how that actually gets registered or not.
I don't know either. Actually, I don't know.
I mean, they talked about that on the broadcast. They didn't particularly know the answer on the broadcast either.
Yeah, I would assume it's an attempt one way or the other. The
ball was not like it wasn't necessarily wobbling, but it was a little bit tilted.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't a clean process, but give it a shot. I mean, at least you'd have a chance, I suppose.
Right.
Listen.
The last thing you want is a fire drill. Trust me, the fire drill is not good.
When things are going bad for bad teams, this is the type of thing that just happens. And Jackson Dart did get blasted by Ellis there from the Patriots. That was an awesome hit. I can't blame the Giants players for getting you can't do that to our quarterback. But when you looked at
launch? I thought he might have launched.
I thought it was pretty clean.
It looked relatively clean.
It was
in today's
awesome.
NFL, you're not allowed to launch, and I thought he launched.
Well, he didn't get flagged for it, and Dart was in bounds when he hit him.
Our texters are saying the play counted as a sack
on the kick.
Yeah.
Huh?
I guess
right?
I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, we're playing the Dart hit right here. I don't know. I think he launched after he hit him for sure. Like when he hit him, he went in the air too. Hell of a hit. So that counts as a sack? I gotta think about that. So I guess you never assume a kick. So if they snap a ball, you treat every situation as if the holder's a quarterback?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens on the fire drill. He's going to roll out and he's going to throw a pass.
So it's kind of a bobbled snap to a quarterback at the end of the day if the kicker doesn't touch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that makes sense because what stops the snapper, we've seen it a million times, from picking the ball up and throwing it, I guess. All right, I never thought of it that way. Well, you learn something new every day. See new things. Are the Patriots the best team in the NFL?
Yeah, they are. Their strength of schedule obviously is not what other teams has been, and that has contributed to some of their success. But I will give them credit with the bad teams that they've played. They've not just handled their business in terms of getting wins. They're winning by multiple touchdowns in the majority of their games. They do have a couple of one-score games that were decided by a field goal or less, but it's not like the Broncos where you're looking at it and it's like, oh my God, the entire season was decided by 2 points. So they're tied with the best record in the NFL. They have probably the best margin of victory in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a quarterback that has been playing at a phenomenal level, start to finish, of every single game for the entire season. So, yeah, I would say the Patriots are currently the best team in the NFL. However, I still think the Rams are a far more dangerous team than the Patriots.
Why are the Patriots a better team than the Broncos right now?
Well, I think for all the reasons I just explained. First off, quarterback play has been better. It has. Bo Nix was great in this last game, and I loved everything that I saw. That was a start-to-finish type of game, but Bo Nix has not had very many start-to-finish games this year. Drake May has been a MVP candidate. That's the type of quarterback play that they've gotten. And they've got the same record, and they're winning by a greater margin of victory.
All right, but they lost to the Raiders.
They did lose to the Raiders.
And because of that...
first game of a new regime, though, it was Mike Vrabel's first game ever as the Patriots coach. I guess you just kind of write it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's ironic that one little stumble and what has been a spectacular year for them actually is the difference between the Broncos and the Patriots in terms of a tiebreaker, because it just gets down to, at some point, a winning percentage against common opponents.
Look, I'm not trying to insinuate that I think the Broncos can beat the Patriots. Oh, I absolutely think the Broncos can beat the Patriots.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we end up having to go head-to-head in the AFC Championship against the Patriots, cool. I like our defense. I like our odds.
I'm just looking. I'm trying to I'll get some numbers here between the two. Like you said, Drake May is better than Bo Nix. And, yeah, let me get some numbers to actually look at that for a second. So, Bo Nix, total passing yards, 27-42 for Bo Nix. 19 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, a QBR of 54. Okay, not bad. Then you go over to Drake May. 3,400 yards, so 700 more passing yards. One more game, but 700 more passing yards. 23 touchdowns to Bo Nix's 19, 6 interceptions to Bo's 9, and a QBR of 72.8 to Bo's 54. So literally Drake May is over Bo Nix in the vast majority of meaningful sort of quarterback comparisons.
Drake May is, in the most literal sense, a front runner for the MVP this year. That's what he is. That's the type of season that he's having. Bo Nix ain't in the conversation for MVP. Drake May's having a far better year as the quarterback than Bo Nix.
Matter
of fact, so Drake May, he had been kind of hovering in the betting odds for the MVP between 1 and 3 on any given week.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Matthew Stafford bouncing back and forth. After Stafford had been in the lead, obviously Stafford lost this weekend. Drake May handled business, and not only did he handle business, I mean, he played really, really well.
Yeah.
Drake May is again the current betting favorite to win the MVP.
It was fun hearing Peyton and Eli talking. Of course, Eli's, leaning towards the Giants, but their season's a total disaster. And Peyton was, talking about how, hey, man, this is like the good old days. With the Broncos and the Patriots still up there. They're the top contenders. All right, here's the rest of the bill. They finally have a bye week. One of the latest bye weeks of any team in the NFL. So they're off this week.
Pats have won 10 straight, right?
They have won 10 straight. So hold my beer, Broncos. Hold your 9-game winning streak. We'll best you by 1. They host Buffalo when they come back on December 14th.
Okay.
That is a gargantuan game.
I always think the Bills are capable of beating anybody, of course.
No doubt
You've got
about
Josh
it.
Allen, but I'll take the Pats in that game.
All right. Then they're at Baltimore.
Yep, I'll take the Pats in that game.
At the Jets.
Yep.
Hosting the Dolphins.
Yep. Now, 2 losable games, though. I mean, although I'm choosing to go with the Patriots in the Bills game, and I'm choosing to go with the Patriots in the Ravens game. Hey, those quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, they heat up at the right time. Sure, they could beat the Patriots. Of course they could.
You do have the tiebreaker against the Patriots. You do, which is
For
good.
weird reasons.
What?
I mean, I'll take it. I'm not
Sure.
complaining. I'm just saying it's weird.
But what my point, I guess, here is if you're the Broncos and you want the number 1 seed, you can only afford to.
So we have the tiebreaker because of the Raiders game, huh?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that crazy?
Because it comes down to mutual opponents. That's the only one.
Winning percentage against common opponents
is
where you get to at this point. I don't know how many other tiebreakers.
Well, you better not lose to the Raiders this week.
Tyler, I think the Broncos can get away maybe with losing one more game if they want to be the number 1 seed.
I agree. Because I think the Patriots will probably lose one of those.
So that's it. You can maybe lose one more. So how important is that number 1 seed?
Well, I think it's the difference between a legitimate Super Bowl hope and not. I think if you get the number 1 seed and you allow this defense to play at home and you literally have to play one less football game, I see no reason to not have Super Bowl aspirations. If you have to go on the road and that kind of neutralizes this defense a little bit, they don't have the effect of the crowd.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't feel great about Super Bowl aspirations.
I would way rather play this Patriots team here in Denver than in New England. Foxborough. Other than that, gosh, do you think all right. Do you think the Patriots have taken the necessary steps to be a Super Bowl contending team?
Yeah. They've got 10 wins.
I know, but you can get a lot of wins and still not be quite ready to win the whole thing.
Well, I think on any given year, you could have 10 wins and not be ready. This year, I think that's untrue. I think you would have to make a fair case for any team that's got 9 or 10 wins this year that it's a good opportunity to win. Why? Because there's no clear front runners. There's nobody that's out there that you look at. There's no Eagles team that is just so freaking good. There's no Lions team that is so freaking good. So if you've got 9 or 10 wins at this point in the season, you've got a legitimate chance and you are capable of winning a Super Bowl. That includes the Denver Broncos.
Let me give you the playoffs so they were happen today. Let's do a little bracket if the playoffs happen today. If they happen today, and I know that's weird because the Patriots have played a game, but let's just play it out. Say the Patriots do have the number 1 seed. Today, the Broncos would be hosting the Bills.
Okay.
How you feeling about that one?
I don't love playing Josh Allen in the playoffs, but I feel okay.
Okay. Jacksonville would be playing the Colts. Little interdivision test there. Believe it in Jacksonville? Believe it in the Colts?
I don't know. I can see that one going either way, quite frankly. Jacksonville's a weird team.
Baltimore, believe it or not, in that wacky AFC North, At 6-6 is first place in the North right now. Baltimore, who's like, don't you feel like Baltimore's just been awful this year and terrible? Lamar's been underwhelming. They would be playing the Chargers in Baltimore.
I don't know. Pick one. Neither team's very good.
And that would be your playoffs with the Patriots sitting there. So out of it right now.
We got the toughest draw of it all.
No doubt. Out of it right now is the Texans.
I would take any of those teams over the Bills.
You'd rather play the Colts or the Chargers, basically, yeah. Oh, that brings up an interesting scenario. Well, we'll see, because that number 7 spot is going to be wacky. There's all sorts of things that could happen there. The Texans are right behind the Bills. The Steelers are kind of there. And what about the Chiefs? Tyler, could the Chiefs go on enough of a run at 6-6? Could they go on enough of a run to sneak into the playoffs the rest of the year? And they more or less...
They got to win out.
They'd have to probably...
okay, so could they beat the Texans? Yes. Could they beat the Chargers? Yes. Could they beat the Titans? Yes. Can they beat the Broncos?
On Christmas on a short week at home?
Yes, they can. I mean, I'm not predicting it, but yes, they can. Can they beat the Raiders? Yes, they can.
Yeah, it's not a crazy schedule, is it?
So for the Chiefs to make the playoffs, they got to win 5 straight games. Well, I think they will beat the Texans. I think they will beat the Chargers. I think they will beat the Titans. I think they will beat the Raiders. And then it just comes down to the one game against the Broncos.
All right. Well, plenty of exciting things to come.
That would feel good to knock them out of the playoffs.
It would be that would be awesome. I think this Broncos team is pretty focused. I haven't seen any sort of let up. It was just a little disheartening to see the Giants not give the Patriots any kind of issues whatsoever. I thought, I don't know, man. I thought it was a pretty boring game overall. Game's over at halftime.
Oh, I stopped watching at half. Yeah.
It's just what it was.
Put on Landman. That's what I went to.
How's Billy Bob doing? Is he figuring things out?
The second season's not as good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you up to date on Polumbus?
Yeah, that also
Uh-oh. Like we losing you?
Well, I mean, are we gonna is anything gonna happen, or are we just gonna keep doing weird things?
We're just setting it up.
Is the storyline actually gonna progress at any point? Because the storyline has not progressed in 4 episodes or 5 episodes, whatever it's been.
Classic TV, man.
It's not. Literally, nothing has happened. There's been no development in the storyline other than just okay, so these people are weird. Oh, they like to drink out of milk boxes.
Oh man, you're almost out of Pluribus.
Well, I think so.
You're tapping out.
I'm not. I'll finish out the season.
So you don't feel like you're sucked in enough that you have to hate watch it?
No, like I said, I'll finish out the season.
I'm hate watching another show right now. It's so bad.
What's that?
It was. It's All Her Fault. It's on Peacock.
Never heard of it.
Oh, I don't do the
Peacock.
Don't waste your time with it. The premise sucked me in. It was pretty interesting. And now it's so bad.
Pluribus still got you like that?
Oh, but I like Pluribus where it is right now. But it's at the same pace as Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, which I was a huge fan of. And yeah, there are slow moments in those shows. Loads of exposition. I mean, they take forever to just sort of set something up, which is what they're doing right now. I don't want to, no spoilers out there, but you're right. I totally know where you're coming from. And I'm not even going to sit here because it's getting a little, come on, let's get to it. What's going on here?
Can we go to war already? they're eventually going to fight. At some point, they got to go to war some way, somehow.
Oh, you haven't been watching the YouTube videos of, the fan fiction and the behind the scenes theories.
No, I'm not a dweeb.
Okay. Yeah. There's not a fight coming up. There's just all.
Okay. So they get her?
I'm not going to spoil anything.
Well, I think you just did.
Well, maybe I did.
I think you literally just spoiled it.
Well, you're welcome.
So they get her.
Jim Mora. I want to play you some Jim Mora, CSU. See how your CU radar is going off about CSU. Some big claims being made up there. Are you buying it? We'll hear from Jim Mora next. By the way, in the power rankings, the Raiders are 31st, Tyler, out of 32. They are terrible. The spread's not that bad, although they're a 7.5-point dog to the Broncos. That's probably bad to be an underdog by that margin at home, but I don't know. It's relatively close, I suppose. Well, they really, really are terrible. We'll start digging in on them tomorrow.
Who's 32? Titans?
Yeah, yes.
That'll do it. One win.
Yeah, that'll absolutely do it. On the text line, is anyone surprised that Darren, that's me, was caught by a show called "It's All Her Fault"?
Oh, yeah. Might as well get out of the car at the red light.
I mean, it had a promising title. The premise was good.
I mean, we can all agree that we want it to all be her fault, right?
It's all her fault. Ooh, I'm watching this one.
Definitely. Let's affirm that show.
All right, you got me. It's all her fault.
Make sure this show's on the front page.
Yeah. What time is just sit on the couch and watch football? What time is that show on?
It's all Kim's fault.
Exactly. Too funny. Ann loves Pluribus. Very good, Ann. Conference record is primary tiebreaker, so that can change. True. We'll see. I think we got to be pulling for the Bills in a couple of weeks big time to beat the Patriots. I think we got to all sort of like rah-rah that one on. By the way, it did not hurt, and it was a good thing to root for the Chiefs to beat the Colts and then for the Chiefs to lose for the Cowboys.
Yeah, it worked out perfect.
Rooting in that direction.
I mean, it literally couldn't have worked out any better.
No. And
the Chiefs lost the very next weekend, and they beat the team we needed to get a loss.
It was perfect.
I mean, the Colts all of a sudden are looking human.
They are. Like, that might just fade away from them. Well, they're not even top of their division right now. It's the Jags.
Well, they lost to the Texans.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good game. Texans are a pretty dangerous football team.
I totally agree. Totally agree, because their defense is right up there, and Stroud's good enough for sure. They could be a really I would not want to face. All right, would you rather face the Texans or the Bills in the first round of the playoffs? Because it might come down to that.
Probably the Texans. Yeah, I just don't want to face.
Is there
Josh
anybody
Allen in the playoffs?
you would like to face in the playoffs? Like, hey, give me that game. Like, thank you.
Well, I wouldn't mind the Chargers. I wouldn't mind the Colts. I wouldn't mind the Texans. I don't want to face Josh Allen.
Kind of a bottom line business, huh?
Yeah.
It always sucks to be a CSU Ram. He did say that.
That's true.
He's got that going for him, I guess. Jim Mora.
Unless you're Jim Mora.
Jim Mora, man. All right, let me play a little bit and get your reaction to Jim Mora. This is
I like me some Jim Mora. I'll just tell you that right now.
I'm with you. My guy, Brady Hull, who's a great sportscaster up north in the Netherlands.
That dude has been popping up on my For Your page like every single day. I'm like, who is this dude?
Oh, he's a great guy.
I clicked on his bio, and he's like, the only sports talk show in Northern Colorado.
He is.
Yeah.
That's not like
but
hyperbole.
I don't know how all of a sudden he's all over my For You page.
I don't know. That's cool, though. Brady's a great guy. Great guy. Big fan of yours, by the way.
Oh, well, I'm a big fan of him.
And yeah, he is the
just
kind
found out who he is.
He's not only is he a sports talk host, but he's like the general manager. If there's hair in the drain, he's probably going to fix that. You know, it's one of those.
He's covering the hell out of the Bears.
Yes, actually, the radio station KFTK or KFKA, something like that. I think they're actually located in Greeley, but he also does all like UNC, CSU. Cool. Like he's their guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes, "Hey Jim, you look awesome," and they laughed about what a hard-hitting question. But then, here we go with this.
I love to go uphill. I love to go uphill, and I think that's a metaphor for my personality in general. Is I love to embrace hard things. And I stood here today and I looked out there and I saw the top of those mountains. I said, I'm going to get up there, And I don't know how many 14,000s are there in the state? 54. Okay, so a couple goals for you, all right? I didn't say I was going to tell you all our goals. Okay, we're going to win a Pac-12 championship, all right? We're going to compete to win a national championship, and I'm going to scale 54 1,400-meter mountains here.
All right, I don't think Jim Mora is going to be on the knife edge of Capitol, but hey, you give You can climb up Mount Elbert. That's just a goat path up to the top. Give you a good little workout. Across the street is Mount Massive there. You're in the shadow of Long's Peak. Long's Peak is a good one, man. Like, there's a little, like, people die on Long's Peak, Tyler. You can die there. You know, you got to be a little careful there on Long's Peak.
Well, listen, I like the metaphor, the analogy, whatever it is. Do hard things, right?
I like to climb uphill.
It's a great philosophy in life. You want to get out of depression, do something hard. Go to the gym. You go on a walk, whatever. I mean, you want to hit the next phase in your life, set a goal that feels unattainable but is within reason. Do hard things. I like the metaphor. Is he implying that the CSU job is a hard job? Is that what he's implying?
I think he's implying that, I mean, to achieve those goals, sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, national championship at CSU feels impossible, but
challenging, to say the least. We're just seeing this article. Thank you for pointing it out, Raj, and Coach are there. Phew, man, the money in college, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
The headline, this is USA Today, Colorado forecasts $27 million deficit after Deion Sanders' pay raise, NIL payments.
Yeah, so it's interesting,
Wow.
man. I mean, obviously that's not good. The main deficit comes from universities are allowed to basically jump into this agreement that you could pay your athletes $20.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So they were already going to be in the deficit just based off the salary that they're paying Deion. They doubled up his salary last offseason. They were already going to be in that deficit, but now they agreed to participate in this $20.5 million that could be applied to all of the athletes at the university. And you could apply, I think you could apply it however you want to, but it could go to all the different sports. Well, between the $20.5 million that you're applying to the athletes and direct money that the university is now paying, which is not NIL money, it's different. That's coming out of the university's budget, and Deion's salary. It's pretty, it's pretty unsustainable. I mean, those amount of numbers, but they're not alone, man. There are other programs, including your beloved university, Arizona State. You know what Arizona State's deficit is?
No, what?
51.7.
Kenny Dillingham getting it done there, huh?
Twice as much.
We're getting the best athletes. How the heck do you think we paid Jordan Tyson?
I mean, Colorado's high on the list. Houston's got a $38.4 million deficit. South Florida's got a $63.7 million deficit.
Wow.
This is going on.
Wow.
And so you're going to have to find ways to float it, and it's going to have to come from the university itself. The university itself is going to have to float it.
Colorado nearly doubled the pay of Deion Sanders in March, giving him a new 5-year contract worth more than $10 million annually.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 wins. Colorado, like you said, committed to the 20.5. It's never reported a deficit that big before.
Because it's the first time they've ever paid their athletes $20 million.
Could potentially leave the athletic department in need of more than $41 million in subsidies from the university. Holy cow, including student fees. Ooh, Tyler, I don't like the sound of that.
I mean, it's a stupid amount of money, and I don't know where you come up with it. I don't know where Colorado even comes up with the money to pay the NIL to the players that they do pay. It's just it's crazy the money that college football costs right now.
The 2 largest costs, as you pointed out, 20.5 for players, $10 million for Sanders.
The most logical thing to do, which the university says they're not going to do, but the most logical thing to do, cut other sports. That's how you make up for it.
You know, it's one of the
CSU
reasons.
says they're not going to do that, for the record.
Yeah, but and I've even asked Rick George, and it's been brought up, like, why doesn't CU have baseball? It's not even close to getting baseball. In fact, just the opposite. You know, you would think that, hey, we'll pinch pennies other places. You know, there's not a men's soccer team either at CU. There's a women's soccer team, but not a men's soccer team. CU is like, you know, there's a lot of schools that have way more like sports and teams than CU. A lot more. CU is not, you know, leading that run in terms of athletics. CSU, it'll be interesting. Who has a better season on the field, CSU or CU next year? How does Jim Mora do in his rookie campaign up there at CSU? What do you think?
It's not going to be easy. It's going to take some time. I mean, that thing's not going to get turned around overnight because, unless somebody can educate me on something I don't know, I don't think CSU's got NIL budget to just go out there and buy recruits out of the portal, right? So they're going to have to recruit out of high school. They're going to have to do it the organic way,
Right.
which is a healthy way, by the way. I'm not saying that that's like, I think in one aspect that's good. It's probably a more healthy way than CU goes about it, but it's going to take some time. So look, if Juju Lewis can develop, I would think Colorado.
Okay. Well, it'll be a fascinating thing. Right off the bat, I was really impressed by Mora. I'm like, this what a great hire for CSU.
Well, did you hear him say he's been interested in this job for 3 coaching cycles?
Yeah, isn't that wild? I don't know why he hasn't got the job before, frankly. I don't know where the hole is that he didn't get this gig before. And he's one of these 64-year-old guys who looks like he's, 44. Frustratingly enough. I bet he, go climb those 14ers, Jim. Go climb them. We'll see how you do. Just got a word from Vic. They're going to have a special guest on their show tomorrow. Details about that, and it goes along with the disappointing night by the Nuggets. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac. Yeah, I'll be out there celebrating the holidays and beer and football. Are you celebrating your love life? Are you celebrating the joy that comes with a close partner? Or are you just turning away from it because ED's become part of your journey? That's not a pleasant stop. Well, the holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Schedule a consult today. It's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit's free, but it's going to work. It's likely going to work. Wait till it works. Call today at 720-440-7900. Put this in your phone, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. David Adelman on the Nuggets being kind of wimpy.
You know, we got up and down with them. We were scoring at a rapid rate. I thought our defense in the first quarter was really good. The activity to start the second, though, we're not physical enough right now. And I think the stat that'll kind of stands out to me is only 11 personal fouls. That says you're not putting your hands on people, and they're running free. And they did. And Nembhard had a career night. You know, he's a young guy. A flag got going. And I thought it was the 2-point shots that killed us early and the 3-point shots later. And this team obviously has really struggled to shoot the ball this year, and they had a night where they make 16 threes. But you couple that with our inability to get into people and get into the ball. I felt like Nembhard just played in space for the 34 minutes he played. So, yeah, we have to shore that up. We have to be better. You know, Anthony Davis does what Anthony Davis does. He's a great player. You know, Clay's going to make shots, all those things. But you can't allow Nembhard and Flag just to move around the court and do what they want like we did. And that comes down to physicality.
Dude, do you know how old Flag is?
I don't.
This is mind-blowing. He's going to turn 19 on December 21st.
Jeez. Wild.
I mean, what?
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
Oh, it's mind-blowing. I don't care how tall he is. Who cares? That doesn't matter.
Nathan McKinnon was 17 when the Avs drafted him.
Okay. When did he have the... let me give you the stats for Flag, and you tell me when Nathan McKinnon had that type of night.
He won Rookie of the Year.
Okay. I'm not stammering here. Like, you know... Well, how old was he when he won Rookie of the Year? If he was under 19, fine.
He was 18.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're positive?
Positive.
Shut up, DMac.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, Cooper Flag's got a...
Why are you hating on Nate, though?
I'm not trying to hate on Nate. I'm just, you know, you drafted at 17. All right. You know, and he played, the next year and won Rookie of the Year. So Dan's like trying to take my little, Cooper Flag thing and telling me to pound sand. Like, I haven't even spit it out of my mouth what he did last night. So here's the underwhelming numbers from the sub-19-year-old because Nathan McKinnon, different sport and all, but whatever.
Hey,
thanks,
hold
Dan.
on. You're the one that brought it up, pal. You're the one that asked when Nathan McKinnon did this.
I'm just trying to point out.
Dan just answered your own question.
An 18-year-old.
Don't be mad at Dan for answering your question.
An 18-year-old last night at Ball Arena put up 24 points.
Yeah, it was impressive. He put up 35 the night before.
I know. He's like the youngest player ever to put up 35 or more points. Beat LeBron on that one. He looked good. He looked great.
I didn't know how Cooper Flag was going to translate in his rookie season.
Yeah, pretty good.
I kind of had, if I'm being totally honest, my gut told me it wasn't going to look like this.
He's a really talented kid, obviously, but they're not a great team. And that was frustrating about last night. There's a lot of frustration going on now. You know what you're looking at their record? Remember last year when we were talking about...
No, he's not that tall either.
He's 6'9".
That's not that tall.
Your height.
Yeah.
Got probably you by a little bit.
Yeah.
Pretty tall.
Not an NBA.
I mean, it ain't short.
For walking around Walmart, sure.
Around Walmart. Where exactly would you walk around?
I'm gonna be walking around Walmart tonight. Doing a shop with the jog deal with the Broncos. I'll be at
really?
Walmart.
Oh, that's very cool. Who else is joining you on that one?
I don't know.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Good charity. You guys see Carrie there?
Do it every year. I have no idea if she'll be there or not. Okay. She has a tendency to show up for these things, though.
Good for you. Good for your alums. You guys do nice things. Shop.
See a 6'8" guy at Walmart tonight.
Well, listen, I always wanted the stuff on the top shelf. Now I got, a freakazoid who can reach it, so go get it.
That's my superpower.
The reaching things on the top shelf.
Reaching the top shelf.
Yeah, ain't no shelf too high. You don't need the cherry picker. I'm good. I got it.
I only help if you look 75 or older, though.
Oh, God. I ran into something.
Like if I saw you at the grocery store.
Borderline.
I would be like, buddy, just for my own humor,
I got
you get that cereal off the top shelf.
Dude, I'm in an IHOP the other day.
Wow, you probably can't do it, can you?
What's that?
Can you not get things off the top shelf at the grocery store?
Of course I can't. I
can't even imagine a world where you can't reach things on the top shelf.
Well, first of all, you'd have to.
You really can't?
First of all, you'd have to imagine a world where I would go shopping. Just start there, how ridiculous that is. But no, I take rolls of toilet paper when I have to, and I just throw it at things and knock them down.
Oh,
if I need something on the top shelf.
That has got to be so humiliating.
Well, that's why I don't go shopping. So yeah, it is.
Like,
It is.
you have to call like, hey, I need help on aisle 9 over here. I need to get the Cheerios off the top rack.
Tyler, I've got a wife.
She's tall enough to reach.
It doesn't matter. That's her problem. She can figure it out.
Mm.
Sometimes I do have to do the I'm married, so I have to do this like 3 times a year shopping trip. You see these guys. You walk past them in the aisles, pushing the cart, with the lady, and we have a secret code of like, yep, I'm stuck here today. That being said, Cooper Flagg, 24 points, 10 of 19 shooting. Nembhard, never heard of him. Dan, you ever heard of him? Nembhard?
I know of his brother that plays for the Pacers.
Well, I'm impressed.
But I did not know his younger brother played for the Mavs.
You know, like Tim Nembhard?
I think it's Aaron.
Aaron Nembhard? Good old Aaron Nembhard? Okay, fine. He went to Gonzaga. There's that. It's so funny there with Houston, right? Like, do you know who sometimes is the best player for Houston? Is Reed Shepherd, who's like 6'2". And they are a gargantuan team. Well, it was Ryan Nembhard's night last night. 28 points, 4 or 5 from 3, and that beat Nikola Jokic. So the whole like you're injured thing, I got to roll with like Vic on this one. Yeah, and Vic and Demps are kind of getting into it on TV a little bit.
About what?
Dempsey was more or less saying, hey, it's no big deal. They're 14-6.
That's what Dennis and Scott always say.
Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. And Vic was like, this loss sucked. You heard the coach say we weren't physical enough. It's not acceptable. And you're dumping games to teams that you shouldn't be dumping games to. What are we doing here? And nobody can explain, literally nobody can explain how you lose 4 in a row at home, which has not happened since Nikola Jokic has ever been a starter.
Yeah.
And you've won 7 in a row on the road. Unexplainable.
I mean, Nuggets haven't lost at home in years.
Well, this is
lackadaisical, uninspired, whatever word you want to choose. I don't know how you explain these things.
Well,
I know you're banged up, but
it's still you got to polish it off here. I mean,
they were up by 70 points in like the first, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, they were rolling in the first quarter, but then they were trailing at halftime. And then they had the lead in the fourth quarter, not by a lot, but they had a lead, and then they blow it. They kind of got blown out. It's of all their losses, this is the biggest loss they've taken point differential-wise. Losing by 10 at home, and it really didn't come down to like the last minute and a half, like, oh, we really got a shot. Not really. Like Dallas just kind of ran away with it. So yeah, I don't know. They're 14-6 though, so I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill either. Because at this time last year, it was 21 games. But remember, we talked endlessly about 11-10. Like they're 11-10. That's not a good start. 11-10. You got to climb out of that deficit.
Mm-hmm.
14-6.
Well, especially with Oklahoma City, right?
You satisfied with 14-6?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't like the home losses, but if you're just telling me the record, sure. 14-6 is okay.
It's okay. I'll agree with you. It's okay. I mean, it shapes up to be a 55 or so win season, something like that. If you just can't kind of keep going, you got to throw a couple of other games in there. But
it's far from a panic button.
Yeah, it's more like just kind of concerning. Like, huh? Like why? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And Spencer Jones has been lighting it up. So your best player on the court is Spencer Jones? I mean, it's Nikola Jokic is your best player, but still, Spencer Jones had one hell of a game. Oh, all right. I mean, how many Nuggets fans could even identify Spencer Jones in a lineup before the season started? I get it, he played last year, but seriously, are there a lot of Spencer Jones Stanford fans out there? So it's like Spencer Jones against Nembhard. Wow. And an 18-year-old. And that beat Nikola Jokic. And now Jamal is what?
Banged up. I don't know. I mean, did Scott give us any real insight on that?
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried. Jamal walked.
I asked the question, but didn't really understand the response.
Here's what we know. He walked off. It didn't look too bad. He did try to come back on. I do believe Jamal, if he could have possibly played, he would have. I think Jamal's a tough dude. I don't think he's a wimp. I don't think he's just looking for reasons to not play. I do not think he's like that. And he couldn't go back out, so that's Jamal taking himself out. Well, that dude is hurt. Christian Brown did the same thing, by the way, and he did come back on. So did Aaron Gordon. If we're all remembering how this went, like they both tried to like come back after they were hurt, and it just didn't work out. Well, now AG and CB, they're gone for the rest of the year. And how long will Jamal be gone? All right, so now what? Adelman was funny afterwards. He goes, well, the good news is we go on the road. So at Indiana, at Atlanta, at Charlotte, then they'll probably come home for a couple days before going to Sacramento. I get a feeling here, even at 14-6, you know what it feels? It feels like the Nuggets are hanging on for dear life right now, Tyler. It doesn't feel smooth.
There's been some weird moments. I'll give you that. I don't know that I would agree with hanging on for dear life. What are your goals, right? Like, are your goals just get to the playoffs? You're fine.
I think the number one seed is probably going to go to Oklahoma City.
Well, that's the problem, right? I mean, they got 20 wins right now.
Yeah, okay.
So it would be nice if you could stay within 2 to 3 games of them.
I don't really care what you do as long as
going down the stretch, if you could be within 2 to 3 games, that would be nice.
I want the number 2 seed. I think the number 2 seed theoretically is realistic, gives you home court until the Western Conference Finals, not hockey. And I think listen, you were in a situation where you took Oklahoma City to 7 games and they had home court last year. And I think, hey, man, that will probably determine the NBA champion. The winner's probably going to come out of the West again. And I like our shot there. So, okay, fine. But if you just flirt away, games that you should win, and now we're in the 3rd seed or the 4th seed. Well, if you're in the 4th seed now here you go. You're playing Oklahoma City in the quarterfinals, or the semifinals rather, instead of the Western Conference Finals, and that kind of sucks to me. And it's probably going to be just like last year, Tyler. It'll probably be just like last year. If you keep losing games like this, you'll probably win your first round matchup against some team like the Clippers, and then Oklahoma City is going to get the best of you. And that feels to me this year really, really disappointing.
How many games in totality, give or take, do we have to play without our guys?
That's a good question.
Give or take.
What do you want to say with Jamal? Do you think he's going to be back or not?
I'll give it a couple games.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's probably 14 games or so. 14 games takes you to the beginning of next year to 2026.
So what do you have to do within the next 14 games without your guys?
You just went 14-6. So you want to be ish like that. You probably
12-2.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you could probably be 11-3. Probably. I guess. You certainly don't want to be 13. When you go with 13-7 in your next 20, it's kind of icky. I don't think you want to be much worse than 14-6 in your next 20-game stretch. So if we're just talking about 14 games, we're going on that. I don't think you want to lose more than to achieve that more than 4 games. So you got to be 10-4 in your next 14 games at least. How many home games are there in that stretch? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the bad ones. 5. Well, good news. You the next 14 games, you got more road games than home games.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is on those home losses, but it's not going to stay that way.
All right, we'll go over the NFL docket to see how the Broncos shape up with the rest of the scores in the National Football League. Plus another keyword for you to win Avs tickets coming up next. Let's give you what we got here on the NFL from over the weekend, other games that sort of concern the Broncos. And we start on a Thanksgiving classic, catching up with the Cowboys beating the Chiefs.
No. Okay. I'm going for it. 3rd and goal. Can they convert here? Prescott looking around in trouble. Flips it to Williams for the touchdown at the last moment. Javonte was open and waiting for it.
We got a win by the Cowboys, 31-28. Two things. How much trouble are the Chiefs in, and what kind of contenders, if anything, are the Cowboys?
Yes to both. I think that the Chiefs are in big trouble. In theory, if they win out, they can make the playoffs. I don't think that's guaranteed, by the way. If they do win out, I don't think it's guaranteed that they make the playoffs, but they'd have a really good chance at it. That probably comes down to, for the Chiefs, the Denver Broncos game on Christmas Day, because I think the Chiefs are going to win the rrest of their games. The Dallas Cowboys, man, isn't it funny how some of these coaches, they get hired in the offseason, you're like, ha, 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 look at what the Dallas Cowboys did. Bunch of morons. They hired Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer looks pretty cool. Brian Schottenheimer looks like he knows how to relate to the guys. The guys in the locker room sure as hell look like they love Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah. And the Dallas Cowboys look pretty dangerous.
I don't know if you caught it, but there's fans in Philadelphia throwing eggs at Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator's house, which is a very juvenile thing to sort of do. Philly still is in first place at 8-4, but holy cow, are they a pissed off crew of fans at 8-4. We'll get to the Eagles in a little bit. Hey, a reminder that it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Canadians, that is the key word for this hour. 303-504-0925. Text your first and last name to be entered. There you go. It's Canadians. 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. MatthewsFineWatches.com will announce our winner at 2:55. Next game, we move on to the Chargers over the Raiders.
Serve a win. Here's Vidal on 3rd down, and he turns it upfield for a first down. Still going. Kamani Vidal down the sideline, and he has a touchdown.
31-14, not a very close game. The biggest news out of this game, of course, is Herbert and having surgery. It's his left hand, not his right. He's wearing an oven mitt there and more or less getting it done, sort of. 15-20 for $151. But against the Raiders, Tyler, the Chargers rushed for 192 yards. The Raiders really were never in this one, and it is another reason why I think the Broncos are just going to blast the Raiders on Sunday. Any hope there whatsoever? We kind of know what the Chargers are. We'll see with Herbert and his injury, but I want to focus on the Raiders a little bit. What hope at all could you possibly give the Raiders against the Broncos? What am I missing on the Raiders?
Do you want me to sell you a pen that I don't like?
I do want you to sell me a pen.
What if I don't like the pen?
Then you could just
what if I want to give the pen to Goodwill?
you could give it to Goodwill.
That's what I want to do.
So hope.
I don't see like a realistic one. I mean, outside of like a freakish deal. Bo Nix throws 3 interceptions and he closes his eyes for half of his passes, and all of a sudden you give the ball to the Raiders on the 25-yard line. I don't see a realistic path to victory for the Raiders against the Broncos. The Chargers, on the other hand, they're an 8-4 team, so they're obviously pretty good. I'm not scared of the Chargers. I don't, especially if Justin Herbert's now banged up. You know, these quarterbacks with these left wrist injuries, I don't know why that's popping up all of a sudden, but I guess he's going to not miss that much time, even though it seems pretty serious to me.
It does to me too. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Obviously not great news for them. The Chargers, they got 5 sacks off Geno Smith, okay? The Chargers defense is okay, but the Broncos defense is superior to the Chargers. This is where I see the Broncos destroying the Chargers. This could be a insane, 6 to 8 sack game for the Broncos. And what hope do you have if that's the case? Now, we said all this the first time around against the Raiders.
No, you said it.
I said this the first time around against the Raiders.
Don't say we.
Okay. All right. I see the separation here. But this won't be outside. There won't be wind. It's not a short week. It'll be a virtual home game for the Broncos.
I don't think it's going to be a butt whipping if that's what you're implying. Broncos, what's a butt whipping?
17 points in the NFL.
Yeah,
kind of like
I
last
don't think
night.
it's going to look like that.
It was 31-14 last night.
I bet it's like 10. Something, like you're in control the majority of the game, but I doubt if they just blow them out of the water.
To me, an NFL ass
because the Denver Broncos don't blow teams out of the water.
They haven't. Listen, I'm not going to argue and fight with you too much on it because we've seen it not happen, and I understand how the Broncos are winning games. I'll just tell you, though, on paper, this is the easiest game left on the schedule for the Denver Broncos the rest of the year. This is it. There is not a game left that should be as easy for them as this one. And yeah, it's on the road, but again, it's on the road in Vegas where you're going to have probably more Broncos fans in there than Raiders fans. So we'll start breaking it down and get into details more tomorrow. We move on to the Bills over the Steelers.
Look inside. Allen being pushed, and he's driven across for the touchdown. And for the 49th time in his career, he has a game in which he's thrown for a score and run for a score.
The real story off this game isn't that the Bills dominated. It's what really happened after and what's continuing to happen today. All right, the Bills are this crazy roller coaster. They have owned teams, and then they have shockingly bad games. That's the Bills. The question today that I'm seeing all over the place, Tyler, should Mike Tomlin be fired? And you see the discontent amongst their players and Aaron Rodgers.
Right now?
Today is the big topic.
Why?
I'm just telling you what's going on out there.
You're fighting for the playoffs.
Mike Tomlin on the hot seat is the number one topic in NFL football today.
I agree at the end of the season, but I think that's a silly conversation in terms of midseason. Why would you fire him midseason?
Oh, I'm not saying midseason. I'm just saying this is it for him to be fired.
What's the difference between midseason and now? If we get to the end of the year and the Steelers don't make any noise in the playoffs, which they're not going to, Mike Tomlin probably should be fired.
The fans are chanting.
That thing has run its course.
The fans are chanting.
They booed Renegade. Renegade got played and they literally booed it.
I did not know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I did not
Dan,
know
if
that.
you get the audio, it's fantastic. They're trying to get the crowd all hyped up, because that's their deal. They're
not
play
buying
Renegade.
it, yeah.
No, the whole stadium is booing it.
That's very Philly-like to boo your theme song. Yeah, apparently, and I didn't catch this either, but I'm reading about it. There were fire Tomlin chants from Steeler fans. These are the questions he's addressing these days.
Yeah, Bills got the win in a relatively easy fashion, but Josh Allen was pretty pedestrian. He was 15 of 23 for 123 yards, threw one touchdown, one interception.
But they couldn't stop the run, though, and the Bills knew it.
Well,
they didn't care.
They ran the exact same play 150 times.
It was crazy.
They ran the exact same running play 150 times, and the Steelers just could not stop it.
It set a record for opponents' running yards allowed in their stadium. It was unbelievable. They couldn't do a damn thing about it. And Josh Allen, you see Josh Allen afterwards? He was just like, well,
cool.
Yeah,
that's right. How we're gonna win. Cool.
Right. Like, I don't care. Like, this is fine. Easier on me. And knowing what your opponent is going to do and having no ability to stop it whatsoever.
Humiliating.
We move on to the Bears beating the Eagles.
Second down and 8. Williams rolling, throwing, open, making the grab. Touchdown, Cole Kmet.
More remarkable, the Broncos beating the Eagles or the Bears beating the Eagles?
I don't know. Bears they got 9 wins also. I mean, I know we got 10, but 9 wins, that's a good football team. I don't think either one of them are particularly remarkable.
How about this? More surprising season, the Broncos or the Bears?
Bears, for sure.
Right.
I mean, the Broncos had a relatively good season last year. Bears are going from worst to first type of thing.
See Ben Johnson in the locker room afterwards?
Yeah.
Taking his shirt off.
He looked pretty good, by the way.
He put
solid pec definition.
You put some time in. You're okay.
Little Vaseline on the chest, maybe.
He's not embarrassing himself.
No.
He's getting there. He's connecting with those guys, though, isn't he? There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, him and Brian Schottenheimer, to me, looked like two of the most loved coaches in the NFL by their teams.
What is that, Tyler? What is that with connecting with coaches like that? And do we have that guy in Sean Payton with his smoke and sound machines?
Well, that's not who Sean is. But I do think that the guys respect the hell out of Sean Payton. So I don't think you have to be like buddy loved to be a good coach.
Yeah.
I think Schottenheimer and Ben Johnson are buddy loved. I doubt if the guys buddy love Sean Payton, but they respect the hell out of Sean Payton.
It is so funny seeing the celebrations because the sound and smoke machine with the Broncos feels so forced compared to these other celebrations I'm seeing in other locker rooms. And I agree with you. Like when you look at a Broncos locker room, because Sean's plans everything, including victory, it looks very respectful. And I do think the guys on the Broncos are playing for each other and whatever. And I think they do have a healthy respect for Sean Payton. So I think you can win a Super Bowl that way.
Of course you can.
Right. I don't think there's any problem
Bill
with that
Belichick
whatsoever.
won a lot of those.
Correct. Absolutely. It's just not as fun looking as the other way. It's kind of like, oh, why can't we be like this over here? You're doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't look as much fun. And I am laughing because the smoke and sound machine at this point feel like, a little cringy. And for Sean to say, of course we celebrated. We have a sound and a
we had smoke.
We had smoke.
We had sound.
Of course we had fun. Duh, you morons. We move on to the Texans over the Colts.
Fake it and then give it to Collins. Looking to turn it upfield. He will for the touchdown. On the ground, Nico Collins.
God, at 8-4, the Colts just seem a shadow of what they were just a month ago, Tyler.
Well, I watched the majority of this game, and it wasn't necessarily a particularly exciting game in terms of fireworks, but it was a really competitive game. I don't think the Colts are out of the running by any means, even though they're now at 8-4. But I think the Texans are one of the more dangerous teams in terms of who's peaking at the right time in the season. I still don't know if I'd go with C.J. Stroud or Davis Mills. I mean, they made a decision. They went back to C.J. Stroud, but I might have just kept rolling with Davis.
They just have so much more invested in Stroud, but you're not wrong. It's probably not that big of a drop-off. I think the Texans...
Stroud had a good game, though.
I think I think the Texans are dangerous. I do. I think they're a dangerous team, and I do wonder if the Colts are about to fall off the cliff. Like, that's why I asked,
the Broncos are dangerous and the Texans have to be dangerous because they're the same football team.
Yeah, and that... We'll see with the Colts at the end of the day. We'll see. It's hard to imagine the Colts won't make the playoffs, but...
Won't make the playoffs? Of course they're going to make the playoffs.
Well, so let's see what the Colts got left, my man. I mean, they're sitting there at 8-4. You're not in yet, that's for sure. You got, let's see here. You got Jacksonville at Jacksonville. Well, they lead the division right now. You got Seattle. Yeah, they're pretty good. Really good. San Francisco, Kyle's figuring it out, and Christian's having one hell of a year. If you look at Christian's numbers these days, all-purpose yards are unreal. Then Jacksonville again, and then Houston. Dude, are they going to win another game?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. They're going to beat the Colts. They're going to beat the Jags. Sorry.
Which game? Home or away?
Either. Both. One of the two.
Okay.
They're definitely capable of beating the Texans. I know they just lost to them, but they definitely are capable of beating the Texans. They're capable of beating the 49ers. They'll probably lose to the Seahawks.
Oh, man, I'm not buying the Colts.
I bet they win 3 out of 5.
I bet they go 1-4 in their last 5. And
What?
I bet they don't make the playoffs.
Wow, you're hating on the Colts.
A little bit. Yeah, I'm not buying them. I'm just not buying them. I think it's a very difficult schedule, too, by the way.
It depends. Like, can I have a caveat in there?
Sure, of course.
How healthy is Daniel Jones?
He's not.
I know.
Not healthy.
He's playing with a broken fibula right now.
Correct. He's not healthy. That's your caveat. He's not.
Yeah.
He ain't good.
So if that doesn't improve, I don't know how quickly a fibula heals. Apparently, really quickly.
I don't think it heals that quickly. I think you're going to be bothered by it, probably.
But he had that magic pad on it made by Duke people.
He's rolling around with a broken leg. I mean.
But the Duke people made a magic pad.
Next game, Seahawks over the Vikings. Ugly game.
He rolls. He's pressured. He's in trouble. Heaves it up. Oh, no. Ernest Jones. House call. He will take it all the way. A game-changing play from Ernest Jones. 84 yards and no flags.
Did we hear a play-by-play guy say, oh, no?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Heaves it up. Oh,
oh, no. 26-0. And the Seahawks are just kind of hey, man, we're kind of quiet. We're just going to win all these games. Sam Darnold's the man. He's just, he wasn't anything special in all honesty, but you didn't need to be special in this one.
Sam Darnold's kind of the man. He's also kind of frustrating. He's throwing 10 interceptions on the season, which is far too many, but he's also throwing 19 touchdowns. So his actual touchdown-interception ratio is not like it's horrible, but 10 interceptions is too much.
He's a check down Charlie, man. He's, whatever.
Oh, I don't know about that. Check down Charlie?
I
don't know about that.
He's got 2,900 passing yards. He's got a bunch of interceptions. I don't know. I don't know what to say because the Vikings are so bad. So you could just wipe this one off the face of the earth. It doesn't matter. Last one for you. Bucks and the Cardinals. Go ahead, Dan.
On 2nd and 5, it's Bucky Irving. Got a block. Towards the goal line. In for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
All right. What do we make of the Buccaneers here at 7 and 5?
I think they're going to win the division because they play in a bad division, right? So Panthers are an interesting team. They've obviously,
are they? Huh?
They're tied with the Panthers. They've got the same record at 7 and 6. Panthers did win an incredible game this weekend.
Incredible game, yeah.
They beat the Rams 31-28.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of the Panthers. I full on admit that I've caught so little Carolina Panther football this year that I barely even understand how they're pulling this turnaround off right now.
It's impressive, isn't it?
But my gut tells me the Bucs are going to be fine just because they're in a bad division.
All right, and then you get the Lions there at 7 and 5. You get some interesting moments there in the NFC. Let me just give the NFC a quick, if the playoffs started today, sort of glance. Wow. The Bears are actually number 1 overall. They have a weird tiebreak against Rams, despite they have the same record. Eagles at 3, Tampa at 4 because they're the division leader. Seattle, who's having a great season, but they're on the outside looking in. They lose the tiebreaker to the Rams right now. 9 and 3.
Do they play again?
Let's see. Do you play Seattle again?
Do. Yeah.
You got that?
Yeah. They play them December 18th.
Okay. And then you got, the Packers at 6, who the Broncos will see, and the Niners having a pretty remarkable year, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
But looking good. Boy, the NFC is actually pretty strong there at the top of the table there. You got Detroit on the outside looking in. So are the Cowboys and the Panthers. And that's it. And everybody else's season's over. So you got some action there in the NFC. That's kind of anybody's ball game right there. You got a lot of teams that could a couple teams that could get the number 1 spot. Seattle could get the number 1 spot. The Eagles could get the number 1 spot if things go the right way. I mean, you got some interesting things in the mix with the Bears and the Rams up there. I don't see anybody but the Broncos and the Patriots, Tyler, based on the schedule, competing for the number 1 spot. Do you?
Feels unlikely at this point.
I mean, it would have to be the Chargers running the table. It would have to be.
Well, I mean, if the Colts or Jags were on the table, they're going to be in the competition, assuming that the Broncos and Pats would lose a game.
I think it's a 2-man race. The NFC is a little bit different, a lot different, actually. So there's your Denver Broncos just hanging in there, man. Right there. Pretty damn exciting. And it was frustrating to see the Patriots play so well last night. But again, the Giants.
Patriots are good, dude.
The Giants are a stupid team. And their kicker can't even get his foot all the way to the ball. So there's that. No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, Elijah Moore signed by the Broncos to the practice squad. We'll get to him in a second. Just want to open up No Dumb Questions by congratulating Nikola Jokic. He has been named the Western Conference Player of the Month. So there you go. You get a few months in there, and he's one of them. So you can't blame him. 28.9 points, 12.4 rebounds, 10.9 assists. 1.5 steals, shooting 63.7% from the field. Likelihood, no dumb question, I suppose. I'll just throw it out there, that Nikola Jokic wins his 4th MVP.
I don't know. Look, when we started the season, it's like, no way you can do it. I do think the wins are going to matter for Nikola Jokic from here on out in his career. So I think if teams are looking at the Nuggets' schedule and they're like, they just don't have enough wins, I think that's going to go against them. But, I mean, statistically speaking, he should be the front runner.
Yeah, I think so too. Did this just come out, Dan?
Yeah, a little bit ago.
Star of the month is in hockey in the NHL is Nathan MacKinnon. So on the same day that Nikola Jokic is the player of the month, so is Nathan MacKinnon in the NHL.
More likely to win the MVP this year, Nate Dogg or the Joker?
Nate Dogg. Here's why. It is way more likely, not a little more likely, way more likely the Avs have the best record in the NHL than the Nuggets in the NBA. And Shea is still going to get shine. And I don't see how Oklahoma City doesn't have the best record in the NBA this year.
And I think it's fair for wins to matter with an MVP. I actually do think that's totally fair.
But Jokic won an MVP when the Nuggets came in overall 5th or 6th
they
or
were
something?
The 6th seed.
6th seed, yeah. Yep. And he won the MVP. So listen, man, if you're averaging again these numbers through the whole season, a triple-double like this, and you've averaged now a triple-double 2 years in a row, they're going to have to give Jokic the MVP as a reward for the past 2 years. Because, I mean, we're talking crazy-ass Wilt Chamberlain-like numbers, and you just can't deny it. It is really hard when you look at the numbers that Jokic didn't win the MVP last year. So if he one-ups himself, no matter what their record is, I think he's got to get it. But I agree, it felt ridiculous in the beginning. All right, no dumb questions. Elijah Moore, does he make a difference?
I like the signing. I do. I like this signing more than if you were to go out and get Adam Thielen, who was just released by the Minnesota Vikings. Elijah Moore is still a young football player, and he was drafted high. He was a high draft pick. He's been traded for a lot of value before. He was traded to the Browns for, I think it was like a third in return for a second. So teams have valued this young player. He put up stupid numbers at Ole Miss when he was in college. For the most part, he's been about a 500-yard per season type of wide receiver, except for this year where the Bills have just not used him. 9 catches for 112 yards. I like the signing. I think he's got more potential than Adam Thielen.
You know, the irony here is that he was released by the Bills because they signed Brandon Cooks. So, because we talked about, should the Broncos show some interest in Cooks? And, we certainly kicked the tires, at least conversationally, about Thielen yesterday. But this makes sense to the Broncos. Because he's a smaller dude. He's not a big guy. What do you think the Broncos are potentially seeing here that they're not getting? And they obviously aren't making a play for Thielen, and they didn't make a play for Cooks. So what does he have that's a little bit more appealing to the Broncos?
Well, explosiveness. That's what he's got that is far greater than Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen's hanging on, man. I mean, he's like a 10-man out there. So you still got a young football player that's got explosiveness. I don't think it implies much of anything. I honestly don't think it means like, hey, look out for Elijah Moore with the Denver Broncos. No, I'd be shocked if he has much of a contribution at all. I don't think it means like, what's wrong with Troy Franklin or what's wrong with Marvin Mims. I don't think it's any of that. It's just sometimes you get in the season, a player becomes available, and you add them because they were out there.
All right. On the text line, is the Elijah Moore signing, Sean playing chess and gearing up for the playoffs? with Elijah having intel on the Bills for a potential playoff matchup. Boy, that's a chemtrail and a conspiracy stretch that I don't know if I'm going to buy. You?
Mm-mm. No.
Are there any running backs we need to go sign?
Gosh, I don't know. Who's out there?
Don't know.
Free agent running backs.
Is there a type of back you'd like to sign? A lot of people.
Yeah, good one.
All right. Is size-wise, does size matter here?
Not particularly. I mean, we need a dude that can be productive. I don't know that there's going to be anybody out there that's going to be more productive than the players that are currently on our team. You're probably locked in with these dudes for the rest of the season.
No dumb question. Is Marvin Mims being underutilized?
Well, Marvin Mims is a frustrating player to me because he's got a lot of explosiveness, but I think, you know what he is? I think he's a very typical, back in the day, and you don't carry as many of these guys anymore, but back in the day, you used to carry so many kick returner specialists, punt returner specialists, and you try to get him involved on offense, and it's just like, gosh, why can't you do on offense what you do on a punt return? You're so freaking good at that. All right, well, let's design up some bubble screens. Okay, let's design up some gadget plays to get you involved. And then it's like, all right, well, the only way that we could really get you involved is with the gadget plays. The one thing I've been a little bit surprised with, you have not seen Sean Payton be as intentional about giving the ball to Marvin Mims as he was last year. Last year, he was very intentional about schematically creating opportunities for Marvin Mims, putting him in the backfield, running the wheel route, handing the ball off to him in the backfield. Not a lot, once or twice per game. You've seen Marvin Mims in the backfield here and there. Can you name the last time Marvin Mims got the ball out of the backfield?
Nope.
Me either.
Couldn't tell you.
So what that tells to me is that Sean Payton's like, you know what? I just want to run my offense. I don't want to have to scheme up ways to get you the football.
No dumb question. Let me throw this out there. Who's having a better season, Joker or Nate?
Tomato?
No
potato,
difference?
Potato?
Dan, you want to chime in on that? Got to vote. Who's having a better season, Joker or Nate?
Well, I mean, you said it best. Like, you do have to take the record into account. And the
It's
Avs
not like
are
the Nuggets have a bad record.
No, they certainly don't.
No, but the Avs are like on a historic pace. We've never seen this before. So you got to give it to Nate.
Okay, because
but Joker's been awesome.
I mean, that's about the only differentiator I could come up with.
See, I think the Avs would still be doing okay. I'm not trying to down talk Nate whatsoever. The guy's unbelievable. But what in the world, we've had this conversation a million times. What in the world would the Nuggets be without Joker right now? Period.
Not good.
I mean, that was an amazing fact to hear.
I don't know that I totally agree with that with Nate, though. Like, yes, the Avalanche they've got a lot. Nate's still best player in the world.
Yeah, I'm not even arguing that. I just think that as remarkable as the Avs record is, they'd still probably be doing okay even without Nate. They'd still be hanging in there. I think the Nuggets would be, I mean,
embarrassing.
I think so. I mean, you know, his line last night too was incredible. Joker, and I don't know where they come up with the stats, but I heard on the morning show today that not since the 50s has anybody had 29 points, 20 rebounds, and 13 assists and lost in like 70 years. It's like, wow, okay, that
seems really hard to lose.
I mean, that's just such an outstanding game, right? 29, 20, 13, and you lost?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know, if what's the equivalent for a hockey game, guys? Like, that's a 5-point night, right? At least, if not a 6-point night. So you think Nate McKinnon would ever have a 6-point night and the Avalanche would lose?
Well, no, but hockey is also really different in terms of the amount of scoring that's being done. So if he has a 5 or 6 point night, of course they're not losing.
Well, that's what happened with the Nuggets scored 136 points and lost before this game at home. Well, we could get into the Nuggets conversation here in a second. Another keyword on the way to win Avs tickets. Don't forget the Avs tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame at 6:30. Drop the puck at 7 against the lowly Canucks. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the holiday season is here, hustle and bustle and packed with activity. But if your man machine ain't where it needs to be and the energy is drained, you're sitting on zero, you're not sleeping well, the sex drive is a rumor, well, maybe it's tough to feel festive. So I want you to hang those candy canes and search out that mistletoe. Be a mistletoe hunter. These could be signs of low testosterone. If that's what's going on, this is the season to take action and get treated. That's the best holiday present you could give to yourself. Guys in their early to mid-30s, they start losing testosterone just a little bit. And then it all adds up, and you're like, what happened to me? Oh, my God, I'm such a slug. I am not Jim Mora. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult, and there you go. Most men wait a year or longer. In 2025 and getting closer to 2026, don't go another season with low T. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, beautiful location in Castle Rock and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What will it take for the Broncos to beat the Patriots? It really feels like this is steaming down the tracks, and not only do you have to top, I suppose, or at least tie the Patriots, and we'll see what the record-breaking, thing is. It's a weird one right now, but that could change. But when you look at these two teams, and if this is their destiny, what would it take after you see the Patriots blow away the Giants? By the way, we have a bunch of NFL news coming out with Dan Bud Squints Tanner and Let's Football Go. Loads of guys are being released and dumped right now. So we'll go through that in about 18 minutes when we give you another keyword for the Avs Tix Tuesday. But Tyler, what's it going to take there, if that's what it comes down to?
Well, I think there's two things that come to mind. You got to turn your defense into a weapon, right? So if you're going to play the Patriots, you got to turn your defense into a weapon, and that means you got to neutralize the current betting favorite to win the NFL MVP. I keep bringing it up because I think it's insane that Drake May is on that path after his rookie season, and now we're here just in year 2, and Drake May is talking about an MVP type of season. So you're going up against a dang good quarterback. You're going up against a dang good football team. You are at your best on defense. You have to neutralize their best weapon. Their best weapon is their quarterback that plays the most important position in all of football. So how do you do that? Same way that we did it in 2015 when we played Tom Brady. DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller freaking got after that dude. You got after Tom Brady. You created pressure. You got in his head to the point that when there's a 2-point conversion to win the game, he misses a wide open Rob Gronkowski. Just because you'd been in his face, you'd been in his head all day long. So you got to do that. Now, how do you turn your defense into a weapon? It starts before any of the game. It starts today. It starts this weekend against the Raiders. You got to get the home field advantage. If you're going to beat the Patriots in the playoffs, it's probably going to be because you were able to turn your defense into a weapon. That means you got home field advantage. That means they're able to play with the crowd. You're able to play with the noise, and you're able to have all of that amplify what is already the best part of your team.
What has made Drake May so good?
I mean, pick a category, and he's good at it. Throwing the deep ball. Well, you know what he's best at? If I could pick the single best thing that Tom Brady was like what made him so successful, he did not have negative plays. He did not go backwards. He did not take sacks unless there was no choice. That's what Drake May's doing, man. He's going from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 3. All of a sudden, 3rd and 3 is pretty manageable, and you pick up a first down.
We saw how Mariota, by the way, did you catch all that?
Yeah, that was bugging the hell out of me. Just say Mariota.
Well, to let you in on what's going on, apparently Marcus Mariota, that's how he says it. However, he's a nice guy.
So we're just figuring this out in year 100?
It's a little bit like that, yeah. It's a little Arenado. I mean, we're kind of chugging down those tracks right now. Tirico didn't care. Tirico was just like, screw it. I'm just going to pronounce it however everybody else pronounces it. And Collinsworth just leaned into it because obviously they had some sort of meeting or whatever. And Marcus Mariota said, no, it's Marcus Mariota. It sounded
Is there
crazy,
actual
right?
proof that he said that?
Yes.
That Marcus corrected them?
That's the article I read today.
Okay.
That in a meeting, Mariota said you put the emphasis
that's
on the
you,
O.
buddy, because you've been letting people call you the wrong name your entire career.
You got to love Tirico.
You can't ask us to get it right now.
You got to love Tirico, who obviously could have said...
I'm with Tirico.
Right. He was just like, forget it. I'm just going to say it the way it sounds right and how everybody says it.
Yeah. I'm with Tirico.
Just like Marcus's parents wanted, Okunwebanam. Remember that whole thing with how to say his name?
Okunwebanam. You said it wrong.
Okunwebanam.
But see, if we really want to have fun with this, we have audio proof.
We do.
Of Okunwebanam saying it different ways, multiple different times.
That is true.
He said his own name differently.
He does. Mariota. It sounded so strange when Collinsworth was doing that. Anyways, Mariota, I'll just say it the way everybody knows it. Consciously, against the Broncos defense, we're going fast. I am going to let go of this ball. And ironically, it was probably those sort of repetitions that got him to throw it arguably a little bit too quick on the final play of the entire game where Benito knocked it down. Had he paused a little bit, a pump fake, I don't know. Maybe it would have been there, maybe not. Who knows? Do you think Drake May would have that same thing, or can he hang in there and has the right trigger and the right timing a little bit better so he can wait for more things to possibly develop?
I mean, I'm not going to get overly critical of the way Marcus Mariota played in that game. He was phenomenal. So I don't think he was trying to get rid of the ball too quickly. I don't think he was not letting the routes develop. That dude was lights out against the Denver Broncos.
Well, I mean, the Broncos had like the least amount of pressure on a quarterback for a good chunk of that game of any, pressure on any quarterback in the NFL.
That's what you got to do when you play the Broncos.
Okay, fine. Are you expecting more of that? Is that just what we're going to do against the Broncos?
Yeah, and that's the way that Josh McDaniels calls his offense.
Okay.
Combine it with the fact that they've got a stud offensive line. It's a pretty good combo.
Are they? Is Will Campbell's out for the year, though, their left tackle,
Is
isn't
he out for the year?
Gosh, damn, maybe look that up. I could have sworn he's out for the year.
Morgan Moses is still over there at right tackle. That guy's got to be in year 13.
Right. Do you think it'll come down to the Broncos and the Patriots? Either in New England or at Mile High?
Only if the Broncos get the number 1 seed.
That's it.
Yeah. I feel a whole lot better about the Broncos' chances of making the AFC Championship, of making the Super Bowl, if they get the number 1 seed.
Right.
You want to go on the road? Okay, you're really good at the playoff scenarios. So if the Broncos have to go on the road, what are they talking about? Who would they be talking about playing?
Well, that's a really tricky situation because, they'd only be going on the road in a couple of circumstances. They don't win the AFC West.
Correct. No.
Well, yeah. I mean, that you'd be on the road as a wild card.
No, I'm
team.
talking about for the championship.
Well, I mean, for the championship, it'd be the Patriot. Well, what seed are you? I mean, where are you going to finish? Are you going to finish the 2 seed? If you're the 2 seed, it's just you and the Patriots in the championship. You're in New England. That's it.
Right.
If you're the 2 seed, you're hosting a wild card and you're hosting a semifinal game.
Yeah, there's no realistic way, I don't think, for the Broncos to not win the AFC West. Like,
it seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
4-game lead over Kansas City, 2-game lead over the Chargers with a bumped up Herbert.
So you're gonna get a game at home. You're gonna get that.
Feels like it, and it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be against an opponent that it's gonna be like a Bills, Houston, maybe Chiefs. It's gonna be somebody like that, Tyler. It's not gonna be an easy game.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that number 1 seed is so freaking important.
What's it say, Dan?
4-6-week injury. They're putting him on IR. Could be back late in the playoffs, but unlikely.
Phew. Tough break.
Well, 4 to 6 weeks. He should definitely be back for the playoffs.
Well, a lot of times those injuries we're going to look at it in 4 to 6 weeks, and then we'll see. But that's what Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon, by the way, are going through. How about Nate Atkinson make it, right? Like he wasn't put on IR, and they thought, we want him for – so he missed – he was out basically for 5 weeks, and who knows if he's coming back this week or not.
Yeah, but Pat Surtain, they played the same game with Pat Surtain, and they got him back early.
They did. So it worked with one guy. It didn't work with another guy. But, I mean, again, who cares? No big deal. You won all the games. So what difference does it make? Nice use, by the way, a little leftover here. Really nice use of Adam Prentice. I know it's only one pass, but boy, did that come at a big time.
Ooh, look at you with a little fullback love.
A little fullback love, yes. And in terms of Pro Bowl voting, there's so few fullbacks, period. Prentice is actually kind of in the mix to make the Pro Bowl. But, I mean, there's hardly any fullbacks. Listen, if you're going to win a championship, you need, and the Broncos put Elijah Moore on their practice squad today. You got to fill all the cracks, don't you, Tyler? You got to be kind of good everywhere. Like little Jordan Humphrey dropping that ball at the half-yard line kind of sucked when you think about like, hey, man, we got you. We're going to play you. But you're going to need to make certain plays on special teams where we think you're really good.
Well, that's why the Broncos don't dominate any football games because they've got enough holes. They've got enough frustrating moments in the game that every game is coming down to the wire. That's it. I mean, you've still got moments throughout the game that one guy on the offensive line doesn't do his job.
Mm-hmm.
One wide receiver gets a holding penalty. Whatever it might be, their penalties have been a huge part of it.
Do we care about style points this weekend against the Raiders? Broncos are a 7.5 point favorite on the road.
A little bit, yeah.
Just squeaking out a 4-point win against the Raiders is going to feel kind of lousy, isn't it?
It's going to be like confirmation bias for everybody that's like, nope, this isn't good enough to win in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll roll with you.
You know what?
That.
I'll probably be saying the same thing.
I would too.
If you barely sneak one out against the Raiders, I'm going to say everything we've seen is actually real. Like the concern is real.
Listen, first of all, I was really happy with the win against Washington. I thought it was going to be tough.
That one was different. That was just a good football game. Washington played great.
Right, but to just say, hey, every win is great no matter what, I mean, what are the expectations at this point? And I think the expectations at this point are winning a Super Bowl. Now, this is definitely happening a year before I thought it would. I thought this run, Tyler, was going to happen next year. You're going to be done with the Russell Wilson contract. You're going to be able to get a couple of big-time free agents if you want to, and you're going to have the proper amount of development, plus you still have Bo under that rookie deal, which saves you a bunch of cash. I thought it was going to be in 26, not this year. I think it bodes incredibly well for next year, too, by the way. I mean, the Broncos are in unbelievable position for 2026.
Mm-hmm.
But screw it. We're here in early December. You got 10 wins already. It's Super Bowl chatting time. Like, what is it going to take? Where's the conversation going to go? I mean, we can hem and haw a little bit about the Raiders this week, but any conversation less than a Super Bowl now for the Broncos, I think, is a waste of breath. And I think that's exciting. When was the last time
I mean, you don't win 10 games and then stop your aspirations with winning the AFC West.
You know what's funny now that I'm thinking about it? You have literally never been in this position as a talk show host.
No.
Never. The last time you were in this position, you were playing for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
It is fun.
I mean,
it's great.
It's so different, isn't it? Like, although I'll just say this, though, during the Peyton Manning years and your last year, this is all we did. This is all we talked about. The second Peyton Manning got here, because the 2011 season with Tebow was just like, I mean, that was just fantasy land, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were just like, what in the world is going on? Because at this time in 2011, Tebow had won a few games in a row. It was like, how is this happening?
Well, here's my hope for the Broncos. My hope is that Bo Nix just turned the light switch on.
I hope so, yeah.
Hopefully the light switch is on and you don't flip that thing back off. Let's string together a few games of consistent football, right? Because that's been the biggest caveat that you would say, but. Yeah, they're winning, but Bo Nix has been terrible for 3 quarters for like 7 games. Let's be done with that conversation. Let's play consistent football start to finish from here on out.
There are a bunch of moves happening in the NFL today. Guys are getting let go left and right. We'll see if any of these guys maybe make sense for the Broncos. They did sign Elijah Moore to the practice squad today. We'll see. He played for the Browns, had a bunch of catches against the Broncos last year. He was just drafted in 2021. He's only 25 years of age and was a high second-round pick. So if there's some juice here, the Bills didn't really like him. They let him go, and they let him go for Brandon Cooks, who the Broncos weren't interested in, but they picked up Elijah Moore. We'll see. We'll talk about it on the way. Plus, we'll have another keyword, our final keyword for you to win Avs tickets coming up next. Oh, no. Okay, we got a ton of NFL news here this afternoon. Like, a lot's going on. So we'll catch you up here in just a second, but it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to see the Avs take on the Stanley Cup champs, Florida Panthers. Text the keyword Leafs, 303-504-0925, first and last name to be entered. Check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avs Kids Club and give your child front row seats to all things Avs. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club to win tickets to see the Avs and the Panthers next Thursday. Text Leafs with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. What's up, Scott? At MatthewsFineWatches.com. Again, we'll announce our winner in about 30 minutes. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, let's football go.
All right, guys, a couple of Broncos things here, and then we'll get to all the NFL news breaking this afternoon. But this is Peter Schrager, fellas, on the pregame show on the Monday Night Football broadcast, telling a story about texting a member of the Broncos front office.
I texted a Broncos source immediately after the game around midnight Eastern. I was like, another close one. And he said, to cite the great Raiders owner, Al Davis, just win, baby. And that's what they do. You heard Sean Payton after the game. He said, we did not escape this game. We won this game, and that's what they do.
So this really is the big question surrounding this football team right now. Like, how do you guys view the Broncos winning all these close games? Do you view it as them building calluses for the playoffs and view it as a positive? Or do you view it as a negative and they're just sort of hanging on the cliff and could fall at any moment? Like, do you view these close wins as a good thing for the Broncos or a negative thing?
Well, winning's great. So at the end of the day, it's always a good thing that they're winning games. And I think the callus is going to help. I will say, I think the majority of the close games, at least a handful of the close games, I felt like they escaped. They escaped that game. They got to win despite whatever. This game, I did not feel that way. I know it came down to a 2-point conversion, and I know that the Commanders had an opportunity to win the game there, but I did not feel that way. I thought you got a really hard-fought win against a team that was playing great football, against a quarterback that was on point. This was just a good football game. It was a good win for the Broncos. So, for the most part, I've been concerned by the way that they've been winning games, not this weekend.
Yeah, I thought just win, baby, on this one. No doubt about it. No, I think it's all a net positive. Nothing's perfect, I suppose, but you're winning while you're trying to improve. Sounds good to me. I still think the best season for the Broncos may be in 2026, but I'm here for the ride. And at this point, why not? Why not? And it's not like anybody had any expectations. Now, you're crawling up all the lists. You're being talked about, obviously, everywhere at this point, and we'll see what pressure that puts on this team. But I'm watching Bo Nix, man. This dude's been under pressure in every circumstance you can think of. I mean, down by a lot, down at home, down on the road, down in England, down on national TV, against some of the best, some of the worst, bad weather. Name a scenario that he hasn't persevered in this season. Good luck finding one. So I think it's a net positive. Now, does that mean, Tyler, you could get your doors blown off if you play a really good team and you still make some of these stupid mistakes? Well, yeah, that could happen. And if we really want to go back in Broncos history, nothing's more deflating than getting to the Super Bowl and getting destroyed.
Yep.
That's happened too.
But that was the opposite. That was a team that was blowing the doors off to other teams and then got to the Super Bowl and it flipped on them, right? Broncos this year, complete different story.
At the end of the day, getting destroyed in the Super Bowl probably happens when you rely on your offense and they have a bad day. I think defensive efficiency is probably, at the end of the day, more consistent. So the likelihood of getting blown out by anybody if you're the Denver Broncos at this point feels pretty slim. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's get to Shefty news here. 3 tweets from Adam Schefter over the last 30 or so minutes.
All
the
right.
Steelers and quarterback Darius Slay have mutually agreed to part ways.
Okay.
The Colts have waived their kicker, Michael Badgley. And the Steelers claimed former Vikings wide receiver Adam Thielen.
How about that?
On waivers per source.
Thielen said he wanted out of Minnesota, Tyler, because he wanted to be on a contending team. Did he land on a contending team?
Well, he didn't have a choice because he went on waivers. If you're a vested veteran and you get released before the trade deadline, then you get to pick your next destination.
No waivers.
No waivers.
Gotcha.
After the trade deadline, you still have to go on waivers.
Did not know that.
Yeah, any team can claim your current contract. That's what it means. They're claiming the current contract. We will pay you exactly what you were getting paid on your previous team. So Steelers pick him, and he doesn't get a choice in the matter.
All right. So should I be buying Thielen's whole, I want to play somewhere else, or did the Vikings just, hey, man, if you want to say that, fine, but we're just kind of done with you? What's the truth there?
I don't think it implies anything. I mean, I don't think it implies that Thielen didn't genuinely want to go play for a contender. He didn't have a choice in this one.
Okay, but I guess I'm pushing for, do you think he really pushed to be released?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
You do?
He was not being – he's got I looked it up yesterday. I forget. 8 catches for 90 yards or something.
Okay. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Adam Schefter. He was on Get Up this morning, and Greeny was asking him about a possible Justin Jefferson trade this offseason.
It's an obvious question to ask today after a game like that. And today, I'm sure that is the way that he feels. Is he going to feel that way this offseason when they go out and add to that quarterback room? They're going to speak to him, I'm sure, at some point in time and get some feedback and input as to the player that he would want. It's hard to imagine that they would trade Justin Jefferson, but then again, a year ago, I would have said it's hard to imagine the Dallas Cowboys would have traded Micah Parsons.
Right.
And they did. I still don't think they're trading Justin Jefferson. I think he's clearly miffed and disappointed and bewildered by the way this entire season and offseason losing Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones is gone. But I don't think it's going to change as much, and I don't think they're going to be moving off Justin Jefferson this offseason.
Okay, let's just operate in the scenario that he is available this offseason.
Okay.
Would you, if you're the GM of the Broncos, be willing to give up 2 first-round picks to go get Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, absolutely. Where do you think the Broncos are going to be drafted in the next 2 years, by the way? I bet you it's deep. Bet you it's late in that draft. Hell yeah. Especially coming off this Russell Wilson contract, you're going to have the money to do it. And what are we giving up? Draft picks 30, 31, 32 over the next couple of years? Fine by me.
Sure, of course I'd be interested in Justin Jefferson. Of course. I mean, he's making a lot of money, but he earns that money. You're going to have to pay him next season. You're going to have to pay him almost $40 million.
No problem.
All right, fine. I mean, I agree with you. He's worth the money. It's the one thing that the Broncos desperately need is a game-changing wide receiver. They still don't have that. I don't see the Vikings moving on from him. I agree with Adam Schefter, but kind of lost in that. Did Adam Schefter just tell us the Vikings are moving on from J.J. McCarthy?
Oof.
Yeah, is he their starting quarterback next season?
I don't know.
I think Schefter just said that they're moving on.
Do you see any kind of evidence that he's the guy?
Not particularly, but
Me
I
neither.
mean, that's pretty quickly to give up on a young quarterback.
I agree. What was the plan in the first place? But he's injured and now he's just terrible. You're right. Not a great pick. You know, hey, listen, there's one thing about having a strategy. There's another thing in terms of evaluation and development, okay? It's got to work all together. So the strategy is fine. You know, you identify a guy and you go for it. But you got to identify a guy that's going to work out at the end of the day, or you have to be able to develop him. And we thought the coaching staff at Minnesota was fantastic. Maybe it was just Sam Darnold was fantastic.
No.
Although I think O'Connell's a good coach.
He's a great coach.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Moving on from a quarterback like that, it's rough. But if he ain't the guy, hey, man, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to be drafted pretty high, so if you got the opportunity, I guess.
Well, I don't know if this is a very strong quarterback class, by the way. I mean, you got Fernando. Who else you got? Who else is ringing your bell there besides Fernando?
That's why I still wonder if Arch Manning considers it.
Well,
don't laugh at it.
No,
I mean,
okay.
it's like if Arch Manning were to actually announce, I got it. he was frustrating this year. He got better. It got progressively better as the season went on.
They're kind of contending right now.
He would be right there in the mix with the top quarterbacks. I'm not telling you he'd be the top quarterback selected, but he'd be right there in the mix.
That's fascinating, man. Yeah, you could be right. It's not a great class this year. Texas is certainly playing better. I mean, he's playing better at a better time. We'll see what they can do, if they can get themselves into that college football playoff, right? It'd be kind of interesting. They're aren't they? Isn't Texas just on the outside looking in?
Yeah, because they've got 3 losses.
13, 14, something like that right now in the top 25, something along those lines. It's going to be a fascinating finish there. Do you believe in Fernando, by the way, at Indiana?
Not particularly.
You don't? He looks pretty damn good.
He looks good. I still think the best quarterback's probably the Alabama kid, Ty Simpson.
Okay. I'm just like, Mendoza just looks, he looks like an NFL quarterback.
Well, he's got the body, right?
Right.
He's a 6'4", 6'5" type of guy.
Yes.
He looks like a prototype.
Hell of a year for Indiana. All right, next story, Dan.
You know who's listed as the 3rd quarterback?
Who?
Freaking Oregon again, Dante Moore.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, they're arguably having a better year with him than they did with Dylan Gabriel. Not arguably, they are. We'll see where it goes.
According to WalterFootball.com.
I love WalterFootball.com.
They've got Arch Manning listed as the 6th best quarterback in this year's class, still projected if he were to come out rounds 1 through 3.
Yeah, that feels about right. But it's not the class that it was a couple of years ago that Bo came out of.
Correct.
The 6th quarterback is, it ain't the same thing.
The Manning family's going to advise him, don't come out till you're ready.
Exactly. It doesn't seem to make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Not like he's hurting for money, right? There's plenty of it to come. And he's got plenty of it right now with the NIL stuff. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Abdul Carter was benched by the Giants for the first quarter of their loss to the Patriots last night on Monday Night Football due to tardiness. Carter has now been disciplined twice in 3 games. Here he is in the locker room after the game being asked why he was benched.
The second time in 3 weeks. Didn't start. What happened?
It happens.
What happened?
I ain't gonna get into detail. Like I said, it happens.
Why?
Why, Abdul? Ask me the same question. I just answered.
You jerks.
We all miss meetings here and there, right? Stuff happens.
Dude, that's not even the funniest story. The whole story is crazy. Like, you're an NFL player. I think Abdul Carter's got a lot of talent, but boy, has he been like a no-show this year. And now you're what is this, high school? You're missing series because you were late? You're
2
late?
out of 3 weeks?
That is insane to me that you're late for things as an NFL player. That blows my mind.
Dude, do you know how much PTSD I have about being late to things?
I am sure.
I am habitually 15 to 20 minutes early to everything in my life because of football.
Isn't it just a better way to go through life? Just to be 10, 15 minutes early for everything?
Yeah, you should try it.
What are you talking about?
You roll in here off that bike about 4 minutes to spare every day.
That is not true, my friend. My fine feather friend.
I don't know where you're hanging out then, because you're not hanging out with us.
I want to keep it fresh. I've got a little upstairs action going on up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it's a whole thing. I'm not coming in sweaty, right? You don't see me sweaty yet anymore.
A couple days ago you were.
Couple days I might have been maybe a couple days ago. But in general.
It is winter time.
I'm on the bike I don't talk about it, but I'm on the bike every day.
But I'm just saying, it's winter time. It seems a little bit hard to get overly sweaty.
There's an annoying little hill right before the end here, and it's just like it gets me every day.
Sweaty Hill.
It's sweaty.
Call it Sweaty Hill.
Sweaty Hill. It's mostly downhill too, so it's nothing coming. But there's Sweaty Hill.
The way home gets you.
Oh, the way home kills me. The way home every day kills me. It sucks my soul out. Sometimes I just tap out and I call my wife. Can you just?
How long is it?
It's only about 3 miles, but going home, it's 95% uphill.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I drive that exact route.
Driving it, I get a little relief. Maybe it's 90% uphill. It's enough to get your attention. The funniest part about this Abdul Carter story isn't even the story itself. It's kind of on the fringe. So there's a guy out there that goes by on Twitter, Wesley Steinberg. Now, this dude's whole thing is that it's a fake NFL insider account. But he does it like really professionally. Like if you look at Wesley Steinberg, you are going to think from his photo to his bio to everything from his name, just everything about him seems legit. And what this character does is fake NFL news stories, but they're not like insane, but they are fake. And his story about Abdul Carter got 20 million views. Why? Because he said Carter was suspended because he was watching porn and his earbuds fell out and everybody in a meeting heard the porn that Abdul Carter was watching during a meeting.
Well,
now, this is a completely fake story.
He wouldn't be the first one in an NFL locker room.
Who was watching porn during a meeting?
Or might have been enjoying themselves.
That is, who is that story about?
Aaron Hernandez is one.
Oh, right. That's right. I've
got another one from my career that I'm not going to sell him out. But
there's another guy.
I personally,
All right.
Personally know of another.
Right. So this is what that's crazy, by the way, it's in the realm of possibility. But it's within the realm of possibility. So it was insane to see how many people thought this Wesley Steinberg tweet, and if you look him up, it looks legit. He looks like, and if you read the tweets, they're not all, just obviously crazy. By the way, I saw a giraffe pick up a tourist and carry her off, and I had to check, is this AI or is this real? But anytime you hear any story these days, any story that seems like...
Yeah, you got to be careful out there.
You got to check every single one.
The world is dangerous.
You almost got hoodwinked the other day.
I did.
And that's another tricky one because instead of 24/7, it's 27/4.
Yeah.
And it looks real enough. To the degree I checked too, by the way. Abdul Carter was not watching porn in a meeting.
We don't know that he was not.
Oh, stop.
I mean, can you prove to me that wasn't why?
All right. I could prove to you that Wesley Steinberg is a phony account and it's fake
but can
news.
you tell me he's never written anything accurate?
I haven't dived that into fake Twitter accounts to see if there's any. That would be funny.
Well, this is the first time he ever got a real source.
That's actually really funny that he would just sort of filter in some like real stories that are just a little crazy, but they are real. So
these
Wesley
people are
Steinberg.
probably making stupid money just on social media by faking news.
I don't know what he gets off of it. I don't understand how he makes any money or why. I'm just gonna guess.
They just get paid off impressions.
I don't know. I don't. Do you though? Are you getting paid for that?
Yeah, I get like $7 a month from Twitter.
Right. It's like nothing.
I don't know how many followers does the dude have?
Wesley Steinberg, who knows? I mean, it can't be that much money. But hey, man, you did something. You got 20 million people to check out your stupid fake tweet. Way to go, Wesley Steinberg.
What's the penalty for multiple days late?
For what job?
For a bet.
For a bet? What do you mean?
Yeah.
What's the interest? I think is what Tyler's asking.
That's exactly what I was asking, Dan.
What do you mean the interest?
Let's just see how long it takes, Dan.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's PhD on 92.5. Make sure you tune in tonight for the Avs as they host the Canucks. They suck. Can't spell suck without Canuck. Actually, you can, but, Coverage starts right here on 92.5 at 6:30 with the pregame show. It's powered by Ramos Law, and we'll announce our keyword winner for our show here in about 8 minutes. But your next chance to win comes with Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate and Andy coming up here shortly. Let's go over just a couple things. Jim Mora at CSU. Your overall take on Jim Mora.
Literally don't. Oh, gosh, I'm pulling a Scott here. I literally don't know how CSU could have done better than Jim Mora. I mean, talk about a guy that if you would have even brought him up in the coaching search, like, no. Like, why would Jim Mora? And I don't mean to say this in an insulting way, but I do think it's fair. Like, why would Jim Mora go to CSU? Well, I don't know. The guy wants to go to Colorado. Maybe, like he's clearly been interested in coaching at the University of Colorado. He's been clearly interested in coaching at Colorado State now for many, many years. Whatever it is, he wants to live life in Colorado. Cool. So that worked out well for Colorado State. I like Jim Mora a lot. I think that he came across well in his presser. I like his analogy of living life uphill, trying to do hard things. It seems like an absolute home run.
I wish him luck in climbing all the 54 14ers. I think he could give it a shot. The guy seems to be in great shape. His energy level is through the roof. And he needs to get more out of his kids because you can't pay him. But you know what?
I still think it's an uphill battle. I got you. I don't think Jim Mora getting hired by CSU guarantees success.
I got you. Got a good track record, though, doesn't he? And who even knew UConn had a well, I mean, he's coming off 2 9-win seasons at UConn.
Yes, his recent success has been very, very impressive.
Okay. Are you hesitant about something?
Well, I mean, look, he hasn't exactly been a hot candidate for 10 years here.
That's true. So a little, listen, there's a reason.
He's the most attractive he's ever been as a head coach. Well, not ever, actually. That's untrue because he's been NFL. But within recent history is at 64 years old, right?
What a get for CSU.
I'm not trying to knock it at all. Like it's a fantastic hire. Like I would be interested if CU would have hired Jim Mora. I would have been excited about that.
I would have too. It sort of made me wonder because he did say he's been searching jobs here since 2019? So it's like, all right, well, he certainly would have put his hat in the ring for CU. I mean, we're talking, Durrell and before that. I mean, Prime is sort of in a bizarre different category. Who has more success in their arena next year, CU or CSU?
Define that question.
Well, you're competing in the Big 12. They're in I heard Matt Smith call it the WAC 12 instead of the Pac 12. I don't even know how many teams are going to be in that conference.
Neither one of these teams are primed for some magical season next year. So I'm not like my choice is not to imply the University of Colorado is going to have some magical year. But CU is definitely set up for more success than CSU is.
Let me just put it this way.
This is going to take some time because Colorado State can't just go out and buy the players. They can't just go to the portal and be like, okay, we're going to fix everything. They're going to have to do it organically, which is good. It's healthy. But that means you got to recruit high school football players. You have to develop high school football players, and that takes years.
Okay, let me be more specific. In their conference, who has more wins in conference, CU or CSU?
Yeah, I still would answer CU.
Okay, they had 1 this year.
Yep.
Okay. Who has a better chance of going to a bowl game next year, CU or CSU?
CU.
All right, so you're thinking about a nice little comeback next year for CU.
It's more so, like I said, I'm not trying to imply some magical year for CU.
Gotcha. But it's more likely
what I'm trying
to
be realistic about is the turnaround is going to take some serious time and effort up there at CSU.
Do they have a guy at CSU?
You do live in an era, by the way, that you can fix things overnight.
All right, how about this? How about this for CSU? How about this question? Did CSU just hire their next Sonny Lubick? Meaning it's his job. I mean, he can ride with it for a long time.
In terms of longevity, just because he's already up there. But, I mean, I think that Jim Mora's got a great chance of being very successful.
Like, he could ride it for the next, as long as he has the energy to do it, he's 64 for the next 10 years. Wouldn't be crazy. Plenty of coaches have coached into their 70s.
Yeah.
You could see that happening. I mean, how long has Troy been down at Air Force?
My only hesitation with it, I think in college football, it's going to become more and more rare to be successful into your 70s because you have to be so relatable to these kids. It's your head coach is a brand and an image. That's why Bill Belichick was never going to work in college football ever. Like his image that thing could work in the NFL, but you got to relate to kids. You got to be cool. You got to have some hip. You got to be swag.
Belichick's toast there? That's a wrap on UNC for him?
No, because he's got a $30 million buyout.
So we're just going to hang in there with Grumpy Bill and Jordan?
Well, my understanding is it's similar to Deion's. I think if they go one more year, it becomes much more feasible to fire him.
Okay. So they're kind of stuck with each other.
Yeah.
Concerned about the Nuggets losing 4 in a row at home?
I don't love it, but I think the Nuggets are fine. I mean, they've won 14 games. They're in good shape. Overall, it's not like a magical season. Oklahoma City's having a magical season, so I don't know if you're going to be able to catch up to them in the long term. But, you know, the weird part, the record is fine. The weird part is the losses at home.
Yeah, I don't get it. And nobody could understand it. Nobody does understand it. Adelman was like, hey, it's good that we're going on the road now. Jokic couldn't explain it. Nobody could. And by the way, Spencer Jones. Buy a shirt, I guess.
Hey.
Who knew? It's funny to hear him explain. He goes, well, I was a great shooter at Stanford. I'm like, you were?
You guys thought I couldn't shoot the ball?
It's like, you were a great shooter at Stanford? Got to admit, I didn't watch a whole lot of Stanford hoops. But I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I was a great shooter at Stanford. I got it figured out now. I'm good. By the way, you know, and Dan on In the Paint, I don't know if you were talking about it, but like, he definitely was getting more contested on his shots. Like, he wasn't just being given all these like crazy free looks. So Spencer Jones.
Cool.
He shot over 40% from 3 in the G League, too. So they knew he could shoot.
That's what they were saying, that he really was shining in the G League, and let's give it a run.
Boy, does he have an awkward-looking shot, though.
Because he's got this, like, big, huge barrel chest. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just like, bam. He just doesn't look all that athletic. But he's a big dude. By the way, how low is Deron Holmes? Like, what is going on with Deron Holmes?
I don't know.
Holy
Remember
cow,
how excited we convinced ourselves we were about Deron Holmes?
He's going to be a contributor as a rookie. Oh, I got hurt. Well, just wait till he comes back. He can't even get out of Grand Rapids. There's like nothing on Deron Holmes. Mm-mm. He's fully healthy, too. He's playing all the time in Grand Rapids.
Is he doing anything?
I don't. Dan, I have no idea. I guess not.
Well, he got their player of the game a couple nights ago. Here it is.
All right.
He had 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists.
That's really good. That's not worthy of sitting on the bench with the Nuggets and getting some time?
It says he's averaging 19.6 points. Is that right?
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, no dumb question. Why isn't Deron Holmes getting some time? Like, what was the plan when you drafted him first? Or the first round, rather. Hey, congratulations to Brian McClain. McLean? Probably McLean. Brian McLean from Aurora. He won those Avs tickets. Nate and Andy will have more Avs tickets to give away in just a little bit. Oh, did you bring in something for everybody? Are we sharing it, or are we just stuffing it in our pie hole?
Listen.
Okay.
What kind of sausage
that explains
you better ride that by Carter, son. We gonna go?
What kind of sauce did you get?
I didn't get any.
No sauce.
Brother, I'm on the fat guy shots. You lose cravings for literally everything. Our guys at our place, helping me out.
All right, good.
They had the peppermint shake. I wasn't in the mood for the
Really?
peppermint shake.
all right.
It's kind of wild.
You don't even crave
you
it.
worked, yeah.
Yeah.
All those sugar-filled cups of Starbucks to try to. By the way, you can't get on your guy. Nobody has stressed you out more than me when it came to being late.
Oh, well, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, DMac's actually never late.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever actually been late.
Just late by your standards.
He does push the limit.
I have always.
You, on the other hand, have been late.
Yeah, my goal
many
is
a
to
times
be there
late.
when it starts and get out when it ends.
I mean,
and not be in the place a minute longer than I need to.
I just can't relate to that mindset because
That's
I have PTSD about it, but
Right.
I understand the mindset.
And yet somehow here we all are.
It's the stick it to the man mindset that I can respect that.
No,
I'm only getting paid for 3 hours of radio. I'm going to do 3 hours of radio.
Look, you and I did 3 hours of radio. Remember when we were
How
doing
much were we
6
doing
or
it
5?
commercial free? At the beginning, we were doing 5 hours.
Yeah, don't
commercial
start
free.
a radio station, kids. That was a bad idea.
Oh my gosh! And if you do start one, have a little inventory before you get on air.
Have you ever? What was the? I don't know if everybody loves our radio pass stories or not. At 760, the first go round when you were still a BPI.
I did a couple fill-in shifts with Stout on that one.
I had a.
You were a regular. You were an everyday thing, wasn't it?
I had a show 7 to 10 at night. What am I going to talk about? Talk some Rockies. Oh, while they're playing, sounds like a great idea. Well, that's not a flawed philosophy at all.
No.
But I had a break that was so short. If I had to go to the bathroom, I couldn't run to the bathroom in time before the break was over. That's how bad that was. So anyway,
The worst ever. I was filling in on K-How on Thanksgiving against the Broncos. 1 hour of news talk against the Broncos. 2 minutes of commercials in the entire hour.
Yeah.
Something like that, along those lines.
I always tell the young people, just start with 10 minutes and tell me how that goes. I remember the very first time I got to fill in on the zoo.
Yeah.
We hit the thing at 3 o'clock, and I'm like, man, that 3:15 mark feels pretty far away. All right, I got a question for you guys.
You figure it out.
Hi. So the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They score a lot of points. They've scored a lot of points that really should be enough points to win some games.
No doubt.
What point do we feel a little I love our guy Adelman. I really do.
Yeah.
Fantastic story.
Yeah.
We got to get some D fixed by All-Star break, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, by Christmas
Well,
would
the
be
crazy
great,
thing
but
is the home road splits defensively. Why are you better defensively on the road than you are at home?
it's a great question. I don't know because honestly, you know what I'm used to? And you know what was crazy? Go back to the Chicago game. Remember how like Chicago ran the Nuggets tired, it felt like?
Yeah.
And they were coming off the back-to-back. I was like, what is happening here? Because to your point, home should be your cornucopia of running teams into the ground. Tyler played on quite a few teams that did that.
Yeah.
With the run game, literally.
Yeah.
So, like, again, it's very early, but this is where I feel bad for Adelman, okay?
You feel bad for him?
Well, dude, you've taken on, it's your first head coaching shot, and you are taking on, like we got to get another championship with this crew. You're never going to have another crew like this likely in your history, right?
Yeah.
Really, I don't know if Avs fans truly appreciate that they've put together two legendary crews in their history.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the first Cup teams were, a lot of guys were drafted, but remember, they got here and they made trades. You trade for Waugh, you trade for Blake, you trade for Bork, you trade, like Theo Fleury came here. I don't have to tell you, you grew up in the Hockey East. The amount of legendary names that passed through Colorado in the first stint, the first era, if you will, if we go Taylor Swift on this thing, was amazing. And then you turned around and basically drafted another era of it with a couple of savvy trades. And unfortunately, I remember the 80s Nuggets, the Dan Issels and Danny Shays, I just throw that in there because we always used to get a big laugh at it. But look, they had a good crew before, but this is the John Elway era of the Nuggets, and you got to get more than one championship, right? And the defense, I'm not
nervous?
Bill
They're
Hanslick here,
14-6.
Well, okay, but you
20
lost
games,
4 in a row at home, letting people just run you out of the building, including the Dallas Mavericks, who they didn't know what scoring was.
And you've won 7 in a row on the road.
Okay,
That's
well,
confusing.
you think that's going to keep up? You think that's going to hold?
Adelman after the game goes, well, the good news is we're going on the road, which is funny.
I hope so.
For 4 straight.
I hope so. Because right now the defense has me worried. Now, I realize you don't have Christian Brown, you don't have Aaron Gordon, but guess what? You're not going to have them until possibly the new year.
How long are you going to be out without Jamal?
I don't know. Scotty was saying that they were really struggling. Whose is that?
That was there when I got here. Sorry about that. Usually that's not even mine.
Well, it's not yours. You don't need to touch it. It wasn't yours. No, but seriously, if you're not going to have them until the beginning of the year, doesn't it make you a little bit nervous? You've got to figure out a plan to survive this. And on top of it, I know Adelman's told you guys the goal is just make it through this stretch, right? The schedule is kind of it's a lot.
It is a
the
lot.
month of December.
Yeah, I mean, they go on that, well, I guess we shouldn't be afraid of road games, but right after Christmas, they go on their longest of the year, 7-game road stretch, and that's a beast. This is a weird one. They go away for 3, then they have Sacramento, but they have 3 days in between, so I'm going to assume they'll just come home and stay here for a couple days and then go off. So that's, an easier sort of road trip, I suppose.
All right. Nate and I have been calling it the parade tracker since we really got here. Matter of fact, the little audition tape we did together was about the parade tracker of who do you think gets you the next parade or the first parade. And funny enough, we ended up being right. We thought it'd be the Avs at the time we did the stuff back in 2019.
Yeah.
I have always felt like the parade tracker was in the Nuggets' favor of all the signings starting this fall. I heard Berto last night saying now he's more confident in the Avs than he is the Nuggets. Have you swung that far?
It's clearly right now the Avs. I mean, who the hell is going to beat the Avalanche 4 out of 7 games?
Right now, by point percentage, the amount of points available to you that you earned by winning games, this is the second best team in NHL history.
It's crazy. And to think that with 6 overtime losses, I mean, give us like 2 of them?
The month of November, they were 11-0-2. 11-0-2. So they got
bonkers.
They got points in every single game. No, the Avalanche are an absolute wagon.
Yeah, they're in different territory right now.
They've been doing it without Nichushkin,
who's back tonight.
Yeah, which is huge.
But you know what scares everything out of me?
About the Avs?
Yes.
What?
I hate the Olympic break. I hate the Olympic break. I don't want you going and playing there. I don't want anybody getting hurt. I don't care about a medal.
Are you hoping Olofsson does not get picked up by the Swedish team?
Yeah, I really do, because there's enough guys playing. I don't need Lehkonen. I got to worry about Lehkonen surviving for the Finns.
Are you hoping arguably our backup who's on the Canadian watch list in Wedgwood does not get
Yeah, I know it's a jerk thing to say because I know it's his dream, but guess what, pal? My dream is down the 16th Street Mall with the cup.
I mean, are you happy that there's discontent with Ukraine and Russia, that Val has nothing to worry about?
I'm happy that arena ain't ready. I'm happy about that.
It's
I hope the arena doesn't get ready.
It's actually 17th Street.
Are you guys following?
They don't parade.
No, we're doing 16th Street this time.
Walking
Why
parade
not?
this year.
Why not?
Are you following how Georgiev is doing now in the KHL?
No.
Can you believe our starting goalie last year at this time is now picking up starts in the KHL right now?
What does the K stand for in the HL?
Communist?
It's a K.
I heard it was a guy from Nebraska. Oh, Continental? That's how they spell it? It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. You got nothing to worry about with the Avalanche, my friends. And you're gonna get Logan back. Logan O'Connor's getting back, and Kimmy Ronda's now back.
Listen, bud.
Nichushkin's back now. My God, it's ridiculous.
It's
do you just worry about everything?
You can't tell Andy to not worry about the Avalanche.
It's weird. Like, of all the things to bring up today to have some concerns about, like the Avs, really?
He will tell you it's the only team, because, I mean, look, I've tried to explain it before to everybody. We all see the sausage made all the time, right? So being that true, I'll just use the word ignorant fan that just thinks everything's going to come out your way all the time just because is very hard for me, except for the Avalanche, because there's such a secret organization. I don't get to see a lot of the sausage. So I still love and root for them. Like,
it's good sausage.
I did back in the day.
Yeah.
And I don't want them, because again, injury
Strong
is the only thing that can derail it.
sausage.
But man, there's still so much hockey. Like, I feel like it's so far that they got to still be healthy. I used to feel about this way with the Broncos during the Peyton Manning era. I used to be like, please, no injury ruin the wrong guy's season.
I bet you couldn't even tell me how many games Nichushkin actually missed.
I couldn't, even though I've been, about 2 weeks?
I don't even know. I'm just hitting this off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess they won every single one of them. I mean, overtime losses, I mean, that's a pretty safe bet.
They've got points in every one.
He's only played 5 games all year.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
It's been that long.
Yeah, he's been out a long time.
That's bonkers.
Because we are in December.
Wait, hold on. I was wrong about that. He has 5 goals. For goals, you idiot. 17 games played. GP is games played. I'm Nate Kreckman. I'm new to sportscasting. This is a hard job.
Boy, that's a mistake I would make.
Boom goes the dynamite on those 5 games.
That's a big DMac mistake right there. Holy cow.
I'm a moron.
See, both of you drive me nuts because when you get so confident, he does it to me all the time. Oh, they're not losing this game. Oh, there's no way they're losing this game.
You're
There's no way it's
You're
going
not
to
losing
happen.
to the Canucks tonight, that's for sure.
See, again, don't do that kind of stuff. You drive me nuts.
It's not going to happen.
Have you not loved a team like with the Sox? Did you not tell people to not talk about the streak or something? Didn't you wear the same underwear or something?
With
Did
the
you
Red
ride
Sox?
the same yes.
No, you don't
Isn't that like
no,
your main team?
The culture of the Red Sox fandom is your team is always going to lose. There's never any optimism. My dad would tell me every year of my life the Red Sox are going to finish in 5th place again. You know, whether they did or not, it didn't matter. You were always pessimistic.
It was your dad.
It's not like that out here.
I read an interesting thing about a phenomenon out there that when you finally won the series, in the early 2000s?
04.
A bunch of fans, it was like a friend died in your life.
It was weird.
Because your misery of, we can't say we suck anymore. We finally won it, and I don't know how to be happy.
It was odd, especially in 07 when they beat the Rockies, and now they've won 2 in just a couple of years there. It's like, well, this isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be mad at this team all the time.
And you couldn't be. It was odd. You didn't have that anymore.
You know what I dealt with was, so the Cubs won the World Series in 2016. The next year, when they go to the playoffs, and all my friends are texting me angrily when they got eliminated, I was just like, freaking cares?
Well,
they won the World Series last year.
I heard Vic say that about the Nuggets a couple years ago. He literally said, I don't care whatever happens. It doesn't matter.
You saw one.
That's good for me for the rest of my life. And guess what? Life goes on. You're still doing sports talk. You're still a sports fan.
Yep.
And guess what? Now you are frustrated. You're not satisfied. Because we're human beings and we're sports fans. We're not designed to be satisfied.
Again, this is speaking from my perspective. I could give a rat's ass what the Cubs do the rest of my life.
So you know what's interesting?
That's insane.
Yeah.
You got Pete Crow Armstrong and you didn't care this year?
Yeah, watching him go 0 for 5 in every playoff game, that was a lot of fun.
Well, there you go. There's some bitterness right there.
Exactly.
You care a little bit.
I care. I root for them. I want them to win. I want all of that. But when they don't win the World Series, it's just that's what every other year of my life has been.
You know what's funny, though? So I can relate to that sentiment with the Nuggets because I never thought the Nuggets would win one.
Sure.
So when they did, I was like, this is the most, I didn't even know how to feel about it because I never thought it would happen. But now I've got to a place where I'm like, Nikola Jokic in particular, and the core is so good, you can't blow it.
To your point, there's a little bit of a difference when... again, this year, Kyle Tucker was the best player on the Cubs. Ooh, we didn't have the Dodgers lineup. I could understand being mad if you're a Dodgers fan, okay? Mm-hmm. Nikola Jokic is the best basketball player in the world. He has 3 MVP awards. And the guys that are in his tier of legendary status have multiple championships. That's the way that it works. Nathan McKinnon is the best forward, and Cale Makar is the best defenseman. You have 2 of the 3 best hockey players on the planet living today on your team. You got to do it again.
Well, yeah,
absolutely.
Because guess what?
Absolutely.
McKinnon's own boss has to.
Yeah, you
Joe
have to
Sakic's
do it
got
again.
A couple. See, and to your point, I felt that way when the Broncos won theirs. I was like, I can die a happy man. I finally saw a Super Bowl. Then they start out 13-0 the next year.
Yeah.
You're like, no, you can't lose this again. We got to do it again.
And in 2015, when we're all there at the parade, freezing our butts off, there was a lot of people there. It probably felt at that time, oh, this is good forever. About 5 years later, it sucked. This isn't good. This actually blows.
Well, the team was also
Then
awful.
the Broncos started setting records for losing after winning a Super Bowl, and nobody expected that.
They still have not won a playoff game since 2015.
See, that's what's crazy. To your point, by 20, they were so bad and so irrelevant. Not even to my lifetime. In my lifetime, I had not seen them until Sean basically got here be as off the national scale as they were.
All right, I'd say this.
And I know the 70s people will say it was different, but I didn't want to lie for that.
If you feel satisfied because the Cubs won and that's that,
yeah.
Who was the best player on that team?
On the Cubs right now?
No. That won the World Series.
Oh, Chris Bryant was.
Okay.
Your guy.
My guy, my favorite dude of all time in baseball.
Did it feel like we don't want to miss Chris Bryant's prime after winning that World Series?
Well, no, because baseball's different. One player doesn't elevate in
I'll
that
tell you
sport.
This, when David Ortiz was on the Red Sox, man, I wanted more. We had to, as a Red Sox guy here speaking now.
Manny was better.
Oh, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
But Big Papi was the soul
that was your guy.
of the team.
Sure.
Oh, he was everybody's guy. You know,
it's all right to have a guy.
This is our effing city, and Pedroia was that dirtbag sort of guy.
Yeah,
and
Johnny Damon.
A Damon, you know, you keep going and you feel like, well, there's got to be more with these guys.
Sure.
Now, if you just won and your guy just left, and I would make the argument Peyton Manning was kind of like that, like you win the Super Bowl and Manning's not there anymore, there's sort of a natural inclination to like, well, that was great and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's different with the Nuggets and Avs because of McKinnon, McCarr,
because they have Hall of
Jokic.
Famers.
And to a degree, Jamal Murray in that mix too.
Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, you still have the core of what got it done for you. Now Brucey B's back.
So there's no, you'd be an idiot to not be let down if this core didn't win another championship.
To get another championship,
because
I agree.
Who knows when you're going to get anything like this?
You won't.
You probably won't.
You're not getting another Jokic. I got news for you. You know why? I'm still waiting on another Elway.
By the
as
way,
a kid, I was like, I'll just go find. No, you're not going to find another one. You ain't getting another Peyton Manning either. I got news for you.
You know what's crazy? We've already gone through a season where McKinnon was the MVP, as was Jokic. Today, Jokic won the Player of the Month, as did McKinnon. Like,
that's so fun.
Is it crazy how they're getting better?
Yeah.
They're both getting better.
Yeah.
So yes, it would be bitterly disappointing if you don't get another championship from both of those teams with who they have now.
All right. How long before the Broncos are in this space?
Right now.
Oh, see, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Dude, you got 10 wins by December 1st.
You have the best defense in football.
You're
you
there.
got it.
You're there right now.
No, you can't waste that defense. That's the problem. But that's how I felt about 2015.
This
defenses are fleeting too. They
know.
disappear quickly, way quicker than offenses.
That's what I wonder about with this defense is because they've paid everybody.
Yeah, but again,
the health variance is so massive, but they have paid everybody.
But you talked about it, man. It was one of the early shows we did where you got to have so many. Like, how many guys are going to be at this elite level again next year? We're probably lucky Benito and Allen and all those guys are giving us 2 in a row.
Wait. I think on the defense? Are we saying goodbye to John Franklin Myers, by the way?
I don't want to, but it feels like they're gonna. They've signed everybody they want, right?
I think on the defense, are
but
we
I'm
satisfied
talking
with
about
Singleton?
coming back and playing just as good. You know what I mean?
You know what, though? One of my takes that and again, this is where I'm an idiot, like Nichushkin's only played 5 games, is this summer I said, well, they won't have 63 sacks again.
You're right.
They're going to have more.
You weren't wrong.
They're going to have more. Like, that's just it. Like, they won't have a top 20 season in the history of the sport sacking the quarterback
again. How many do they have?
Right now,
they slowed down a little bit, but
they slowed down because Mariota threw the ball in under half a second every time he touched the ball.
Leggy told us yesterday,
and that's what other teams are going to do too.
The Commanders came out stating big personnel to keep the Broncos base out there, and they threw quick. Is that going to be the new blueprint?
Yes,
because they're going to face some teams that can do it.
Is the blueprint putting 3 guys on Jokic and hoping Spencer Jones hits a 3?
Yes. Just hack the hell out of him.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, at some point we got to get our guy Jonas out there, and I need some blood. I need hockey pound of flesh.
Okay.
Jokic.
Let's have a real conversation. Do you guys hate it as much as I do when Spencer Jones shoots?
It seems weird.
He's not even bad. Like he's a better player than I thought he was going to be.
After the game, he was like, "Well, I was a good 3-point shooter in college," and I'm like, "Okay."
You hate it because it's kind of a rec league pickup game at the DAC sort of style.
It like makes Lonzo Ball look like he's got a good looking jump shot.
Phillip Rivers throw a football where you're like, "What are you doing?"
He had one last night in the fourth quarter where Jokic threw to the corner and he chucked it up like, I don't know, 19 left on the shot clock.
Dude, it's a long came
don't do that.
It's Philip Seymour Hoffman and a long came Polly vibes, you know. Nothing but glass! Iceman! I mean the whole thing with it, the barrel chest, the ball goes up.
Yep.
It's like Kevin McHale was a 3-point shooter.
They go in sometimes. His dunk last night was sick.
He's a tall dude.
He is.
He's a gritty player. I'm rooting for him. I think it's great.
No, he's honestly like he's exactly. They need a dude like
you
that.
had a game in the NBA where it was Nemhard against Jones, Spencer Jones.
I was just telling him on the phone.
Out.
We were having our call before I finally walked in here, and I was just like, you know what upsets me? I know Nuggets fans. This is their PTSD. When rando guy you ain't heard of comes and just goes,
it feels like
that. He looks like NBA Jam with the fireball shot all the time.
Dude, we've had 2 in a row.
That's what it felt. Who was the guy for the Spurs the other night? He's doing the same thing. Now I know he's good. Kareem or whatever the guy's was.
Yeah,
the 3-point shooter that couldn't miss anybody.
Devin Vassell.
Vassell.
Lit him up.
That's Vassell. Yeah, Vassell.
Yeah, he's a good player.
How
Ryan
about
Nemhard
DMac and I just yelling random names, and you're finally like, this guy?
One of my favorites is Andy's like, I don't know who the hell Ryan Nemhard is. And I'm like, Gonzaga, he's a good player.
He's undrafted. I got you. If you were going to go to college.
No, he loves college buckets.
No kidding.
I spent too much time watching West Coast college
You know what
basketball.
happens when I watch college buckets? I go find How I Met Your Mother reruns, all right?
Yeah, late night college buckets on the West Coast.
Yeah.
This is my glorious time of the year.
How was that Cal Poly CU game last night?
It was Cal Baptist.
Well, I got close. I got close enough.
And the Buffs got the victory. I briefly was watching New Mexico and New Mexico Highlands only because I turned to altitude last night and the I forgot the Nuggets game was on my 20 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I ended up getting sucked into that game for like 7 or 8 minutes. I'll fully admit.
Did you miss the New Mexico Highlands? You know, did you?
I once
fade on that?
I once did a Metro State New Mexico Highlands game.
So is the New Mexico Highlands really North Albuquerque? Is that what it is?
No,
kind of like
they're
here.
in-
No, you're not getting me.
I think they're in Las Vegas.
What's the Highlands mascot?
I don't remember off the top of my head. They're purple.
I'm just saying we changed North Denver to
I
the
know.
Highlands. So we're doing that.
You don't like that?
No, I grew up in North Denver. No, I don't like it.
We just call it the Tennyson District. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I'd live with that more. Who
Okay.
named it? People that actually hear, or some New York
Jim
real estate person was
Tennyson.
like, hey, we're going to give it a neighborhood name.
Good old-
Tennyson.
Good old Jimmy T.
I had always wondered who Tennyson and Utica were.
There's somebody.
Sheridan. Who the hell's Sheridan?
I'm gonna get out of here because you guys got to do keywords. And
Do we?
I'm a bad.
Well, see, now we just
now
got to
you should
go.
just go.
You're
you
a bad.
should go to the keywords.
Listen, we're about
We're
to have one hell of a programming meeting where Kevin may just fire and brimstone at all of us. There's not going to be, that admiral.
We can just keep it rolling to the keyword, right? I mean,
the admiral that walks out in Top Gun and gets the coffee up. That's going to be Kevin just screaming at everybody.
We'll get there. We'll land the plane eventually.
At
Don't
some
you worry
point.
about it.
I'm not worried about it. What do I
Yeah,
care?
we'll be just fine.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
What'd you bring? Oh.
Nothing. I didn't bring up
all
anything.
of it. This Jamal thing really does have me concerned, though.
Yeah, it should.
That's not
now
great.
you're down 3 guys.
That's
and-
not great.
and look, Hastings described it as he was laboring to finish
Oh,
that game.
I'm gonna give
Or
it. I'm
least
gonna give it
finish
at
what he
least
did.
2 weeks. What do you think?
He at
I'm
least
worried it could be post-Christmas.
That dude doesn't miss time. Like he'll play through everything.
And he tried to come back too.
Yeah, no, he tried to battle last night. That was not good. By the way, Cooper Flagg is 18.
Is that unbelievable? We looked it up.
He's
He
so
turns,
good.
Do you know when he turns 19?
Oh, it's like late in the season.
No, it's actually coming up. It's
Is it?
December 21st.
Is it really?
But he is still 18
Because he
for
was
the next
17 when he got to Duke.
It's crazy.
He skipped his last year of high school.
He scored 35 points. See, somebody was.
What did he go for 24 last night?
24
He's so
at 35 the other night.
He's so good.
So is McKinnon being an 18-year-old or any NHL player 18-year-old? What would the equivalent of a night as an 18-year-old in the hockey be to what Cooper Flagg did?
I don't know. I guess being 18. I don't know.
Well,
I don't
no,
know.
but a lot
I'm
of-
sure Connor Bedard had like a hat trick when he was
Did
barely.
he? But did he though?
I think he did his rookie year.
Because I remember Bedard his
It
rookie
was a
year.
slow start. Yeah.
It felt like he was just too small. He was out of joint.
Oh, dude, have
when
you
you look
ever-
at when you look at Cooper Flagg, you're just like,
No, he hangs. Physically, he's there.
you're
See,
fine.
Yeah.
That's the difference. I remember when Duchesne and O'Reilly came in, and I was like, I am scared for you. Like a parent, you
Well,
are
like-
not ready to be skating amongst men.
Do you
You
remember
can't
when
even shave
Cooper
yet.
Flagg looks like an NBA, no problem.
Right. He didn't look like Durant did when he got to the league.
No.
You know?
And he's turning 19 on the 21st.
Oh, he's freaking special, man. That dude is
ridiculous.
really, really good. Your keyword is prairie. Text prairie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets for the Avalanche Panthers game on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Prairie. 303-504-0925. Text prairie in right now. Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're giving away tickets to see the Avalanche host the Florida Panthers on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword this hour is prairie. Text prairie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Hey, check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avalanche Kids Club, Andy, and give your child front row seats to all things Avs. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club to win tickets to see the Avalanche and the Panthers next Thursday. Text prairie with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays powered by Matthews Fine Watches.
You sensing a theme? Why I'm not understanding
I've
prairie.
Got it. I've already
You've already
solved
deconstructed it.
the puzzle.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You want me to give it to you?
No. In break, you can.
You want to keep it going? Okay. I've got the theme. I don't think me giving it to you really gives away what any of the keywords are going to be. But we'll keep up the suspense. I will respect my co-host's wishes, and I will keep the suspense up. Prairie is the keyword. Praire. Prairie. 303-504-0925. Andy. Groove Toyota, you start there, you go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. I gave you yesterday, Pat Bryant was my Broncos player that is in the groove. I don't recall what yours was. Who was in the groove yesterday from you? Or did we even get there?
I'm not sure we got there because who did? Well, no, I thought.
We're known to get sidetracked.
Was it at Singleton? I'll make Alex Singleton in the groove.
You want to put him in the groove?
Yes.
I like it.
Proud of his effort.
He had a big-time pass breakup.
Yep. Now, I realize
Zach
the tight
Ertz.
ends did a lot, but look, at the end of the day, it's not, did you get the plays made when you needed to? He did. There you go.
The 3rd and 21 pass breakup on Zach Ertz, that was a winning play.
It was because he was going to catch that football.
Sure was.
And like a DB, he just waited and punched it out as he was bringing it in. I thought it was a great play by a linebacker.
Riley Moss had a very good game as well.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Speaking of punching the ball out, and I know, Treylon Burks got him on one, but I thought Riley played really well in that game, and I'm interested in the platoon, so to speak, that they're working between Chris Abrams-Drain and Riley Moss, which I think is quite smart.
Is there anything Denver can do? Here's my big worry for the playoffs, if I have one, when it comes to the defense. Is there anything Denver can do to undo their reputation that seems to get them to draw more flags than usual? Now, the refs left them alone the other night,
Sure
but
did.
I think you and I both know there's a bunch of guys in the secondary that other officiating crews have thrown the flags against for plays that they made the other night.
Yeah, with Riley Moss, he had a PBU early on in that game that I was like, okay. Like, I'm kind of surprised he didn't get a flag right there. But when you went back and looked at it, it was like, okay, he played clean on that one. It wasn't early. It was the 2nd and 25. He took a shot for Terry McLaurin. And Mariota did, and Riley Moss broke it up. And it was good to see him not get a flag right there. Honestly, like, the more guys go on podcasts and complain about it, a coach can't do it from the podium. He's going to get fined, but I think players can do it on any podcast they want to, and they can crack jokes about how he's getting profiled for being the Great White Hope. And I don't know, maybe that stuff gets, punctures the bubble of NFL officials, and they decide, I don't want to be unfair to the little white guy. I'm going to stop throwing flags.
Well, don't you also think, though, as the birds migrate south every year around this time of year, we've also hit the month and the season where the officials aren't so pass interference happy, it feels like.
I hope so.
Where we hear more griping for how do you not make that call
Sure.
and all that kind of stuff because they don't want to decide the December games. You probably shouldn't want to decide any of the games.
Yeah, Surtain, a lot of his coverage on McLaurin was done with some solid physicality, and there was the one in the back of the end zone. I was kind of like, ooh, I wonder. And then, it was clean. And you went back and looked at it, and it was like, all right, like it was probably 70% clean, which is, that's if you can hit that standard, that's great. Well done. Honestly, I was thrilled there wasn't a flag last night on New England, on Jonah Ellis's brother for the hit that he laid on Jackson Dart. Like, nice job by the officials. Jackson Dart, by the way.
He's not going to learn, it feels like.
You've got to. Maybe this is one of those things he learns in the offseason.
By the way, after starting out hot with Drake May, that guy Tuddy's claimed another victory over the PD. The PD lost despite his guy A.J. Brown going off.
You know what your team has been? This is, guys, we're gonna take 15 seconds to discuss the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Fantasy Football League.
Because I've been the dregs of it, but no longer. I've risen from the ashes like a phoenix.
What your team is you know what? Like you as the coach, you are keeping your job next year.
I'm creating a culture.
Your culture is in place.
I'm the Rockies beating up on all the teams that actually had a chance.
Yeah.
Then September shows up, they're out of it, they're mentally tired, and here I come with my young guys happy to be up in the league.
That was like 7 years ago.
Just getting a win. Sure. Remember those days?
Hasn't happened this decade.
No, they still hand dubs to everybody.
Yeah, my team just continues to be a wagon, and I will roll into the playoffs with the highest scoring team in the league.
Now that you and I both bragged, both will go off a cliff. All right, so I've got a question.
All right.
I want to X you a question.
Okay. By the way, your keyword is prairie. Text
prairie
to 303.
I looked at all three keywords in the email he sent. I don't. You'll have to give me the theme.
303-504-0925. Text prairie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You're entered to win Avalanche and Panthers tickets.
All right. The Patriots, looking at this schedule.
Yep.
Okay. They're a really good team by the record.
Sure are.
I think Vrabel's, again, we talked both Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel have established their culture.
Vrabel's, I haven't looked at the betting odds recently. He's got to be favored to win Coach of the Year, right?
I don't know. It just doesn't run away with
right,
it. I mean,
right.
This is a team that couldn't get out of its own way under their great Bill Belichick.
And then 4-13 last year with Gerard Mayo.
Right.
Yeah.
Just brutal.
Yeah.
But why I haven't heard the same are the Patriot fraud conversations that I've heard about the Broncos. Why is that, do you think?
Who has said the Broncos are frauds?
Oh, it just, Twitter likes to blow up with it all the time. So,
Okay.
I know Peter Schrager, we got some audio of him. I mean, he doesn't think they're frauds necessarily, but a lot of people, frauds is a strong term. People keep saying, can you keep winning this way? And yet they keep doing it.
Sure.
So, yes, apparently they can.
Yes, they continue to.
And when they do it again, I want to remind anybody out there that's not buying it, and I'm not saying that they couldn't have, there's no doubt they could have a first-round heartbreak. But you know what? A lot of good teams have had that too. The 2012 Denver Broncos went through that.
Sure did.
My point being that when you constantly have to battle from the adversity, that's why I don't feel like this isn't teams missing field goals at the end. This isn't teams, you know what I mean? Kind of doing you had the play and you screwed it up. Again, Nick Bonito knocked that ball down.
Sure did.
McNichols didn't drop the pass. It never made it to him because they know how to make plays. And that's why I think it's unfair to say frauds. And I'm just kind of curious with so many young guys and really that division, even the Bills haven't been what we thought. The division is not much better than it's been with the Dolphins and Jets hanging out there. Why are the Broncos frauds, and yet I don't hear the same things being uttered about the Patriots? Do people just buy Drake May more than Bo Nix? What is it?
Yes. Is one way I would answer that. Drake May is better than Bo Nix. So people will always buy into a quarterback because that's generally how we evaluate NFL teams in the simplest of terms, okay? Drake May and Matt Stafford are, slugging it out to see who's going to be the MVP, and Bo Nix is, the middle-of-the-road quarterback that he is. So that is one factor in it. Again, I don't know. I don't spend as much time on Twitter. You'll have to send some of this stuff to me. I don't think people are – I don't know. Maybe people are saying the Broncos are frauds. I don't know. But –
at 420, we'll see what the power rankings say.
Yeah, exactly. I'll accept the premise of your question, and I'll give you an answer to say that New England is a fraud, and I will give you another answer to say that New England is not a fraud.
Okay.
Okay. We'll start with the not a fraud. Saw this today. The Patriots have recorded 10 straight games. That's on their 10-game win streak, in which they have scored 23 or more points and have allowed 23 or fewer points. It is the longest such streak in NFL history. The previous two teams to achieve such a streak for 8 or more games went on to win the Super Bowl. 84 Niners and the 1961 AFL NFL champions, the Houston Oilers.
You want to sing the song?
Who was Wade Phillips?
Bum Phillips,
coach of the team.
Probably.
Would he have been coaching the 61
I don't
Oilers?
know. Maybe not.
That's going way back there. Okay.
Was it Jack Pardee? Just kidding. No, it wasn't.
So that's the Patriots have that going for them, which that's a pretty damn impressive streak. Okay. But then I give you this. Looking at unpredictable.com, which ranks teams based upon the betting markets, the strength of schedule that the Patriots have played this year, easiest in the NFL.
I was about to say, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Not exactly a ton of impressive wins notched there.
Easiest in the NFL.
This looks like some of what the Broncos played last year, frankly.
Denver's 8th easiest schedule in the NFL.
Okay.
So far. So they skew on the easier side of the ledger. Again, looking at the betting markets. Future strength of schedule, New England's is 21st. Denver's
Was first once upon a time.
8th.
Really?
Now it's 8th looking ahead. Yeah. After the Raiders, obviously things are going to get a lot tougher here for the Broncos.
But the Chiefs aren't doing them any favors because they're not as good as people thought.
Exactly. And they're finally, it's starting to get a little bit reflected in the betting markets. The thing about the Chiefs, though, is here's where the nerds will come in and they'll tell you, well, this is still probably the second best offense in the Mahomes era since 2018, and they're 1-6 in one-score games, and they're just massively unlucky. Yeah, but I watched that team, and the flaws jump off the page. Their offensive line, which I told you in the summer was going to suck, is not good, and their defensive line, even with Chris Jones, their pass rush is lame.
Well,
Spags, I think, is scheming it up pretty well. I just don't think he's got the horses to get home.
They also have kind of that Golden State heyday thing going on where they played so much more football than everybody.
Yeah.
Now, again, it's why you got to respect the
It'll catch
Patriot
up,
dynasty. The Patriots did that forever and never seemed to affect them, but it feels like it's affecting the
See,
the
but here's
Chiefs
the
this
thing about
year.
the Patriots, though, is they won 3 and then they went 10 years without winning it
That's
again.
a good call.
Maybe if Kansas City is going to go on a similar trajectory, maybe they're entering the lull, which
I hope
we would take.
Please.
Yeah. So yeah, 2 schools of thought on the Patriots right there.
By the way, does this sound familiar to anything from maybe a year ago? Patriots have wins over the Jets, but the Falcons, the Panthers, the Saints.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that division?
Well,
it's a fun division.
By the way, and again, I told you at the start of the year, the NFC West, by playing both the AFC and the NFC South, all their records are going to be inflated, and it looks like they're going to get 3 teams in the playoffs. It looks like the Niners, the Seahawks, and the Rams are all going to get in. Yeah. So that scheduling thing, it can really help. It can matter. But hey, you know what? The Broncos swept the NFC East. They took care of business. Now,
What's your point?
Hey,
What's your point?
Jerry? I didn't think we were going to hear from Jerry. What the hell happened to that show? Has Jerry become boring? We used to get weekly updates from his show. Mark is
it's been quiet this year.
Mark has lost interest.
It has been quiet this year.
No, he's not doing the show, apparently.
Really?
Because if he was, we'd see the clips.
Okay.
Wow.
Do we have Shan or RJ on the show? Which one did we have? We had RJ on the show. By the way, little industry note. Remember when the Broncos played? It was the Giants, and we got McGonigal on the show.
Yeah,
I saw an industry report. McGonigal might be getting an afternoon drive on FAN.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, he could be moving. He
got a little something to say.
He got the K&L bump.
Now hold on, he did.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a bump. He was doing overnights.
It sounds like he's gonna get afternoons with Craig Carton. Carton's going back to afternoons. There you go.
Well, when you don't have Fox, you got time.
Denver sports radio legend, Craig Carton, for everybody. He's got good stories about our old boss. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword is Prairie. Text Prairie to 303-504-0925.
Like Little House on the
along with your first and last name, and you are entered. Again, text Prairie. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Kreckman, Lindahl. I'm Kreckman. He's Lindahl. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you today until 6. By the way, if you like a quality sample size of K&L, this is your last opportunity to get it this week. We're getting booted off the air early the rest of the way this week.
And nobody's upset but us.
Because the Nuggets start their East Coast swing tomorrow. I say East Coast. That famous East Coast hamlet, Indianapolis, Indiana. But they'll be there before they go to Atlanta on Friday. Meanwhile, the Avalanche, after they play Vancouver tonight, they'll play the Islanders coming up on Thursday. So when the teams play on the East Coast, they kick us off the air early. But I've got a little bit of good news for everybody, okay? We're going to make up for it on Saturday, because on Saturday, if you tune in at 10 a.m. local time to Altitude Television, The Deuce, you'll get a bonus couple of hours at K&L as we will be broadcasting the 3A state championship game, the Windsor Wizards and the Pomona Panthers going head-to-head for the 3A state title, kicking off at 10 a.m. Kreckman and Lindahl on the call.
Probably say it again during the broadcast. It blows my mind that Pomona's 3A. They were just one of those big school powers my whole life growing up here. And
2017 5A state champs. Mm-hmm.
But times change.
That's right. Communities change, and Pomona's playing at the 3A level.
That's going to be a physical game now.
They're
going to be put the chin strap on, Nate.
They got a fun one. I went out to the NAC on Saturday morning to watch Pomona in Palisade, and it was 21 degrees at kickoff. Opening kick, Pomona kicked to Palisade. Kid took it to the house. Palisade kicks it back to Pomona, probably a 65-yard return, and like 2 plays later, they're in the end zone. Nobody wanted to tackle anyone to start that game. Everybody was just freezing. Eventually, both teams settled in and played a football game, but it was certainly one where at the start, you could just tell nobody was comfortable.
Yeah, didn't you feel that? Who took the first? Was it Marvin Mims that got the first kick return Sunday in Washington? And I kind of felt a little of that was going on too.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, I don't want to hit each other yet. It's still too cold. But did you get any peaches?
They didn't bring any. They're out of season. Trust me, I ate my share in June, July, and August. But yeah, they're mealy this time of year.
Do you sing the great Presidents of the USA song Peaches while you eat them?
Weren't they called the Presidents of the United States of America? They had like the whole thing.
Yeah, they did.
To their name. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Now, how the hell did that become like again?
It was a hit.
Yeah, it wouldn't go away.
Yeah, it was a big
I
hit.
liked Lump. That was like funny. It was funny, but then it wasn't funny.
That's one of those like I feel like I will, excuse the pun, lump them in with like the bare naked ladies of like very like uniquely 90s phenomenons where you look back on it and you're just like, that shouldn't have happened.
Probably not.
We all should have done better than that.
Bare naked ladies had a few good ones.
That's Andy Lindahl.
Wait. You got a problem? You don't like?
Fan.
Yeah, now that one I did like. But I like Brian Wilson. I like the old apartment.
To each their own. By the way, we are simulcasting the 3A state title game on AM 950, so you can get it on radio as well. You could even turn down your television and you can get our call on radio if you like the crisp crackle of AM radio.
I was about to say, now, what's funny about that is you don't need to,
but we're
already on the TV.
But if you like the warm glow of an AM radio wave, which, you know what? I can still flip on AM and kind of enjoy it.
If you want to hear us sound like Rush Limbaugh in A Christmas Story.
Caller, hello.
Wasn't he the one in The Christmas Story that did the story?
Probably.
The little orphan Andy Ovaltine thing?
By the way, the Avalanche tonight will host the Canucks. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 6:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Can I give you the
Canucks?
Thank you.
I wanted to say it too. I couldn't remember. Now I remember where that comes from.
There it was. Wasn't
There
that?
she was. That was the lady.
But
that was the newscaster.
Was it Rick Tocchet?
Yeah, got hired because she called him. What'd she call him?
Pronounced?
You got the whole thing. Don't you?
Here's this one.
Okay.
Bruce Boudreau.
Whoa.
But Boudreau was out because they had hired Rick
Tocchet.
There it
Tocchet.
is. There it is.
Yeah.
We landed the plane. We got there.
He was over 3.
What year did that finish 9th and 10th in drop of the year?
Don't know.
By the way, it
had to be a couple years ago.
We are 3 short weeks away
From drop of the year,
from drop
baby.
of the year. I can't wait.
Listen, show up, people. You got to show up early. Nah, man, that thing.
It's going to be tight this year.
Come on.
It's going to be tough.
If I just said.
Evan.
That is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Sean always gets so many in.
He's strong.
But Chris Dempsey right now is like the dude. What was that, 94 Bulls? When they win all those games?
94, they actually didn't win the title. That
All
was
right,
Jordan's
well.
baseball sabbatical.
What were they?
95, 96 was when they won 72.
70, yeah, that's him.
Mm-hmm.
That's Demps. He's Michael Jordaning that thing all the way in. By the way.
I think you're overrating him.
Really?
I do.
Who you got better?
Yeah, I think the Dempsey drop and the Bare Naked Ladies, you're both giving way too much love to this segment.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Which one you like better?
Dempsey.
No, not of those two. I mean, what drop do you like better?
The Bare Naked Ladies would have been a better band if Chris Dempsey was their lead
Listen,
singer.
jam band guy, where I hear the same damn bass line for 20 minutes, you hate the Bare Naked Ladies? I don't feel like that adds up all the way.
Well, if
what song did they do to you?
If they would have taken that 2.5-minute bass line and extended it out to 25 minutes, a la Dark Star, I probably would give them a little bit more love. But you know what? They get knocked because of their lack of enterprising. That's where they fall short, Andy.
What was,
no buts.
What was the song that what was their last big hit? Is that the one that you hated?
I don't know. You're the Bare Naked Ladies fan on the show. I'm expecting you to tell me these things.
I will say, whatever that stupid I can't remember because I hated it too. I couldn't get away from that.
They were Canadian.
Okay.
I remember that about them.
They like hockey?
Fine Canadians.
Would they be interested in getting in? And they could text in the keywords, try to win some tickets.
I think that's the only way that you're allowed to stay in that country is if you like hockey.
Who blew up to a bigger size? Some of our former friends that were running backs or the lead singer of, now I'm forgetting their stupid name.
You're doing great.
It's all going
this
real
segment.
well. I need a little bit of sleep.
We're going to talk to...
Why do you hate the Bare Naked Ladies so much?
Have you listened to them? Our buddy Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment. It's been 1 week since we have talked to Chad Brown here on the show, and we'll be chatting football with him coming up next.
Bowling for soup. That's the guy. My God, he's
because of too much
bigger
soup.
than me and DMac standing together. He did have too much soup. I
It's
think it was
too much
potato soup.
Yeah, it's too much soup. Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
That's it.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have got our next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But right now, we welcome into the program the All-Pro Chad Brown with us here on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. Chad, how you doing?
I'm fantastic, fellas. Hopefully your holiday was wonderful.
It was quite nice. And then, we had good football. Actually, every game on Thanksgiving was pretty good, and the Black Friday game was pretty good. And we got to Sunday, and the Broncos gave us an extremely entertaining game against the Washington Commanders. Chad, when you watched that game on Sunday Night Football and you saw Cliff Kingsbury's approach to going up against this Denver defense and a lot of multiple tight end formations, a lot of 21 personnel out on the field, which was pretty impressive that they were able to go as jumbo as they did and get it done. And then you tack onto that Mariota getting the ball out as quickly as he did. Does that maybe give Vance Joseph a little bit of concern of like, okay, if we play a team that comes out with a similar game plan that has, a good quarterback, this could make it tough on us?
I think Vance Joseph has to recognize that this is the NFL, and teams are always going to replicate what people had success with you the week before or the weeks before. So the Commanders put this out there. Now it's up to Vance Joseph and his defensive staff to come up with some answers for this. We've seen the Rams go with multiple tight end formations and meet a lot of success. So this is not just a Commanders thing. This is more of a league-wide thing. And there's always a yin and a yang and a cycle in the NFL. And this is it. With teams loading up to defend the pass, with the league, quote unquote, becoming more and more of a passing league, despite the Eagles winning the Super Bowl and they ran the ball more than they threw it last year, people still evaluate talent through the lens of how good of a pass rusher are they? How good of a pass defender are they? As opposed to the old school, 250-pound inside linebacker who can stuff the run and the 345-pound defensive tackle. The Broncos don't have those guys. The Broncos are built to play a certain way defensively. So for Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn to recognize how the Broncos are structured and try to take advantage of that with a scheme and the X's and O's, I'm not surprised people are going to try to do that, because obviously trying to attack the Broncos the way teams have had for most of the season didn't meet with much success. For the Commanders, with nothing to lose essentially, they were able to try something and it found some success. Now Vance Joseph has to find a way to put an end to this by stuffing the run and forcing those third and long situations as they did most of the season.
All right, I'm going to make this easy, I hope, for you. If you were a member of the Broncos, would you feel like you were lucky or clutch?
Okay. I think there is an argument to be had on both sides, clearly. And my wife and I, we do a podcast on the Broncos. And she's a believer, as she loves to say. And so she looked at it as clutch. The football pragmatist inside of me and says, you got lucky and you're not going to continue to get lucky. Yet they still continue to get lucky. You got to find a way to clean up the penalties. Yet they have penalties week in and week out. Yet they find ways to win. You can't wait until the fourth quarter to play. Yet they do, and they find ways to win.
This week they waited till overtime. But
yeah.
The
kind of
fifth quarter this week,
yes.
Right.
Yeah. So on one hand, I can understand the believers and where they're coming from, but football wisdom, football experience says when you come across a playoff team, not the Raiders, not the Commanders, but a genuine playoff team, all these things that have plagued you all season long, at some point, they're going to come back to bite you in the butt. And you would certainly hate for that to be in a playoff game. So I hope they get things cleaned up. At the same time, I'm still impressed with the wins they keep stacking up.
In year two now, with a 12-game sample size on Bo Nix, what do you make of year two, Bo? Where has he taken a step forward, and where has he maybe stagnated or even regressed in your mind?
I think the footwork thing is still a concern. Once the game starts to go fast, as we see in the fourth quarter and overtime, what was he, 4 for 4 on that overtime drive? That's the best way to maximize what Bo brings. But there's going to be games maybe where their opponent can score a whole lot of points too. And then you want to slow it down offensively. You want to not push the play clock. You want to go with plays that have a slower tempo overall. You want to milk the clock if you're Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And then that would concern me if I were Sean Payton. If that's the game plan that seems to be the best path for success, I look at my quarterback and I go, I'm not sure if he's ready to do that. I'm not sure if he's ready to stand out in moments like that. So that's probably a point of regression. But the continual improvement in clutch situations, the ice water that runs through his veins in an overtime period where you're 4 for 4, I think everybody can recognize that he hasn't made another leap forward in that regard.
All right, this may feel random, but I just feel like it was a weekend plagued with it again, and I don't know the answer. You play defense. How do you want pass interference called? How can we fix? Because, Chad, it's, I was telling Nate earlier, this crew let the Broncos play the way the Broncos, and really both sides of the ball, they let them play the way they wanted to. I thought they let both tackles on both sides get that early step. It looked to me a lot like guys are getting a head start on their pass rushers with the big kick step, but they let it happen on both sides, except outside of maybe one time. But as a former player, and we're hitting December where the handsiness gets a little, you were a member of a Patriot team that I think you weren't going to call all of it, right? That was kind of the philosophy. You won't call this every time, and we're going to rely on that. How would you want it litigated if the refs were to come to you as a group of players to say, how do you want us to do this ticky-tack versus let a little go?
I'm looking for demonstrable restriction of the receiver trying to catch the football. Incidental bumping and hand contact and hand fighting, both players fighting for their position on the field. Yeah, the defender has an opportunity to catch the ball just like the quarterback does. We're not just going to allow the receiver to catch the football, nor should the rules be or the game be called that way. But once it's demonstrable that you have restricted the receiver from going after the football, whether it's a grab, whether it's pinning him to the sideline and not allowing him access back to the field of play, anything like that, I think, that fits within the expectations from a defensive standpoint. We would expect that to be called. But two guys competing, two guys going for the football, so some of these calls leave something to be desired. The way the game was officiated this last week, obviously as a defender, I prefer a slightly looser style. Even if the offense gets to take advantage of that as well, as you were talking about with the offensive tackles, well, that's great. That's fine. If I'm going to choose one or the other, over officiated or slightly under officiated, I'm going to take slightly under officiated every time, as I imagine most fans would as well. A game with 20 plus flags, it never finds its rhythm. It's no fun to watch. It's no fun to call from an announcing standpoint, and it's no fun to play in either.
Do you have a team, and again, we're talking to Chad Brown as we do every single Tuesday here on the show. Do you have a team that you've circled that you look at and you say, this could be a bad matchup for Denver should these two teams collide in the playoffs? Is there one or maybe two that you think jumps off the page?
Well, clearly I think the Colts are legit. And the formula for the Colts of running the ball, that's a playoff formula. That's something you can do if weather is a factor. So that's one thing there. Obviously, the Patriots, we saw what they put on display last night. Mike Vrabel gets his team to play with a street fight attitude. They are physical. I know the Broncos play with an edge, but the Patriots play with a edge, yet are mostly clean with it, kind of like Mike Vrabel was as a football player. They reflect their head coach. I think those two jump off the page to me as the tops. But there are other things. There are other teams as well that are lurking. The Chargers I know Hampton wasn't back this last week, but he'll probably be back over these next couple of weeks. They have the ability to run the ball. They've got a good quarterback who would be far better than Marcus Mariota with a similar game plan to what the Commanders put out there on the field. So there are some teams that I think would present the Broncos with a very difficult matchup. And we would all know that going into the game, and it would also end up being a very close game as well.
See, Chad, this is what I said yesterday was I thought Dan Quinn's defensive game plan against Denver was actually pretty good. And in a lot of ways, it mirrored what I thought Jesse Minter and the Chargers did to the Broncos earlier in the year. It's just the Commanders' defense, for an NFL defense, slow as hell. Versus the Chargers, and as Sanford said yesterday on the show, there was no Derwin James out there. Like the kind of speed that the Chargers have in their linebacking group with their safeties, their ability to be able to sit back in quarters and take everything away and then just rally to the football. Like the Commanders did that, they just rallied really slowly. But the Chargers, like that's just a different beast going up against this Denver offense.
Oh, absolutely. The Evan Ingram snag route against Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner's going to wear a gold jacket 5 years after he retired. One of the best to ever do it. But clearly his fast feet left him about a year or two ago, and the Broncos took advantage of that in a critical situation in the game. The Chargers are far better equipped to deal with all those things, to your point. And if Evan Ingram is on the field and if he continues to play the role that he's playing, he's probably going to be matched up with a guy like Derwin James, who would probably more so take him away way better than Bobby Wagner was able to do in overtime.
All right, are we foolish, am I foolish, to believe that at some point either Buffalo or Baltimore will wake up and show us the team we thought they were going to be?
I'd give a better shot to Buffalo than Baltimore. The Baltimore loss, the last game on Thanksgiving, and then the week before against the Browns when I had them in the Shedeur Sanders game. Their offense, Derrick Henry's going to get a splash run or two just because he's Derrick Henry. But Lamar Jackson is not very good. The offensive line is awful, particularly at the guards. And defensively, while they've improved over what they were earlier in the season, they haven't improved enough. So I give the Bills a far better chance of catching on fire than I do Baltimore. If Baltimore can do it, that would be amazing. I've never seen a team that's been able to play this poorly for this long and be able to walk over to the light switch and flip it on, because it typically doesn't work like that. So I would expect it to be the Bills, not the Ravens.
All right, one college note. I got to ask you, I'm sure this, you've probably heard what I've heard. We kept saying you couldn't buy out Prime's contract even if you want to. News comes from Brett Schotenborg today that Colorado forecasts a $27 million deficit in their athletic program, hoping to make that up. But again, this is by the time we hit June 2026, close of the fiscal year. How do they get out of this and continue to function, Chad? This is where, what breaks my heart the most? It just shows you how this isn't the SEC or the Big Ten.
Oh, well, clearly it's not the SEC and the Big Ten. And we knew that even when this Coach Prime era started, and it was all the excitement was, well, how do we keep guys on campus? How do we keep recruits coming in? If we're going to go after Big Ten or SEC level recruits, they got to get paid. They expect that. And so we don't have the donor base to be able to pull that off. Now we've got some fairly deep pocketed donors who can make that deficit go away with one wave of the hand and one writing of a check. So maybe somebody like that will step up. They talked about not trying to reduce the services for student athletes, but try to make cuts elsewhere. I'm not sure where that's going to happen, how you can operate a leaner athletic department than the Buffs already do. They just have the minimum of sports. There's other schools that have tons and tons of sports and women's this and men's this, and the Buffs have the minimum required. So I'm not sure where these cuts are going to come from, but it just speaks to the difficulty that I know Coach Prime has left a lot to be desired, but this program faces a financial situation that does not really allow them to compete with the SEC and the Big Ten, at least not on a year-to-year basis.
See, what you need big cookie money like they've got at BYU, because then they get to keep Kalani Sitake around and he doesn't leave for Penn State. The cookie money, that's what you got to find, Chad. Who is that? Who's going to be that guy for the University of Colorado?
I would love to find one. Now, have you heard about these soda bars that started in Utah with the Mormons, where it's not coffee, like a coffee bar, it's a soda bar, but you put cream or sugar, they do all the coffee additives into sodas.
Yeah, I heard about this at Thanksgiving. It sounds disgusting.
Yes. My son ordered one DoorDash, and he was quite disappointed. He spent the night before very excited, going over the menu, And he's a 26-year-old man.
Mm-hmm.
So he was very excited, but he was crushed upon the first swallow.
All right, I do have
Haven't they loosened some of those restrictions, by the way?
In Utah?
This being the LDS church, like, haven't they? I thought they were like okay with like some sodas now.
I haven't read up lately.
Okay.
I got to tell you, I don't quite know where that is.
Okay.
Have you ever known a guy? Because it turns out Nate and I have had him on the show. A guy that I did some babysitting for, of all things, back at the Denver Athletic Club when I was in college. Had a big oil strike and literally is one of the top 3 donors at SMU. And I've had a chance to talk to him privately because he's been a mentor of mine, and I still am trying to get out of him. How do you just write $27 million checks and not think twice about it? Have you ever been around a person that can just afford to shave off $27 million and not think twice about it, Chad? I mean, like, could you yourself imagine ever
he played
getting
with
there?
Tom Brady.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I have been around people who've got far more money than Tom Brady and could write that check. And, this person who I'm thinking of has written checks to the University of Colorado. So I'm sure he's getting some phone calls and some text messages probably as we speak, requesting him to make this deficit magically
Does this guy
go
have a
away.
medical center named after him, perhaps?
No, but he runs in that same level of folks.
Okay.
Where there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in his accounts.
Yeah.
Or actually, is he a billionaire by this point? If not, he's really darn close. So a $20.7 million check wouldn't be much for him.
You're a billionaire? No, I only got $970 million.
Right there.
I'm a loser.
In the end, I suppose if you're that person, well, what's going to guarantee that you don't come back to me next year?
Yeah.
If I'm giving my money, it's got to be going to something that can be sustained. And if we're looking for other donors and boosters to step up, we don't have enough. We're just simply not that kind of football or athletic department. And our state doesn't have, tons and tons of oil millionaires around who love football, like the state of Texas. I've gone to dinner with some boosters for Texas A&M who own cattle ranches and whiskey distilleries and have oil wells. They got all 3. And so they love to write checks to Texas A&M. I have yet to meet a Buffalo booster who's got all 3 like those guys in Texas have.
Do you even reach for the bill at that dinner, or are you just like, nah, man, come on now. You got all 3. I'm not looking at that bill. There's no way.
Well, after I was invited to stay at the boutique hotel that's at the distillery, I thought, no, of course I shouldn't reach for the check. If you're going to give me a free weekend pass at your boutique hotel so I can taste all your rare whiskeys, yeah, I'm never reaching for the check in that situation. You bragged way too much this meal.
I need to know some of the people you know, man. We go to some lame dinners there, Kreckman.
But you know what? We're happy with our station in life. Chad Brown, everybody. We rub elbows with greatness every Tuesday at 4:00. Chad, excellent work, man. Thank you as always.
Thanks for having me on, fellas. Have a good one.
All right, your keyword this hour, Andy, is Georgia. Text Georgia to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets to the Avalanche Panthers game. Hey, less than 2 weeks left to submit auditions for Next Gen Night. Your kid can step into an Avs game day role on January 10th. Upload an audition video at coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen to win tickets to see the Avs and the Panthers next Thursday. Text Georgia along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays, powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Power rankings coming up here on the other side. Do any of these cowards have the chutzpah to put Denver at number 1?
Your selection of words makes me think no.
Do any of these namby-pambies?
Wow.
Do they got the intestinal fortitude to put the Broncos at number 1? Find out next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, it's the time of year there's a lot to go on your to-do list. I know that's what's happening for me. Knocking out holiday decorations. Maybe you made the big meal last week. Maybe you didn't, but you got the holiday, shuffle, hustle, and bustle, all that stuff going on. And if you're feeling low energy, if it feels like it's tougher to get the old to-do list knocked out, maybe you didn't have the motivation to get up on the ladder and, get the lights hung or whatever it is, and maybe that's just because it was windy and cold last week. But regardless, it could be your T levels, your testosterone levels. If you'd like to get those checked, you ought to head on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Energy is a big indicator of it. Your sleep is a big indicator of it. Maybe you're dealing with brain fog, not as great gains in the gyms. Of course, there can be sexual side effects. Whatever it is, low T can be treated. So don't put it off, because a lot of guys do. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You get signed up for that first visit. The first visit's real easy. You can schedule that consult online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You want a couple more insights into whether you have it or not, take their 10-question quiz. It's real simple. 10 yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. When you go and get it checked out, here's how the appointment goes. They draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will go over the results with you, and then you can talk about the decision whether to start on testosterone treatment. Cost of this initial visit is $99. Does include that consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your visit, then the visit is free. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So don't wait any longer. Get this done before the new year. 5 locations to serve you, including a revamped location in Castle Rock that you'll love to check out. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We do power rankings every Tuesday afternoon. We scan through 8 different NFL power rankings that come out on Tuesday and try and tell you what everybody thinks of those Denver Broncos. Last week, Andy, the Broncos averaged 2.9. 2.9, so essentially 3. But for specificity's sake, 2.9. That will be important, as you will hear coming up in today's power rankings. So the Broncos come off the bye. They go on the road. They beat the Manders by a point. It took them 67 minutes of football to finish it off, but they got it done. And they won their 9th in a row, and they are 10-2 on the year, and they're the number 2 seed in the AFC as we sit here today because New England won again last night. So what does everybody think of those Denver Broncos?
The Broncos!
By the way, as you enjoy power rankings, you should know that this hour's keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is Georgia.
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 You gonna tell me you didn't like Ray Charles?
In a hot music take, will rank Ray Charles over the Bare Naked Ladies.
I won't push back on that.
Even Ray Charles could see that he was better than the Bare Naked Ladies. Text Georgia to 303-504-0925. Georgia. That's to win tickets for the Avalanche and Panthers game coming up next week. The defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, who, by the way, are not good. The Avalanche
they're all like hurt,
are
right?
very good, but the Panthers not so good. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. You ready to do this, Andy?
Yeah, we're all dying to know. Did somebody have
Did anybody
the
do
onions to put them number 1?
You know, the Broncos at 10-2 have the second best record in the entire NFL. New England at 11-2. Patriots have not had their bye yet. They have their bye finally this week. I don't have Hunter Hank available for my fantasy team this week. So here we go. Did anybody put the Broncos at number 1? Let's start with ESPN. Heard of it? ESPN last week said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL as they didn't do anything. They had a bye. Well, you come off the bye. You go to our nation's capital. You play on Sunday Night Football. You got Tirico and Collinsworth on the call. You get a victory. Tough, cold road game. And you don't move at all. You're still the 3rd best team in the NFL.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, who's 2? Is it Rams and Patriots ahead of them?
That's basically what it's going to be.
The vibe?
All over the place. According to ESPN right now, New England 1, Rams 2, Broncos 3. Also, we should note, ESPN has the Chiefs at 16.
Nice.
16er for the Kansas City.
Does Travis Kelce like being weaponized against his team?
His brother's stupid
Even though his
laugh.
brother was really laughing. Travis joined in towards the end, but I think he was just laughing at his brother.
How do you like that,
Pal.
Travis?
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL.com is usually up next.
It is. NFL.com is where we always go second. NFL.com, that is the league's official website. They took one look at what the Broncos did on the road against the Manders, and they said, well, we had you ranked 3 last week. This week, we're going to keep you at 3.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, yeah.
NFL.com, by the way, Rams 1, Seahawks 2.
What?
Denver 3, New England 4. So they keep Seattle above the Broncos. Also, NFL.com, Chiefs, 19. 19 for the 6-6. 3rd place, Kansas City Chiefs.
See, Sambor Shuffle guy now he's more jovial.
He does. It's
less offensive.
It's
not the obnoxiousness of Jason Kelce laughing at a Dion answer.
I don't get as irritable with him anymore. The Athletic. TheAthletic.com, run by the New York Times. Fine publication. Our friend Nick Kosmider writes there. TheAthletic.com last week had the Broncos at number 2. They were the second best team in the NFL last week, says
it's a number 2.
The Athletic. Well, then Nick Bonito goes and swats away Marcus Mariota's attempt at a 2-point conversion. And Andy, the Broncos plummet 1 spot to number 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got it done in overtime, you'd have stayed put. Or now, if you got it done in regulation, you'd have stayed put.
Could have been. Precipitous drop for Denver, a full 1-spot fall to number 3. They've got Rams 2, Patriots 1. They have the Chiefs at 17. 17. 17.
It's back half of the league, Nate.
That's not good. CBS, Deion Sanders.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm.
Only he does.
Yeah. Last week, Pete Prisco and CBS, Deion Sanders' favorite media outlet, they had the Broncos at number 3 last week. They said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL. Well, after Denver goes out and Bo Nix throws for 321 yards and an impressive tutty to Cortland Sutton in a 27-26 victory. Took me a minute to remember the score off the top of my head. Andy, the Broncos, according to CBS, have skyrocketed 1 spot to number 2. Number 2.
So close.
We were so close. Prisco's got New England at 1, Rams at 3, Denver at 2. Chiefs, 16.
Rainbow sucked.
TheRinger.com. You know, we've had our beef with The Ringer.
We've had an up
Low
and down
over the
relationship
years.
with them. We love the editor.
Yeah.
Not sure about this writer guy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know why Lindsay hired some hack to do some of this. Actually, I'm not familiar with the man's work.
We question her hiring practices,
Sure,
but
sure.
we
But
are
we
a fan
love
of
her.
when she's a guest on our show.
Right.
Yes. So The Ringer.
Matter of fact, fraudulent might have come out of her mouth.
Oh.
Remember that?
That is right.
Led to an interview.
That is true. There you go. We found the culprit. So last week, The Ringer said the Broncos were at 3. This week, you go out, you beat the Manders, you come off the bye, you improve to 10-2 on the year, and they still say you're number 3.
Nothing. Sounded like the audio from the offensive line on that, what was it, the Harvey touchdown run you played at the end? They got some pretty good
push.
Man grunts going on like you got right there.
Good push. That was good to see. That was Quentin Miner shoving R.J. Harvey over the first down marker in OT. By the way, The Ringer has the Chiefs at 9.
We're going to try to tickle your tonsils.
Yeah, man, that
Thanks, Andy Reid.
was wow.
Thanks, Andy Reid. Niner. Pro Football Talk. They talk about pro football over there at that website. Florio's got good hair. Last week, Florio had the Broncos at 2. Okay, well, you had him at 2. And they went out and won. So naturally, he kept them at 2.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Who's at 1, New England or the Rams?
He's got New England at 1.
Okay.
Rams at 3.
Did you have the Rams last week at 1?
Yes. So he had the Patriots jump the Broncos.
He shuffled the deck.
Common opponents, point differential with the Giants in favor of the Patriots, I suppose. He has the Chiefs at 18. Thank you, Troy Aikman.
Good old Troy.
Aikman had a couple of good chuckles last night on
He
the
really
broadcast,
did, he
by the
did.
way. He was having some fun out there talking about Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I didn't take in a ton of that game because I
Uh-huh.
was watching the Nuggets misery, but, you know.
Yeah. USA Today. As we continue our power rankings here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, make sure you text in Georgia to 303-504-0925, Georgia to 303-504-0925, along with your first and last name, and you were entered to win Avalanche and Panthers tickets. USA Today, last week, Andy, they actually had the lowest rating on the board with Denver down at number 4. Well, the Broncos showed them. They went out and they won in Washington. I assume that's where they make USA Today. And they dropped them 1 spot to 5.
Nobody reads USA Today anyway.
Except for me when I look at power rankings. Rams, Patriots, Seattle, Green Bay, all above Denver. Green Bay? Okay. And we end with Yahoo Sports. Yahoo Sports.
Yahoo!
Last week they had Denver at 3. This week they have Denver at 3. Nothing happened. Okay. So you noticed earlier, Andy, I told you that the Broncos average last week was 2.9. Well, based on 5 stays, 2 drops of 1 spot each, and 1 rise, 1 ascension of 1 spot, the Broncos average drops by 0.1.
Ooh.
They go from an average of 2.9 last week to 3 this week.
Just a real number. Straight up whole number 3.
High ranking on the board was CBS at number 2. Low ranking on the board, USA Today down at 5. Again, 5 stays, 2 drops, that being The Athletic and USA Today, and 1 rise that was from our friends over there at CBS. So the Broncos are the consensus 3rd best team in the NFL, according to the 8 power rankings that we track here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Chiefs, by the way, again, 16, 19, 17, 16, 9, 18, 15, and 15. They suck.
Well, it so happens I turned around and I see the power rankings on NFL Network on our TV right now.
Yeah.
And the guy putting them together for NFL Network, I'm just going to say it looks like a whack job from the Manhattan Project. So, look, guy, you better get the old pocket protector out of your little checkered shirt there and start moving them towards 1, or we're not going to take you seriously. Your beady eyes, your large Adam's apple, and your tiny neck. Let's get it going, bud.
Hi.
That's
Was that Moser? Was that Moser?
Hi.
That's my co-host Biff from Back to the Future, by the way, everybody.
Get a look at this dude.
Did you go with a pocket protector reference?
I did. Because he looks like he still has one. He's got the Italian checkered shirt on, it looks like a placemat that I'd find at Gaetano's. Look at him. Look at him. He's got the beady eyes. He's got the Joker smile showing. I'm going to pull it up, let Twitch get an eyeball of it, and YouTube.
Nate Kreckman and 80s movie bully Andy Lindahl here with you today.
Look at that guy. Look at him. His shoulders are as wide as my pinky, pal. Well, you know what? One of you better show some guts. Move them up.
No guts. No guts whatsoever. Just a lot of 3s on the board. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword is Georgia. Text Georgia to 303-504-0925. That's Georgia to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesday is brought to you by Matthews Fine Watches. Me and Chet from Weird Science will be back on the other side. Keep it here. Got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at the top of the hour. Nuggets lose by 10 last night to Dallas, blow a 17-point lead, and somehow lose that game, give up 131 points to the worst offensive team in the NBA coming in. On the 4-game home losing streak, 131 defensive rating. Really, the last 8 games in totality, they've been quite bad. It's not good. They've been better defensively on the road, but still, they've been bad enough at home that it makes it pretty painful for everybody. Here's kind of, Andy, honestly, like this will sound odd for a minute, but this is the stat that I saw in the post-game box score that I kind of, like, to me, summed up the way that they played. Do you know the Nuggets were only called for 11 fouls last night?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I guess it didn't register with me.
What kind of physicality are you playing with if you only commit 11 fouls?
It's a great call, Nate.
In an NBA game.
Also means nobody's afraid to drive the hoop on you, right?
And which they weren't all night long. Like, number one, they had a hell of a time staying in front of anybody, whether it was Ryan Nembhard, whether it was Cooper Flagg. They couldn't stay in front of anyone last night. It was just, it was a free ride down the paint. But this team right now, like, obviously defensive communication has to clean up, but also, like, Oklahoma City gets called for a lot of fouls. Why? Because they play really physical defense, and guess what? They dare the officials to blow the whistle on them. And you know what? As a part of it, well, they get called for a lot of fouls. Like 11 fouls in an NBA game when everybody is just trotting to the rim on you and getting driving kicks and open looks is just friggin' painful.
Okay, I had mentioned this to you, and I wanted to go look it up, so I finally did. I'm also going to get a picture of your guy that I continue to pick on, and you find it very funny that I'm mad at Power Rankings guy. Here's what they've scored in the last 4 home games. Last night, 121.
Mm-hmm.
Last, Friday against the Spurs, 136.
Yeah, that's...
Couple Saturdays ago against the Kings, 123.
Yeah.
And then the famous November 17th game, I think was a Tuesday, it was maybe a Monday or Tuesday against the Bulls. They scored 127. Okay? 127, 123, 136, 121. And you've lost all 4 games.
That should 136.
And you lose.
Yeah, that's an unacceptable effort on the defensive end of the court. Now, okay, it's December 2nd. Okay, the 2nd of December. You're going to go through ebbs and flows over the course of an NBA season. This was not a good defensive team last year, and you're playing without your 2 best defensive players, in Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, which is going to be a factor, certainly, in what you're doing on the defensive end of the court. But to me, and Adelman has talked about trying to increase the physicality with this group. To me, that's what I would like to see out of this. And one of the things that we're only getting used to the David Adelman era, and the sample size is only growing. And again, this was a bad defensive team a year ago, but there's a lot of different personnel that is on this team right now. But Michael Malone generally had you have to defend, and that's how you see the floor kind of MO. Now, eventually, he didn't have any players, and he just had to play whoever Calvin Booth gave him, and that's how we ended up with what last year was. But right now, like for David Adelman, it's like, okay, how can you solve this issue? And I don't think going to the zone is the answer.
I'm with you.
I'm with you. Because, number one, for a couple of things, they're not very good at it. They're just generally not a particularly good zone team.
They don't have any practice time, as he's talked about it, to figure it out.
Which has also been a problem. And so play man to man and play with increased physicality, take some more whistles, deal with all of that. And I think they can improve some things. But I think one of the biggest things is just the compete level, the professionalism on the defensive end of the court is flat out bad. And, last night, I even got to call out Jokic. Like, he had 16 rebounds. He's battling on the boards. He's going up against Anthony Davis. That's a tough one. But, again, his contest level against those guards, it was not nearly good enough last night. It just was not good enough. And, again, I know it's not a big man's job to erase all of the sins of your backcourt defense, but He got roasted a few times last night. They weren't afraid to go right at him.
Well, and what bothers me, and I realize the NBA is a league of runs, it's a game of runs. But you had an 18-point lead on a bad team at home.
Right.
And you always take one quarter where it feels like you screw around. And again, this is a more recent thing, which I'm sure is born out of the fact, like you said, you don't have the energy of Christian Brown. You don't have the defense and the rebounding prowess of AG or the three-point shooting, frankly, right now. And guys that were role players and perfect at their role are now having to play bitter. Again, I think Tim Hardaway Jr. probably had the perfect minutes count going before everybody got hurt. And now they've got to play him a lot more, which I don't hate. He's a good three-point shooter, but he's very streaky. But now you're digging deep into the bench. You don't have Strother. I don't know. But again, offense has not been the issue. They've got to find a way.
Offensively, they're fine.
You cannot let teams get into this. Yeah. And you know what's crazy? Again, look at the road wins. Held the Grizzlies to 115. Held the Suns to 112. Held a very good Houston team to 109. Okay? Those are the road totals.
When you watched that fourth quarter last night, I really felt like I was watching a team. It was like the equivalent of like a I'll play a prevent defense and hope I just hang on and win this thing.
Yeah.
It was they weren't getting stopped, so they were typically coming down the floor against a set defense, and they were just chucking threes last night. I think they shot 23% from three in the fourth quarter. They were 29% from the field in the fourth quarter. Hastings was properly and appropriately roasting the shot selection in the final quarter of that game last night. But it kind of felt like everybody was trying to make like the Rock and Jock 10-point bucket last night.
Well, and not only that, but that also, Hastings has pointed it out before, when you start settling for threes, are you too tired?
Right.
Are you too lazy? I hate to use that word because I don't think they're a lazy team. But
third game in 4 nights.
But
you're
not trying to go do the hard things to get the bucket to start the run.
Right, exactly. No, you're right about that. Honestly, I kind of would like to see from this team, and I'm interested to see what this road trip brings, is all of this in-out nonsense that the schedule has wrought upon them of just like, get out on a 4-game road trip, Indiana, Atlanta, Charlotte. I get it's a weird 4-game road trip because they're going to come home and then they're going to go to Sacramento. But hopefully that Sunday to Thursday break will afford some actual practice time and they can get in and fix some things. But maybe the consistency of the road's going to be good for them. But like, that's what's funny about all this is really like, they haven't played well over the last 8 games. Basically, besides the Houston game, they've all been pretty ugly affairs out there.
Do you remember who was the first to call it out, too?
It was Joker. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah.
And they were on a winning streak, and Joker said, I don't think we've been playing all that well.
Right. That was after it was at home. But yeah, no,
But was it when they lost to Chicago and he said he wasn't surprised?
Might have even been the Indiana win, where he called the team out.
Probably a good call. That was November 8th.
Yeah.
117-100. And at that point, we're like, man, these guys are awesome. And he came out and said, no, I don't know that we are.
Right, exactly. And I think he saw some problems on the horizon. And now Jamal Murray's dealing with an ankle injury, and you're still going to be without Christian Brown. You're still going to be without Aaron Gordon. This is a tough stretch coming up here for this team. Now, again, it's December 2nd, okay? Offensively, they're as good as anybody in the league, and Jokic continues to play at a historic pace. You're without your 2 best defensive players. You have a lot of new personnel in place. Teams are figuring out different ways to be able to attack you. You got an opportunity to maybe clean some of this up, but more than anything, right now, what I want to see out of this group is a more professional effort on the defensive end of the floor.
Well, and again, I feel like your coach has been asking for it. Now's the first challenge. He's got to let everybody know, yes, they are.
Yeah.
This is really the first huge hiccup of his run.
Yeah, kind of is. Right now at 14-6 and 4 consecutive losses on your home court for a team that generally has one of the best home court advantages in the entire NBA. The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, let's do this. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go, Mark Springer.
Hey, we have big roster news for
the Broncos.
They have signed veteran wide receiver Elijah Moore to their practice squad.
25-year-old.
Is somebody dealing with a nagging injury?
No, I just don't think they're thrilled with stuff.
Okay. I mean, who's he going to take snaps away from?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see some more snaps from Marvin Mims in a multi-faceted role. That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Troy Franklin only got, one target the other night? I mean, you can't be upset with Pat Bryant.
Yeah.
His game got better as the game went along.
Yeah.
I just think they've been looking for a number 2. It's why they were trying to get a hold of the kid from New Orleans that Seattle got.
Yeah. Rashid Shaheed?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know much about the game of Elijah Moore. Maybe he brings a little more speed, more reliable hands. I really don't know.
I mean, how effective
maybe he's a better blocker?
Can you be jumping into this offense midstream? Or is it just a depth move? I don't know.
This isn't bad news for Lil Jordan, is it?
I mean, he's just essentially a special teamer. That's really what he's doing. How many offensive snaps did he take the other night?
Could Lil Jordan take the place of the tight end? I already forgot his name that's on the practice squad. Mercedes Lewis. Remember him? He was
41-year-old Mercedes Lewis.
Right. Did they get to the point where they decide we're just going to keep you on practice squad and keep, maybe Lil Jordan Humphrey can play the blocking role that you kind of play anyway? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Has Frank Crum, and look, none of this has to do with Elijah Moore. I don't know what this means about, it's going to say, has Crum played the Palczewski role well enough? Have they been satisfied with that? I really don't know. I can't tell you I paid attention enough. I know he was in there, all that stuff. They had the funky formation where they put the tight end side of Crum and Crum moved outside, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think.
I mean, Frank Crum came out and on their fullback handoff, he was in the game.
Yeah,
Adam Prentice picked up a first down.
But
Adam Prentice is a perfectly fine football player. He's done his job so far this year.
He's the only size you have a running back anymore.
Yeah, yeah. I just wonder, does somebody have an injury situation that they're concerned about? It's December. Everybody's hurt. So this is the time of year to get a live body if that guy's feeling okay. Yeah,
again, with Pat Bryant had a game where I wouldn't be thinking you'd be taking snaps from him.
No,
I feel like every week he looks better and better.
Yeah, no, his snap count and his profile on this team really only continues to grow. Pat Bryant, in fact, for a wideout, had the second most snaps. I got the snap counts up now. Second most snaps in that game. He was in for 49 snaps, 70% of the offensive snaps. Troy Franklin, 53% of the offensive snaps. Marvin Mims, 33% of the offensive snaps. I guess Lil Jordan did get 14 offensive snaps the other day, so 20% of the snaps for the team at wide receiver.
Well, then maybe they're finally showing some frustration with Troy Franklin. That's the only thing I'd come up with. I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Well, the Broncos, even if they wanted to, they could not have signed free agent wide receiver Adam Thielen, who was cut by the Vikings. He wanted a chance since Minnesota's poo now to play for a Super Bowl contender, and Minnesota granted his wish, but he went on waivers first, and the Broncos obviously have a very high, call it high waiver claim towards the 30s. Well, they were usurped, if they even put in a claim for him, by the Pittsburgh Steelers. They claimed Adam Thielen, so congratulations, Adam Thielen. The Super Bowl contender that you get to play for is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, so get this. I'm glad Tyler explained it. I did not know this was a thing. So this is a football rule kind of akin to what goes on after the trade deadline in baseball. Remember, there have been trade post-deadline, and people say, I didn't know you could do that. You can only do it if you waive a player first and everybody leaves them unclaimed.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out, despite being a vested veteran like Thielen is, after the trade deadline, you do have to get subject to waivers, thus the Steelers laying claim and him not getting to be a free agent.
Steelers, by the way, desperately need receiving help.
Well, does this not reak of desperation?
Yeah.
Thielen has not been.
We need a warm body to throw out there and a veteran that knows what the heck they're doing. And Aaron Rodgers was complaining about the receivers after the game the other day. Apparently, he's bitter that Alan Lazard's not on his team again. I have no idea, but that thing is messy right now in Pittsburgh. Rodgers is playing as poorly it really is any quarterback in the entire NFL. It's a complete dink and dunk offense. There's nothing stretching the field with what they're doing offensively. They're 6-6. They still play the Ravens. I believe they play them 2 more times. So, like, it's not done yet for Pittsburgh, and Tomlin is going to do every last thing he possibly can to keep his, non-losing season streak alive.
It's kind of feeling like the final hurrah for Tomlin, though.
You get that sense,
You're
don't
just
you?
signing too many old guys out of desperation.
Right, of just how do we somehow survive this thing? That's not a good football team. The fact that they're 6-6 is just, again, a testament to Tomlin and I guess to TJ Watt, because defensively they're not even good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Patriots retook the lead in the AFC. They improved to 11-2. They haven't gone on their bye. They're going their bye this week. They beat the Giants pretty handily at home last night. Today, Giants GM Joe Schoen talked to the media. Giants fall to 2-11. Here's how Joe Schoen started his press conference.
Let me start off with, 2 wins is not where we want to be right now. It's not good enough. I understand the frustration from fans, ownership, the people inside the building, and nobody's more frustrated than myself. And it starts with me, and I'm tasked with trying to get this organization going back in, the proper direction. And the standard is to compete, for championships year in and year out, and that's the plan moving forward. So, we're going to look at everything, whether it's free agency, draft, coaching, finishing, execution on the field, whatever it may be. We're going to look at all avenues in order to get this franchise back to where it belongs.
Aikman was talking about this late in the game last night. I had flipped over at one point, and, it's late enough in the contest, but he's basically pointing out, like, they've got talent. There is talent. Like, Jackson Dart has shown something here in his rookie year. They have got good young offensive linemen. Don't forget Malik Neighbors has been injured and out for most of this season. They
Scadaboo.
Right. They haven't had Cam Scadaboo. They drafted Abdul Carter. He was suspended apparently for the first quarter last night for immaturity, but he was a factor when he's on the field. He's been a good player. He just, I think he's kind of wilting a little bit in the New York spotlight, so to speak. There are good players. They've got to get this coaching hire right. The question is, like, what does Joe Schoen have in his possession that he is hanging on to that job right now?
I have no idea. No idea at all.
Other than just the promise of young players, I suppose.
Yeah, or the owner, I don't know if the Maras and Tishes don't want to pay somebody else not to
remember,
work.
Mara's, he's in poor health right now as well. So that's a factor as well going on with this organization. The whole thing is a mess. They spent on their defense. Actually, their defense isn't that bad. Quite frankly, I was pretty impressed with that group when they played Denver earlier this season. But, man, if Joe Schoen is allowed to hire that next head coach, that's going to be wild, to say the least. But remember when they fired Dable, though, we had a track record of looking back and being like, GMs typically outlive coaches there in New York. So whatever Joe Schoen is doing, keep it up, dude.
High five.
All right, hey, Thursday Night Football. It's a good one. It's the 7-5 Lions hosting the 6-5-1 Cowboys. Although, even though both teams are over 500, that NFC playoff picture
they're both out.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah,
with the NFC West doing what they're doing. But injury news for both sides. Is this a must-win game for both teams? George Pickens, a full participant in practice today. He had been limited due to calf and knee issues. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, he suffered an ankle injury in the Thanksgiving Day loss to the Packers. It is still up in the air whether he will play Thursday night.
Yeah, and they're still dealing with a whole bunch of tight end injuries. Quick question on George Pickens. What's that contract conversation going to look like this upcoming offseason with him and Jerry?
Well, I don't think it goes smoothly because Jerry's paid CeeDee Lamb, and for most part, remember, Lamb has had to address why have you had so many drops this year, this, that, the other. Jerry seems like he's hacked off that he's paid guys and not gotten the return on investment.
Funny thing is that Pickens has been much better than Lamb this season.
Oh, Pickens has been a stud.
Yeah.
But just to your point, does Pickens have a little of the wide receiver diva? Is he going to go A.J. Brown on you when it's all said and done, you got paid?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's a great player. I mean, if he makes it to free agency, we could have an interesting conversation about it with the Broncos, the way he's played this year. But
certainly. No,
We'll see.
I think he's played his way into those kind of conversations. Damn good player. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, on Sunday, we have the battle for the AFC South, at least the top spot as of now. The Colts are slight road favorites. They will travel to Duval to take on the Jaguars. Both teams are 8-4. The Colts, they cut their kicker, Michael Badgley. He missed an extra point in the loss against the Texans. They worked out Justin Tucker. And the Saints recently worked out Justin Tucker, but the Saints decided to opt elsewhere. They signed a different kicker, and so did the Colts. They signed former Saints kicker Blake Grupe.
You know, I want to stick with kickers here for a moment. So we've all seen it 1,000 times now. The Younghoe Koo turf last night. Did anybody happen to listen to the postgame where he explained what happened?
No.
So the hold was off.
Right.
And he held up rather than kick the ball. It was like practice brain took over for him. I mean, it's fourth down. You just got to kick the ball anyway, dude. You just have to kick the ball. But it was because the hold was off. The ball was tilted to the side. The holder was trying to fix it, but Koo was mid-approach, and he just he paused. It wasn't that he chunked it so bad like we all have on the 14th hole on a golf course. He actually was doing everything he could to not kick the ball and hold up. Again, you just got to kick the ball in that situation, but it slipped out of the holder's hand. So that was what happened.
Yeah, it's wild. David Treadwell tells the story of in the 1993 for the 92 season AFC, or it was a playoff game. He kicked the ball. I think I've told you before. He had a great kick to beat the Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Party, run and shoot Oilers. And as they were going down, they were in overtime, I want to say. As they're going down to have the kick, it got botched. And Treadwell was looking at Coobs like, what am I doing? What am I doing? And Kubiak got it picked up and said,
yeah.
But you're right. People don't have an appreciation for I've got to go, and
There's
we
a
don't
process.
have all time to figure this out. And
right.
Once I start, you got to kick it.
And honestly, here's the thing I wonder about is is that something that he's coached on of okay, if the hold is bad, rather than have you shank the kick or have it get blocked and possibly taken the other way, are you coached to just have the holder just has to basically run for his life, and you have to hope that he gets it? That he can somehow get an edge and pick up a first down. Feels like there's a 0.0001% chance of that happening in real life, but I don't know, maybe that's what he's coached into doing. I don't know.
My favorite story of the one bad Lonnie Paxton snap was because it's our guy Prater, and Colquitt was telling it. Prater was sitting right next to him when he said it too. We used to have him on the Bronco Talk show because they were like a Laurel and Hardy comedy act.
Yeah.
Because Prater always seemed out of it. But so Lonnie Paxton gives him a bad snap. Colquitt had to basically knock the thing down like a shortstop. And I guess Prater just picked it up and was looking around. And Colquitt's like, run! Everybody's coming at Prater. I don't think he made it 5 yards, but he's just standing there holding the ball like he was frozen in time. And Colquitt's like, what are you doing?
Are going to murder you. You should go. Yeah, poor Younghoe. Every meme in the world is just killing Younghoe Koo today. And hey, at least there's a reason why. If anybody was wondering, it was because it slipped out of the holder's hand. We have got your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up here on the other side. Plus, Andy, we got some big time monthly hardware getting thrown our way here in Denver, Colorado today. We have got to discuss your NBA Western Conference Player of the Month and your NHL First Star of the Month because they both reside right here in the Mile High City. We'll tell you about that next. All right, so the latest CFP rankings are here. Ohio State, Indiana remain 1-2. They'll play in the Big Ten title game this week. Georgia moves up to 3 after A&M lost to Texas. Texas Tech is at 4. They destroyed West Virginia last week. Oregon 5, Ole Miss 6. So the Lane Kiffin departure did nothing to Ole Miss. A&M down to 7 now after taking their first loss of the season. OU is 8. Bama 9. Notre Dame 10. BYU 11. So there you go. That is, Miami's 12, but currently on the outside looking in because the Group of 5 team has to get in, which I believe right now Tulane is the highest-ranked Group of 5 team in the latest college football playoff rankings. Yes, that is correct. So there you go, everybody. That's your current iteration of the rankings in the college football playoff going into championship week. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to see the Avalanche host the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. You have to text the keyword Pittsburgh to 303-504-0925, as in the city in Western Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh, along with your first and last name to be entered. Hey, check out rookie or VIP memberships with the Avalanche Kids Club and give your kid front row seats to all things Avalanche. Sign up at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. And if you want to win tickets to see the Avalanche and the Panthers next Thursday, text Pittsburgh along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. And at MatthewsFineWatches.com, we will announce our winner at 5:55 p.m. Good luck, Pittsburgh, Andy.
Okay, give everybody the connection between the words.
Panthers. These are for Avalanche Panthers tickets. Your 3 keywords have been Pittsburgh, Georgia, and Prairie.
And by the way, no need to text the other 2. Each window closes every hour.
Yes. So
just get Pittsburgh in right now.
Pittsburgh right now.
But they're all colleges that have Panthers as the mascot.
Prairie View A&M, Georgia State, and Pitt.
There you go.
There you are. The Georgia State Panthers.
Big old big brain Kreckman strikes again.
Yes, Georgia State 1-11, by the way, in the Sun Belt this year. That's a rough campaign for old Georgia State.
They might need a belt of something else. A whiskey belt at this point. Holy cow.
That's hey, Buffs fans, it could be worse. You could be Georgia State.
I don't know. Could it?
Prairie View, by the way, is 9-3, and they're first in the SWAC. So congratulations to the Panthers of Prairie View A&M.
Boom.
Boy, you really sell the place with you want to go to school here, kids. We have a lovely view. It's a prairie.
Of the prairie. What?
Do you like that large...
What's on the prairie?
That large swath of grass out there?
Not much.
It's nice.
Tumbleweeds certain times a year.
Rodents.
Rodents.
It's a nice prairie.
Random weeds that look like flowers.
We've got a real good prairie. That's your view. Prairie View A&M. I've never been to Prairie View A&M before, have you?
I try to avoid a lot of prairies.
Okay.
I don't understand why everybody loved the show Little House on the Prairie.
You would have liked a bigger domicile?
Yeah, starting with that, but look like horrible times to live in. I don't long for it.
You would have liked.
I didn't seek to be part of the Oregon Trail times either.
You would have liked a nice split level on the prairie.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, at least if you're going to go and do this, give me a ranch style on the prairie. Right?
Get out of here with your little house.
A row house on the prairie where I can at least get up and see what's coming a lot faster. Give me that 4th level ceiling deck or whatever.
I'd even go for an apartment on the prairie. Yeah, a nice super. I don't have to do my own maintenance. It might be nice.
Biodome on the prairie. No.
Several years ago, by the way, my sister-in-law, she had a job on the Sony lot, and we went to visit her at work in Los Angeles, and we were walking the halls. I was with my wife and her brother, and we were going up to her office to visit her at work, and we ran into a guy and stopped, and Drew knew the guy, so we chatted with him for a few minutes, and then we continued on with our walk. We were introduced to this guy, and as we get past him, Drew turns to me and he goes, That dude wrote Biodome.
Oh, really?
And I was just like, you didn't tell me that? I was with one of the writers of Pauly Shore's Biodome?
And Drew went, yeah, that's exactly why I didn't tell you that.
I would have chatted with him. I would have talked Biodome.
Really? So Biodome ranks for you, and you still hate the Bare Naked Ladies?
Biodome is the Bare Naked Ladies of movies, of Pauly Shore movies specifically.
Okay.
But maybe I just have higher regard for Pauly Shore movies, which all came out when I was 12, and I thought they were very funny.
Yeah, where do you rank Encino Man?
Encino Man's the number 1 Pauly Shore movie.
Sure.
Yeah, Son-in-Law number 2, Biodome 3, but Encino Man, clearly, that's the godfather of the genre of Pauly Shore movies.
It may be the only one you know him from.
Son-in-Law was strong.
Okay.
Yeah. Son-in-Law was the Godfather 2. Still quite good, and Biodome was the Godfather 3.
You don't even know what's going on anymore. Right. We've strayed so far from the path of the original story.
I'm sure Pauly Shore did one other movie somewhere in there.
I'm sure he did too.
But I don't remember.
Do you ever try
what
to get serious? You really can't with that, right?
Like go dramatic.
Right. Like Punch Drunk Love for Sandler or something like that.
Like Jim Carrey and Adam Sandler and Tom Hanks eventually all turned to drama. Pauly Shore, I never saw him make that turn.
In our business, they become news anchors, which leaves you and me. You could pull off a news anchor.
You think I could?
You could. You could Zappolo it up.
Okay.
Get that sweet. You're already in the process of getting the stash back.
It always reappears. Mm-hmm.
Me, I'm out. I'm screwed.
Pittsburgh is the key word. All right, Andy. Nikola Jokic, NBA Western Conference Player of the Month. Nathan McKinnon, NHL First Star of the Month. Right now, they're both the betting favorites to be the MVPs in their respective sport. Which one of them, in your mind, has the better opportunity to be able to finish it off?
Well, that's a great question.
Thank you. I'm good at coming up with these radio topics, aren't I?
Our ratings say yes, and sometimes they say no, and then sometimes they say maybe. Just depends on what way we're flowing. I don't know. All right, let me throw this fire.
Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm bad, and sometimes I'm just okay.
Yeah.
He did okay.
You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to go to McDonald's. I don't know.
All right. I feel good about this one. Yeah. Who's more likely to finish off the job and win the MVP?
This log on the old fire.
Okay, log it up.
I feel like, look, I still think the best player hands down in his sport is Nikola Jokic.
I agree.
Thus, logic would tell you he'd have the best shot.
Sure.
But the NBA is wanting to push the keepers, the writers, whoever it is of the NBA.
I completely disagree with this take, by the way.
Well, I haven't even finished it.
Because I already know what you're going to do.
They don't want him to get that fourth one just yet. They feel like because that's what always come out. Well, so-and-so only won 3, and so-and-so only had 2, and he's not there yet.
Who are these so-and-sos?
Will Chamberlain, LeBron James, guys like that.
Is this the same people that are calling the Broncos frauds?
No. By the way, we figured out one of them's your friend, Lindsey Jones.
Who are these boogeymen that we have all these grievances with? Like
your ESPN people that are on there every day chopping it up.
Kendrick Perkins gets a vote. The people that vote on these awards love Nikola Jokic. He's the only player in the history of the sport to finish top 2 in MVP voting in 5 consecutive years. He has 3 MVP awards. There is no grand agenda against Nikola Jokic. Maybe there was once. He has been so good. He has transcended whatever bias is held towards him.
All right.
It does not exist.
What is the current standing that the Nuggets are in the standings?
They are, I believe, 3rd in the West behind the Thunder and the Lakers. Although I haven't looked. Maybe after last night's loss, they would have tumbled.
All right. Let me go and check it out. I have it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, the Nuggets are down at 4th.
Down at 4th. Who moved above them? Who's
Oklahoma
3rd?
City, L.A., the Lakers, I should say, and the Rockets.
And the Rockets, okay.
By whatever percentage points.
Yes.
Okay? Let's just say the Nuggets hang out in that 3rd or 4th position.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's getting another MVP?
Yeah.
Not so sure.
And he's averaging 29, 13, and 11.
Look, man, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying we go through this process every year. Why didn't he win it last year? He had his best year of all of them a year ago.
Well, Oklahoma City was by far the better team, and who knows? You could be right. Maybe Shea, because being on the Thunder and they're just a wagon, maybe he's going to get it again. I think certainly if the vote was held today, they would go Jokic 1 and Shea 2 because that's the two best players in the NBA. But this is a dude that has won the MVP in 60% of the last 5 seasons, and we think that they're out to somehow screw the guy? He's the best basketball player in the world, and there is a consensus opinion among the people that cover the sport. This is the guy.
Then why didn't he win it a year ago?
He finished in
second. The guy that's already won 2 MVP, 3 MVPs, had his best season ever a year ago. They didn't give it to him.
I guess the best player on the team that won the NBA championship, winning the MVP, is such an outlandish idea that they are just out to screw Nikola Jokic.
I'm not saying they're trying to screw him. I think they have a higher bar for him to win it again. I just think he gets held to a higher standard. Because he's already won the award. Because all I heard last year was about how it's Shea's turn. It's Shea's turn. We're not doing this again. It's Shea's turn.
Who said it was his turn?
Dude, ESPN preaches it constantly. What do you want to hear? It's give me the whole ESPN panel is one of them.
Who are these people that
well,
say
Stephen
these
A.
things?
Smith, who's got quite the loud platform, is the one that pushes it all the time.
But the problem with that opinion is that the people that vote on the NBA MVP award, the scribes that follow the game day in and day out, think that Stephen A's an idiot. These people don't track every word that he say and take it as gospel, because guess what? They actually watch basketball in arenas every single night. Stephen A. is barely awake because he's got 19 different jobs, and when he's at an NBA game, he's playing solitaire on his damn phone. Nobody that votes on MVP is concerned about what Stephen A. Smith thinks.
All right. We'll see how it plays out this year. I think they expect more because he's already won the award. Again, if you've already got 3 and you did better than what was MVP worthy, then why did you not win it again a year ago?
I do love that one of the cottage industry debates on this show, going back to from the moment we started, is that you believe that there's no way Jokic could ever win an MVP award. And I'm just like, he's the best player in basketball. Of course they're going to give him the award.
I think they're always looking for reasons. It feels like they're looking. The loud talking with shows everyday media.
I don't think that stuff matters at all in NBA voting.
Fair enough then.
But also, so here's one thing where I will give some credence to your opinion is, you know how every year you go into the start of the college football season and it's like, this guy's the Heisman favorite.
Hello, Arch Manning.
Well, what happens to that guy is everybody spends the entire year looking for reasons to not give it to him. Jokic was the betting favorite at the start of this year, along with Luka, along with Shea. Those are always the guys at the very top of it. But Jokic probably, to your point, he is running against himself, so to speak.
But again, what's crazy about last year is he outdid himself.
He did?
He outdid himself.
Yeah. He was even more incredible again.
What's his name? The Ducker? Who's the Ducker? Who's our guy?
Embiid. Yeah.
What has happened to him?
Oof.
He outdid himself that year, too, and made sure he didn't get it.
Yeah, but 3 of the last 5 years, it's more likely that he gets it than he doesn't get it.
Fair enough, but still, things happen where I just feel like if the Nuggets don't come out of whatever this is and they're stuck.
Oh, they'll be fine.
I think
December
they're still going to be
2nd.
I get it, Nate, but do you really think if they don't have the 3 starters, and I'm concerned, and who knows, maybe Jamal bounces back, but the way Hastings was describing it last night, and whatever Katie was telling Hastings on the broadcast, I'm not going to be shocked if we don't see Jamal till after Christmas.
The good news is everybody else in the NBA is injured too. So you at least have that going for you.
Okay, but you've lost 4 in a row at home, and right now you sit in 4th again.
Well, you've won 7 in a row on the road.
All right.
Well, you're about to start a 4-game road trip.
I hope that continues. But
you're going with the good trends.
But if
So in other
Oklahoma
words-
City continues to do what they're doing,
So in other words, you think McKinnon has a better chance than Jokic this year?
I do right now as we sit here, December 2nd?
Right.
Sure.
Right.
I do. Because everybody that has the loud talking shows in the NHL, which is not as many as basketball, let's be honest.
Are there loud talking shows in hockey?
Well, how about this? Spit and Chicklets.
Hey, I
respectfully
disagree, eh?
The TNT show, the Spit and Chicklets.
You make some good points there, but I believe Nathan McKinnon is on his way to an MVP award.
The 5 people employed by ESPN that do hockey, they all seem to say that he's just otherworldly right now, and so that probably helps him.
Does that include Cassie Campbell-Pascal?
I don't know about that.
Who's
What
winning the
about
Messier?
Can McKinnon win a Messier this
See, that would be quite the accomplishment.
Cale
because
McCarr has got to win a Messier.
No, he
right?
doesn't, because Messier does not stay up late enough to watch Cale McCarr play hockey.
But there was a guy from the Kings that won it a couple of years ago.
But that's his old team. No, wait, that's Gretzky's.
I was going to say, Messier didn't play for the Kings.
Well, he was buddies with Gretzky.
Okay.
Messier, Messier's tried to screw McKinnon out of a Messier.
You are the Mozart in the field of finding ways that Denver athletes are going to get screwed.
No, it's not. Screwed is too strong a take. But listen, until this year, you could hand the MVP to Patrick Mahomes every year. Even the media gets a little bit bored with the same guy doing it over and over and over again.
He couldn't have been the MVP last year. He actually has a better case to be MVP this year, but MVPs are only ever given to teams that are top 2 seeds.
Exactly.
In the NFL. So that's why it's Stafford and Drake May going head-to-head. Even though Mahomes has had a brilliant season. Really, the year that Mahomes is having right now is kind of like the one Burrow had last year, where it was like, you might actually be the best quarterback with the way that you're playing, but your team sucks, and we just can't give it to you.
Who did MVP? Was it Saquon last year? Now I'm trying to even remember.
It was Lamar.
Lamar!
No. It was Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen.
Lamar was first-team All-Pro, but Allen was second-team All-Pro. So that was the controversy within all
This is the stupid games we play sometimes.
I know.
And look, if SGA is leading his team and it's number 1 and it's all the same, I don't know why they wouldn't just hand him the trophy again.
He's having a great year, too. Yeah, he's been marvelous, and they've largely been playing without J-Dub, and they're still killing everybody.
We need to get into the granular debate, though, of what really makes you most valuable if you're raising all boats versus you're just leading the best team of sweet awesomeness around you?
It is a lot of sweet awesomeness on the Thunder, but that dude is pretty sweet and awesome.
We had some sweet awesomeness, and now they're all hurt.
Well, the funny thing about it is, even as crappy as last night was, you look up at the end of the night and Joker is just unbelievable again.
Well, no, Joker.
Every night.
You're not getting another one of these. I love. He's the greatest player this franchise will ever have.
You don't think he wins another MVP award in his career?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. You don't think he wins this year, though?
No, if things don't change, I think he's got a shot with the team he has around him because this is the best team he's had in a while.
Yeah.
And if they can elevate back to that number 1 or 2 and the numbers stay the same, and everybody wants to maybe – because there were some people that even were kind of going, well, I mean, SGA got it, but golly, Joker had the best. If he can do that again, yeah, he probably gets it, but they can't keep hanging out in the 4th in the seedings if you think he's going to do it. Fair enough?
He
got to at least be top 3, doesn't he?
Didn't he win it the year they were 6th?
Who else was he going against? I don't even remember. The 6th?
Yeah.
What year was that?
They were either 5th or 6th, I believe, on his
was that
second
his first one or his second?
I think it was on the second one. I'd have to go back and double check. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and your keyword is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Text Pittsburgh to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win Avalanche Panthers tickets for next week. It is all brought to you by, on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over there at Roller Auction. You have got 15 hours remaining to get in on the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. That's right, it's going to close tomorrow. So get to roller.bid right now if you were looking for a great price on a well-maintained used city and county vehicle, SUVs, sedans, pickups. Honestly, guys, like go digging through it. There's a really, really cool list of inventory that they have got available for you to be able to bid. There's also some really cool John Deere Gators that are in there as well. You can get some great prices well below MSRP. So get to Roller Auctions website. That's roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Roller.bid/altitude. Get there right now and sign up to bid, because we're going to give one lucky listener that signs up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. We're going to give one lucky listener New Year's Eve tickets, catered suite, Avalanche Blues Ball Arena. You can be there. You can win catered suite tickets from us and courtesy of our friends at Roller Auction simply by going to roller.bid/altitude to get signed up to bid, to get on the email list so you get all the info of what's happening at Roller Auction, guys. Roller Auction, it's fun. It's awesome. It's all online. It's great stuff. Go check it out. Roller.bid/altitude. Latest tweet from the @Avalanche account. Somebody's walking in. Somebody's walking into Ball Arena tonight to get ready to take on those Vancouver Canucks. His name, Valeri Nichushkin. By the way, Avalanche went 7-0-1 without the services of Nichushkin. Available Avs and Canucks tonight. Canucks right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's got your pregame starting up at 6:30, and the puck drops at 7 p.m. as the Avalanche look to keep it rolling fresh off of their 7-2 demolition of the Canadiens there the other night. Hey, tomorrow morning at 8:30, make sure you tune in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be joined by Nuggets legend Danilo Gallinari, as Gallo announced today, Andy, his retirement from professional basketball. Danilo Gallinari hanging it up. Many of you are probably like, I already thought he did. Well, it's now officially official that Gallo is retiring from the NBA. Last played a couple of years ago in the playoffs for the Milwaukee Bucks. He was playing overseas for a while. Remember, Andy, he was in Puerto Rico. His poor wife was bit by a shark.
I was going to say shark incident, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yes, Danilo Gallinari hanging it up after a 14-year NBA career. All right, so Andy, this is a very nuanced sports radio topic, so this one might be a ratings dropper. I'm not sure. We'll do our best. So I looked this up. Gallo in his career as in his 14 years in the NBA, he played most of his games with Denver, 303 games in the Nuggets uniform. That was after 3 seasons with the Knicks, the team that initially drafted him out of Italy. He was drafted with the 6th overall pick in 2008. I believe he was the second highest drafted Italian ever after Andrea Bargnani.
Yeah, I would not have gotten that in a
Number
million years.
1
Wow.
overall by the Toronto Raptors. Yes, Andrea Bargnani, who was a perfectly cromulent NBA player. So Gallo, his rookie year was 2008-09, 3 seasons, and then he got shipped off to Denver in the Carmelo Anthony trade, the saga of 2010-2011. He ended up playing for the Nuggets for 6 seasons. Really, he was here 7 years. He missed the entire 13-14 season after his torn ACL where he got hurt right at the end of that 12-13 season and missed the playoffs. He played 303 games as a member of the Denver Nuggets. Okay. So what I did here, Andy, was basically working under the premise that being a guy for your team, being like a guy in one specific city for one specific team, it looks different now, right?
Sure.
You know, like we grew up on 15 years in one team's uniform and retired as a part of that team and only ever played there and just a legend forever. The John Elway, the Todd Helton, the Joe Sakic. Like that's kind of how we sort of break it all down. But like the truth is like in modern player movement era of pro sports, nobody does that anymore. Let's put it this way, almost nobody does that anymore. You know, Von Miller's an all-time great Bronco. We just saw him the other night in a Manders uniform, you know? So what I did was I busted open StatHead and I just said, okay, Gallo played 303 games. Since the turn of the century, tell me every guy that's played at least 300 games in a Nuggets uniform. Well, there's 18 of them. 18 dudes.
Kenneth Faried, one of them?
He is actually 7th most games played. Faried played 441 games in a Nuggets uniform. All right, I'm going to give you, let's just run through this really quickly, and we'll kind of talk about this, because some of these guys, I think, qualify as Nuggets legends. Other one are good Nuggets. We'll call them good Nuggets.
Guys you like to root for.
Nikola Jokic, I think we can go legend.
Legend.
Carmelo Anthony.
Legend.
Exactly. I go legend. I don't think we even have to debate that. Nene.
Guy.
Number 3 on the list. Exactly.
Holy cow. Number 3.
I know.
I mean, I liked him. I rooted for him, but never really got to where you wanted to be.
Jamal Murray.
Oh, legend.
Legend. Will Barton. Number 5.
Boy. Lightning rod. Huh?
Andre Miller.
Man, I want to call him a legend, but he's a guy. But that's exactly it. I love Andre Miller.
Have you ever watched, by the way, any of the clips on All the Smoke where they talk about Andre Miller?
No.
The Andre Miller stories are outrageous. They're so funny. Kenneth Faried, guy. I mean, after this, it's all just guys. Ty Lawson.
Guy.
Gary Harris, Birdman, Marcus Camby,
Birdman made it to 300.
378
I
games.
knew Camby did. I loved Camby. I liked him.
Yeah, won a Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, with Melo his rookie year, I believe.
J.R. Smith.
Could have been legend.
Yeah, Kenyon, Wilson Chandler, Michael Porter Jr., A.G., Gallo, Linus Kleza.
Boy, you remember them all. That's done where you were like, I don't remember that guy playing for us.
Oh, you played at least 300. Yeah, exactly. If you've made it 300 games, that's just it. Like, some of these guys are, their guy status is so friggin' cemented. AG, by the way, I think is borderline legend.
AG?
He might be is he already number retired? He's Mr. Nugget.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he might be.
Boy, if he can get off this injury and continue the season he was having, then probably, yeah. If they win a second championship with him, then the whole core is.
Avalanche games played. This one I just pulled up all time because they've only been here since 95, 96. At the top, it's the greats. Hayduk actually most games played since 95, 96. Only more than Sakic simply because Sakic was in Quebec for a while. McKinnon, number 2, Sakic 3, Landeskog 4, Adam Foote 5, Eric Johnson 6. EJ's definitely an R guy. Yeah, he's an R guy. Cody McLeod, 7.
Oh, he's a tough guy, our guy.
659 games played for old number 55.
Good for him.
The Moose at 619.
No longer our guy.
Yet I would argue legend. Third best player on a Stanley Cup winning team? That's a legend. Leading scorer in the playoffs on a Stanley Cup winning team? That's a legend.
Playoffs?
Yeah. Yeah. You guys can all be hurt by the breakup. That's an Avalanche legend. Alex Tanguay at 9. Matt Duchesne at 10.
Ooh, there's a guy that they really don't like.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
See, I think what happened with Mikko, especially if he continues down this let me just board everybody path,